In the vast primeval forest, a small figure was running and weaving through the dense trees. The cold wind slapped against Qijinjin's pale face. She dared not stop, because if she did, the hungry wolf behind her would catch her. She gasped heavily, each breath pulling at her lungs painfully. Her feet felt as heavy as if bound by iron, and she was almost out of strength. The wolf wasn't chasing her very closely. It was enjoying the thrill of the chase and the hunt.
Ah!
Qijinjin tripped over a thick branch, pain shooting through her foot. Her palm hit a rough stone, making her gasp in pain. Suddenly, a loud howl came from behind. Qijinjin turned her head in panic, her scalp tightening. She saw a wolf about 1/2 meter tall, covered in dirt and with messy fur. Its fierce teeth gleamed coldly. The wolf's sharp, vertical eyes fixed on her as prey. Qijinjin's pupils shrank, her face turning pale. It was over. Not only had she failed to gather herbs in this forest, but now she was about to be eaten by a wolf. The hungry wolf stepped closer on the dirt, its sharp teeth seeming ready to tear her apart. Her survival instinct made her grit her teeth and struggle to get back up and run. Gasping, Qijinjin staggered to her feet. Before she could stabilize, a strong wind suddenly blew from behind. A shadow covered her head, as if something had flown over her. In the next moment, a white figure flashed past her, and she heard a heavy object land behind her. She instinctively turned to look back, eyes wide with surprise. The white figure that had just flown over her was a huge beast, about 2 meters tall, covered in flowing white fur. It looked like a wolf, but had horns growing behind its ears. The beast struck with its giant paw, knocking the wolf against a nearby tree, which let out a whimper. The wolf wasn't killed. It rolled over, arching its back and raising its fur, claws digging angrily into the ground. The white beast didn't give it any chance. It leapt forward with its powerful front paws, seeming ready to crush the wolf under its body. The wolf, smaller than the beast, cunningly crawled under its armpit and aimed for its belly. Its sharp teeth hadn't touched the white fur when a huge tail swung it high into the air. There was a cracking sound, like bones breaking. The wolf howled in pain, struggling desperately before being slammed to the ground by the tail. The wolf cried out and, in pain, quickly got to its feet. It wagged its tail and let out a whimper, limping into the forest to escape. Momo-chi was so frightened by the scene that she became weak all over. A huge beast, which she didn't know where it came from, turned around. Its deep blue animal eyes reflected her pale face. It was tall, like the king of this jungle. Its smooth long fur was not messy from the fight earlier. But then, something more shocking happened. The white beast crouched down and shrank quickly. Its soft fur gradually disappeared, revealing human skin.
Momoka's eyebrows twitched.
There was no longer a giant white beast in front of her, only a tall young man, barefoot, with his lower body wrapped in animal hide. He was shirtless with strong muscular build. His features were rough but clear, a high nose, thin lips, and a wild look. Momo-chi tried to calm her rising chest to stay calm. The beast turning into a person was something she had never heard of before. Momo-chi looked at the young man walking toward her with weak legs. His tall figure cast a shadow over her. Her throat was sore. She had swallowed a lot of wind while running earlier, but she managed to say 2 words. "Thank you." Suddenly, a loud howl of wolves came from nearby. The man's face darkened. He reached around her waist with a long arm and flipped her onto his back. Momo-chi let out a muffled cry as his strength nearly made her hit his broad back. At the same time, 7 or 8 hungry wolves emerged from all sides of the forest, baring their sharp teeth and rushing toward them. The man grabbed a vine above his head and used it to leap upward. A tuft of fur brushed her face. On his broad, sturdy back, white long fur grew. The fur on her shoulders also turned into long hair covering her shoulder blades. The man, who had turned into a white beast, leapt into the air. The 7 or 8 wolves missed their attack, but they didn't give up. They twisted around and chased after the white beast. Momo-chi was riding on the beast's back, her face even whiter from the sudden appearance of the wolves. The white beast landed lightly. With a swing of his massive tail, 4 or 5 wolves were knocked into nearby trees. The remaining 2 or 3 wolves quickly split up, trying to distract the white beast and attack separately. Momo-chi held her breath, clutching tightly to the long fur, her only hope and safety. These strange and unusually fierce wolves look very odd. She forced herself to stay calm and rational. At the same time, when she faced the hungry wolves head-on, she took out her family heirloom bronze mirror and aimed it at one of the wolves. Species: Snicker wolf. Habits: a cruel creature that enjoys playing with its prey. Not edible and tastes bad. Period. Ancient times. Junjin Chi's mind buzzed as she looked in disbelief at the small words appearing on the mirror. This mirror is a family heirloom from her medical family, capable of showing the attributes and growth time of all living things in the world. While she was lost in thought, the wolf she was facing was struck down by a white beast, which slapped it away. The bronze mirror in her hand just happened to be pointed at the back of the white beast's head. Species: unrecognizable. Habits: none. Period: unknown. Junjin Chi's heart tightened. A terrifying idea began to grow in her mind. It seemed like she had traveled through time. The white beast was not interested in fighting. Despite its large size, it moved swiftly through the dense forest, jumping over dozens of trees and leaving the remaining 2 wolves far behind. A cold wind blew directly at her face, like blades scraping her skin. Junjin Chi buried her head in the soft fur of the beast, trying to steady her rapidly collapsing mind. Soon, the white beast stopped. The fur she was holding turned back into human skin, hot as if it had been branded with a hot iron. Startled, she jumped back, falling from the man's back, her legs weak and almost collapsing to the ground. Not afraid to venture into the territory of the Snicker wolf, a deep, slightly feminine voice murmured from the man's throat. His deep blue beast eyes turned black. Junjin Chi looked at him in shock. He could actually speak human language? What species are you?
She asked. Species?
The man's black eyes narrowed, and a cold smile appeared on his stern face. Half-beast. Junjin Chi tried to stay calm, but her heart was storming. In this world, half-beasts simply did not exist. The only explanation for what she was witnessing was that she had traveled to an ancient orc continent. Junjin Chi almost lost her footing. She couldn't believe she had encountered such a 1-in-a-billion event. Traveling through time wasn't scary, but what was frightening was ending up somewhere dangerous and hard to survive. For example, this orc continent. If the half-beast hadn't suddenly appeared just now, she would have been torn apart by the hungry wolf. Are you afraid? The man looked at her with clear eyes, revealing her hidden fear. Are you afraid of me? Momo-chi suddenly came back to her senses. Seeing his face suddenly close to hers, with deep, mysterious black eyes that seemed to want to see through her, made her feel uneasy. His handsome face made it impossible for her to compare him to the huge white beast she had just seen. She knew she had to stay calm and keep her life safe first. I'm worried about those sneaky wolves. Chi Momo pretended to stay calm and took a step back. She caught sight of a burn on his wrist, with a few clear blisters, and quickly said, "You just saved me. As a thank you, I can save you once." The man looked at her wrist, raised it, and said surprisingly, "You have healing powers?" "Yes," she replied. Coming from a family of doctors, she studied traditional Chinese medicine. Even though he was only half human, she could help anyone who was human. The man smiled, and his dark eyes flashed with a sharp light. Interesting. Chi Momo swallowed nervously, wet her dry throat, and felt a bit scared inside. "Okay, I agree to your thank you," she said. As soon as she finished, the man pulled her forward and showed her 2 sharp canine teeth pressed against her delicate neck. Chi Momo froze and instinctively struggled, but he was very strong. "What are you doing?" she asked nervously. Suddenly, a tingling pain shot through her neck. She grimaced in pain as the cold canine teeth sank into her skin. In half a second, the man retracted his teeth, straightened up, and a triumphant smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Momo backed away in horror, covering the bite mark, her heart pounding, cold sweat pouring down her palms. From now on, you are mine. The man squinted, seeming very satisfied with the mark he left on her. Follow me, we're going home. Momo clenched her teeth and stared at his back as he walked ahead. She was too unfamiliar with this world. Whether this half-beast was good or bad, he was her only support now. She could only take one step at a time. The man led her into a large plain. The grass danced in the hot sun, the scent of soil and grass filled the air, mixed with a hint of dampness. Everything she felt now was incredibly real and clear. Momo looked up at the blazing sun above. This Beastman continent must be on Earth, just with a different timeline. She was glad her family's old bronze mirror still worked. Are all the people here half-beasts? Momo quickened her pace to follow and asked. The man glanced at her sideways. Half-beasts are very rare. Rare species. Jinjin felt more confident, knowing at least this place had people. She could look for others of her kind. However, purebred humans are even rarer. The man withdrew his gaze, speaking in a cheerful tone, as if he had found a treasure. I've never seen a female purebred human who hasn't been bred before. As soon as he finished speaking, Jinjin stopped in her tracks, and her previously calm face turned pale again. Only mindless beasts like wolves would see you as prey. The man turned around, a smile at the corner of his mouth making Jinjin feel a chill down her spine. You should be grateful I saved you. Grateful? Not really. Jinjin felt a complicated mix of relief and fear, like escaping from a wolf den only to fall into a tiger's trap. Maybe she should think positively. She was rare, and for now, this half-beast person showed no hostility, so she was temporarily safe.
Thank you, she said calmly.
Are you a group of social creatures? The man raised his eyebrows slightly at her question. Which tribe did you escape from, little one? So ignorant. Jinjin clenched her lips, focusing on the key point in his words. A tribe is a community. Beyond this plain was a dense grove of trees. On the other side of the grove was the tribe of half-beasts. As soon as she entered the tribe, many people gathered around. They were tall, dressed in animal skins, looking no different from wild people. Although they were half-beasts, their living standards were similar to ancient wild humans, living in caves, wearing animal skins, and using stone tools. Female purebred human. Hasn't been bred yet. Wait, she seems to be branded by Luogu. Jinjin was pulled back by the excited yet pitying tone of these people. Her left shoulder suddenly tightened as the man's long arm wrapped her tightly in his embrace, as if claiming ownership before these onlookers. Is Luogu, my little one, in love? An older woman stepped out of the crowd, her face showing surprise and joy. Hearing this, Jinjin stiffened. She really didn't know whether clinging to this temporary lifeline was a good or bad idea. Not only the older woman but some women in the crowd also looked shocked. Luogu held her tightly, his slightly smiling tone sending a chill down her spine. My little one is very shy. Don't scare her. Although this was a non sequitur, the older woman understood his implication. Don't worry, don't worry. What's her name? Jinjin looked up at her. She gave a very friendly feeling, which made her braver. Just as she was about to answer, the man's large hand on her left shoulder tightened a bit. The man said, her name is Luogu's partner. As soon as he finished speaking, Luogu held Jinjin and walked toward the cave under everyone's envious eyes. Jinjin clenched her teeth, wanting to resist, but he was too strong for her to move. She could only be forced to follow him back into the cave. Are you very scared? Inside the cave, Luogu loosened his grip. Someone brave enough to enter wolf territory shouldn't be afraid of your own kind. Own kind? He loosened his hand, and Jinjin quickly moved aside. Yes, my mother is also a pureblood. Luogu glanced at her and walked deeper into the cave. Wasn't the woman who asked her questions a half-beast person? Hearing this, Jinjin looked back and hurried to follow. Outside the cave, many men stood there, all with green light in their eyes, eager to eat her up. Luogu saw her panic and smirked a little. Since I became an adult, I've never fallen in love. Pool Jinjin paused, her heart almost skipping a beat, but she quickly understood what he meant. Although she had never learned about the half-beast species, their name suggested they had half-beast genes, which meant they had primal instincts. And this tribe definitely had more than one half-beast. Compared to the men outside the cave, this half-beast who had never fallen in love seemed somewhat safer. Come here, let me see your healing ability. Luo Gu sat on a stone and raised his wrist. Pool Jinjin didn't forget her promise to repay her kindness, so she calmed her mind and walked over. At least, there was someone in this tribe who was also a pureblood. For someone living in the 22nd century, with advanced technology, her wrist injury was minor. But she never expected to experience crossing over, so she didn't bring many first aid supplies. Fortunately, she specialized in traditional Chinese medicine, which had been passed down for ages, and she also had her family's bronze mirror. No matter how backward this place was, as long as there were plants and animals, she could handle it. This was probably the only skill she was grateful to have now. Do you have water? Pool Jinjin glanced at the cave's simple furnishings. Besides a pile of dry grass for sleeping, there were only a few stones that could barely serve as stools. Can saliva do? Ingjin's eyes paused, and she looked at him with a frown, but he responded with a teasing smile. She felt a bit speechless, but his playful tone eased her tense mood a little. Silently, she took out a first aid kit from her bag and laid out alcohol, gauze, and other supplies. What are these? Luo Gu had never seen these things before. Things that can save you, she replied without much explanation, continuing to look for medicine in the first aid kit. When Ingjin saw these medicines, her medical instinct made her feel much calmer instantly. For these half-beasts, being a pure human was very rare, and if she also knew some special skills, they would definitely look at her differently. And these special skills, of course, referred to her proud medical skills. How did your hand get hurt? After preparing everything, Ingjin crouched in front of him and asked. However, Luo Gu didn't answer her. Instead, he looked at her with a thoughtful gaze, as if pondering something. Not getting a reply, Ingjin looked up and coincidentally met his sharp gaze, which was quite intimidating. She quickly lowered her head and focused on his injured wrist. Fortunately, the burn area was small. As long as she peeled off the blisters and applied her special medicine from the 22nd century, it would heal in less than half an hour. Sadly, her special medicine was only a small bottle, about the size of a palm. If it weren't for the urgent need to impress him, she wouldn't want to use it. I'll first pop the blisters. It might hurt a bit, so bear with me, Ingjin said softly, pulling out a thin needle and gently holding his small arm with her left hand. His arm was really hot, like an iron, and she wondered if it was because she was too nervous. Her whole left hand felt burning hot. Ingjin focused on the blisters, and when she pierced the surface with the sharp needle, she paused deliberately, listening carefully to see how the half-beast would react. But there was only silence. Ingjin bit her lip. She shouldn't underestimate half-beasts. A little pain from a needle was nothing. Little one, do you really have healing powers? At this moment, a questioning voice came from above. The tone was somewhat threatening, which made Ingjin tremble with fear, almost causing the needle to slip out of the blister. She quickly calmed herself inwardly and thought, don't panic. Luo Gu narrowed his eyes. Your actions don't look like you're saving me. Give me half an hour, and you'll see the result, Ingjin said calmly. Half an hour?
Yes.
There was a moment of silence from above, then the voice spoke again. What is half an hour? Qi Jinjin's hand trembled, and the needle pierced directly into his flesh, causing a trickle of fresh blood to emerge. Although his words weren't frightening, his tone always carried a hint of pressure. Qi Jinjin looked at the blood-stained bubble that was about to burst and suddenly felt her lips dry. She quickly pulled out the needle and showed him her watch to distract him. Time is just a way to measure it, look. Luo Gu followed her gaze and saw that the object on her wrist was something he'd never seen before. Seeing his eyes on it, Qi Jinjin breathed a small sigh and said, This is called a minute hand. When the tip points to 9, it means half an hour. Luo Gu frowned but didn't understand. Seeing his confused look, Qi Jinjin took off her watch and placed it beside her. Watch this hand. Before it points to 12, your hand will get better. What is 12?
Luo Gu asked.
Qi Jinjin blinked, understanding that in ancient times, people didn't even recognize numbers, let alone read the time on this watch. This watch was originally used by Qi Jinjin to attract the half-beast's attention. She pointed to the 12 on the dial and said, "This is 12. Luo Gu saw it and furrowed his brows even more. "Little thing, are you tricking me?"
Huh.
Qi Jinjin was confused. Earlier, she asked him to wait half an hour, and now the hand pointed to 12. How much time was that? She thought that a half-beast's brain shouldn't be that sharp.
Look, all I need is time.
From now on, just watch the minute hand point to 12. After saying that, she quickly grabbed another bubble to pop, and luckily, the half-beast didn't question further. Qi Jinjin carefully finished treating all the bubbles. Only the first bubble she popped was stained red with blood, looking quite abrupt. While applying the special medicine, she glanced up at the half-beast and saw him staring intently at the watch, with a look of faint curiosity. Phew, luckily, he didn't notice her small mistake. Qi Jinjin shook the special medicine onto the shriveled bubble and gently dabbed it onto a burned area nearby. The cold sensation drew Luo Gu's attention back. He withdrew his gaze from the watch and looked at his wrist. "What is this?"
Luo Gu asked.
While applying the medicine, Qi Jinjin felt his hot gaze and became more cautious with her movements. Medicine. Medicine? This was something Luo Gu had never heard before. Luo Gu looked at her fingers, very slender. Even her wrists were delicate, probably so fragile that a little force could break them. Purebred females are truly delicate. After applying medicine, Qi Jinjin glanced at her watch. There was a quarter of an hour before the minute hand pointed to 12, enough time. But this quarter of an hour felt a bit tense for her. She rolled her eyes, thinking about his surprised tone when he mentioned his healing ability earlier, and asked, "Do you have any medicine here for injuries?" "What is medicine?"
Exactly.
Qi Jinjin felt she had some idea now. Maybe her healing skill could become a bargaining chip in talking with this half-beast. "It's something used when you're hurt, like this," Qi Jinjin said, holding her special medicine. "I apply this medicine to your wound, and soon your hand will be fine." Luo Gu's dark eyes narrowed in understanding, but he also became very interested in her background. "Little one, where did you come from?" That was a good question. Qi Jinjin put her special medicine down and said, "I come from a mysterious country in the east. Do you have many tribes here? Are they all made up of half-beasts and purebred humans living together?" "Yes, the 4 main tribes." Thankfully, this half-beast answered her question. Qi Jinjin asked again, "Are the living standards the same in all 4 tribes?" "Living standards?" Luo Gu frowned slightly. "Where do they live? What do they eat?
And
do they have medicine?" Qi Jinjin looked up, full of curiosity. It seemed this little girl really didn't know much. Luo Gu didn't plan to answer her, but instead looked at her wounded wrist, which had been treated, and didn't feel much better. Qi Jinjin was stunned. Seeing his doubtful expression, she quickly said, "The minute hand isn't pointing to 12 yet." Luo Gu's lips curled slightly. Just as he was about to speak, a voice calling his name came from outside the cave. Then a woman, the older one who had asked for her name earlier, entered. "Luo Gu, you need to learn how to take good care of your partner," the older woman said, holding a bunch of fruit and smiling kindly. "She must be hungry. Go look nearby for some meat." To the older woman, who was also a purebred, Qi Jinjin felt a good impression. She wanted to get closer to her. Because this older woman knew Luo Gu's name, and Luo Gu had just mentioned mom, Qi Jinjin guessed she was Luo Gu's mother. Qi Jinjin secretly glanced at Luo Gu's expression. He didn't seem very happy about being called out by his mother to find meat, but he still stood up and walked outside. Before leaving, he took the watch placed nearby. "Luo Gu's partner, don't be afraid. We won't hurt you," said the older woman as she sat down, her gaze warm and kind. Because of her friendly look, Qi Jinjin lowered her guard. "My name is Qi Jinjin. You can call me Jinjin." Such a lovely name, the older woman praised sincerely. Where did Luogu find you? Hearing this question, Qi Jinjin suddenly realized that she was being asked about Luogu's whereabouts intentionally. New here, Qi Jinjin just wanted to learn more about this world. Compared to the seemingly dangerous half-beast, she preferred to ask the friendly older woman in front of her. She thought for a moment and said, I don't know what that place is. Luogu only told me it's the territory of the Howling Wolves. Howling Wolves? The older woman's hand froze as she was offering fruit, her brow furrowing deeply. Her expression became serious. Are you sure? It's the Howling Wolves? Seeing her serious look, Qi Jinjin realized she might have made a mistake. Yes, it's the Howling Wolves.
But
Why are you so surprised? The older woman looked serious and then forced a smile. It's okay. It's okay. You're Luogu's partner, and Luogu is the strongest half-beast in our tribe. He can protect you. However, her words didn't make Qi Jinjin feel at ease. Shouldn't she have already driven away those howling wolves before being brought here by that half-beast? But how did you end up there? The older woman's smile faded slightly as she asked. I don't know. Qi Jinjin shook her head, not lying. I'm unfamiliar with this place. I've never been here before. The older woman's expression grew serious again. Qi Jinjin's heart pounded. Just as she was about to ask more, footsteps sounded outside the cave, sounds like those of a half-beast. Luogu's partner, have a fruit first, said the older woman, surprised that Luogu returned so quickly. Thank you. Qi Jinjin took the fruit and looked up at the half-beast entering the cave. He was carrying something. A rabbit? Will this rabbit turn into a spirit? Qi Jinjin instinctively reached into her small bag for a copper mirror, eager to take a look. Luogu came in and directly threw the reckless rabbit in front of her, looking a bit proud. What should she do? What should she say? Luogu's partner, you should get used to Luogu's taste first. The older woman happily stood up and left. Suddenly, only they two remained in the cave, and a subtle atmosphere filled the air. Eat! Luogu sat down, holding the watch, staring straight ahead. Is she eating fruit? Or this rabbit? Gurgle Jinjin's stomach growled at an awkward time. She was exhausted after being scared and chased for so long, using up a lot of energy. What's that sound? Luogu, looking at the watch, frowned slightly. How could she be embarrassed to say what the sound was? Jinjin quickly took a bite of the fruit to satisfy her hunger. Seeing she didn't answer, Luogu asked again, was that sound you made just now? Jinjin couldn't help but cover her forehead and didn't want to admit, when you're hungry, don't you make sounds like that? No, Luogu's eyebrows furrowed more. Is that a sound unique to unbred female purebreds? This topic was hard to discuss. Jinjin chose to stay silent and kept biting fruit to fill her stomach. So, you're hungry, and that's why you made that unpleasant sound? Luogu finally realized. Yes. If she didn't give a clear answer, this half-beast man would keep asking endlessly. Luogu looked at the rabbit on the ground, reached out with a long arm, and handed it to her. Eat meat. Don't worry, there's enough. Jinjin was stunned. Could she interpret his words as meaning their food wasn't always plentiful?
thank you.
She hesitated to eat the rabbit, holding its ears. This was the Beastman continent, after all. What if this fluffy, cute little white rabbit could turn into a person? Would that mean eating human flesh? So, she silently took out an ancestral bronze mirror and quietly looked at the little white rabbit. Species: rabbit, small white rabbit. Habits: gentle and edible, best roasted, with tender and tasty brain tissue, often seen in various regions. Period. Ancient times. It's edible. She relaxed a little and also noticed a pile of firewood in the corner with fire-starting tools. It seems people from this period had discovered fire, so the meat they eat should be cooked. Don't like it? Luogu saw she hesitated and became a bit impatient. No. Jinjin quickly put away the mirror and headed toward the fire in the corner with her backpack. The little white rabbit was already dead, so she didn't need to kill it. She only needed to skin and remove the internal organs.
But
no water, so she might get blood everywhere. She was capable of making fire by rubbing sticks, but she had a more convenient tool, a lighter. So, While Qi Jinjin quickly ignited a pile of fire, Lu Gu looked at her with surprise. Qi Jinjin then took out a sharp dagger. She often went into the wild to gather herbs, so some survival skills came naturally to her. She carefully peeled the rabbit skin, trying not to get too much blood on her hands, then found a pointed stick nearby and skewered the rabbit onto it. Once she finished, the fire in the pile was burning brightly. At the same time, the half-orc sitting nearby had somehow stood behind her without her noticing. "Can you make fire?" Suddenly, the half-orc's voice came from behind, startling Qi Jinjin so much that she almost dropped her rough branch. She turned her head and saw the half-orc squatting beside her, his black eyes fixed on her hands. His tone was suspicious and serious. "Little one, where are you from?" Qi Jinjin bit her dry lips, feeling guilty. "From a mysterious land in the east." Lu Gu narrowed his black eyes, which made him seem even more uninformed. He picked up the dagger Qi Jinjin had placed on the ground. It felt cold, and he wondered how such a small thing could peel skin. "Be careful,"
Qi Jinjin exclaimed.
His hand had directly grasped the blade of the dagger. With a little force, he could definitely cut himself. "This is a weapon. Be careful, or you'll bleed."
"Bleed?"
"It's just a tiny thing," Lu Gu scoffed. As he applied more force, his disdain froze on his face.
Qi Jinjin.
She couldn't blame him. She had clearly said it could bleed. Lu Gu loosened his grip, and the dagger fell with a clatter, its sharp blade now stained with fresh blood. Qi Jinjin swallowed hard and looked at his palm. There was a long cut on it, made by the dagger. "Does it hurt?" she asked, feeling regretful. She should have taken better care of those things. "Wait a moment, I'll treat it." She hurried to get her first aid kit, ignoring the just-peeled rabbit. The half-orc seemed a bit surprised, staring at the dagger on the ground as if trying to see through it. Qi Jinjin couldn't tell if he was shocked or angry, but she quickly disinfected his wound with iodine solution and then applied some special medicine. After finishing these tasks efficiently, she let out a breath. When she looked up, she saw the half-orc's gaze was burning with intensity, fixed on her. She didn't know how long he had been staring. "This is a dagger. Hold it here, so you won't hurt yourself." Qi Jinjin cleared her throat nervously, picked up the dagger to distract him, hoping he wouldn't accidentally hurt her and blame her for it. "Little one, it seems I underestimated you," Luo Gu said with a slight smile that hinted at something mysterious. This smile made Qi Jinjin feel tense, but she quickly responded with 2 words, "Thank you." The half-beast was starting to see her in a new light. As long as she was useful to him, she could hold on to her bargaining chip for safety. She felt sad about her special medicine. She could have used less, but her curiosity caused her to waste some. After carefully tidying her things, Qi Jinjin continued roasting the rabbit, while the half-beast sat beside her, watching her every move. "It's really done." Luo Gu suddenly noticed that the wounds on her wrist and palm had healed. He felt a bit happier. "How did you do that?" Qi Jinjin smiled slightly and pointed to her head. "Here. You're clever." Luo Gu understood her gesture immediately. "But this is a survival of the fittest situation." "I know." Qi Jinjin was a bit surprised herself. The half-beast next to her wasn't stupid. "I'm not a purebred like you said, so I don't have your strength and stamina.
"But
your kind depends on us purebreds too, right?" Hearing this, Luo Gu's dark eyes deepened. Qi Jinjin felt an inexplicable pressure, as if it was coming from this half-beast. "Oh no," did she say too bluntly just now? Her words were simple. She wanted to show that she was useful to them, and neither side should look down on the other. She smelled the aroma of roasted rabbit. Although it had no special seasonings, it was delicious to her hungry stomach. She pulled back the stick and looked at the crispy, roasted skin. She blew on it, tore off a piece of the crispy skin, revealing tender meat inside, steaming with a fragrant aroma. "Want to try?" Qi Jinjin held back her drooling, tore off a whole piece of tender meat with crispy skin, and offered it to him. But the half-beast didn't look greedy. Instead, he looked disgusted. "It's burnt."
Qi Jinjin pouted.
They knew how to control the fire for roasting meat. "Trust me, it's not burnt. It has a flavor you've never tasted before. Luo Gu didn't believe her. Little one, you can eat it yourself. Pool Jinjin looked at him sharply. If he didn't want to eat, that was fine. He simply lacked good taste. She was extremely hungry and immediately took a bite of the torn rabbit meat. Her teeth broke through the crispy, roasted skin. The meat of this little white rabbit was tender and had a salty flavor, as if sprinkled with salt. Pool Jinjin thought this taste came straight from nature, fresh, delicious, and very tasty. Won't you try some? After eating half of the rabbit, she looked at him again. She had just eaten with satisfaction, and her happy expression was genuine. Sure enough, his face relaxed a little. Pool Jinjin saw that he wanted to eat but was too proud to ask. His earlier expression had shown some disgust. So she tore off a piece and directly offered it to him, saying, I have a small appetite and can't finish a whole rabbit. Since she was offering the meat to his mouth, it was only natural for him to eat it. Luo Gu looked at her with suspicion. When his gaze fell on her slender, fair fingers, he hesitated. He decided to eat it. He ate. Pool Jinjin happily watched him open his mouth and take the whole piece of rabbit meat. But he didn't stop there. He bit her finger. Suddenly, she felt a moist sensation on her finger. She quickly pulled her hand back, and because his grip was tight, her finger made a popping sound as she removed it from his mouth. This embarrassing sound made Pool Jinjin wish she could dig a hole and hide her face. The taste is quite good. Luo Gu swallowed the rabbit meat and licked his lips, looking a bit satisfied. Little one, I want more. Pool Jinjin looked at him nervously. She quickly wiped her finger, which was covered in his saliva, on the back of her clothes. She felt disgusted and ashamed. You eat it, she said, offering the other half of the rabbit directly to him. Eat it yourself. It was just a lick on your finger. Why are you blushing? Luo Gu asked knowingly as he took the remaining half of the rabbit. Was that a lick? Her whole finger had been in his mouth. Pool Jinjin hurriedly stepped aside, behind her. Although this half-beast man claimed he had never fallen in love and wouldn't have such impulses, he was still a male. His maturity in that area was inevitable. So it was still very dangerous. Are you really done eating? Luo Gu naturally saw her shyness and didn't press her further. Yes, I'm finished. Pool Jinjin nodded quickly, watching him happily enjoy the remaining half of the rabbit. She couldn't find any other help here, so she just hoped he wouldn't become mature too quickly. Although this is Bai Li's territory, it's better if you don't run around these days.
Bai Li.
Hearing his suddenly serious tone, Qi Jinjin felt a tight knot in her stomach. But she quickly realized that Bai Li was probably not a person's name, but the name of their tribe. One of the 4 great tribes, she thought. Maybe the roasted rabbit was really delicious, so Luo Gu was in a good mood as he explained, Bai Li, Ba Luo, Gu Yi, and 2 men are the 4 big tribes. Qi Jinjin slightly furrowed her brows and silently remembered that she had never heard of these 4 tribes before. However, since this is the ancient era, she wasn't sure whether this time and space were fictional or if this continent really existed in ancient, distant history. Little one, how did you break into the wolf territory? Luo Gu finished half of the rabbit and threw a branch into the fire. His mother had asked him the same question. I don't know. I'm very unfamiliar with this place. Luo Gu glanced at her with doubtful eyes, his black pupils filled with suspicion, then said, It seems you're alone here and have no support. Yes, that's why I'm very lucky you saved me, Qi Jinjin replied, using his earlier words to counter him. Although his words carried some curiosity, more than that, they seemed to be a reminder that the situation with the wolves was not over yet. Just now, his mother had shown a strange expression. Can you tell me about these wolves? Qi Jinjin asked carefully, thinking about it. However, Luo Gu shot her a dismissive look. She blinked, already prepared for him not to answer. Stupid low-level beasts, Luo Gu sneered disdainfully, his eyes sharp. Prey that they target, even if you run to the ends of the earth, is useless unless you kill them. Hearing this, Qi Jinjin felt a chill run down her spine. No wonder his mother said that, and no wonder he had told her to stay put these past few days. Did I scare you? Luo Gu withdrew his sharp gaze, a slight smile on his lips. Don't worry, little one. I won't allow my people to be caught by those brainless low-level beasts. Hearing this, Qi Jinjin forced a smile. She was actually feeling relieved now. Compared to the cruel description of wolves on the bronze mirror, staying in this half-beastman's territory was much safer. Is your name Luogu? Seeing this, Qi Jinjin decided to keep a good relationship with him. My name is Qi Jinjin. You can call me Jinjin. Jinjin? Luogu narrowed his eyes, his deep voice making people feel a little dizzy. Yes, Jinjin, she said with a bright smile. Luogu took in her smiling face and said, I prefer to call you little one. Qi Jinjin's smile froze and she couldn't say much more because compared to these half-beasts, she was much shorter. Almost dark, little one. Time to sleep, Luogu said as he stood up and walked toward the pile of dry grass. Qi Jinjin watched his back as he walked away, feeling unwilling inside. The pile of dry grass was small, and 2 people lying there would be crowded. If possible, she would rather sit by the campfire all night. But that wasn't realistic because she couldn't sit by the fire every night. So, Qi Jinjin had to gather her courage and walk over. Luogu was tall and muscular. Not to mention lying down, just sitting on the dry grass pile already took up most of the space. She looked at him, feeling conflicted, then suddenly had an idea. She had a sleeping bag after all. She didn't have to squeeze onto the dry grass with this half-beast.
Little one, where are you going?
Luogu saw her not sit down and walking toward another direction, his eyebrows knitting tightly. Qi Jinjin stopped, noticing his displeased tone, and quickly explained, I'm sleeping here. Luogu looked in the direction she pointed, his eyebrows tightening further. Could a delicate, pure female really sleep on a bare patch of ground? Even if she could, he wouldn't allow it. Instead of sleeping comfortably on the grass, you go sleep on the hard ground, little one. Are you so scared of the wolf that you've gone stupid? Qi Jinjin felt a bit speechless and pressed her lips together. This half-beast spoke very straightforwardly, so straightforward it made her want to get angry. Don't misunderstand. I don't sleep well and tend to toss and turn. I'm worried I'll disturb you, she said, holding back her irritation. She squatted down and took her sleeping bag from her backpack. I have this, which is like the grass. Luogu looked at what she brought out and saw through her little plan immediately. Little one, do you dislike sleeping with me?
Qi Jinjin hesitated.
She had explained so much for nothing. I've never slept with a man before. Sleeping next to you. I definitely won't be able to sleep. But as soon as she finished speaking, her waist suddenly tightened. She let out a surprised cry, and before she could react, a strong arm was wrapped around her waist. Then Luogu's voice came from above her head. You're already marked by me. Mating is only a matter of time. The sooner you get used to my scent, the better for you. Am I a dog? Qi Jinjin rolled her eyes and thought to herself. Now she was trapped in Luogu's arms and couldn't move. Although she was strongly resisting internally, she had to face reality with her limited strength. Okay, I will sleep with you on the grass. You go ahead and let me go first, Qi Jinjin said reluctantly. Lu Guo understood that she wouldn't play any tricks, so he let go of her. Qi Jinjin quickly jumped up and carefully packed the sleeping bag back into her backpack. After all that fuss, it was already completely dark outside the cave. Qi Jinjin lay stiffly on a pile of dry grass, with a hard mountain wall on her right and a tall half-beast on her left. His body seemed warmer than usual, and even though they weren't touching, Qi Jinjin could feel her left arm was a bit hot. She had spent the whole day in fear, and her eyelids were starting to droop. At night, the temperature suddenly dropped. Qi Jinjin instinctively curled up to keep warm, but it didn't take long before she felt the surrounding air warm up again, as if she was wrapped in a soft, fuzzy blanket. In the morning, Qi Jinjin was woken up by an itch. Many fuzzy things brushed across her face. When she opened her eyes, everything was white. She paused for a moment, then sat up. In front of her was a white wild animal, and she had just been wrapped around the waist by this white creature. No wonder it was so warm. Last night, she had been covered with a thick layer of fuzzy blanket. Qi Jinjin looked along the white fur to the left and happened to meet the open eyes of the white wild animal. Its deep blue eyes reflected her sleepy, dazed look. Although she knew this white wild animal was actually Lu Guo in disguise, those animal eyes still made her heart tremble. She hurriedly turned her face away and caught sight of the animal's hind legs. He was lying on his side now, with his long, fluffy fur just covering his belly, and something seemed to be bulging under his smooth white fur. Qi Jinjin stared carefully, and her cheeks immediately flushed. "I didn't see anything," she exclaimed in panic, jumping up quickly, covering her hot cheeks, and rushing out of the cave. She knew what she had seen. After all, that white wild animal was so big and not humanoid, so it couldn't be wearing a beast-skin skirt. Seeing that thing first thing in the morning really woke her up completely. Qi Jinjin covered her face and rushed out of the cave, her mind full of images of that white wild animal. She thought, "I should have just kept staring at those animal eyes. Why did I have to look around randomly? So embarrassing, really. That's Lu Guo's mate. Why did she come out alone? And her face is so red." The cool air outside the cave made Qi Jinjin shiver, and she also heard some voices discussing. She looked up and saw many people stopping their work to stare at her. Their eyes made her take 2 steps back. When she stepped back, her back hit Luo Gu as he came out. "Little one, what did you see?" Luo Gu casually pulled her into his arms and looked around with a cold gaze. The people who had stopped and looked at her immediately dispersed. Hearing this, a blush appeared on Qi Jinjin's face as she remembered the embarrassing scene. She wanted to break free in shame, but he held her tightly. "Are you thirsty? I'll take you to get some water," Luo Gu said, not letting go and walking her outside the tribe. "Can you let go?" Qi Jinjin gritted her teeth. "I can walk by myself." As soon as she said that, he tightened his grip on her arm. Qi Jinjin struggled but couldn't break free, so she could only be carried to the small stream outside the tribe. Anyway, since he didn't seem to know what she saw earlier, she decided to pretend she saw nothing. The stream wasn't very wide, but the deeper parts reached her waist, and the water was so clear she could see the small pebbles at the bottom. There were many people by the stream, squatting to wash their faces and drink water. But everyone kept glancing at Qi Jinjin. Seeing such clear water, Qi Jinjin felt much more relaxed. She remembered how she had been chased by a wolf yesterday, sweating all over, and had wanted to wash herself. But in this half-beast's cave, there was not a single drop of water. "Can you let me go now?" She really wanted to splash her face with cold water and wash away the embarrassing images in her mind. She thought Luo Gu would let go, but he didn't move at all, and even seemed to emit a faint cold aura. "Luo Gu?" Qi Jinjin frowned slightly and looked up. She saw that his face looked a bit angry. No way, he was the one who brought her here to get water. They had already reached the stream, so why was he angry? "Little one, are you very thirsty?" Luo Gu asked in a deep voice. Qi Jinjin looked at him, confused. "Not really." "Good, then just endure it," he said. Then he turned her around and forcefully led her back to the tribe. Qi Jinjin was confused by his behavior. When they entered the tribe, Luo Gu casually called out to a passing child, "Go, get some water for me." The child hesitated for a moment but couldn't resist Luo Gu's stern expression and hurried off to fetch water. Qi Jinjin watched the child run away, more puzzled. What kind of confusing behavior was this half-beast showing? "Do you have a water container?" she asked, looking for a topic. "Of course there is." Luo Gu gave her a look that showed he thought she was naive. Then he hugged her and led her into the cave. She really was overthinking it. Considering how backward the conditions were in ancient times, she didn't expect there to be containers that could hold water so early. But when the little kid filled the container with water, Qi Jinjin realized she had been wrong and had too many expectations. "Luo Gu's sister-in-law, here is water for you." The little kid understood Luo Gu's gaze and handed the water to Qi Jinjin, looking a bit anxious. "Drink quickly. The water is almost gone." Seeing the anxious expression on the little kid's face, Qi Jinjin was a bit surprised. She was distracted for a moment, and the little kid anxiously called out, "The water is finished, Luo Gu's sister-in-law. I'll go fill it again." After saying that, The little kid turned and ran out of the cave. Ji Jinjin looked at the puddle of water on the ground in front of her, feeling a bit speechless. She pursed her lips and asked, "Is this the container you use to hold water?" "Yes." Luo Gu slightly lifted his chin, as if surprised that she was so unexperienced. Ji Jinjin was indeed surprised. In some ways, the thing the little kid was holding could hold water well, but she couldn't understand who gave this half-beast the courage to mock her for being inexperienced, even with a thick leaf that could hold water. She kept her surprise in check, walked over to her backpack, and took out her water cup. "Do you recognize this?" she asked, coughing softly and placing the cup in front of Luo Gu. "No," he replied. He had hardly seen her belongings. "It's called a water cup. Its main purpose is to hold water," Ji Jinjin explained as she twisted open the lid. There was still half a cup of water inside. "But it doesn't only hold water." Hearing her explanation, a hint of curiosity flickered in Luo Gu's eyes, but it quickly disappeared because he was no longer the naive person he once was. She shook the water cup and took a sip, the cool, sweet water sliding down her throat, making her whole chest feel cold. She secretly glanced at Luo Gu. Although he pretended to be uninterested, the way he secretly looked at her betrayed him. A small smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Feeling a bit proud, she twisted the lid back on and shook the cup in front of him, making sure no water spilled. Then she opened the lid again, aiming the opening at Luo Gu's secretly watching eyes. "Here, take a look." This time, Luo Gu looked directly and openly. When he saw the water inside remained untouched, his expression stiffened. He quickly grabbed Ji Jinjin's water cup, imitated her earlier action by shaking it, then tilted his head back and brought the cup to his mouth.
"Hey,
"That's my water cup." Ji Jinjin wanted to stop him, but it was too late. The half-orc drank all the water in one gulp, leaving nothing behind. Finally, he mimicked her earlier action by twisting the lid on, shook it up and down, then unscrewed the lid, but found no water inside anymore. "What's going on?" Luo Gu frowned and asked. "What's going on?" She wondered why he was copying her drinking motion. "I shook it, but no water came out," Luo Gu said seriously. Ji Jinjin twitched the corner of her mouth. Did he think the cup could automatically produce water? Now it was clear who was the unexperienced one. Ji Jinjin took back her cup and said, "I told you earlier its main purpose is to hold water." "But you also said it has more than one function," Luo Gu calmly rebutted. "Yes, it does." Ji Jinjin almost felt speechless. She remembered clearly, but the other functions aren't for drinking plain water. "You'll find out later. Anyway, this is really a water-holding container." Hearing this, Luo Gu's expression turned back to his usual disdainful look, as if to say, "It's just a different appearance, but essentially the same."
Oh, really?
He was obviously just stubborn and refusing to admit it. Ji Jinjin decided not to argue with him. Her gaze was set on the long term, not on this boring quarrel. At this moment, a child who had gone outside to fetch water ran in excitedly, still spilling water as he hurried. "Luo Gu's sister-in-law, the water is here. Hurry and drink." The child was panting, clearly worried that if he didn't run fast enough, the water might spill. Ji Jinjin quickly took the cup, feeling a bit embarrassed to have a child running back and forth. Even though the child was fast, the water stored inside the thick leaves was almost gone. "Luo Gu's sister-in-law, the water is here. Hurry and drink." The child was panting, clearly worried that if he didn't run fast enough, the water might spill. Ji Jinjin quickly took the cup, feeling a bit embarrassed to have a child running back and forth. Even though the child was, Ji Jinjin noticed that the child seemed to look at Luo Gu's face before speaking, suggesting Luo Gu's status in the Bai Li tribe wasn't low, but it was also possible that he had an intimidating presence that made children afraid. "Little one, you can drink more water, but it's best not to ask too many questions," Lu Gu said as he snatched the water cup from her hand and handed. Ji Jinjin noticed that the child seemed to look at Luo Gu's face before speaking, suggesting Luo Gu's status in the Bai Li tribe wasn't low, but it was also possible that he had an intimidating presence that made children afraid. "Little one, you can drink more." Qi Jinjin looked at him and suddenly understood why he had been so confused earlier. In the end, this half-beast was quite bossy. It was obvious from the brand on him from the start, and when he brought her back to the tribe, his protective stance and the way he spoke to others confirmed it. Qi Jinjin felt a bit sad. Even though she had accepted the fact that Qi Jinjin looked at him and suddenly understood why he had been so confused earlier. In the end, this half-beast was quite bossy. It was obvious from the brand on him from the start, and when he brought her back to the tribe, his protective stance and the way he spoke to others confirmed it. Qi Jinjin, except males, you can talk to anyone else. She guessed right again. But that was just a child earlier. Isn't that child a male? Qi Jinjin was speechless at his way of thinking. Bossy and controlling, it's a problem. But she also noticed he was starting to get angry, so she decided not to push him further. She still had to deal with the wolf, except males, you can talk to anyone else. She guessed right again. But that was just a child earlier. Isn't that child a male? Qi Jinjin was speechless at his way of thinking. Bossy and controlling, it's a problem. But she also noticed he was starting to get. Qi Jinjin raised an eyebrow and tried again. Think about it, people in the tribe get thirsty and have to go to the creek to drink water. That takes time. What if there's an emergency and they need water quickly? Fine, if you want to do it, then do it. As long as you're happy, little one. His tone sounded so annoying, like he was complaining. She was doing this to help them, but he acted like she was begging him. Qi Jinjin clenched her fists, but decided not to argue. Once she finished making the containers, she would surprise him with her skills. After all, she was from the 22nd century, full of advanced inventions. All right, I'll start making them today, but I need your help, she said, calming her thoughts and looking up. Help? Lugu looked at her with a face that seemed annoyed by her request. Mumu nodded and said, anyway, since you won't let me contact others, I have no choice but to find you. Request failed. Mumu covered her nose and cried out in pain, feeling like she had hit a wall. Why did you suddenly stop? Little one, are you in such a hurry to find the dirt you want outside because you're trying to run away? Luo Gu's deep voice sounded, and his face looked a bit annoyed. Mumu's expression froze, realizing it was a huge misunderstanding. Don't worry, I definitely have no intention of running away. If she wanted to escape, she wouldn't have obediently returned to the tribe yesterday, and the scary, cruel wolf had not been dealt with yet. However, her words didn't fully convince Luo Gu, as his eyes still showed doubt.
Mumusay dinwerdli.
No matter what she said now, he wouldn't believe her, so she could only prove herself with actions. All right, if you say there's no rush, then there's no rush. Since you're the one who can help, I'll listen to you, Mumu agreed. Luo Gu was satisfied and looked away, pointing at the firewood in the corner. Start the fire. Okay. Mumu didn't dare delay, and quickly moved toward the fire. Little one, wait for me to come back. Soon after, she heard his footsteps leaving. Mumu turned to look back, slowly realizing that when he said there was no rush, he probably meant to eat something first before looking for the dirt. Before long, Luo Gu returned, carrying what confirmed her guess. He held 2 rabbits and a chicken. One of the rabbits was from yesterday, but the chicken looked strange because it had 2 heads. Mumu had already started the fire. She got up and moved aside to give space for Luo Gu at the fire, but he simply threw a rabbit over. Is one enough to eat?
Yes.
Of course. She didn't usually eat much in the morning. Then eat, he said, sitting down nearby with a rabbit and the chicken. Mumu looked at the dead rabbit on the ground and then at him, almost dropping her jaw in surprise.
You
eat raw? She asked, wide-eyed. He bit through the chicken's neck and drank its blood, and the 2 chicken heads rolled on the ground. Only you purebred folks are so picky about cooking, Luo Gu said with his canine teeth showing, his mouth stained with chicken blood. Mumu swallowed and turned her head to pick up the rabbit on the ground, preparing to skin it and cook. Although she was turned away from Luo Gu as he roasted the rabbit, she could still imagine in her mind the bloody scene of him tearing apart chicken and rabbit meat with his sharp teeth, along with the sound of chewing. Qi Jinjin couldn't help feeling a chill and forced herself to focus on roasting the meat. When the rabbit was cooked, the half-orc behind her had already finished a chicken and a rabbit. He walked over and took a look. Qi Jinjin looked up, expecting him to be covered in blood, but she saw not a single drop on his face. She silently glanced behind her. If it weren't for the 2 chicken heads on the ground and the scattered feathers, she would think she was imagining things. Do you want to eat more? Qi Jinjin looked away from him. The rabbit was ready. Eat first, he sat down beside her. Qi Jinjin didn't refuse and started eating. She couldn't finish a whole rabbit by herself early in the morning. After eating a quarter, she handed the rest to him. But Luo Gu didn't take it. Instead, he smiled and said, "Little thing, feed me."
Ha! Qi Zhenchen frowned.
What's with this bad habit? Can't he feed himself with his hands and feet? Hurry up, Luo Gu urged. Quickly, Qi Jinjin tore off a rabbit leg and held it near his mouth. But Luo Gu still wasn't satisfied. Too big. Break it into smaller pieces. But you could have just eaten the whole thing earlier, she said, feeling helpless. Luo Gu's dark eyes narrowed. Qi Jinjin hurriedly tore off some meat from the rabbit leg and fed him. As soon as he opened his mouth, Qi Jinjin suddenly had a flash of a scene in her mind. She quickly let go of the rabbit meat and hid her hand behind her back. Before the meat even entered Luo Gu's mouth, it dropped onto the ground. The atmosphere became a little awkward. Qi Jinjin looked down at the piece of rabbit meat on the ground, now covered in dirt, and swallowed nervously. She didn't regret pulling her hand back. If she hadn't, who knew if he would have embarrassed her like yesterday, biting her finger. Little thing, what are you hiding for? Luo Gu's face darkened. She wasn't sure if he was angry at her hiding or at her wasting the meat. I am not hiding, she refused to admit it. She handed him a whole rabbit leg. You can take it and eat. Seeing that Luo Gu didn't take it, Qi Jinjin directly shoved the remaining rabbit meat into his hand, then got up and moved to the side to pretend she was looking for something in her backpack. Luo Gu glanced at the rabbit meat in his hand and smiled playfully. He didn't bother her anymore. Qi Jinjin saw him finish the rabbit and slowly took her hand out of her backpack. Now she could finally go outside to find some dirt. Luo Gu stood up and said, "Let's go, little thing." Qi Jinjin was happy and put on her backpack. Put the things down. Luo Gu glanced at her and frowned. Which things? Qi Jinjin was confused, then realized he was talking about her backpack. It's okay, I can carry it, it's not too heavy.
Put it down.
Qi Jinjin suddenly understood. He was afraid she might run away while carrying the bag. He really overthinks things. She didn't say more and simply placed her backpack in the corner, only taking the ancestral bronze mirror with her. When she stepped out of the cave again, the whole tribe was bathed in sunlight, looking lively and energetic. Actually, the tribe's life was very vibrant. Everyone looked human, so she couldn't tell who was a pure-blooded person and who was a half-beast. Little one, don't look around randomly, Luo Gu stopped and warned gently. Qi Jinjin withdrew her gaze, thinking he was being too controlling. Still, she secretly observed her surroundings with her peripheral vision. Most of the tribe members were women and children. She didn't see many strong men. Maybe because Luo Gu was leading her, the people in the tribe were curious, but didn't dare stare openly at her. Where do you usually find Kaolin? Luo Gu asked. Qi Jinjin quickly snapped back to attention. On the mountain. Is there a mountain nearby? Not a mountain with many trees. Luo Gu thought for a moment and remembered a place. Only on the mountain? Yes, Qi Jinjin nodded. Luo Gu didn't really want to go there, but he still crouched slightly in front of her. Come up. Qi Jinjin blinked. I have legs. I can walk by myself. Come up, Luo Gu said with a frown, his voice a bit firmer. There was no choice. To find the Kaolin faster, Qi Jinjin had to climb onto his back. In the next second, white fur grew on his strong muscles, and he transformed into a white beast, running swiftly out of the tribe. Qi Jinjin held tightly to the long fur, her heart pounding faster. Was it really necessary to be so sudden? Couldn't he give her a heads up? He ran so fast that she could see the scenery on both sides clearly. The wind hitting her face was so painful she could only bury her head in Luo Gu's long, smooth white fur. She didn't know how long he ran. The long fur she held in her hands gradually disappeared, replaced by the feeling of skin, hot and burning. Next time you transform, could you please give me a heads up? Qi Jinjin looked at the human form in front of her and truly couldn't connect it with the white beast from earlier. Lu Gu squinted, intending to tease her a bit, but seeing her face was a little pale, he decided not to push it.
All right.
After calming down, Qi Jinjin started to look around. They were standing on the top of a mountain, with a large forest below. The path inside the forest was almost invisible. The mountain wasn't very tall, and there weren't many trees at the top. Looking back, she could still see some jagged rocks. Behind these rocks, there were several cave-like openings. Qi Jinjin carefully examined them and guessed they might be tunnels leading into the mountain. This type of clay, called kaolin, was most likely inside the mountain. Qi Jinjin focused and held a bronze mirror, trying it out. She didn't expect it to actually show the types of stones. It seemed that after traveling back to ancient times, even her bronze mirror had upgraded. Lu Gu was used to the strange things she carried and didn't say much, just walking behind her. There's actually granite here, Qi Jinjin said in amazement as she looked at the small words on the bronze mirror. It seemed she could easily find kaolin just by using the mirror. While she was carefully observing the stones, Lu Gu was alert and watching the surroundings. Little one, don't go too far, Lu Gu warned. I won't go far. Did you see those tunnels? Maybe the kaolin I need is inside, Qi Jinjin said happily, not noticing how cautious he was. She approached a large, jagged rock and found a tunnel with the most granite, planning to go inside. Wait, Lu Gu grabbed her wrist to stop her. Are you sure the soil you're looking for is inside? She wasn't entirely sure, but it was very likely. We'll know once we go in. His interference made her realize something was wrong. His expression was serious and alert, clearly unsure if the place was completely safe. Looking around, she saw that besides the large rocks, there were some hidden tunnels. As someone new here and unfamiliar with the area, she didn't know if there were hidden dangers. Are you familiar with this place? Qi Jinjin's heart started to tremble. Finding kaolin was important, but safety was even more important. Luo Gu looked at her, hiding his cautious expression, and smiled. Little one, are you doubting me?
Huh?
Qi Jinjin was confused. Are you worried I can't protect you? He kept his smile and asked in a deep voice. This half-beast really knows how to highlight the key point. Although she had only been in contact with him for less than a day, Qi Jinjin had already figured out half of his temper. For someone who is bossy, domineering, and very macho, she knew she should go along with him and never oppose him. She was good at reading the situation, and right now the best choice was to go along. Don't get me wrong, I was just asking casually. If you're familiar with this, I hope you can lead the way. As expected, hearing this, his expression improved a lot. Little one, if you're sure the soil you're looking for is inside, then go in. If not,
Let's go in and see, she said.
it was a boring question, and Qi Jinjin didn't want to argue with him anymore, so she headed straight into the passage. Once inside, the light suddenly dimmed, and she took a while to get used to it. It was all because of that half-beast. Afraid she would run away, he didn't bring a backpack, so she couldn't use many things inside it. Fortunately, the bronze mirror could emit a faint glow in the dark, so she could still see something. The passage was dry and not damp, and Qi Jinjin could clearly feel that the path was going downhill, though she didn't know how deep it was. Inside the passage, the bronze mirror kept showing ordinary soil, which made her heart stay tense. She hoped she could find kaolin clay in this tunnel. Even if she didn't find kaolin, any clay suitable for making pottery would do. How much longer do we have to walk? Luo Gu asked impatiently from behind. Almost there, she replied, though she wasn't sure herself. For now, that was the best she could say. Gradually, Qi Jinjin felt the air around her becoming thinner, and even taking a deep breath made her feel dizzy. It seemed they had already reached a very deep place. Little one, we're here. Hearing Luo Gu's voice behind her, Qi Jinjin quickly spoke up to interrupt. She didn't want to hear any more sarcastic or warning words from him. At the same time, the small characters on the bronze mirror finally changed. You really have kale and clay here. Qi Jinjin exclaimed excitedly as she saw the words on the mirror.
Come look.
This is exactly the kind of soil I need. In her excitement, she forgot about the thin air around her. Her shout almost made her faint. She hurried to steady her breathing and walked to a patch of fine soil at the end of the passage. Luo Gu didn't notice anything unusual about her breathing, assuming she was just overly happy. Is this all? Luo Gu crouched beside her, his broad hand grabbing a handful of the fine soil. It looked a bit different from the soil he had seen before. Yes, don't underestimate these loose kaolin clays. With the right high-temperature forging, they can be turned into pottery, Qi Jinjin said happily. And this pottery can be used to hold water. Luo Gu nodded lightly, rarely saying much. Qi Jinjin used the faint glow from the bronze mirror to carefully scan the surroundings, noticing there was still plenty of kaolin clay here.
But
now only the two of them are here. How can they gather all this scattered clay from the ground and bring it back to the tribe? If only her backpack were here, it could hold a lot of this clay. What should we do now? Luo Gu asked after she walked around. Qi Jinjin looked at him and said, find a way to bring this clay back to the tribe. Luo Gu thought she was worried about something difficult and said, leave it to me. Do you have a good idea? Qi Jinjin blinked and asked. There was nothing here that could hold the clay. Just leave it to me, Luo Gu replied without further explanation and stood up. It's time to go back. Qi Jinjin was full of questions, but swallowed her words to avoid asking and being questioned or doubted by this half-beast. Since he said so, Qi Jinjin also stood up and nodded. The two returned along the same passage they came from. The farther they went, the thicker the air became. But amid this thick air, Qi Jinjin detected a very dangerous smell. She looked up at Luo Gu walking ahead. Although she couldn't see his expression clearly now, she could faintly feel that he was radiating cold, murderous energy. Little thing, do you want to eat wolf meat? Is there a pack of wolves chasing us? She asked cautiously.
Yes.
Qi Jinjin froze for a moment. That terrifying thought was actually coming true. Not far ahead was the exit of the passage, and the only air in the tunnel was flowing in from there. Right now, the air was mixed with a disgusting, fishy smell. She had seen the wolves before. If those wolves blocked their only way out, what should they do? Soon, she saw the exit, but it was really blocked by something. Luo Gu stopped, and Qi Jinjin hid behind him to peek out. She could vaguely see the figures of a few wolves. Inside Qi Jinjin's heart, her heartbeat quickened, and her scalp tingled with nervousness. The tense feeling brought her back to the scene yesterday, when she was chased. The passage exit was surrounded by 3 snarling wolves, their backs arched and sharp fangs bared, ready to rush in and tear them apart. Suddenly, Luo Gu snorted dismissively. Qi Jinjin couldn't help but cover her forehead. No matter how she looked at it, they seemed to be at a disadvantage. Why weren't these half-beasts worried? Was he so confident in himself? Little one, Luo Gu said softly, turning his head slightly to her, these low-level beasts are targeting you. Do you understand? Qi Jinjin looked at him confusedly.
Of course she understood.
That's so what?
So.
Luo Gu smiled slightly, deliberately dragging out the tone. Even at this moment, he was teasing her, playing with her nerves. Qi Jinjin was torn between being alert to the wolves that might rush in at any moment and listening to Luo Gu's words, feeling anxious. Little one, you go ahead and rush out first. Luo Gu saw her expression and stopped joking, stepping aside to clear a path.
Qi Jinjin frowned.
What was he doing? Why are you just standing there? Luo Gu stretched out his arm and pushed her forward. Qi Jinjin almost stumbled and fell. Didn't you say you could protect me? Little one, don't doubt me anymore, he said angrily, glaring at her. If you don't want to die, follow my orders. Follow his orders? Does he have a plan? But Qi Jinjin really couldn't believe that rushing out like this would keep her safe from the wolves' sharp teeth. If you're afraid, just close your eyes, Luo Gu whispered in her ear, suddenly pushing her toward the exit with his palm.
Go.
Qi Jinjin was startled by a sudden shout and lost her train of thought. She couldn't think about anything else, her only chance was to listen to him and rush out for her life. So, she decided to gamble everything. Qi Jinjin closed her eyes tightly, took a deep breath, and rushed forward with all her strength. Getting closer, she could smell the foul, fishy odor of the wolves. She dared not open her eyes, afraid that seeing the wolves with their fangs exposed would make her legs give out and cause her to stop.
Howl.
At the same time, she heard the wolves' howls. Their sharp teeth seemed to be just half a millimeter away from her. Suddenly, there was a loud bang, as if something heavy had fallen, along with the sound of a wolf yelping in pain. What was going on? Qi Jinjin desperately wanted to open her eyes, but forced herself to keep running. Surprisingly, she felt she had already escaped the passage, yet no wolf lunged at her. "Keep running," Luo Gu called out from behind her, not far away, just as she was about to stop. She couldn't help it. She could only hold her breath nervously and keep running forward, but the unknown darkness made her even more scared. She began to close her eyes briefly, and just then saw a snarling wolf leaping high toward her. Qi Jinjin gasped, her pupils shrinking in fear, reflecting the snarling wolf's fierce face. In less than half a second, the wolf that had leapt up let out a loud yelp, as if struck in a vital spot, and fell heavily to the ground. Qi Jinjin widened her eyes and clearly saw what made the wolf fall was actually a stone. "Little one, I told you to keep running. Why did you stop?" Suddenly, Luo Gu's voice sounded in her ear. At the same time, she felt a tightness around her waist and was pulled into a broad, warm embrace. Luo Gu held her and rushed forward. Seeing that there was no way ahead, he showed no intention of stopping.
Cliff.
"There's a cliff ahead," Qi Jinjin's mind shouted in panic. "I know," Luo Gu replied calmly, much calmer than her panic. "If you're scared, close your eyes." But how could she close her eyes and not be afraid? The edge of the cliff was covered with dense trees. Jumping from such a height meant certain death or serious injury. However, she had no choice now. She watched wide-eyed as Luo Gu jumped out. A sense of weightlessness hit her face. Qi Jinjin tightly grabbed his arm, almost unable to breathe. "Little one, don't be afraid." Luo Gu's hand tightened slightly. As they neared the dense forest, he shifted into a white beast. She was moved onto his back. With the larger contact area, her feeling of weightlessness gradually faded. She finally regained some clarity, clutching his fur and not daring to move. The white beast pushed through the dense trees and landed steadily on the ground with sturdy limbs. Thud, thud. Qi Jinjin could clearly hear her own pounding heartbeat and only slowly calmed down after a long moment. She felt she could now fully trust this half-beast. Although his methods and actions seemed very reckless, at least they had escaped danger this time.
Howl.
At the edge of the cliff above the dense forest, wolves howled loudly. Qi Jinjin looked up sharply. The trees in the forest were too thick to see the sky. But the wolves' howls were filled with anger and frustration. They seemed unwilling to jump down. Just as she was about to relax, the white beast beneath her suddenly started darting through the forest. Qi Jinjin quickly grabbed his fur, her body tensing again. The dense trees of the forest made Luo Gu's large beast form still very agile despite its size. In just a moment, Luo Gu ran out of the dense forest and slowed down. After feeling the wind was no longer so cold, Qi Jinjin slowly looked around. They had already left the forest and entered a small grove with few trees. The light around them suddenly became much brighter. The howling of wolves was completely gone, indicating they had already shaken off the pack of wolves. Qi Jinjin thought that after entering this small grove, the white beast beneath her would return to human form, but it still remained in animal shape, strolling through the trees. "Are we safe now?" she asked softly, still nervously holding on to its long fur. However, Luo Gu did not answer and kept walking forward. Seeing this, she didn't say anything more. It was better to be away from danger no matter what. Qi Jinjin stayed on his back, walking through the small grove and watching the surroundings. Maybe it was her illusion, but she always felt something was strange about this small grove. though she couldn't quite say what. When they came here, Luogu moved very quickly, so fast that she couldn't remember the way back. Now, no matter where they went, everything felt unfamiliar.
But
A glint appeared in Qi Jinjin's eyes, and an idea suddenly popped into her mind. Since Luogu didn't answer her and their speed was slow, plus the grove gave her a strange feeling, she thought she could take this chance to use her bronze mirror. In unfamiliar places, with unfamiliar things and many strange species, she needed to get to know them quickly. Thinking of this, Qi Jinjin quietly took out her bronze mirror from her bag and started scanning around like a compass. The species: little ginseng tree. Habits: an uncommon tree, usually found with meat-eating plants. It can be cut down for firewood, but it's somewhat dangerous. Period. Ancient times. Meat-eating plants? Qi Jinjin frowned as she looked at the small words on the mirror. Her mirror was pointed at the sparse trees, and beneath those trees, there was no grass at all. Where did the grass come from? She used the small mirror to look at other plants besides the little ginseng tree, but found that the only plant in this small grove was that one. The rest was just the dirt Luogu was stepping on. The dirt was just ordinary soil, nothing special. Luogu, what is a meat-eating plant? Qi Jinjin asked nervously. Literally, a plant that eats meat. Luogu finally spoke, no longer silent. This kind of grass especially loves to eat pure humans. Qi Jinjin could tell that. Even though he was joking when he said that, his tone was still somewhat serious. It seems that the carnivorous plant is a very dangerous plant. Little one, you actually know about the carnivorous plant? He said, implying she was inexperienced. Qi Jinjin nodded quietly, not arguing. Are these trees called small ginseng trees? Do they usually grow alongside the carnivorous plants? That's right, Luogu chuckled softly, and his tone became less serious. But I only see trees and soil in this small forest. Where is the carnivorous plant? Qi Jinjin asked curiously. Just look carefully, and you'll find it, Luogu said simply, continuing to walk forward at a steady pace. From his words, it seems the carnivorous plant should be nearby. Qi Jinjin kept scanning with her mirror, eager to see what the plant looked like. However, after walking quite a long distance, her mirror kept showing small ginseng trees. No sign of the carnivorous plant, or even the second type of plant. Suddenly, Luogu's speed unexpectedly increased. She quickly put down her mirror and grabbed the long-haired beast to prevent falling off. But his speed wasn't so fast that she couldn't see everything around her. She squinted and looked nearby. Not far away, in the bare soil, many tender shoots had sprouted. These shoots grew very quickly. Within half a second, they had turned into lush, green mature grass.
could it be?
That's the carnivorous plant? Qi Jinjin's eyes widened as she watched more and more tender shoots emerge from the soil, seemingly alive, rushing toward them. Is that the carnivorous plant? She asked nervously. Hold on tight, Luogu said just as he pushed off with his palm and leapt upward. Qi Jinjin felt herself tilting backward, clutching the fur tighter, afraid she would slip off the white beast's back. Luogu's claws extended and dug into the small ginseng tree's trunk. He paused for 2 seconds before pulling out his claws. At that moment, a light green liquid shot out from inside the small ginseng tree's trunk, spraying in all directions. It landed everywhere, but didn't touch the white beast at all. Luogu leapt up again and grabbed onto the next tree, which also ejected the same light green liquid. What exactly is this liquid? Qi Jinjin's heart was in her throat, worried that the spray might be corrosive or dangerous, especially since the white beast was quick to hide. Luogu kept jumping over 10 small pine trees, bouncing up and down, making Qi Jinjin feel like she might. Finally, her view suddenly cleared up in the distance. Qi Jinjin looked carefully and saw a small creek. On the other side of the creek was a flat plain with no pine trees. As long as there were no pine trees, she wouldn't have to worry about the meat-eating plants. Clearly, her thoughts were the same as Luogu's. Just crossing the creek would be safe. The distance between the white beast's paws started to grow larger. It prepared to jump. Qi Jinjin lowered her head and closed her eyes, also getting ready to jump in her mind. The soft white fur brushed her face. Because of the momentum, when the beast leapt, Qi felt like she might be thrown off. She tightened her legs, gripping the sides of the white beast. A huge white figure jumped high over the creek, with powerful front paws supporting the ground and stopping steadily. Suddenly, everything around became quiet, no wind at all. Qi was still breathing quickly with her eyes closed. Did they make it across? She was about to open her eyes to see the result when the fur she was holding gradually turned into hot skin. At the same time, she heard Luo Gu chuckle softly. "Little thing, you're holding on too tight." Hearing Luo Gu's voice, Qi suddenly opened her eyes. She was lying on Luo Gu's back, her head just resting on his shoulder. In front of her was a small plain. Then she quickly turned her head back. About 10 steps behind was the creek. On the other side of the creek, only small pine trees could be seen. The tender shoots and grass that had sprouted from the soil were gone. "Little thing, come back to your senses." "What?" Qi finally snapped out of her tense thoughts. "You held on too tight," Luo Gu said. "Held on too tight?" Qi looked confused but quickly understood what he meant. She had been so nervous and scared of falling that she clung tightly. "Sorry," she said, blushing, trying to jump down from his back. But his strong, firm hands held her hips and showed no sign of letting go.
"You can put me down now."
Luo Gu's lips curled slightly as he walked forward with her on his back. Qi felt her cheeks heat up again. Her legs wrapped around his waist, neither loose nor tight. "You can put me down.
I can walk by myself."
"And there shouldn't be any meat-eating plants here anymore," she said, twisting her body slightly on his shoulder. But the hands on her hips held her even tighter. Now she didn't dare to move randomly, only trying to stay relaxed so she wouldn't accidentally touch anything she shouldn't. Fortunately, he was still walking normally and made no other moves. Qi took this chance to observe her surroundings. She was shocked when she looked around. At this moment, the place where Luo Gu was walking looked like a lawn, but upon closer inspection, it seemed there was something hidden within the grass. Qi focused her eyes and saw clearly that what was hidden in the grass was actually thorns. These were green plant thorns that looked very sharp. If someone stepped on them carelessly, they could pierce right through the foot. No wonder he didn't let her go. He was probably afraid she might step on them. Qi felt a warm feeling inside. Luo Gu was walking slowly while carrying her, but he seemed to know exactly where the green thorns were. He almost didn't lower his head and moved forward, carefully avoiding the thorns with each step. Qi became curious and secretly took out a bronze mirror to see what kind of magical plant these thorns were. Qi held the bronze mirror in one hand and aimed it at the grass. The mirror showed a line of small words, but these words weren't about the thorns. They were about the weeds next to the thorns. It seemed her bronze mirror wasn't aimed at the thorns properly, and since the thorns were hidden in the grass, it was hard to target them. Seeing this, she could only ask cautiously, "What are those green thorns hiding in the grass?" Luo Gu was a bit surprised by her sharp observation. In his eyes, pure-blooded humans were directly linked to the weak. Male purebloods weren't even as strong as half-beast women, let alone female pureblood humans. For Luo Gu, the only thing that attracted him about Qi was one point. Not paired. "Those green thorns, what are they?" Qi asked carefully again when he didn't answer. "Thorns," Luo Gu replied. "Thorns?" Qi was surprised. This was different from the thorns she knew. Luo Gu nodded and explained, "This kind of is most likely to grow thorns. Once these thorns get blood on them, they will gnaw the prey until only bones are left." Listening to him, it didn't sound like a plan at all. "Can we stop for a moment?" She still wanted to use the bronze mirror to see what kind of plant these thorns really were. "What's wrong?" "Nothing, just stop for a moment," she said without much explanation. As Luo Gu stopped, Qi held the bronze mirror and aimed it at the sharp thorns among the weeds. The small words appeared on the mirror. "Species, thorns, animal, habitat. A bloodthirsty carnivorous animal that loves hiding in weeds to catch prey that comes to it. It is an animal with a lot of edible moisture. Period. Ancient times." Jinjin was surprised to find that the thorns were not plants, but animals that drink blood and eat meat. She was truly amazed. Jinjin felt that all the plants and animals here were like blank sheets of paper. She still needed to learn more to gain knowledge. Little one, I'm ready now. You can keep walking, she said, setting down her bronze mirror. Lugu frowned slightly, not sure what she was stopping for, but since they couldn't stay long in this place, he didn't ask further. By the way, is this animal called a thorn creature edible? Chi asked, lying on his back.
No.
Chi raised an eyebrow. No one has eaten it before? Lugu glanced at her with a sarcastic tone, as if to say she was naive. Little one, you're already hungry? Looks like rabbits can't fill you up. Chi pouted, trusting her bronze mirror. Since the mirror said it was safe to eat, it must be true. They probably hadn't eaten it before, so they were afraid to try. Soon, Lugu crossed the grassland into a forest. The forest looked normal, and Lugu's behavior suggested it was indeed a typical forest. Chi's feet finally touched solid ground, and aside from her earlier nervousness and fear, she felt fine now. But she was a bit confused. Earlier, when they set out to find Kalen Clay, he transformed into a beast to carry her. Why now, when returning to the tribe, isn't he carrying her? She's still worried about another attack from a pack of wolves. Lugu held her wrist as they moved through the forest. The path was fairly flat, so walking wasn't too tiring. After a while, Lugu asked Little One, "Are you tired?" "Not really," she replied. "It wasn't a long walk." "You're not tired at all?" Lugu frowned in surprise. Chi shook her head, confused. "I can still walk." Lugu narrowed his eyes, but said nothing more. He continued holding her hand as they moved through the forest. She didn't know how big this forest was. She only felt she had been walking for a long time, and her heels were starting to ache. "Little one, are you tired?" Lugu asked again. "A little," she said, not panting or gasping, just feeling her feet hurt. "Can you still keep walking?"
he asked. He nodded.
Of course she could continue. She believed she still had good stamina. Seeing her nod, Lugu's expression grew more serious. After thinking for a moment, he held her hand and kept walking. This made Chi Jinjin feel confused. It was true that this half-beast was guiding her, but why did he keep asking if she was tired every few steps? And it was fine to ask, maybe he was just showing concern. But after asking, why did he look like that? Was he surprised she had such good stamina? Chi Jinjin stared at the back of his head, unable to understand his true intentions. At that moment, she caught a glimpse out of the corner of her eye and frowned. Why did that tree they just passed look so familiar? Like she had seen it somewhere just now? "How much further do we have to go?" Chi Jinjin asked quietly, trying not to show her confusion. "Finally tired?" Luogu didn't answer her directly, but asked back instead. "Finally?"
Kidzen se nesse brau farrod.
His words sounded a bit strange. Seeing this, she nodded in agreement. "Yes, I can't go on." Luogu chuckled softly, as if talking to himself. "You have good stamina. If I accidentally let you go alone, you might just slip away easily." His muttering was clear enough for Chi Jinjin to hear. Was he testing her endurance all along? To prevent her from escaping? She clenched her fists in frustration. Fine, no matter what she said, the half-beast didn't believe she would stay willingly. Since that was the case, Chi Jinjin narrowed her eyes and looked at him. "You seemed pretty upset when I questioned you earlier?" Luogu glanced at her, clearly annoyed. "You're just upset that I questioned you. But have you ever thought about why I did that?" Chi Jinjin continued. "I doubted you because I don't trust you. And I don't trust you because you haven't shown me any reason to." "Little one, what are you talking about?" Luogu frowned, not ignoring her words, but feeling they were unreasonable. "I know you understand me," Chi Jinjin said confidently. "While you're mad at me for doubting you, you should also think about whether you have any problems yourself." She felt these words were necessary. What's wrong with being a weak purebred? Even if she was weak, she was still a person, capable of things even these half-beasts couldn't do. If he kept insulting her and looking down on her, she wouldn't hesitate to fight back secretly. After hearing her words, Luogu's expression turned unexpectedly serious. his deep black eyes fixed on the small figure in front of him, who was much shorter than him. This little thing kept challenging his understanding of female purebreds. Seeing him like that, Mingjin still felt a bit uneasy. After all, they were two very different species, with unequal strength. If this half-orc was a little more petty and used violence, what would she do? Mingjin immediately felt scared. But after 2 seconds of fear, she regained her confidence. She was a rare purebred human, even more so because she was female and not yet paired. Even if he was angry, she had to endure it, right? "Little one, you are really interesting," he said. His voice sounded calm and even a little happy, but the cold look in his eyes made Mingjin shiver. "Thank you for the compliment." Mingjin forced herself to stay calm. She quickly changed the subject. "Can we leave this forest now?"
Of course, he replied.
As soon as he finished speaking, Mingjin felt her waist tighten, her vision spun around, and when she regained her senses, she was already riding on a white beast. So, all of that earlier was really just a test of her stamina. Mingjin felt both angry and speechless. When the white beast stopped again, it didn't halt outside the Baili tribe but in a small grove. For someone unfamiliar with the area, like Mingjin, every forest looked the same, either a small woodland or a plain with low hills. "Little one, can you hunt?" Luo Gu, now in human form, asked as he set her down. "I think so." Mingjin looked around. The small grove seemed lively. She saw many small animals hiding in the grass or slipping away, including rabbits and 2-headed chickens she had seen for breakfast today. This grove was probably not far from the tribe, maybe right next to the Baili tribe. Mingjin silently memorized the terrain.
"Good, then try."
"See what you can hunt," Luo Gu said, then leaned against a tree and quickly climbed to the top of a high branch. "Little one, I eat whatever you hunt." Mingjin frowned. Was he serious? She looked up. Luo Gu was leaning against the trunk, hands behind his head, looking relaxed. Mingjin clenched her teeth. She knew there was no danger here. He was just testing her. "A test, huh?" Mingjin slightly curled her lips and took out her small bronze mirror. All the small animals in this grove were edible, and since they lived here, there must be tasty plants that attract these animals, making them come to eat even if they risk being hunted. So, she could easily set a trap and wait for the prey to come to her. The first step was to find tasty plants that attract small animals to eat. So, Qijinjin held a bronze mirror and bent over to identify various grasses growing from the soil. At the same time, Luo Gu, resting against a tall tree trunk, kept his attention on Qijinjin below. She was rummaging through the weeds, holding something in her hand, making noise that could scare away nearby prey. "Little one, you can't even catch such small prey?" Luo Gu said, a bit impatient. "Don't talk." Qijinjin glared at him and kept her focus on identifying the plants. Luo Gu raised an eyebrow. Since there was still time, he wanted to see how big this little thing was. He was curious. Soon, Qijinjin found the grass that rabbits love to eat. It was a tender shoot called small fallen grass, hidden among the roots of many weeds. There weren't many, probably only enough for a small handful in one patch of weeds. Because of its limited quantity, it probably attracted the rabbits. Besides this small fallen grass, she also found another type of grass that would definitely be caught if animals entered her hunting circle. Qijinjin quickly put away her mirror and gathered the small fallen grass and another type of grass together. "Little one, are you just planning to eat grass?" Luo Gu suddenly said from the tree trunk. Qijinjin ignored him. He was the one who lacked experience. She was sure to surprise him later. Her earlier movements had scared away many animals looking for food in this small forest, but a few brave ones hid in the weeds, waiting for a chance to attack the plants. Soon, Qijinjin found a suitable spot. It was a bit open, not ideal for a trap, but enough for the half-beast on the tree to see clearly. She spread the small fallen grass on this small patch of ground. After doing so, she saw some animals stirring in the nearby bushes. She slightly curled her lips, squeezed juice from another type of grass onto the small fallen grass, then stood up and stepped back, fully exposing the area. Luo Gu was attracted by her actions and sat straighter against the tree trunk. "Don't speak yet." Qi Jinjin raised her hand to signal him to be quiet. Luo Gu narrowed his black eyes. Just as she finished speaking, he suddenly jumped down from the tree trunk, startling many nearby animals that were about to move.
Kidzansen.
"Little one, are you really good at hunting?" Luo Gu asked with doubt. Hearing this, Qi Jinjin felt the same way. Yes, being doubted was really frustrating. "As long as you listen to me, I promise you'll have meat for lunch," Qi Jinjin said, pulling his arm to hide behind a tree. This was not like Luo Gu's personality. He thought hunting was straightforward, not sneaky. He looked down at the little one and saw her serious and hopeful expression, which made him hesitate to interrupt. So, he decided to play along with her. Luo Gu looked at the open space ahead. Waiting is always tense and hard. Qi Jinjin wasn't afraid of waiting, but she worried that this half-beast might lose patience. For her, a simple human who isn't very strong, catching prey depended on brains, not strength. After a while, sounds finally came from the grass nearby, rustling, hard to notice if you weren't paying attention. "Here they come. The prey is coming." Qi Jinjin peeked out from behind the tree, carefully watching. A small rabbit hopped out of the grass, but it didn't immediately run to the open space to eat its favorite grass. It looked around cautiously, making sure there was no danger, then hopped onto the open ground. It carefully picked a small piece of grass, chewed it, and made a cautious stance ready to run if threatened. Qi Jinjin squinted and quietly raised her hand behind her back, still a little worried that this half-beast might suddenly dash out and catch the rabbit. For her, one rabbit wasn't enough. She had just worked hard bending down to pick grass. Luo Gu watched everything clearly, then looked down at the little one again, full of curiosity. The rabbit not only ate the grass easily, but seemed relaxed, enjoying the moment. Other rabbits hiding in the shadows also started to hop out, and suddenly, there were 5 or 6 rabbits on the open ground. Qi Jinjin secretly felt excited. 5 or 6 rabbits were enough for her to eat for several days. But she knew, even if she caught these rabbits, she wouldn't be able to eat them all by herself. Oh well, sometimes you have to accept your situation. "Little one, are you still not going to make a move?" Luo Gu's opinion of her had improved a bit, but he still reminded her not to miss this good hunting chance. "Don't rush," Qi Jinjin said, holding his hand. "Let's see if any more rabbits will come out." "Little thing, don't be too greedy," he said. Although he wanted to see the scene of these rabbits eating grass and then hopping away, he didn't want to waste the trap that this little thing had carefully set up. Qi Jinjin rolled her eyes at him, understanding his meaning. She knew he was warning her not to let the few rabbits she had waited for slip away just because she was expecting more. "Don't worry, I have a plan," she said. She didn't want to explain further. He only needed to see the results. Luo Gu squinted his black eyes, eager to rush out and catch those rabbits himself, so he wouldn't have to see this little thing's brief moment of joy. But he held back. At this moment, a few more rabbits jumped out of the grass pile. They didn't eat quickly, but there wasn't much grass left anyway. With a few more rabbits appearing, the small patch of grass Qi Jinjin had laid out on the open ground was soon eaten up by them. After finishing the grass, the rabbits looked at each other, as if communicating, perhaps deciding whether it was time to retreat now that the tasty grass was gone. "Little thing still not moving?" he asked. His tone clearly showed he was getting impatient. Since the grass was finished and her trap was set, nothing he did could change the outcome she wanted. Seeing she didn't speak, he was a bit annoyed by her attitude, but food was very important. He stepped out from behind the tree, planning to catch enough rabbits first. Qi Jinjin's lips curled slightly as she stepped out from behind the tree, but she didn't head toward the open ground. Instead, she crossed her arms and watched the half-beast man run over to catch the rabbits. "1," she whispered, raising her eyebrows. "2," she continued. Luo Gu had already reached the open ground but didn't immediately go to catch the rabbits. Instead, he paused. 3, Qi Jinjin finished counting and then slowly walked over. She approached Luo Gu, looked at the rabbits on the ground, and began counting with her fingers. 1, 2, 3.
12.
There are 12 rabbits in total. Is that enough for you? What's going on? Lugu was surprised by the rabbits in front of him. Instead of running away when they saw someone approaching, they stood stiffly on the ground. I set the trap, Chijinjin said with a little pride. It's a bit more effort to gather grass, and I waited a little longer, but for someone like me who isn't very strong or quick, this is the best way. Luogu looked at the surprise in his eyes and squatted down. He casually picked up a rabbit's ear. The stiff rabbit immediately relaxed and lost consciousness. Chijinjin smiled and walked to the open space, poking the remaining 11 rabbits. All of them had lost consciousness and were lying on the ground. One person carrying 6 rabbits? She planned to carry 3 in each hand back to the tribe. Luogu nodded and directly picked up all 12 rabbits, refusing to let her take any. Seeing this, Chijinjin, who was empty-handed, didn't say much. After all, 6 rabbits were quite heavy. Sure enough, this small forest was not far from the tribe. Once out of the woods, she could see the entire Baili tribe. At this moment, the people in the tribe were gathered in an open space, chattering loudly, not knowing what they were talking about. Chijinjin couldn't help but tiptoe to get a better look, but was frightened back by Luogu's cold stare. Helpless, she could only follow Luogu back to the cave. Just now, what were those people doing gathered together? Back in the cave, Chijinjin was still curious about the group of chattering people in the open space. They were tall and tightly packed, so she couldn't see anything. That's none of your business, Luogu said, tossing the rabbits on the ground. You eat first. After saying that, Luogu turned and left. Chijinjin frowned as she watched his back, feeling that something was wrong. But she was still curious. Even if something had happened, it was their tribe's business. Why should an outsider like her worry? She had originally thought that the half-beast man would chase her, asking what kind of trap she set. She was even planning to happily explain it. Now that was no longer possible. Looking at the rabbits on the ground, all unconscious, Chijinjin casually grabbed one and went to a corner to start a fire. While roasting the rabbit, she sighed about how dangerous this world was. She had only gone out to find some high-quality clay, but she was discovered by a wolf. Being found by the wolf was one thing, but on her way back, she also encountered meat-eating plants and thorns. If it weren't for that half-beast man, even with some survival skills, she might have struggled to handle it. Indeed, her best move now was to cling to a strong supporter. Luogu, the half-beast man, although a bit arrogant and boastful, was truly powerful enough for her to latch onto. Soon, Chijinjin finished roasting the rabbit meat. Outside, faint chattering could still be heard, but it was too distant to hear clearly. Luogu's mate? At this moment, 2 soft sounds came from outside the cave. Immediately after, 2 tall women slipped along the mountain wall, occasionally glancing behind them as if afraid of being seen. Moo frowned slightly as she watched these 2 people enter. Hello, Gula's mate. As soon as they saw her sitting by the campfire, they hurried over. Hello, Moo replied politely with a smile. Do you need something from me? The 2 exchanged glances. One nodded vigorously, the other shook his head quickly. Moo's brow furrowed a bit more when the woman on the left said, all the males in the tribe are out discussing matters. We just wanted to come see Gula's mate. Yes, we didn't expect Gulu to find a purebred female who hasn't been bred before. That's a big happy event for our Baili tribe. The woman on the right said excitedly. Gula's mate, where are you from? Do you still remember any unbred purebred males? Moo understood what they meant. She awkwardly smiled and shook her head. Really? That's strange. I heard Gulu brought you from the wolf territory. So, you must have run away from your own tribe. The woman on the right didn't believe her. Gula's mate, don't worry. Our Baili tribe protects purebreds, especially those who haven't been bred before. Tell us, where are you really from? The woman on the left grabbed Moo's wrist and said. Moo quickly pulled her hand back and looked at the woman's palm with a frightened expression.
Saudi.
The woman on the left suddenly realized and spread her palms. I didn't mean to. I was just too excited. Your hand? Why does it have thorns? Moo asked in surprise. There were soft, short thorns growing from her palm. The woman smiled apologetically, and the woman on the right explained, Moo moo, don't be afraid. We're not purebreds either, so some parts haven't fully evolved yet. Evolved? Moo moo looked confused and wanted to take out her mirror to look at them. Gula's mate, I believe you've lived in a purebred tribe since you were young, said the woman with thorny hands. Can we be friends? Both of them tensed up, afraid she might refuse. Qi Jinjin observed their expressions closely. I'm just weak. You probably prefer strong ones? They exchanged glances and scratched their heads, saying, That's true, but you're a purebred, still unpaired, so no matter how strong you are, half-beasts will rush to protect you.
Is that so?
Qi Jinjin rolled her eyes and then said, I thought survival of the fittest meant the strong survive and the weak are eliminated. I didn't expect your strong half-beasts to specifically choose weak purebreds to bond with. Yes, because that's how it works.
Sure.
Luogu is coming back. Mid-sentence, the woman on the right hurriedly pulled her friend up. Luogu's mate, we'll come back to visit you next time. Qi Jinjin watched as the two hurriedly ran out of the cave, noticing that the other woman's ears had become sharper, more elf-like. But she hadn't fully seen clearly before they disappeared from sight. Soon after, someone entered the cave, Luogu himself. Qi Jinjin hadn't finished eating the rabbit meat she just roasted when he came in, so she started eating. Who came by earlier? Luogu entered the cave, his nose lightly twitching to sense something unusual. Two unfamiliar women. She deliberately emphasized the word women. Luogu could tell whether they were male or female by scent. He was just annoyed that someone had come to see his little one behind his back. What did they say to you? Luogu casually picked up two rabbits and sat down beside her. They said they wanted to be friends. Qi Jinjin didn't hide it from him, but was thinking about what they hadn't finished saying. Did you agree? Hearing his question, Qi Jinjin withdrew her thoughts and looked at him sideways. Can I agree? Luogu let out a soft laugh, holding the rabbit ears and saying, Of course you can. Really? Qi Jinjin doubted it internally. His tone sounded a bit off. But she still thought it was necessary to meet others. She couldn't be around males in front of these half-beasts, so she might as well interact with females. She stopped overthinking and continued eating her roasted rabbit. Halfway through, she asked again, Do you usually hunt your food from that small forest earlier? Little one, you've only eaten 3 rabbits and you're already tired of it. It's not that she's tired of it. She just wants to learn more about the situation. The small forest is where the young members of the tribe practice hunting. Luogu said again, Since you just came back with me, I won't go hunting outside for now. Qi Jinjin understood immediately and asked, How can such a small forest support such a large tribe? Where do you usually go hunting? Are all the hunters half-beasts? Qi Jinjin asked again. Luogu glanced at her and refused to answer, saying, Eat quickly. Feeling a bit frustrated for not getting an answer, Qi Jinjin thought it might be difficult to learn more from him. Fine, she decided to make more friends instead. Luogu was still eating raw rabbits, 5 or 6 in a row, and he seemed still hungry. At first, Qi Jinjin worried they wouldn't finish 12 rabbits. But since he had such a big appetite, she roasted another rabbit for him. The day wasn't over yet, and she still had things to do, so she needed to eat more to keep her energy up. Seeing her good appetite, Luogu felt pleased. He thought she was gradually getting comfortable here. Little one, Luogu called her. Qi Jinjin blinked and looked at him, thinking he was going to ask about her earlier question again. But he asked, Why can't these rabbits escape your trap? Qi Jinjin paused, then waved the roasted rabbit leg in her hand. Want to guess? Luogu's expression turned cold, as if to say, Do you think I want to guess? Qi Jinjin cleared her throat. It's simple. I put medicine in the trap. Medicine? Luogu raised his eyebrows, frowning. If she wasn't mistaken, the medicine she mentioned was used to cure people. Yes, Qi Jinjin nodded and explained, Do you know about Xiao Luo Chao? Tell me quickly. He really was impatient. Qi Jinjin had wanted to tease him a little, making him think she was not to be underestimated. These rabbits love to eat Xiao Luo Chao, so I used it to set a trap to gather them. And they don't run after eating the grass because of a type of grass juice called chao. When chao's juice mixes with Xiao Luo Chao, It creates a drug that numbs the nerves.
So,
Before she finished, it didn't matter whether she continued or not, because this half-beast man clearly couldn't understand. From his expression, he probably didn't even know what Xiao Luochao was, let alone Chao. The only plants he might recognize are dangerous ones like carnivorous plants. In short, that's how I set the trap, Qi Jinjin concluded, stopping her explanation. Luo Gu indeed did not understand her lengthy explanation, only knowing that she had effortlessly caught 12 quick and lively rabbits. Little one, is the medicine you mentioned meant to save people or harm them? Luo Gu asked, staring intently at her. Qi Jinjin blinked, feeling like she was about to be caught in a trap by her own words. Properly used, this medicine is definitely for saving lives, Qi Jinjin said, trying to think. But if used wrongly, it could cause trouble, just like these rabbits. As she finished speaking, she clearly felt the atmosphere around her turn colder. She was stunned for a moment, then quickly added, "All my medicines are for saving people, really?" Luo Gu showed a skeptical look. Qi Jinjin swallowed nervously, thinking she should not have mentioned medicine at all. Couldn't she just talk about herbs? Luckily, Luo Gu didn't press the issue further. After eating the rabbits, Qi Jinjin looked at the 4 remaining ones on the ground. Luo Gu threw these rabbits into a corner and said, "The kaolin clay you need will be delivered soon. What should we do next?" Qi Jinjin blinked and said 2 words, "Dig a hole." Digging a hole sounds simple, but it's not easy, especially when a half-beast person is asked to do it himself. But since he agreed to help, no matter how tired or dirty, he had to do it.
how deep should the hole be?
Luo Gu asked calmly. "Not too deep, just about half my height," Qi Jinjin said, looking at him.
Or,
"Maybe we can find a mountain and dig into it a little." Annoying. Though he said this, he still led Qi Jinjin out of the cave. Outside the cave, there weren't many people. His tribe was probably inside eating and resting. Because there weren't many people, Qi Jinjin dared to carefully observe the Luo Gu tribe without fear of his gaze. There were many small fires piled up on the open ground, with animal bones left nearby. Some fires were still burning, and people sat by them eating meat. But this meat wasn't like the rabbits she caught. It was a big chunk of bright red flesh, as if torn from a large wild beast. With Luo Gu around, these people didn't dare to look openly. Soon, Luo Gu took her to a large tree. Under the tree was a patch of loose soil, indicating he chose this spot to dig the hole. Jinjin looked around and guessed that the tribe probably didn't have tools like shovels or hoes. She didn't say much, and wanted to see how this half-orc would dig the hole. "How wide does it need to be?" Luo Gu asked while standing on the soft soil. Jinjin roughly gestured a couple of times, and Luo Gu smiled slightly. For him, this was a simple task, but he disliked doing such unskilled work. Then Luo Gu crouched down, extended his hands, and his nails grew longer and sharper at a visible speed. Jinjin realized he planned to dig with his bare hands. "Do you need help?" Jinjin felt a little guilty about letting him dig alone. But Luo Gu shot her a displeased look, as if to say she doubted him. "Okay." Jinjin waved her hand and obediently stood aside to watch him dig. His sharp nails scraped into the soil, and with a gentle flip, he lifted out a big clump of dirt. He kept repeating this action. Jinjin watched silently. At his speed, she guessed it would take about an hour to finish the hole. "Luo Gu, maybe we should find 2 more people to help?" Jinjin suggested. "Don't get me wrong, I don't mean to look down on you. I just think we should work more efficiently since digging isn't the only task." As soon as she finished, Luo Gu shot her a cold glare. Jinjin immediately pressed her lips together and smiled. "Little one, I hope your help is worth my effort," Luo Gu said as he stood up, shook off the dirt from his hands, and looked annoyed. "It's definitely worth it." Jinjin quickly nodded, blinking sincerely. Suddenly, everything in front of her blurred, and a huge white beast appeared before her eyes. Luo Gu had transformed into a white wild animal. This was the first time Luo Gu had transformed into such a majestic white beast in front of her. Jinjin felt tiny and insignificant. "Little one, stay back," Luo Gu said, turning around. His beast claws revealed sharp nails. These claws were much larger than his human hands and looked capable of piercing a wolf in one strike. Isn't that a bit too much for such a small task? Jean hurried back 2 steps. She saw the white beast lower its head, and its claws dug into the soil, flipping out a small hole. With this form, she estimated he could dig a big hole she wanted in about 10 minutes. Jean swallowed hard and couldn't help but give him a big thumbs up. That's enough. That's enough. This size of the hole is fine. Jean called out, looking at the width and depth of the hole. Luogu heard her call a halt, shrank back into his human form, and stood there.
Good job.
Pooling her resources, Qi ran over and saw that his hands were covered in mud, with dirt in his nails. Qi touched her bag, which luckily still had some tissues inside. She took out a tissue and handed it to him. Wipe your hands. Wipe my hands? Luogu looked at the white thing she handed him, something he had never seen before. Yes, wipe your hands. Qi saw that he didn't understand, so she explained directly. This is tissue paper. Use it to wipe off the dirt on your hands for now. Such a hassle. Although Luogu said this, he regretted it when he saw her delicate, fair hands gently wipe the back of his hand. He preferred seeing her do things for him rather than worrying about the trouble. But Qi didn't think that way. She kindly offered her tissue to help him clean his hands. If he didn't appreciate it, that was fine, but he also called her trouble? Remember, there was no paper here at all. How inconsiderate. But since she already gave him the tissue, what could she do? Fuming, Qi vigorously helped him wipe his hands, wiping as hard as she could. She didn't turn his hands red, but tore the tissue into pieces. If you find it troublesome next time, I won't do it, she said. Though she was annoyed with him, she still carefully used the tissue to pick out the mud from his nail crevices little by little. Luogu cleared his throat and didn't say anything more. Next, Qi said, I need enough firewood to burn for at least 4 hours. 4 hours? Oops. She forgot they had no concept of minutes or seconds here. She showed her watch and pointed to the minute hand she taught him to recognize yesterday. Look, I said yesterday that when the minute hand moves halfway, it's half an hour, right? If it completes a full circle, that's 1 hour. For circles, mean 4 hours. Luogu's slightly furrowed brow relaxed a bit. He probably understood this, since he had used her watch to catch rabbits yesterday. But 4 hours is definitely a long time. Okay, I understand, he said. Do you really understand? Qi carefully confirmed, only to be met with his displeased, cold stare again. Fine, her main point was to show that she needed a lot of firewood. He understood that. Still, she felt a little uneasy, so she added, 4 hours or more might seem long, but a thick branch can burn for at least 1 or 2 hours. Luogu listened to her and squinted, saying, Are you asking me to cut all the branches in the forest for you? He clearly sounded joking. Qi rolled her eyes at him. I don't mind if you do that. After digging a hole, Qi thought he would take her to gather firewood, but when they returned to the tribe, many people came outside. These people carried large animal skins on their backs, and it seemed like there was something wrapped inside. Luogu. A young man at the front stepped forward and threw the animal skin onto the ground. Here's what you wanted. Qi looked down and was surprised to see that inside the animal skin was kaolin clay. She pursed her lips, realizing that some things are better left to him. Little one, where do you want the clay? Luogu asked calmly, shielding her behind him. Just find an open space with plenty of sunlight, she quickly responded. Oh, and I might need water later. But she needed quite a bit of water, and these people didn't have containers for carrying water. She couldn't expect them to bring her water bottle back and forth. However, that wasn't her main concern. Luogu told the young men to pile the kaolin in an open area nearby, then grouped them to gather firewood, as many as possible. Qi noticed that many people in the Baili tribe seemed a little afraid of Luogu. Since they were both half-beasts, what was there to fear? The firewood problem was quickly solved. Soon, Qi saw many children leaving the tribe in groups, heading toward the small creek. Little one, how much water do you need? Luogu asked as they approached the kaolin. Qi Jinjin looked at the piles of kaolin on the ground, enough to fill several large water jars. "Let's gather some first," she said. After that, she rolled up her sleeves, ready to show her skills. Luogu didn't know what she planned to do, but stood by, watching. Their activities soon attracted the attention of others in the tribe. What's Luogu's partner doing? Who knows? Does Luogu's partner like playing with mud? Pure-blooded people really have strange hobbies. Right now, Qi Jinjin only cared about the kaolin. Let them say what they want. She was going to surprise everyone with her pottery skills. More and more people gathered to watch, but probably because Luogu was nearby, no one dared to get too close. Of course, at this moment, Luogu was holding back his temper. If it weren't for how focused the little one was, he would have simply pulled the small thing back to the cave. Qi Jinjin rolled up her sleeves and worked alone. She piled the clay into small hills, making it easier to pour water inside later. After all, before they made proper pottery, their way of fetching water was mostly using large leaves. Sure enough, after a short while, children ran into the tribe, holding water and leaves. Seeing Luogu there, the children quickly brought the water over as if showing off. Qi Jinjin looked at Luogu's expression and told the children, "Come on, pour the water onto these." Only then did the children dare to listen and pour the water onto the small hills they had made. But no matter how much water they poured, it was just a drop in the bucket. The water sat on the surface and hadn't soaked in. A handful of water was gone in an instant. Fortunately, there were many people, so they had more strength. The children were also numerous. Qi Jinjin thought for a moment and said to Luogu, "Maybe I should take out my big water cup from the cave to collect water? It has a good capacity. Are you willing?" Luogu asked back.
Qi Jinjin blinked in confusion.
There was nothing she didn't want to do. "Of course I am." Luogu smiled and took the child who had used her water cup this morning, asking him to go to the cave and bring the cup to fetch water. Soon, to the surprise of the tribe members, Qi Jinjin started working on the clay. Initially, the children kept bringing water back and forth, but then some young women joined in. Before long, they had wet the clay and made it soft enough to mold. Qi Jinjin held a piece of clay about the size of her palm, carefully kneading it into the shape of a bowl. "Look," she said, holding the bowl up to Luogu. "Once it's baked, it will be called a pottery bowl. The hollow part is for holding water." Luogu watched carefully, but couldn't hide his doubt. He knew that if they added too much water, the clay would collapse. How could it still hold water? The onlookers, hearing Qi Jinjin say this, looked just like Luogu. Seeing this, Qi Jinjin's smile slightly faded. This was the generation gap. "Kids, do you want to come play with mud with me?" Qi Jinjin called out to the children. Yeah. The children were very happy when they heard they could play with mud, but their excitement faded quickly as they looked at Luogu's expression. Qi Jinjin looked at Luogu, who nodded gently. The children suddenly let loose, each grabbing a handful of mud and squishing it around. This wasn't the effect she wanted. She was aiming for efficiency. "Kids, your mud squishing is not very skillful. Follow me and learn," Qi Jinjin said. "Look, you can shape the mud like this." Maybe because of Luogu, the children listened well. Whatever shape she showed, they copied exactly. Gradually, Qi Jinjin increased the difficulty, trying to teach them how to make a large, slightly deeper water container. To her surprise, the kids' hands were quite clever. After explaining a few times, they started shaping small clay jars one after another. "Put these here. Once you're done, don't touch them anymore," Qi Jinjin directed enthusiastically. The surrounding people's chatter started to change. At first, some had mocked her for playing with mud at her age, but now not only was the teasing gone, everyone looked confused and guessed what she was doing. Guess what? Besides Luogu, no one else in the tribe probably knew what her actions meant. The mud play time went by quickly. After shaping all the high-quality clay into her desired forms, the sun was almost setting. The branches Luogu had people cut earlier were all ready. Next, just leave these to dry here for 2 or 3 days, then put them in the kiln to fire. Qi Jinjin, covered in mud, stood up straight. She was exhausted after this whole afternoon. "Little one, You really know how to cause trouble. Luo Gu squinted as he looked at the things she had made all afternoon. They looked like they could hold water, but he was sure that using these to hold water or drink mud water was the same. Qi Jinjin didn't realize his thoughts. She just thought he was being straightforward and didn't mind. She waved her muddy hands and asked, "Can I go to the stream and wash my hands now?" Luo Gu saw the children had been taken away, and the lively place became quiet.
Follow me.
Okay. Qi Jinjin giggled and stepped over the muddy pits on the ground. Walking behind him, she couldn't help but think more. Even though the half-beast man kept teasing her for playing with mud, he still stood there all afternoon watching her do it. Even she almost didn't notice. She had only been in contact with him for a day, and he was a half-orc. Why was she no longer afraid of him so quickly? Maybe it's because of him that she managed to escape from the claws of the sneaky wolf. Compared to the cruel and cunning sneaky wolf, the people here gave her a much greater sense of safety. Little one, why are you so lost in thought? At this moment, Luo Gu's voice came from above. Qi Jinjin paused, feeling a warm sensation at her nose, just enough to touch his sidearm. She suddenly snapped back to reality, covering her nose and taking 2 steps back, shaking her head. No, I wasn't thinking about anything. Really not thinking about anything? Luo Gu clearly didn't believe her. Why is your face so red? Red-faced? Does she have a red face? Qi Jinjin covered her face again, feeling her cheeks slightly warm. I'm just hot and tired. After all, I was busy all afternoon, she awkwardly explained. Has Xiaoxi arrived? Luo Gu chuckled softly, reaching out to take her hand away from her face. Her delicate face immediately got a layer of muddy dirt, looking adorable. When they reached the creek, Qi Jinjin shook off his hand and squatted down. She saw her muddy face reflected in the clear water. At first glance, it looked just like her. No wonder the half-orc had been smiling faintly all the way here. He was probably laughing at her muddy face. She hurriedly took out some tissue from her bag. To save it, she tore the tissue in half, using only one half to wet and wash her face. But she was really exhausted after this afternoon. She was sweaty and had several spots from the sun. Plus, she had been sweating a lot yesterday, so now she really wanted a nice hot shower. That would be amazing. But that idea was now a luxury. Not only was a hot shower impossible, even a cold one was hard to manage here, especially since the half-orc was following her everywhere. Forget it. She'd figure out the shower situation later. First, she needed to make the pottery. After washing her face, it was already getting dark, and there was no one left at the creek. Qi Jinjin was about to stand up and go back with him when suddenly a wolf howled loudly nearby, making her scalp tingle. At the same time, Luo Gu also stood up. His tall figure almost startled Qi Jinjin. Is that the sound of the sneaky wolf? She asked, tightly clenched fists, biting her lip.
Yes.
Luo Gu answered very straightforwardly, but his teasing tone carried a chill. You came quite quickly. Qi Jinjin looked up at him and couldn't help but lean a little closer. Don't worry, little one. As long as you stay in my sight, you'll be safe. Luo Gu's coldness faded as he gently put his arm around her shoulders, but he felt her body tremble noticeably, and the coldness in his heart grew a bit more intense. The wolf's howl only sounded once, but it felt like a ticking time bomb planted in Qi Jinjin's heart. She didn't expect that this wolf species would be so persistent. They had chased it to the mountain in the morning, and by evening, they had already found its nearby den. Seeing that she had finished washing, Luo Gu didn't stay any longer. Back at the cave, they ate the 4 rabbits left from the daytime dinner. Little one, start the fire and roast the meat yourself. Luo Gu clearly noticed she was a bit off, and he wondered if it was because of the wolf. Qi Jinjin nodded and lit a fire in the dark, then began roasting the rabbit meat. After finishing 1 rabbit, Luo Gu saw she hadn't taken a bite, and a burnt smell filled the cave. The meat is burnt, Luo Gu said, snatching the meat from her hand. It's just a few low-level animals and you're scared like this? Qi Jinjin snapped out of her daze and realized the rabbit meat was slightly charred, and Luo Gu's expression looked a bit annoyed. She had been too absorbed in her thoughts. I'm sorry, she said, reaching out to take the rabbit meat back, but Luo Gu simply bit into it directly, forcefully swallowing the burnt piece. Qi Jinjin knew he didn't want to waste food. The people here never wasted food, but that piece was covered in his saliva. How could she eat it? And she couldn't show any disgust in front of him, because she was still counting on this half-beast man's protection. Request failed, although his furry beast paw was large. It barely weighed on her waist. Still, Qi Jinjin's stiff body dared not move suddenly. She thought, I shouldn't have spoken up earlier. But there's no way to know in advance. She felt her cheeks flush, then her whole body heated with embarrassment. She really couldn't sleep now. She chose to stay silent and ignore it. Luo Gu saw that the person in his arms was still tense, and he couldn't change back to human form because only this posture could keep her warm. I'm tired. Let's sleep quickly, Luo Gu said in a serious tone, lowering his beast paw. It wasn't until a steady breathing sound came from above that Qi Jinjin's tense body gradually relaxed. Calm down, calm down. It's the environment forcing her to adapt. Maybe she was really tired from working hard during the day, because soon after, Qi Jinjin fell asleep again. When morning came, loud noises outside the cave woke her up. Surprisingly, she opened her eyes and didn't see Luo Gu. Instead, she was covered with several layers of animal skins. She had slept so deeply that she had completely let her guard down in just 2 days. How careless! The noise outside continued, and she could hear some arguing. Curious, Qi Jinjin got up and wanted to go out to see what was happening, since Luo Gu wasn't in the cave now. When she stepped outside, the arguing was clearer. It's just a howling wolf. I can knock down several with one arm. Exactly. Not just one arm. I could poke holes in them with a finger. How dare they cause trouble on our land? They're getting too bold. Everyone, don't forget how sneaky and mean those wolves are. We're not afraid of the obvious, but what if they attack secretly? Secretly? I'm not afraid of that either. I'll tear off their skins and feed them to the chickens. Qi Jinjin frowned more and more as she listened, feeling worried. Then she saw something lying on the ground where the people were gathered. Because they were too far away, she couldn't see clearly. She stepped closer to them. Soon she realized what it was. It was the body of a howling wolf. The corpse was stiff, its head forcibly broken off, only a layer of skin remaining attached. There was no blood, but the stiff posture looked strange and eerie. Next, someone easily picked up the wolf's body, twisted its head off, and threw it onto the ground. Then another person raised a stone axe high. With a loud bang, the axe slammed onto the wolf's head, splattering red brain matter everywhere. Qi Jinjin was startled by the scene, trembling, but somehow felt a strange thrill. Serves those reckless wolves right for refusing to let go of their prey. Little thing. Suddenly, Luo Gu's voice came from behind, startling her again. Who told you to come out? Luo Gu put his arm around her shoulders. His eyes caught sight of the dismembered wolf's head. Did I scare you? No. Qi Jinjin quickly regained her composure and looked away. I just heard some arguing, so I came out to see. Why does their argument matter to you? Next time, don't come out without my permission. After speaking, he held her and turned to walk back toward the cave. Musi was still thinking about the wolf that had been dismembered. Usually, wolves hunt in packs, so it was strange for a lone wolf to be out on its own. She wondered aloud, did that wolf accidentally enter your territory and get killed by you? Accidentally enter? Luo Gu snorted softly, tightening his arm around her shoulder. Musi glared at his hand and suddenly realized that all those wolves were after her, so it wasn't really an accident. Honestly, she felt a bit guilty. If it weren't for her, the people from the Bai Li tribe wouldn't have been disturbed by those troublesome wolves. I'm sorry for causing you trouble because of me, Musi sincerely apologized. Actually, I have a way to deal with those wolves. Would you like to hear it?
No, Luo Gu replied firmly.
Little one, do you still not believe I can protect you? He was very macho, but Musi could somewhat understand. After all, this was a world where the strong prey on the weak.
Don't misunderstand me.
I just feel guilty and want to see if I can help, Musi said, looking at his face. No need to feel guilty. You are under my protection. As long as I am alive, you'll be safe, he said seriously, making Musie's heart tremble. Stop talking big.
What?
Nothing. Well, thank you for helping me deal with those wolves, she said softly, knowing that if she spoke louder, he would definitely jump up in anger. When they returned to the cave, Musie found out that Luo Gu had gone out to catch rabbits. She planned to eat the rabbit and then go to the open space to see how her pottery was drying. Since she wasn't allowed to handle the wolf issue, she didn't know what else to do. After finishing the rabbit, Luo Gu's mother arrived, bringing a basket of fresh fruit. Come, Luo Gu's partner, have some fruit. They're freshly picked, she said warmly, offering the fruit. Luo Gu is quite rough and doesn't take good care of people. Musie accepted the fruit and thanked her. An idea popped into her mind. She looked at Luo Gu's mother and asked, "What should I call you?" "Since you're Luo Gu's partner, you should call me Mom too," the older woman said kindly with a smile. How should I say that? Musie hesitated and politely said, "Maybe I should call you Aunt? That's how people do in my place." "Little one, don't you know what it means to adapt to local customs?" Luo Gu interrupted and said, "Huh? He actually knows how to follow local customs?" Qi Jinjin pursed her lips. Since she hadn't said much, she definitely wouldn't call her mother.
So,
Luo Gu, you need to learn to respect her, the older woman scolded him, then smiled at Qi Jinjin. "It's okay, Luo Gu's spouse. You can call me Auntie? Auntie, right?" "Okay, Auntie," Qi Jinjin replied sweetly, giving her a thumbs up in her mind. This half-beast really isn't very good at respecting others. "Auntie, where are these fruits from? Near the tribe?" Qi Jinjin asked, looking at the unfamiliar fruits. "Can I also go pick some?" As soon as she finished, Luo Gu cut in again. "Can't you just stay quiet for a while?" Qi Jinjin was confused. She just wanted to see the orchard and find out what food was around. Why did she bother him? Luckily, his mother was there. No matter what he said, she stood on Qi Jinjin's side. "Luo Gu, she's your spouse."
she's human, not an object, she said.
Yes, I am human, not an object." Qi Jinjin quickly moved closer to her mother-in-law, but she realized she had spoken too quickly and made a mistake. Oh, how embarrassing. Fortunately, they didn't notice her small mistake in speech. But after the mother and son exchanged a glance, his mother immediately sided with Luo Gu. "Luo Gu's spouse, the situation is a bit special right now. I promise you, after a few days, I'll take you to pick fruits, okay?" she said with a gentle smile. Qi Jinjin understood. This special situation probably referred to Qi Lang. She nodded to show she understood. At that moment, Luo Gu's mother secretly gave Luo Gu a signal, then stood up and said, "Luo Gu's spouse, take your time eating." "Okay," Qi Jinjin nodded, watching the mother and son walk out one after the other. Her instincts told her they were hiding something about her. Curious, she quietly followed them outside. They didn't go far, just beside the cave. Qi Jinjin pressed herself against the mountain wall, staying hidden. "Luo Gu, maybe you should let your spouse stay with your mother during the day. Why don't you go find Qi Lang yourself?" Her mother-in-law's voice was very low, barely audible. "I know everyone can handle Qi Lang, but he's tricky and sneaky. What if he hurts the children in the tribe?" "Don't worry, I have it under control," Luo Gu replied quietly. "You always act so independently. Mom needs to remind you that you're not the same anymore. Don't forget, you now have an extra burden." "Extra burden? Don't be upset. Mom says this because she knows the disadvantages of purebred people. If not for the future generations. Sai, I don't want you to carry a burden around either." "I'm really not a burden. You'll see the difference someday," Luo Gu said sharply. "As for the wolf, I understand. Tell the tribe's children to stay close and not wander alone." Luo Gu. Before she could finish, Qi Jinjin felt a shadow over her head. When she looked up, she nearly fainted from shock. The half-beast man had just been talking outside the cave with her mother, and in the next moment, he was standing right in front of her. His expression seemed unhappy. Sweat. She should have noticed earlier. As a half-beast, his hearing must be better than that of purebreds. He was deliberately letting her hear those words. Despite that, Qi Jinjin still forced a shy smile. Are you done listening to the burden talk? Luo Gu asked with a raised eyebrow. Was he doing this on purpose? Qi Jinjin quickly suppressed her guilt and shot him a stern look. Even though he had just argued with her mother, his tone clearly showed it was intentional. Go inside and eat some fruit, Luo Gu said affectionately, pushing her forward. She had no choice but to turn around and head back into the cave. But when she looked back, Luo Gu had already left the cave, indicating their conversation wasn't over yet. Curiously, Qi Jinjin nibbled on her fruit and looked outside the cave. With a half-beast's sharp hearing, she couldn't hear anything more. However, her mother's words earlier made her a bit cautious. Just like the two women who came to the cave yesterday, her mother also mentioned the issues between half-beasts and purebreds. If she thought about it, purebreds might just be seen as breeding tools for them. Qi Jinjin's hand froze. Although she had held on to some hope before, thinking that purebreds might serve more than just that for the beast men. Now it seemed that even the rare female purebreds were just tools, labeled as burdens. Tools that would eventually be discarded someday. Qi Jinjin suddenly found the fruit hard to swallow and lost all her mood. But she quickly cheered herself up. So, what if they are purebreds? Purebreds can also rely on their own hands to feed themselves. Furthermore, whether in her 22nd century life or in this ancient era, humans have always lived in groups, haven't they? What does living in groups mean? It shows that everyone needs to help each other. Qi Jinjin clenched her small fists. Others might look down on her, but she must never look down on herself. Soon, Luo Gu came in. She quickly adjusted her mood, pretending to be calm. Little one, is it tasty? Luo Gu saw many fruit pits on the ground and asked with a smile. Yes. Qi Jinjin wiped her hands and said casually, why not call me a little burden? Luo Gu chuckled, surprised that this little one cared so much. Don't worry about what Mom said. She has no hostility toward you. Of course, she had no hostility. She was even pointing at her purebred status to help breed his son. Qi Jinjin thought silently. I don't worry about it, and you're right. In some ways, I am indeed a little burden, Qi Jinjin hummed softly. And Shilao is also chasing after you because of me, so. No, because. Luo Gu interrupted her. Little one, suppress your thoughts, or don't blame me for taking some unnecessary actions.
Huh?
No way. She hadn't finished speaking when he already saw through her thoughts. Qi Jinjin felt a bit defeated. She underestimated this half-beast man's mind again. That's why his mother said he loved to be independent, because he was strong enough to do so. Finish eating and get up. Follow me outside, Luo Gu said again. Where to? Qi Jinjin hurried to stand up, but didn't get an answer. She couldn't say anything more, so she silently followed. Outside the cave, most people on the open plain had dispersed. Apart from some blood and brain matter left on the ground, she didn't see Shilao's body anymore. Luo Gu took her to another cave. When they reached the front, he said, Little one, today stay with Mom. I'll be back before dark. Qi Jinjin was stunned. When she eavesdropped earlier, she had refused his mother. Why did she change her mind so quickly? Go inside. Are you going to catch Shilao? Qi Jinjin asked. Yes, he replied simply. Tonight, we will eat Shilao meat. Qi Jinjin felt a bit speechless. Eating Shilao meat? It was the worst tasting meat. I won't eat it. You be careful. Although I'm glad you care about me, I don't like this kind of concern, Luo Gu said, raising his hand to gently hold her chin and leaning in. Why you? What are you going to do? When Qi Jinjin saw his suddenly close face, she tried to turn away, but his jaw was tightly clamped and she couldn't move at all. Suddenly, his handsome face leaned in close, brushing past her cheek, and a warm breath touched her neck. Ah! Qi Jinjin let out a soft cry, and he unexpectedly bared his teeth and bit into her tender skin. It didn't hurt as much as last time, but her whole body felt numb, like being electrocuted. Before she could react, his hand on her chin loosened, and she heard Luo Gu's deep voice in her ear. Feed you again when I return. What kind of fierce words is he saying? She barely had time to say anything before Luo Gu pushed her into the cave, causing her to stumble and almost fall. This cave was a bit larger than Luo Gu's usual dwelling, and it was stacked with many things, like animal skins, for example, and fruit, as well as branches for making fire. But judging by the pile of dry grass nearby, it seemed only 2 people lived here. Qi Jinjin guessed it was Luo Gu's parents. Strangely, she had only seen Luo Gu's mother in the past 2 or 3 days and hadn't seen his father at all. Her curiosity grew. How powerful must Luo Gu's father be, given how strong Luo Gu himself was? Luo Gu's mate, come here, his mother called out when she saw Qi Jinjin enter, waving her over. Qi Jinjin looked away and saw his mother sitting in front of a pile of animal skins, choosing something. Luo Gu's mate, come take a look. Do you like these furs? They were a gift from Luo Gu's father to his mother. She's never worn them, his mother said warmly. This one is perfect for you, white and snowy, just like you. Beautiful. Thank you, ma'am. Qi Jinjin felt a bit embarrassed, knowing that this mother secretly saw her as a burden that might hold her son back. Such double-sided feelings. Don't be so polite with me. Luo Gu doesn't take care of others and has never interacted with women who aren't married. If you feel upset about anything, you can come to me, his mother said kindly, holding her hand. But no matter how warm she seemed, Qi Jinjin couldn't feel touched. She had just overheard everything by accident. Feeling awkward, she withdrew her hand and nodded. Luo Gu is actually quite good. That's good, his mother smiled even more happily. Complimenting her son was always right, but Qi Jinjin felt it was hard to accept. Luo Gu's mate, how about I take you to pick fruit this afternoon? His mother asked again. Qi Jinjin blinked, a little confused. But ma'am, you just said that things have been a bit unusual these days. Don't worry, I understand. Seeing this, she didn't want to say much more. It was better this way. She had already planned it today. All morning, her mother told her many funny stories about Luo Gu, and Qi Jinjin listened eagerly, even becoming more familiar with this land. At noon, they didn't eat in the cave, but outside on an open space. The sun was blazing overhead. It wasn't too hot, but it was very sunny. Qi Jinjin sat awkwardly beside her mother, watching her roast a piece of meat. Many eyes around them secretly looked on and observed. Here, eat now, her mother said, handing her the meat. Qi Jinjin thanked her and took it. She also heard some hushed discussions, saying she was short, had fair skin, was thin, and wondering if she could handle the strength of a half-beast. Listening to these words made her blush. Was it okay to talk about her so openly in broad daylight? As for Luo Gu's partner, when Luo Gu falls in love, I will find bloodfire fruit for you. Don't listen to what they say. Her mother clearly heard the whispers too. Bloodfire fruit? What's that? Qi Jinjin asked curiously. It's good for your health, her mother replied with a gentle smile. Why does her face feel so hot? Qi Jinjin chose to stay silent. They were primitive people, speaking without hesitation. She had to get used to it. Finally finishing such a large piece of meat, her mother took her back to the cave to get 2 animal skins, planning to take her to pick fruit. The fruit trees were not far from the tribe, but in a different direction from the rabbit hunting area. Strangely, when leaving the tribe, a few children shouted wanting to go along, but they were taken away by adults after a few words. So now only she and her mother went to pick fruit. This made Qi Jinjin think more than she should. As Qi Jinjin walked, she paid attention to the terrain around her. Everywhere were thin, withered trees, and the ground was covered with dry, decayed leaves. It seemed the soil here was poor. Soon, they would see a large, lush fruit forest with dense branches and many ripe fruits. Luo Gu's partner. We're almost there, her mother said, turning back. Qi Jinjin nodded and said, Auntie, you can just call me Jinjin. There's no need to be so formal. No, her mother firmly refused. Qi Jinjin looked confused. Her mother explained, when you first arrived, Luo Gu declared your ownership to everyone. Do you remember how he introduced you to everyone? Qi Jinjin was stunned and thought back. It was his mother who asked her what her name was, and she answered. Luo Gu's spouse. No way. Does that mean everyone will call her that from now on? Qi Jinjin felt very upset. This is the forest where we usually pick fruits. As long as the fruit is on the tree or fallen and not damaged, you can eat it, her mother explained as they walked. Luo Gu's spouse, have you ever picked fruit before? Yes, I have, she replied. She not only picked fruit but also often gathered herbs. Good, look around and pick whatever you want, her mother said happily. Luo Gu likes to eat red fruits the most. Red fruits? Alright, it means she should pick more red fruits for her son to eat. Go ahead, her mother said without more words, heading towards some big fruit trees. Qi Jinjin stood still, touching the bronze mirror in her pocket. All these fruits looked unfamiliar, so she needed to use the mirror to recognize them. Apple? Pear? Orange? What is this? The names shown on the mirror were familiar, but the fruits looked nothing like what she knew. For example, a small yellow round fruit, thin skin, see-through enough to see the flesh inside. Yet it was called a pear? Surprised, Qi Jinjin used the mirror to scan several other fruits. The names didn't match the appearance of the fruits she knew. She was a bit stunned. Luo Gu's spouse, do you really know how to pick fruit? Her mother called from a short distance, seeing her walking around under the trees but not climbing. Qi Jinjin snapped out of her thoughts and quickly put away the mirror. Yes, I do, she replied. She found a tree full of red fruits, climbed up quickly, and stood on the trunk ready to pick. These red fruits were probably Luo Gu's favorite. They were fresh, tender, and even the skin was sweet. She carefully picked a few, but just as she was about to move to another spot, her peripheral vision caught movement in the grass nearby. It wasn't the wind moving the grass. Something was hiding inside. A snake?
But the movement didn't quite look like that.
Qi Jinjin leaned against a tree trunk and stared carefully. Whatever was in the grass seemed to sense it had been noticed and froze instantly. Could she have been mistaken? She frowned and rubbed her eyes. The grass didn't move again. What is that? Suddenly, her mother shouted from a distance. Qi Jinjin was startled and looked toward the bushes just now. She saw a gray-black creature jump out from the pile of bushes. At first glance, it looked like a wolf. The wolf, once spotted, raised all its fur and barked loudly, then rushed toward the direction where Ah-Ma was. It was so sudden that people were caught off guard. Qi Jinjin's eyes widened in shock, and for a moment, her mind went blank.
Howl.
At this moment, another wolf's cry came from outside the fruit forest. As the sound echoed, the wolf rushing toward Ah-Ma suddenly slammed on its brakes and stopped abruptly. It was the sound that made the wolf halt. Qi Jinjin quickly reacted and threw a fruit at the wolf, shouting, "Hey, I'm here." She wanted to buy some time for Ah-Ma to escape. Besides, the wolf was originally targeting her, and she didn't want innocent lives to be involved. Look here. Over here. Qi Jinjin threw another fruit, her heart pounding. The wolf saw Qi Jinjin's position at once. Its eyes flashed with deadly intent, but it didn't make any move to attack. Howl. Once again, the wolf's cry sounded outside the fruit forest, sounding more threatening than before. The wolf inside the forest retracted its fangs, tucked its tail, and ran away into the grass.
Just.
It left like that? Qi Jinjin froze for a moment, then cautiously looked around, finally focusing on Ah-Ma's position. She was standing on a tall fruit tree, also alert and looking around. But her expression seemed a bit strange. Normally, since they are pure-blood humans, they wouldn't have the ability to fight the wolf head-on. And now, there were only the two of them in the whole fruit forest. She should have been scared. But she wasn't scared at all. In fact, she seemed somewhat expectant. Qi Jinjin's heart skipped a beat, and she had a bold guess. If she guessed correctly, she was probably used as bait without knowing it. Otherwise, when leaving the tribe, wouldn't Ah-Ma refuse the children trying to follow? Thinking of this, Qi Jinjin felt an inexplicable frustration. She was okay with being bait, but hiding it and making her do it, this was a serious problem. It was basically deception and exploitation. Lu Gu's mate, "Don't move yet," Ah-Ma called out from nearby, then swung down from the fruit tree. Qi Jinjin didn't speak. She silently watched her walk toward the bushes where the wolf had just run away. It seemed she was looking for something in the bushes. Qi Jinjin couldn't hold back anymore and quickly climbed down the tree. Upon closer inspection, Mom was indeed looking for something, which turned out to be small grass hidden among the plants on the ground, resembling fluffy dandelion-like tufts. However, the wolf that had been hiding earlier had stepped on them, flattening the soft tufts and scattering them everywhere. Qi Jinjin had never seen such fluffy grass before. She took out a bronze mirror to examine it. Species: tracking grass, plant, habit. It spreads through its root system, and as long as its fluffy tufts are touched, the plant can be tracked. It is also used in medicine. Period. Ancient times, this really is a magical plant, which made Qi Jinjin more certain that she was just bait. Found it, Mom said, knowing she was following despite her disobedience, but she didn't say much. Luo Gu's mate, let's go back. Are we just going back like this? Qi Jinjin saw her holding a small bundle of green roots topped with a tiny green ball, which was probably the plant's root core. Of course. Didn't you see that wolf just now? It's too dangerous here. Let's hurry back, Mom said, grabbing her hand and turning to leave the orchard. But just as she finished speaking, loud howls came from outside the forest. Definitely wolf howls. From all directions, the sounds rose and fell, sounding as if countless wolves had surrounded the entire orchard. Qi Jinjin's scalp tightened, her heart pounding again, and she didn't even notice the cold sweat on her forehead caused by her fear and nervousness. Seeing Mom stiffen and turn pale, Qi Jinjin felt a surge of fear. Don't be afraid, Mom said, forcing a calm face to comfort her. We will definitely return safely. Qi Jinjin's mind flashed with the memory of being chased relentlessly by wolves earlier. If only a white beast could descend from the sky right now. A white beast? Luogu? Qi Jinjin looked up. Besides the lush fruit trees, there was no other creature in sight. Since she was being used as bait and Luogu wouldn't let her mom fall into danger, there must be rescue nearby. Hurry, let's go, Mom said, grabbing her wrist and heading in the direction of the tribe. Meanwhile, the sounds outside the orchard grew louder, countless footsteps crunching through the grass, approaching them. I think we should find a place to hide now.
Kizensen whispered urgently.
We can't face the wolves head-on. But Mom ignored her and kept running toward the tribe, as if running straight ahead would ensure their safety. No matter what, Qi Jinjin has faced some wolf-like creatures before. Although she still feels scared and nervous, her mind is much clearer than before. She doesn't care whether her mother agrees or not. She pulls her mother forcefully in another direction, and her mother, caught off guard, is pulled along. Listen to me. Before more wolf-like creatures find us, we need to find a hiding spot, Qi Jinjin says first. She notices her mother's face turning paler. Her mother must be very scared to bring her to a place where wolves are known to be. Now is not the time for regrets. Qi Jinjin quickly finds a thick, leafy tree and urges her mother to climb up quickly. Lu Gu's partner. Hurry up. Qi Jinjin interrupts her mother. You don't want to die, and I don't want to die either. Her mother looks surprised, but her eyes, usually gentle, now shine with determination. Without thinking, her mother follows her plan and climbs the tree. Qi Jinjin also climbs without hesitation. This tree was chosen in her panic, and if all goes well, they can hide well before help arrives. Just as they settle on the highest branches, they hear movement below. Qi Jinjin makes a shushing gesture and gently parts some leaves to look down. Sure enough, several wolf-like creatures appear where they had just been standing. These wolves don't seem aggressive. They're sniffing around, quickly catching the scent below. Qi Jinjin narrows her eyes, calm but alert, as if she expected this. After all, they are wolves. How could their noses not be sharp? Soon, the wolves surround the tree. Qi Jinjin counts about 10 or more, all looking strong and different from the wolves they saw earlier. She glances at her mother, who is trembling and staying still against the trunk, afraid to make any noise. She probably feels trapped with no way out. Qi Jinjin gently holds her hand to comfort her, trying to reassure her that everything will be fine. Since climbing the tree, she has remained calm. She is confident they will be safe. Qi Jinjin softly takes out a small bronze mirror to look at the wolves again, hoping to find their weaknesses through it. But just as she pulls out the mirror, she hears the sound of claws scraping below. Looking down, she sees two wolves trying to climb the tree. Seizing this moment, Qi Jinjin accurately points the bronze mirror at the wolves. They're climbing up. Her mother's voice trembles with fear. Sure, it's okay. Everything will be fine. Pool Jinjin tightly held her hand, clearly showing that her mother had no resistance in front of the cruel, snarling wolf. This is probably the difference between purebred humans and half-beasts on this continent. Half-beasts need purebred humans to reproduce, while purebreds need the protection of half-beasts. Pool Jinjin shook her head and carefully looked at the words slowly appearing on the bronze mirror. Species: snarling wolf. Habits: a cruel creature that enjoys playing with prey, not edible, tastes bad. Period. Ancient times. There was no difference from the small characters previously shown on the mirror. At this moment, another line of words appeared at the bottom of the mirror. The words looked somewhat transparent, faintly visible. Weakness: afraid of green. Insects. Its fur can cause the snarling wolf to be fatally poisoned. Pool Jinjin stared in surprise, her eyes wide. She knew that the mirror's descriptions of plants and animals only had 3 categories. When did a weakness section suddenly appear? But she didn't have time to think too much. What she needed most now was to find the weakness of these snarling wolves. However, could the faint words be clearer? Pool Jinjin nervously watched the 2 snarling wolves climbing trees below. Their movements weren't as quick as she imagined. Annie, are there green insects here? Green insects? What green insects? Her mother asked nervously. Exactly, green insects. I think it refers to green-colored bugs. The bronze mirror hid the middle character of green insect, making it hard to see clearly, but at least she knew such bugs could kill the snarling wolves. Then isn't there one right there? Her mother pointed tremblingly at a leaf. Pool Jinjin looked in the direction her mother was pointing. Sure enough, there was a completely green insect on the green leaf. Forget it, let's bluff a little first. She reached out and plucked the leaf. The green insect resting on it was startled by the sudden movement and lifted its head to see what was happening. But as soon as its head lifted, a human hand snatched it off the leaf, and it fell rapidly downward. The climbing, snarling wolves didn't notice the movement above. The wolves around the tree slightly arched their backs, showing their fangs and alertness. Pool Jinjin watched as the green insect just happened to fall into the ear of one snarling wolf. The wolf suddenly let out a low cry, leaped down from the tree, shook its head violently, and in a flash, the green insect was shaken away. Pool Jinjin swallowed nervously, determined to succeed. That wolf, after shaking its head, was completely unaffected by the green insect just now and climbed back up the tree. Failure. It seems that the green insect seen on the bronze mirror is not an ordinary green insect. Surprisingly, the new function of the mirror is also malfunctioning a bit. What should we do? They are getting faster. Mom shouted in fear. We should have run just now. If we run, we'll only die faster, Qi Jinjin said, annoyed by the mirror's new feature. Don't worry, everything will be fine. Aren't you afraid? If they fall into the wolf pack, they will eat all your bones, Mom said, trembling. Of course I'm afraid, but it's better to think of a way to fight than just be scared, Qi Jinjin replied while trying to think. Wolves like to play with their prey. If no one helps, they will chase you to death. Running is so tiring. Since her bait successfully lured the wolves out, why haven't the rescuers arrived yet? Qi Jinjin looked around. The 2 wolves climbing the trees had already shown their fierce eyes. Annie, can you jump from this tree to another one? Qi Jinjin suddenly noticed that behind them, hidden by leaves, was another tree. Given how fast wolves climb trees, if they keep jumping from tree to tree, they might wait until help arrives. Where's there a place to jump here? Mom was so scared that her voice trembled, and her body was shaking. Seeing her like this, Qi Jinjin worried she might slip and fall to the ground before reaching the next tree. Look behind you, she urged quickly, because this way increases your chances of survival. It's close. Just jump and grab that branch. Mom looked back. Her face stiffened. You mean we have to keep jumping from tree to tree? Yes, she nodded. There's no time to hesitate. The wolves are coming soon. Under Qi Jinjin's fake panic urging, Mom had no choice but to push aside the leaves behind her, grab the trunk, and prepare to jump. Qi Jinjin stayed behind to protect her, glancing down now and then. The wolves had already started to toy with their prey. Seeing only two of them climbing trees and reaching a dead end, they struggled desperately. Mom jumped steadily onto the other tree, looking confident and calm. Qi Jinjin didn't think much, took a big step, and steadied herself, supported by Mom. As soon as she was stable, she looked down. The two wolves climbing the trees immediately descended after them, but instead of rushing to climb, they were watching and waiting for something. Are they trying to see how many trees she can jump? Luogu's partner, what should we do now? Mom put all the ideas on her. Qi Jinjin squinted and thought, glancing at the big fruits on the trees, and suddenly had an idea. Pick the fruit and hit them. After speaking, Qi Jinjin started picking the big fruits, choosing only the largest ones. You're going to anger them. Mom tried to stop her. Qi Jinjin ignored her and kept picking. Anger them if you want. I want to see how capable these low-level creatures are. Wait, low-level creatures? Qi Jinjin paused, realizing she hadn't been with that half-beast man for long, yet she was starting to feel a bit arrogant like him. She remembered how desperately those wolf-like creatures had chased her before. She shook her head and decided to strike first. A large fruit almost hit a wolf-like creature under the tree. It dodged one, but another came flying, hitting a wolf-like creature on the back with a thud. The hit wolf-like creature yelped and immediately became angry, jumping up with its front paws. The jump made Qi Jinjin gasp, but she quickly calmed down because this wolf-like creature's jump didn't even reach halfway up the tree. To reach their position, they could only climb the trees. Uncle, hit them quickly. Seeing this, Qi Jinjin threw all the big fruits she could reach at the wolf-like creatures. Angered, the wolf-like creatures prepared to retaliate and climb the trees. Mom also joined in, throwing with much more strength than Qi Jinjin. The wolf-like creatures hit by the fruits cried out in pain. Luogu's partner, the fruits are gone, Mom called out. Switch trees. Qi Jinjin had already spotted the next tree to jump to. It was a bit shorter but had many fruits. Mom looked at the angry wolf-like creatures under the tree, her face flushed with frustration, but she couldn't jump up. Qi Jinjin quickly jumped to the next tree. As she kept picking fruits and throwing them down, she suddenly sensed something strange. After jumping to this slightly shorter tree, the wolf-like creatures immediately gathered under her tree, even the one halfway up the tree trying to climb. It seemed these wolf-like creatures' target was only her, not Mom. To confirm, she quickly found another tree and jumped over. More than 10 wolf-like creatures gathered under her new tree. Luogu's partner, what are you going to do? Mom asked anxiously as she saw her jump twice. Qi Jinjin made a shushing gesture with her hand. Their target is me. I will draw their attention.
But
she didn't want to listen to but. After weighing the pros and cons, she had to protect Luo Ma's safety. If something happened to her mother before the reinforcements arrived, she couldn't guarantee she wouldn't be killed by this half-beast with a single slap. Qi Jinjin jumped from tree to tree repeatedly, and many of the howling wolves below kept circling and snarling. Soon, she realized there were no more tall trees to jump to. Only a few tall ones remained, and the shorter trees had wide gaps between their branches, making it impossible for her to jump across confidently. The wolves below, seeing she didn't drop any fruit, started to look at her with a teasing, predatory gaze. Qi Jinjin clenched her teeth, gripping the tree trunk. Jumping a few times was tiring and drained her strength. Why hadn't the reinforcements arrived yet? Could she have been wrong in her guess? But that seemed impossible. Or maybe something unexpected happened to the reinforcements along the way? Thinking carefully, she realized this orchard was still part of the Bai Li tribe's territory. These dozen wolves dared to come in so openly. Was it because they had a backup plan? With this thought, Qi Jinjin started to feel a little anxious and uncertain. What if there really were no reinforcements? Ow 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 woo. Suddenly, a few excited howls from the wolves below indicated they thought they had almost worn her out and had no escape. Qi Jinjin's pupils shrank, her fists clenched tightly. The words of the half-beast earlier echoed in her mind, trusting him to protect her, that as long as he was there, she would be safe, blah blah. But indeed, relying on others was not as good as relying on herself. The wolves below started climbing the trees again, lazily, as if they expected her to keep jumping to the next tree. Yes, she would jump, but the nearest tree required all her strength just to reach it, and after that, jumping to another tree was a long distance. She rolled her eyes and smiled slightly. She had an idea. Qi Jinjin relaxed her fists and looked confidently at the wolves climbing the tree. When the wolves had climbed halfway up, she was almost done resting, so she gathered her strength and jumped toward the tree she had just crossed. She didn't believe the reinforcements wouldn't arrive. These wolves circling her wanted to toy with her, so she could turn the tables and trap them instead. She planned to jump back and forth between several trees until help arrived. But just as she was about to leap to the next tree, a sharp, urgent whistle suddenly sounded from nearby. The piercing sound made her heart tremble, and her foot slipped from the tree trunk, causing her to lose her balance and lean forward.
Ah!
Qi Jinjin's heart raced with panic as she frantically reached out and grabbed the tree trunk she had just slipped on, hanging suspended in midair. Ah, oh! Qi Jinjin was so frightened she went blank, her mind empty.
Ah, oh!
The excited howling of the wolf pack below pulled her back to reality. She looked down and saw several fierce claws digging into the dirt, trying to use the leverage to leap up and bite her. Her eyes widened. At this moment, she was only holding onto the tree with her right hand, but her strength was not enough to support her entire weight with just one hand. No, I can't fall. If I fall, I will definitely die. Qi Jinjin clenched her teeth tightly, her face grim with effort. She desperately reached upward with her left hand to grab a branch. As soon as her left hand grasped the branch, her right hand almost lost strength and nearly let go. She held tightly with both hands, balancing the force on each side. At this height, the wolves couldn't jump up, so she had to climb up quickly. But hanging like this didn't give her any rest. Instead, it kept draining her stamina. The wolves below grew more excited, as if waiting for her to loosen her grip and fall into their ferocious jaws. She felt she couldn't hold on much longer, her arms feeling as if they were weighed down by 1,000 pounds. Should I just give up? She had just barely escaped from the wolves' claws earlier. If she fell now, she would be unwilling. She really didn't want to give up. But she truly couldn't hold on anymore. Her hands, which had been clutching the tree tightly, were slipping downward. Falling was only a matter of time.
Ah!
It's over. I'm doomed. A strong gust of wind brushed past her ears, and the terrifying feeling of weightlessness made it hard to breathe. Qi Jinjin held her breath, and her mind suddenly flashed with the horrifying images of the wolves tearing her apart. But then, those images abruptly stopped. Her back sank into something soft and fluffy. The texture was completely different from the ferocious teeth of the wolves. She froze, suddenly opening her eyes wide. Her hands clenched slightly, and she felt the gentle touch of long, soft fur in her palms. A few strands of white fur drifted past her face, tickling her cheeks. Lugu? Qi Jinjin instinctively called out his name, trying to turn around and see clearly. Yes, it's me. A deep voice came from above her head. Hold on tight, little one. It was really Lugu. Hearing his voice, Qi Jinjin's previously tense heart finally relaxed a little.
She was saved.
At this moment, she trusted this half-beast man more than ever and was willing to entrust her life to him. Mumu lay on his back, afraid to move, gripping his fur tightly. Suddenly, there was a jolt, and Luo Gu's limbs landed steadily on the ground. The force of the landing caused several nearby fruit trees to shake, dropping many fruits. Mumu quickly reacted, turning over and riding on his back. At the same time, she noticed that a few wild animals had appeared around them, though she didn't know when. These animals looked similar to Luo Gu, but had many small differences. They were smaller than Luogu, but not tiny. It was clear these animals were allies of Luogu because the wolves they had seen earlier were now tightly surrounded by them. The wolves, tails close to each other, looked surprised and scared despite their fierce faces. They hunched their backs, their fur bristling, and nervously pawed at the grass, turning up dirt. It was obvious these wolves had become trapped prey. Luogu. A voice called from nearby. Mumu looked toward the voice and saw her mother riding a brown-furred wild animal. The frightened look she had earlier was gone. Let Mom take her back first. You all handle this, her mother said as the brown-furred animal approached Luogu, who was much smaller. Before Mumu could react, the white wild animal beneath her suddenly shrank. When she realized what was happening, Luogu had already picked her up in his arms, smiling at her. Little one, go back first, Luogu said, carrying her onto the brown-furred animal's back. I'll be back soon. Her mother helped Mumu to her feet, noticing she was stiff, probably from being frightened. Abu, let's go, her mother said urgently. The brown-furred animal immediately stood up, leaped into the air, and ran swiftly toward the tribe. The cold wind blew on her face, clearing Mumu's thoughts. She felt that things were not as simple as they seemed. She remembered being used as bait earlier, but there was something she hadn't expected. With the speed of the brown-furred animal, they soon returned to the tribe. After lowering their bodies to let them off, the animal transformed back into a human. It was a woman. Of course, with Luogu's strong personality, how could he let her sit on another male's back? Luogu's mate, are you okay? Are you hurt? Her mother asked with concern as she helped her. Qi Jinjin felt her legs weaken, but she forced herself to hold on. She gently pushed away her mother's hand and shook her head, saying, I'm not hurt. That's good. The situation just now was really dangerous, her mother replied. Next time, don't do such risky things. If something really happens, I will protect you first. After hearing her mother speak, Qi Jinjin felt no warmth or gratitude. Instead, she found it a bit ironic. She was indeed quite frightened earlier, and now her mind was a bit confused. She urgently needed a calm environment to think clearly. Thank you, she said, not wanting to be polite anymore. She walked straight toward the cave where Luogu was staying. Her mother stood silently in place, not chasing after her. Is Luogu's partner so scared she went dumb? Asked the woman who had turned into a human. Abu. There are only a dozen or so howling wolves. Don't they trust that our Bai Li tribe will protect her? Her mother suddenly chuckled and said with some relief, it seems Luogu was right. Maybe she's not such a burden after all.
What?
Abu didn't understand what her mother meant. It's nothing, her mother said, lowering her gaze. Abu, go bring her some fruit.
Bufronet.
Can't she pick fruit herself? But since it was the tribe leader's spouse's order, she had to obey. Qi Jinjin forced herself to walk back to the cave. It was empty now, cold, and a little chilling. No one was chasing her. She reached the center of the cave, and her tense body finally relaxed completely, like a rubber band that suddenly snapped. She collapsed onto the ground, trembling uncontrollably. She didn't want to be like this, but even clenched fists couldn't stop her from trembling. Coldness spread through her from inside to outside. Since Luogu suddenly changed his mind, she felt like a little white rabbit who knew nothing, slowly falling into their trap. This trap wasn't deadly, but it was like a sharp blade hanging above her head. Although she knew the howling wolves came after her because of her, that didn't give them the right to use and test her. Yes, testing. She could understand being used unknowingly as bait to lure the wolves out, but she couldn't accept Luogu teaming up with his mother to test her. Luogu's previous tests were because they didn't know each other, and strangers are always like that. Moreover, he was a half-beast. Although they had gradually grown closer, and she had begun to trust this half-orc, believing he could protect her and handle the trouble with the wolves, recent events in the orchard made her trust fragile again. Each attempt to test or use her trust seemed to lead to more betrayal, and now her confidence was wavering. The situation proved that walking on edge was dangerous, and she decided it was better to break all those sharp fears apart. Thinking this, her anger slowly cooled, and she realized that only calmness could help her find a good solution. Suddenly, a clear female voice came from outside the cave. It asked, "Is Luogu's partner here?" Her train of thought was interrupted. She turned around and saw Abu, a brown-furred beast who now looked human. Abu appeared to be in her 20s and seemed very steady. Instinctively, she felt a bit wary of Abu. Anyone from the Bai Li tribe was someone she wanted to keep away from. Abu carried some slightly large fruits and said, "I brought you some fruit. Why are you sitting on the ground?" Her fists loosened slightly. She politely replied, "Thank you." "No need to thank me," Abu said as she set down the fruits and reached out her hand. "Come, I'll help you up." "I'm fine," she said, pushing herself up. She almost fell again because her legs still felt weak. Abu hesitated but kept her words to herself. It was her first time meeting Luogu's partner, and she could clearly sense her cold attitude. She looked at the fruits Abu had brought and quickly thought of something. "Is your name Abu?" she asked. "Yes," Abu nodded. "Thank you for bringing the fruit," she said, taking 2 pieces and offering one to Abu. "Let's eat together. It smells nice." Abu was surprised but nodded in agreement. "Come, sit," she invited Abu to sit with her. "I was really scared just now. Can you stay with me for a while?" Abu happily agreed, of course. She smiled slightly, feeling she understood Abu a little better now. "Abu, do you think Luogu and the others are okay? I saw only a few wild animals earlier. Can they handle more than 10 clever wolves?" "Don't worry," Abu said naturally. "Even combined, those wolves are no match for Luogu alone. And he has a few helpers too." "Helper?" Qi Jinjin mumbled a few words, then said, "Since these sneaky wolves are no match for Luogu, why does he still need to find helpers?" Abu took a bite of fruit and said, "I'm not sure either, but I know Luogu usually works alone. This time, I heard many sneaky wolves entered our tribe's territory, and we need people to help hunt them down. Look, not only Luogu's mother, but Abu also says he is used to working alone. This sudden change of plan must be suspicious." "I was just going to support you guys," Abu added. "Support?" Qi Jinjin narrowed her eyes, forming a rough idea in her mind. "When you arrived, did you see any other sneaky wolves nearby?" Seeing this, Qi Jinjin continued to ask. Abu shook his head. "We were lying in ambush outside, waiting for the right moment. Did you have any secret signals during your actions?" "If I remember correctly, I slipped because I heard a sharp, urgent whistle, which seemed to come from Luogu's mother's direction." "Yes, there was. When we heard the whistle, we knew it was time to act," Abu said. "Just as I thought." Qi Jinjin had asked enough questions. She took a bite of her fruit, thinking about what she should do when Luogu returned. Seeing her focused on eating, Abu didn't speak again, but kept watching her closely. Luogu's partner didn't seem very cold either. They must have been frightened by the sneaky wolves earlier, Abu thought. The cave was quiet for a moment, then Abu suddenly asked, "Luogu's partner, do you not trust our Bai Li tribe?" Hearing this sudden question, Qi Jinjin paused. "Our Bai Li tribe always keeps its promises. If we say we will protect you, we will. But we also have principles," Abu said seriously. "What principles?" Qi Jinjin asked casually. "We don't protect traitors," Abu replied earnestly. Hearing this, Qi Jinjin felt a bit speechless. Wasn't that a way of calling her a traitor? But what did she do to make Abu think she was a traitor? Anyway, she now understood the full story and didn't want to waste words explaining herself. Seeing she was silent, Abu thought she was guilty and afraid to argue, but she had already made her point. Before long, loud noises came from outside the cave, like a group of people returning victorious. Abu immediately ran out after hearing the sound, and Qi Jinjin also stood up to see what was happening. However, as soon as they stepped outside the cave, Luogu's tall figure blocked the way. At this moment, Luogu's face showed a smile, but there was a faint worry in his eyes that was hard to notice, which Qi Jinjin keenly observed. "Little one, are you scared?" Luogu approached her and reached out to pinch her cheek. But his hand was immediately swatted away unkindly. Qi Jinjin deliberately took a step back in front of him to keep her distance. Luogu's hand hung in the air, showing embarrassment and displeasure.
Little one, what do you mean by that?
Luogu's smile faded slightly as he asked in a deep voice. With your cleverness, you must understand what I mean. Qi Jinjin looked up sharply, her eyes bright. Luogu's face darkened instantly. Qi Jinjin could clearly feel a cold aura emanating from him. If he was upset, she wasn't feeling happy either. You really are an ungrateful little thing. Luogu lowered his hand and walked past her inside.
Come in.
Qi Jinjin stood still, her gaze involuntarily drifting toward the outside of the cave, but her position didn't allow her to see clearly. She could only hear the noisy sounds of people. Come in, Luogu said again, taking a few steps forward when she didn't move, his voice becoming firmer. Qi Jinjin clenched her fists, turned around, and followed inside. She knew she had to face what was coming and say what needed to be said clearly. Luogu entered the cave and looked around, knowing what she had done after she returned. He glanced back and saw that little thing standing not far behind him, her small face furrowed in stubbornness. It seemed she had already figured it out. Little one, when did you realize? Luogu asked, though his back was to her, his eyes always on her. Hearing this, Qi Jinjin quickly reacted. He didn't think she was stupid. From his attitude, it seemed they could have a calm and friendly talk. She took a step forward and said, when the first wolf tail ran away with its tail between its legs. That's how it was. His tone sounded not only unsurprised but also a bit mocking, as if he was implying she discovered it late. It seemed he was sure she would find out eventually. It was only a matter of time. Little one, do you want to hear my explanation? She still kept her back to him. Of course. If she didn't want to, she wouldn't have obediently followed inside. Luogu chuckled and said, it's simple. If I had told you this plan earlier, you wouldn't have performed so well. Regarding his poor explanation, Qi Jinjin only believed the usual. Fine. Since you want to make your plan look better, why are you still testing me? Testing? Lu Gu exclaimed, explaining little one, I'm not testing you. Could he pretend to be more fake? Even if he only turned his back to her, Qi Jinjin saw through his lie immediately. They both knew the truth already, and Qi Jinjin felt it was time to be honest. You know whether I am testing you or not. I thought we at least had some basic trust during this short time, like I believe you can help me deal with the wolf. Qi Jinjin said this to remind him not to test her unnecessarily. But obviously, this half-beast didn't understand her meaning. Trust? Little one, are you sure you fully trust me? Yes, Qi Jinjin said, without hesitation. At least before discovering the wolf escaping in the orchard, she truly trusted him. Lu Gu was slightly surprised, not expecting her to answer so decisively. He chuckled and said, really? Purebred people are usually very cautious and suspicious.
Who told you that?
She admitted that purebred people can sometimes be cautious and suspicious, especially when they are in danger. Besides, half-beasts are still partly human, so they're the same.
You don't need to worry about that.
She really wanted to sneer. Your mother told you that, didn't she? He didn't answer, but his expression said everything. Mama's boy, Qi Jinjin muttered disdainfully. He didn't seem like the type to be called that. What is a mama's boy? Lu Gu didn't understand. Qi Jinjin's lips curled into a slight smile, sarcastically. It means you are very filial, and you do whatever your mother says. It sounded like she was praising him, but she could tell from her tone that she was full of sarcasm. Little one, if you think I am testing you, then show me a reason that can make me fully trust you, Lu Gu suddenly said seriously. While you're blaming me for testing you, you should also think about whether you have any problems. Why does this sound so familiar? Qi Jinjin suddenly realized he was fighting back. These words were what she said on the way back from finding the Kaolin, and it was during that time she gradually stopped doubting this half-beast. She was really shooting herself in the foot. Now we're even. Luo Gu, who had been always facing away from her, finally turned around and walked up to her. At least, Mom won't hold a grudge against you because of me. Grudge? Qi Jinjin frowned and suddenly understood what he meant. Was he trying to prevent his mom from looking down on her or thinking she was a burden, so he made this plan? She suddenly didn't know what to say. Little one, want me to show you the spoils? Luo Gu tried to shift her attention. Qi Jinjin lowered her head and bit her lip, not replying to him. We haven't made things even. Luo Gu's brow furrowed slightly, showing some displeasure that she kept bringing up this matter. We both don't have enough reasons to convince each other. Qi Jinjin looked up and stared into his dark eyes. So I guess I don't really have the right to say anything. Luo Gu narrowed his eyes, feeling a bit upset by her words. She wasn't stupid. She knew how to retreat strategically. At least, her reactions served as a warning to him. Luo Gu relaxed his brow and said then, "Do you still want to see the spoils?" "Yes," Qi Jinjin nodded, following his lead. Luo Gu hesitated for a moment, then reached out his hand to her. Qi Jinjin looked at his outstretched hand, wanting to make peace, but shook her head to refuse. His expression changed, and he directly grabbed her slender wrist, turning around and walking out of the cave. Qi Jinjin was speechless. Turns out, she still had to go along with his wishes. Outside the cave, it was still lively. Everyone was gathered around, shouting about the things lying on the open ground. It was obvious what they were talking about. Those were the remains of the wild wolves. The crowd was so thick that Qi Jinjin couldn't see the spoils clearly. When someone saw them approaching, they made way willingly. Only then did Qi Jinjin see the terrible state of the spoils. There were more than 10 wild wolves lying on the ground. None were alive, and all had no heads, with blood spilling everywhere from their necks. Luo Gu looked at her face and didn't seem scared, just a bit surprised. Where are their heads? Qi Jinjin looked around but couldn't find any sign of the wolves' heads. All 15 or so heads must have been thrown into the orchard. How could she dare to pick fruit there again? They've been returned to their rightful owners, Luo Gu replied. Qi Jinjin frowned slightly. Who owns them? Luo Gu glanced at her, feeling she was asking too many questions. Luo Gu, how should we split the meat? Someone in the crowd shouted. I've never tried wolf meat before. Luo Gu, give me a piece. Yeah. More than 10 wolves are enough for everyone to try some fresh meat. Others cheered along. Jinjin saw their saliva almost dripping and couldn't bear to mention that the wolf was hard to eat because it was not tasty. Luo Gu casually picked up a headless wolf and left the rest for everyone else. Do you want to eat it? Jinjin hurriedly asked. If she wanted to eat, she would join him, since she had eaten in the half-beast man's cave just like him. Don't you want to eat? Luo Gu raised an eyebrow, noticing she wasn't afraid but seemed a bit disgusted. Jinjin honestly nodded. No, I don't want to.
Why?
Where does that question come from? Even if she gave a reason, would he believe it? Because it's not tasty, she still said. Luo Gu chuckled. Little one, you haven't even tried it. How do you know it's not tasty?
See?
He just doesn't believe her.
Do as you like.
Just don't regret it, she said. Anyway, it's better for him to try it himself. In the end, Luo Gu still took a wolf back to the mountain cave. Jinjin looked at the fruits Abu brought and knew they weren't enough to eat. She definitely wouldn't eat wolf meat. She thought for a moment and asked, Can I go hunting myself? Hunting what? Just small rabbits in the woods, she said. I'll do it myself, and we'll have enough to eat. It seemed she really disliked the wolf meat. Since she had been upset earlier, Luo Gu agreed, as a kind of apology. If you don't want to eat it, forget it. I'll go catch some for you later. No need, Jinjin firmly refused. I'll catch them myself. Luo Gu held back his dislike at being disobeyed and said, I'll go catch them for you. I said I don't need help. Jinjin raised her voice a bit, then quickly reacted and said, You already helped me deal with the wolf earlier. I didn't do anything, so I feel bad if I let you go catch rabbits for me. You are my woman. Your mouth should be used for me to feed you. What's there to feel bad about? Luo Gu knew she was doing it on purpose. But Jinjin was determined to do it herself. I don't want others to have wrong ideas or prejudices about me because of you. Besides, you said before that the prey in that small forest was just for kids to practice with. If I let you catch rabbits, won't your people laugh at you? No one dares to laugh at me here, he said through gritted teeth. Is that the point? Anyway, I want to do it myself, Jinjin said firmly. This little thing was just as stubborn as he was. If this could help her calm down, he would endure it. Let's go. Luo Gu knew her hunting method was very time-consuming, so since it was still early after dark, he decided to go early and return early. Before leaving, Qi Jinjin took a small shovel from her backpack. When they reached the small woods, they saw a few children inside and a woman standing nearby, seemingly watching the children. Luogu? The woman was surprised to see him. Why are you here? Luogu didn't even look at her and walked straight into the woods with Qi Jinjin. Hey, wait. The woman tried to stop them. Luogu, don't go in now. The children are looking for prey. Going in might scare the animals away. Qi Jinjin thought she made sense. The woods already had some noise from the children, and if she went in, she might scare away some prey. So she held Luogu back and said, just wait here. Luogu glared at her unhappily. Are you sure? Of course. Qi Jinjin broke free from his hand and pushed him a step away toward the outside of the woods. Just wait here. After confirming Luogu wouldn't follow, Qi Jinjin moved to a bushier part of the woods.
Oops.
They ran away again. A child's voice suddenly came from nearby, sounding frustrated. Qi Jinjin looked ahead and saw two children lying on the ground, looking very messy. A rabbit quickly darted into the grass and disappeared. It was clear they were just grabbing at the animals without any skill. Qi Jinjin counted 5 children and saw from their muddy, dusty faces that they had been hunting for a while but had caught nothing.
Kids.
Qi Jinjin approached them with an idea. How's your catch? The children looked at her in surprise and gathered around. Luogu's sister-in-law, what are you doing here? It seemed these children knew her, but the way they called her was strange, probably because of that half-beast person's introduction. I'm here to hunt with you, Qi Jinjin said with a friendly smile. Did you catch any prey? Not a single one, the children replied, feeling discouraged. These small animals are just too clever. They run so fast. How can we catch them? Exactly, we get too close and they get scared and run away. So we need to practice more. Are you here to practice catching small prey too, Luogu's sister-in-law? Watching the children talk back and forth, Qi Jinjin found them quite adorable. She nodded and said, yes, but I have a way that works twice as well. This method can catch many prey, but I need your help. Are you willing to help me? The children looked at each other, curious about her method, but also thinking it might be a bit unrealistic. Anyway, you just worked so hard and didn't catch a single one. It's better to try my way, said Qi Jinjin, looking at their small expressions. I promise you won't regret it. Okay. Sister Luogu's spouse. What should we do? The excited children asked. Qi Jinjin smiled, bent down, and found some small grass and tangled grass in the bushes. What you need to do is simple. Find as much of these 2 types of grass as possible in this patch of bushes. What kind of grass is this? The children asked, leaning in to look. This is called small fallen grass, and this is tangled grass. It seemed they didn't recognize these grasses and probably didn't know what happens when these 2 are combined. Come on, let's get started. The children immediately dispersed to find grass, and Qi Jinjin let out a small sigh of relief. Honestly, finding grass is quite tiring, but with children helping, it becomes much easier. Moreover, if she teaches these children this method, hunting will become an additional skill for them in the future. Qi Jinjin found a soft patch of soil and prepared to dig a hole with her small shovel. She wanted to see if she could catch other small animals besides rabbits that are edible. Meanwhile, Luogu stood at the edge of the woods, watching motionlessly into the small forest. The woman beside him looked in the same direction. He was always paying attention to his spouse. The woman had good hearing and had just listened carefully to everything Qi Jinjin said to the children. She was teaching them how to hunt and wanted to see how a purebred person would catch these quick-moving prey. Soon, Qi Jinjin used her small shovel to dig a fairly large hole, and the children brought the grass she needed. With more people, strength increases, and having children help really makes the task much easier. Watch me first, Qi Jinjin said. She threw a small fallen grass into the hole, then squeezed the juice from the tangled grass onto the fallen grass. It's very simple. Do you understand? The children blinked, seeming to understand, but they didn't know how this method could catch small prey. Brother Luogu's spouse, can this really catch prey? The children asked doubtfully. Yes, Qi Jinjin nodded confidently. Come on, let's try doing it just like I showed you. The children hesitated but followed her instructions. Soon, they threw the muddy grass into the trap. Now we can wait patiently for the rabbits, said Qi Jinjin. After finishing, she led the 5 children toward Luogu. The woman saw her bring the children over so openly and frowned. They hadn't caught any prey, so why come here? Luogu's wife, why are you bringing the children here? She asked, glancing at Luogu's expression, which was still friendly. We're just waiting quietly, Qi Jinjin whispered to the children to be silent. Waiting? Do you think standing here doing nothing will catch the prey? The woman asked suspiciously.
Exactly, Qi Jinjin nodded.
She then looked into the woods to see how many animals might fall into the trap. The woman grew more doubtful. But seeing Luogu nearby, who said nothing and looked like he was enjoying the scene, she hesitated. She wondered if she should scold this purebred person. All right, stay calm and watch, Qi Jinjin said. She could tell from her expression that her thoughts were the same as Luogu's. She didn't bother explaining further. The outcome would be clearer than words. Suddenly, everything was quiet. This made the small forest's movements more noticeable. The children sat still on the ground, eyes fixed on the trap nearby. The woman looked a bit anxious. Soon, some movement came from the grass near the trap. Qi Jinjin made a shushing gesture again, worried the children might get excited and scare away the prey they had patiently waited for. A brave rabbit darted out of the grass, looking around. Because it was low to the ground, it didn't see the group waiting nearby. The rabbit cautiously approached the trap, smelling the grass scent coming from inside. But the tempting aroma was too strong, and it jumped into the trap. Seeing this, Qi Jinjin couldn't help but smile, a little with pride. As long as she waited patiently, even if the small grass in the trap was eaten, more animals attracted later wouldn't escape her trap. The first prey fell into the trap steadily. The children stared in surprise, their mouths wide open. Qi Jinjin quickly made a shushing gesture at them again. One prey was not enough. Soon after, 2 or 3 more rabbits jumped from the grass toward the trap, and all of them fell in without fail. This made the woman see her in a new light and wonder how she managed to do it.
Wow.
Can we go into the pit now to catch prey? A child suddenly asked excitedly. Qi Jinjin was startled, and even though she tried to hush him, it was too late. Don't worry. Wait a little longer. Fortunately, the prey near the pit was not affected by the noise here. Qi Jinjin saw more than 10 rabbits jump into the pit, but she didn't see any other animals besides rabbits. Oh well, she couldn't eat too many anyway. 10 or so rabbits were enough. All right, let's go over now and count them, Qi Jinjin said with a smile, and led the way to the pit. The woman also followed the children to take a look, while Luogu stayed behind, watching from a distance. Qi Jinjin reached the side of the pit, where 2 or 3 rabbits were trying to jump out and run away, but the pit was a bit deep for them, and no matter how they jumped, they couldn't get out. Oh my! Luogu's wife, how did you do it? Really, you caught the prey so easily. Can Luogu's wife teach us how to do it? Seeing the children look at her with admiration, Qi Jinjin raised an eyebrow and said, Didn't I already tell you the method? Just those 2 types of grass. The woman looked at her with surprise, noticing that most of the rabbits in the pit looked dizzy. She had to admit, she was quite skilled. But this was a method she disapproved of. This sneaky way is not something you should learn, the woman said sternly. Do you hear me? Qi Jinjin was stunned and looked at the woman. Her expression clearly showed she looked down on her method. It was strange. Why did she look down on her hunting method, which she had come up with herself? Luogu's wife, don't misunderstand. I don't look down on your method, the woman quickly said with a smile. Your method worked, but children in our tribe can't learn this trick.
Why not?
Qi Jinjin asked with a frown. This small forest prey is meant to test the children's hunting skills. If you teach them this little trick, it will harm them in the future, the woman said sincerely, but her words were full of disdain. When they grow up and go hunting outside, they won't even know the basic hunting skills, and they might even get hurt or worse. Qi Jinjin understood her meaning. Although her words made some sense, She completely disagreed with this twisted logic. Human progress doesn't rely solely on brute force. Chin Chin smiled slightly and said, "Sorry, I didn't think too much about it. It's okay." The woman didn't expect her to accept so easily. "If you're interested in hunting, I can teach you." "No need," Chin Chin replied firmly. "As purebred humans, even if we learn your hunting methods, we don't have the strength or speed to hunt large prey." After speaking, Chin Chin bent down to pick up a few rabbits and then held a still-living rabbit, preparing to head home. Gulu, who had been standing still, finally walked over to help carry the rabbits. "I'll handle the live one myself," Chin Chin said, turning away with the live rabbit and giving a farewell wave to the children before leaving. The woman watched their figures disappear into the distance, feeling a bit annoyed. The children looked at the remaining rabbits in the pit and then at the woman, unsure whether they should take the rabbits or not. Chin Chin carried the live rabbit beside Gulu, thinking about what the woman had just said. "Who was that woman just now?" she asked after a moment of thought.
"Leah.
She teaches children how to hunt," Gulu answered. Chin Chin wanted to clarify that she had no prejudice against women, but seeing how the children were learning, she wondered if Leah's way of teaching was really just letting them learn on their own. "What's wrong, little one? Are you worried about what she said?" Gulu glanced at her and asked with a smile. Chin Chin rolled her eyes at him. "I'm not interested in savage hunting." "Who asked me, such a gentle purebred, to get involved?" "You're not gentle." Gulu suddenly sounded more serious. Haha, so he was complimenting her? But Chin Chin also felt a bit frustrated. Good ideas are all thought up by people. If you could find a shortcut that saves effort and still achieves your goal, wouldn't that be great? "Little one, what do you want to do with the live rabbit you picked up?" Gulu asked, changing the subject. Hearing this, Chin Chin was too lazy to think about what just happened. "If I say I want to raise it, is that okay?" Momo-chi regained her composure and smiled, saying, "Of course, it's for eating. What else could it be for?" "Really?" Gulua was a bit skeptical. Her expression looked quite cunning. Chi Momo carried the rabbit into the cave, looked around, but couldn't find a place to trap it unless she made it dizzy. Otherwise, once she tried to catch it, it would have already run away. Gu Luo placed several unconscious rabbits and a wolf cub together, then went to a corner to gather firewood. Chi Momo thought for a moment and asked, "Do you have any way to stop this rabbit from escaping?" "Of course." Gu Luo glanced at the rabbit and slightly smiled. "If we eat it, it won't run away." She realized asking was pointless. Chi Momo looked at the pile of firewood he had gathered and suddenly had an idea. "Aren't these branches the raw materials for making a fence?" As long as she had enough branches, she could make a simple cage for the rabbit.
"Can you help me?"
she asked again. "Help with what?" "Just watch this rabbit and make sure it doesn't escape." Chi Momo blinked sincerely, holding out the live rabbit in her arms, worried he might refuse. Gu Luo shot her a somewhat annoyed look.
"Troublesome."
Although he said that, he still grabbed the rabbit's ears and stepped on its foot.
"Hey!"
Chi Momo exclaimed, then quickly calmed down. "Forget it. This is at least a temporary solution. If he steps on the rabbit's ears, it really can't run away." Chi Momo squatted in front of the pile of branches, carefully selected some, and carried them to an open space nearby. Gu Luo watched her actions while lighting the fire, curious about what she was trying to do. What is this little thing up to again? After arranging the branches on the ground, Chi Momo took out her small toolkit from her backpack, trying to make a simple cage for the rabbit using the branches. She first arranged the branches roughly into the shape of a cage, measured the length, then used a small saw from her toolkit to cut the branches into equal lengths. Once she had evenly sized pieces, she faced a new problem: how to assemble the branches into a cage. She wasn't a carpenter, and her backpack definitely didn't have power tools like a drill. "Little one, do you need help?" Gu Luo saw her worried face and asked. Chi Momo looked at him and shook her head. "You can't help with this." Gu Luo felt uncomfortable hearing that. He picked up the rabbit at his feet and stood up, looking at the evenly cut branches. "Tell me your idea." Since he wanted to know, Chi Jinjin didn't hide anything. "What is it?" It seemed they really didn't have a cage. Chi Jinjin cleared her throat and picked up a branch to demonstrate. If we connect these branches together, we can make a cage. The purpose of the cage is to hold the rabbit, so it doesn't run away. How do we do that?
Luo Gu asked.
Qi Jinjin scratched her head, looking a bit unsure. Mainly, we don't have tools right now. My idea is to drill holes in the branches, then cut some small wooden sticks. We can use these sticks to assemble the cage. Luo Gu understood her immediately. I'll help you drill the holes. How big do they need to be? Does he really have a way? Qi Jinjin suddenly felt very motivated. Wait, I'll cut some small sticks first. She took out a small knife, split a branch, and quickly made several small sticks of similar size. The holes in the branches need to be just big enough for these small sticks, Qi Jinjin explained. The sticks will hold the two branches together.
See?
Like this.
Can you do it?
Yes, Luo Gu said, handing her the rabbit. This made Qi Jinjin curious. She couldn't even drill precise holes in branches, yet this half-beast man seemed to have a way. She hurriedly took back the rabbit and pointed out where to drill holes on the branches. Luo Gu picked up a small stick, measured the spot on the branch where he needed to drill, and then, to Qi Jinjin's amazement, something incredible happened. He held the small stick in one hand and the branch in the other, and without even frowning, he pushed the stick straight through the branch, locking it in place. You!
Qi Zhensin stared in disbelief.
How did you do that? Luo Gu raised an eyebrow, acting surprised by her reaction, then inserted another small stick. He applied some force, but it looked very gentle. His veins didn't even bulge. Could the branch be that soft and fragile? Qi Jinjin casually poked the branch with another stick. It was quite hard. You didn't use your strength to push it through, did you? She asked. Don't you have any other good ideas? He replied, already making more holes in the branch with small sticks. Impressive, really impressive. This process requires not only strength but also control. If the force is too much, the small stick might break before passing through the branch. This is almost like a human electric drill. Qi Jinjin silently gave him a thumbs up. With his help, the cage was quickly made. Qi Jinjin only built 3 sides. Looking at the length of the branches, the rabbit probably couldn't jump out. Come on, try it now. After finishing the cage, Qi Jinjin couldn't wait to put the rabbit inside. Luo Gu placed the so-called cage on the ground and watched her put the rabbit in. Sure enough, no matter how the rabbit jumped, it couldn't escape. This is the simplest way to make a cage. I think, instead of hunting rabbits in the forest every day, it's better to catch more at once and put them in cages, Qi Jinjin said happily. Then I can make a slightly larger cage for these prey. Luo Gu listened and couldn't help but tease her. That sounds less fun. Qi Jinjin shot him a glance, feeling a bit speechless. But thinking about it, it makes sense. After all, he's a half-beast, probably similar to a wolf in habits, liking to hunt. I don't think your hunting method is very interesting. I can feed myself just fine with my own ability, she said. Then she picked up the small cage and thought about where to place the rabbit cage. Luo Gu didn't respond to her words. Based on her idea, she was right. There's nothing wrong with that. Outside, the sky was getting darker, and it was time to prepare dinner. Qi Jinjin was eager to finish making the pottery. She urgently needed a convenient water source. Request failed. Luo Gu looked at her strangely. I'm not blind. Qi Jinjin knew he wasn't blind. She was a bit excited. He could read every word even when she couldn't see clearly. But she was still confused. Normally, the half-beast should see the words the same way she does, but he was different. Could it be that the people here can see what she can't, and she can see things they can't? I understand, Qi Jinjin said, suppressing her excitement. Do you know where I can find this green-haired worm? Luo Gu narrowed his black eyes, staring intently at what she was holding. Little thing, maybe you should explain something to me. Qi Jinjin looked at what he was focusing on and was surprised. Explain what? Is what you have true or false? He asked. Of course it's true, Qi Jinjin said, feeling a bit nervous under his gaze. She hurriedly put away the bronze mirror. But as soon as she did, Luo Gu grabbed her wrist again and took the mirror away. Hey, what are you doing? Note: all explicit content has been replaced with family-friendly language, and the overall tone has been simplified for clarity. Qi Jinjin panicked, because this bronze mirror was her most precious possession. Lu Gu didn't speak. One hand blocked her, while the other held up the strange, round object to see what it was. He saw a face on the object, a face full of doubt. Looking carefully, he realized it was actually his own face. "Give me back the bronze mirror." Qi Jinjin struggled to grab it, but his strength was too much. Her wrist turned red, and she couldn't break free from his grip. "This is mine. You can't take it. Give it back to me." "Yours?" Lu Gu smiled and looked at her. "Little thing, you are my person, so this thing naturally belongs to me." "What do you mean yours? This is clearly my thing. You can't be so bossy. Hurry and give it back." Qi Jinjin was anxious. She ignored the pain in her wrist and kept struggling, but suddenly she felt a dull pain and cried out. Lu Gu heard her cry and saw that her wrist was red and looked a bit stiff and strange. He quickly released her hand, feeling a bit unsure. "Did I hurt you? Really?" Qi Jinjin was already angry, and now her wrist seemed dislocated because of him. She was even more furious. "Here for you." Lu Gu felt guilty and returned the object to her. Fortunately, it was just a dislocated wrist. Qi Jinjin snatched it back and carefully put the bronze mirror away. Once the mirror was safe, she gradually calmed down. If she hadn't cried out in pain, he probably wouldn't have given it back. "Little thing, let me see." Lu Gu noticed she kept her left hand still, clearly hurt. "No need," Qi Jinjin refused. She supported herself with one hand and tried to stand up, but Lu Gu helped her up. Once she was steady, she pushed him away and walked to the corner with her backpack. Lu Gu followed. Even though she rejected him earlier, he didn't feel upset. It was his fault, and this little thing had healing powers, so he didn't need to worry too much. Seeing him follow, Qi Jinjin felt even angrier inside. "Don't worry, I won't hurt you now," Lu Gu said, raising his hands to show he meant no harm. It's best if she really didn't move. Qi Jinjin took out a first aid kit from her backpack, found medicine for injuries, but before applying it, she had to put her dislocated wrist back in place. The pain of resetting it. She could only grit her teeth and endure it. She supported her dislocated left hand with her right hand, clenched her teeth, and prepared to endure the pain again. Luo Gu wasn't sure what she was really trying to do, but when he saw her take out something she had helped him with before, he thought she was probably trying to save him. Just as he had this thought, he heard her cry out in pain again. She clenched her teeth, trying to swallow the sound, but because she was truly in pain, she couldn't help but let out a small noise. "Little one, what are you doing?" Luo Gu quickly grabbed her arm, but he was surprised to find that her previously stiff wrist could now twist freely. "Let go." Qi Jinjin didn't struggle when he held her. She was afraid that if she moved too much, her arm might dislocate. Luo Gu frowned slightly, but released her hand. Qi Jinjin moved her wrist to make sure it was back in place, which it was, and then she just needed to spray some medicine on it. After finishing that, a smell of burnt flesh slowly filled the cave. Qi Jinjin sniffed the air and looked toward the fire, and her mood immediately worsened. Today had been a very unpleasant day. She kept encountering all sorts of problems. Luo Gu looked in the direction she was staring and finally noticed the unpleasant burnt smell. Perhaps he felt he had done quite a few things to upset her today, so he wiped his nose and stood up, walking silently toward the fire to roast some meat. Qi Jinjin glanced at him. He responded quickly, understanding that a woman in a bad mood was not easy to deal with. But she was still curious. Why could Luo Gu see the weaknesses on the bronze mirror so clearly? If the green caterpillar really could cause death to the wolf, then she would truly have nothing to fear from the wolf. However, she didn't know where this green caterpillar was. Qi Jinjin gently rubbed her wrist and looked at Luo Gu, who was roasting rabbit meat. In the end, no matter how angry she was, some questions still needed to be asked. Luo Gu quickly finished roasting a rabbit and said, "Little one, do you want me to feed you?" Qi Jinjin glared at him and refused angrily. "No. Thank you." "Really, you don't want me to?" Luo Gu approached with the rabbit. "I see your hands are not easy to use. Let me feed you." His tone sounded almost apologetic, but Qi Jinjin rejected his apology. She rolled her eyes and said, "My wrist is indeed a bit inconvenient because of you. The rabbit is so big. Please tear it into small pieces for me." "Tear it?" Luo Gu frowned slightly. "Can't you just bite it directly?" "No, it's too hot." Qi Jinjin deliberately made things difficult for him. "Then wait until it cools down a bit," Luo Gu said, preparing to set the branch aside to let the meat cool. At this moment, a soft cuckoo sound came from near Qi Jinjin's stomach. Qi Jinjin quickly covered her belly, feeling a bit embarrassed. Again, that unpleasant sound. Luo Gu looked at her, his dark eyes narrowing slightly. Then, he began tearing apart a piece of rabbit meat. "Open your mouth." Qi Jinjin blinked and watched him tear off a piece of meat that didn't seem hot at all, then hold it out to her. Feeling strangely compelled, she opened her mouth and ate the piece of rabbit meat. Luo Gu continued tearing meat, each piece carefully fed to her, making her feel very comfortable. "Do you want to know where there are green caterpillars?" he suddenly asked after finishing. Qi Jinjin was surprised. Of course she wanted to know. "Where?" "Answer me a question, and I'll tell you," he said. Haha, he really knew how to set conditions. Qi Jinjin felt a bit speechless, but then she thought that his condition was actually quite fair. It was better than him just acting aggressively earlier. She asked, "What's the question?" "Can your thing really show the weaknesses of the sneaky wolf?" he asked seriously. Qi Jinjin didn't answer immediately. Instead, she pondered how to say it so he wouldn't suspect her at all. But the longer she thought, the more suspicious he might become. So she said, "Yes, that's right. You probably don't know this weakness of the sneaky wolf, do you?" Luo Gu nodded. "Little one, what exactly is that?" "Do you know what a family heirloom is?" "This thing is called a bronze mirror, and it's my family heirloom." She didn't take out the mirror to show him, afraid it would be snatched again. "Normally, my bronze mirror can show some information about plants and animals, but this afternoon, when I aimed it at the sneaky wolf, I unexpectedly discovered its weakness." "So, it can see everyone's weaknesses?" Luo Gu squinted, asking based on his understanding. "That's roughly right," she replied, though she hadn't fully understood the weaknesses shown on herself. Luo Gu understood. In just a few days, this little thing had brought him many surprises. If the green caterpillar really could kill the sneaky wolf, then... Luo Gu's lips curled slightly, and his dark eyes deepened. "Now it's your turn to answer me. Where is this green caterpillar?" Qi Jinjin saw his knowing expression and hurriedly asked. Luo Gu snapped back to attention and replied, "Chifangu."
Kifangu.
She had never heard of it. "Is it a valley?" Luo Gu nodded without saying more.
Well.
Qi Jinjin secretly observed his expression and asked, "Is Chifangu far from your Baili tribe?" "Not too far." Qi Jinjin was a bit surprised by his quick answer. Given his personality, she thought he would doubt her intentions, suspecting she wanted to escape. But then, she thought of a new idea. Normally, all the wild wolves in the fruit forest should have been dealt with today. After so many wolves were killed, it should serve as a warning to others. However, Lu Gu still seemed very interested in the wolves' weaknesses. Moreover, he had said that the heads of these wolves had been returned to their owner. Who is this owner? So, she felt this matter wasn't fully resolved yet, otherwise, he wouldn't be so concerned about the wolves' weaknesses. Qi Jinjin pondered for a moment to confirm her idea. Today, more than 10 wolves were killed. Is this considered resolved? But Lu Gu didn't answer her directly. Instead, he gave her a meaningful look. This look made Qi Jinjin pause, feeling as if he saw through her thoughts. It wasn't a bad feeling. In fact, it made her feel appreciated by this half-beast, not looked down upon. After a moment, Lu Gu said, "Things are not as simple as you think. None of the wolves that appeared today are the ones that chased you last time."
That.
"What do you mean?" Qi Jinjin's heart skipped a beat. Her instinct told her that not only was the problem not solved, but it might become worse. "Little one, I think you understand what I mean." Lu Gu raised an eyebrow, making his meaning very clear. Sure enough, her intuition was right. This was not good news. Qi Jinjin forced herself to stay calm. Only with a clear mind could she think rationally. All right, you don't need to worry about this. I will handle it, Lu Gu said. He didn't like her frowning and worried expression. He preferred her smiling. Are you hungry? Qi Jinjin shook her head. She wasn't in the mood to eat now. If you're not hungry, get ready. We'll go out later, Lu Gu said. Where to?
She asked.
Going out at night. She couldn't see anything. Lu Gu didn't answer her. Seeing this, she didn't ask further and could only help pack up with one hand. By now, the sky outside the cave had completely darkened. Qi Jinjin didn't know where to go, but she took out a flashlight from her backpack. What's this? Lu Gu asked when he saw her turn on the device, which emitted a strong beam of light that could even dispel darkness. A flashlight. Kai Jinjin shook his head and said, It's similar to a torch, used for lighting. Lu Gu understood. Little one, you don't need to use it when you're with me.
Why?
It's dark outside, and without something to light the way, I can't see clearly. Kai Jinjin pointed the flashlight toward the cave entrance, clearly seeing the outline outside. I'm your eyes. With me here, you don't need to see the path clearly. Ha, he said that so nicely. Kai Jinjin was too lazy to argue with him, but still turned off the flashlight and put it in her bag. It might come in handy later. Maybe because it wasn't too late, the outside of the cave wasn't very quiet. A few people gathered in the open space, talking and laughing. It was probably time for post-meal chatting. Kai Jinjin couldn't help but feel lucky, being able to stay in a tribe with others like her on this strange and dangerous beastman continent. Thinking this way, her anger from earlier seemed so insignificant. Life is precious. Even if she was being used or tested, it was still a way to stay alive. There's truth in the saying, as long as the green mountains remain, there's no worry about firewood. With this thought, Kai Jinjin's mind became much clearer. Where exactly are you taking me? After understanding, her voice became much gentler and friendlier. Lu Gu looked at her with some surprise, noticing her worry lines had eased. Bringing her out here was indeed a wise decision. We'll see when we get there, he said. He didn't say much, but Kai Jinjin realized he was heading outside the tribe. You're not going to use me as bait again, are you? She asked, looking up at the back of his head. The wolves that broke into the tribe have all been killed. What bait would be needed? Lu Gu glanced at her. That was a hurdle she just couldn't get past. Kai Jinjin responded with a no, then asked, If it's not bait, why are we out so late? Stargazing? Yes.
What?
Half an hour later, they reached their destination.
Kai Jinjin stood beside Lu Gu.
A breeze blew toward her, making her clothes flutter and her hair messier. In front of her, she could faintly see the shadow of a cliff. Below the cliff was a dark forest. Looking up again, she saw a crescent moon like a fingernail, and beyond it was a black night sky filled with countless stars. This was a very primitive environment, no modern bright lights, no unnecessary noise. Everything she saw belonged to the beauty of nature. Despite the darkness and coldness, the countless stars above gave Qi Jinjin a different feeling. Qi Jinjin felt as if she were surrounded by a sky full of stars. The world of beast men and the wolf tribe didn't matter to her at all. Lu Gu slightly glanced at her, noticing she was lost in her thoughts, but he showed no sign of displeasure or dislike. It seemed she had come to the right place. The surroundings were quiet, only the cold wind blowing. After a while, Qi Jinjin gradually snapped back to herself. Why did you bring me here? She asked, looking around. This didn't seem like a place to set a trap. Do you like it? Lu Gu asked in return, without answering directly. It would be even better if it weren't so cold here. Qi Jinjin shrank her neck. If she said she didn't like it, the half-beastman would probably get angry. I like it, she replied. That's good. His tone sounded like he was relieved. Qi Jinjin was a bit surprised. He brought her here at night just to enjoy the breeze. Was he trying to cheer her up? This place might not be as mysterious as your homeland, but no matter where you are, the sky looks the same.
Lu Gu suddenly said.
Hearing this, Qi Jinjin was full of questions. Was he trying to comfort or guide her? Oh my, she couldn't believe it. Such a bossy and macho person could also think of comforting others? But because of this, all her anger disappeared instantly. Her mother once told her to teach him to respect others, but in Qi Jinjin's eyes, he wasn't disrespectful. He just didn't know how to show respect. Maybe it was because he liked to be different. Thinking of this, Qi Jinjin felt a strong desire to understand him. "Who taught you that?" she asked. "No one." "I don't believe it," Qi Jinjin said bluntly, exposing him. Lu Gu chuckled, but didn't get angry. It was said by someone in the Two-Men tribe. The Two-Men tribe? Someone who could say that probably had a pretty delicate personality. "Don't be angry, little one," he said again. "Today's plan was my fault for not thinking carefully. I apologize to you." "Apologize?" Qi Jinjin was surprised to hear those words from him. "You've probably never apologized before." He nodded. "Yes, I made you angry and upset, so I want to apologize for what I did." It seemed like it was truly his first time. Qi Jinjin then said, "Looking at your personality, you probably often make others angry. Since you're used to it, why are you still apologizing to me?" "Because you are someone I care about." Momo's body stiffened slightly, almost fooled by his words. "Who told you that?" she asked. "How do you know I was told by someone else?" Luo Gu admitted. Momo chuckled softly. "His personality was easy to guess, right? Based on what I know about you, you wouldn't say something like that. You know me well?" Luo Gu raised an eyebrow and asked. Momo shook her head. "Not exactly."
"Then, do you want to get to know me?"
Momo frowned. The more she talked, the more the topic seemed to go off track. She was interested in understanding him earlier, but his later words sounded strange. She thought for a moment and said, "Getting to know someone takes time and contact." "Not necessarily," Luo Gu disagreed. "Some people, even after being together for a long time, still don't truly understand each other." "Oh, really?" Momo's heart trembled inexplicably. "Did someone from the Tumun tribe tell you that?"
"Yes."
She had guessed right. His words tonight didn't sound like something he would normally say. But I have to admit, he's quite good at talking. Maybe that's why this half-beast man remembers his words so clearly. "All right, since you're sincerely apologizing, I won't be angry," Momo said, shrinking her neck. "But I think some things still need to be said." "I know what you want to say," Luo Gu replied. "You're different from the purebred people I've met, so I'll try to listen to your opinion." Momo was slightly surprised and turned her head to meet his deep black eyes. Those eyes swirled with dark waves, like a deep abyss. For a moment, she couldn't tell if he was genuinely respecting her or just trying to make her feel better. But either way, at least she stood up for herself. Coming out into the cold night was worth it. "Can you tell me where the heads of those howling wolves in the forest went?" Momo asked, trying to steer the conversation back on track. "They've been returned to their owners," Luo Gu said. "And there might be more wolf attacks ahead. Their motives are not just instinct." Momo was stunned. "Are you saying someone ordered those wolves?" "You're really not stupid," he replied. Momo took his compliment as such.
"But why?"
"I've only been chased by wolves. With their temper, wouldn't they go look for help instead?" "Because you're a purebred," he said. "A female that hasn't been bred." This statement left Qi Jinjin speechless. Unbred purebred females had become so rare that they were considered very valuable. "Do you know who ordered these wolves to attack us?" Qi Jinjin asked. Lu Gu shook his head, looking straight ahead, his voice a bit calmer. "At least now we know the weakness of these low-level beasts." Qi Jinjin narrowed her eyes. "Should we go to Qifeng Valley and catch a bunch of green-haired worms?" "That's exactly what I was thinking." She felt proud inside, happy that her efforts hadn't been wasted. The wind grew stronger, and it was already late at night. Lu Gu led her back the way they came. They didn't even need to use her flashlight on the way. They planned to go to Qifeng Valley in 2 days. Qi Jinjin calculated that she could finish making the pottery before they left. She was still a bit worried, afraid that wolves might attack again in the next 2 days, but Lu Gu was very confident, sure that no wolves would appear. She really didn't understand where he got his confidence from. The clay pottery had hardened after 2 days of sun exposure. Early that morning, Qi Jinjin took Lu Gu to an open space to check the pottery. From today on, they wouldn't need to go so far to fetch water. The firewood and clay kiln were prepared in advance. She just needed to make sure the pottery was ready before putting it into the kiln to bake. Although Lu Gu didn't understand exactly what kind of pottery she was making, he was happy to help because she looked so excited. Be careful when placing it, don't break it, Qi Jinjin said as she moved the pottery close to the kiln. Just place it neatly like I do. Are you sure these things called pottery won't fear water after being fired? Lu Gu still looked suspicious. Of course, Qi Jinjin nodded confidently. Otherwise, I wouldn't ask you to help. Over the past 2 days, their interactions had become more natural, and Qi Jinjin was gradually getting used to this way of life. Having someone to protect and accompany her felt pretty good. The noise of firing the pottery attracted many people. Some whispered to each other, and others came forward to help. After working all morning, the pottery finally started to be fired. Qi Jinjin checked her watch. If everything went well, she could start using the pottery to store water by this afternoon. Lu Gu's partner, what exactly is the use of firing these things? Yeah. Does the clay even taste good after being fired? The females present couldn't help but want to ask her directly, but since Lu Gu was nearby, they could only stretch their necks out of curiosity. Mu Chi revealed a mysterious smile and said, "You'll see once these fire would burn out." This made the onlookers even more curious. By the way, besides eating meat and fruit, do you have anything else to eat here? Mu Chi suddenly had an idea, like vegetables? What are vegetables? Luo Gu asked with a frown. Mu Chi pursed his lips. His words were the answer. According to your understanding, vegetables are edible plants, but not all plants can be eaten. For example, grasses and leaves can't be eaten, Mu Chi explained. Luo Gu nodded knowingly. It seems vegetables are quite unappetizing. Mu Chi shrugged and said noncommittally, eating only vegetables is indeed not tasty, but if you eat a lot of meat, then vegetables can be quite good. Moreover, with the right cooking methods, vegetables can be even more delicious than meat. Unfortunately, there are no vegetables here, she said, making Luo Gu interested in trying some. That's not necessarily true, she replied. She had only been to the small forest and fruit grove nearby, so maybe there are edible vegetables here, just that they don't know about them. How about we go look around later? Luo Gu refused later. TCH, judging by his eager expression just now, it was all fake. The two returned to the cave together. Over the past 2 days, they had been eating small animals from the forest, all caught by Luo Gu himself. Every time they returned, he would bring back a live animal, so the animals in the cage changed from rabbits to 2-headed chickens, and then from 2-headed chickens back to rabbits. Mu Chi was too lazy to ask him anything. Her main goal in making the cage was to have meat available whenever she wanted, without wasting time hunting again. Soon, the time Mu Chi had anticipated arrived. She couldn't wait to see if the pottery fired in the earth kiln was successful. Thick smoke was still rising from the kiln, and many onlookers gathered around, curious to see what Luo Gu's partner was up to. They hadn't come too close, but waves of heat hit them, and the temperature inside was still very high. The firewood had burned out completely, leaving only ashes. Mu Chi found a long stick and tried to clear the ashes around the pottery. Before she could start, Luo Gu stopped her. "What are you trying to do?" "I'll do it," Luo Gu said, grabbing the stick from her. Mu Chi looked at him and pointed to the ashes, saying, "Clear them away so the pottery can cool faster." "Next, do I need to take them all out?" Luo Gu asked, holding the stick.
Yes. Kizensen nodded.
Luo Gu responded with a hum and used a branch to clear away the ashes and firewood according to her idea. At this moment, several young people came up to help. Qi Jinjin stood nearby, watching Luo Gu sweat profusely as he worked, his skin reddening from the heat waves. "What exactly are you making them do?" A female voice suddenly interrupted Qi Jinjin's thoughts. She turned her head and saw Laya. "You are truly the most stubborn person I've ever met," Laya said with a low gaze, full of teasing. Qi Jinjin withdrew her gaze and said, "I won't let them waste their effort in vain." "Then what are you trying to secretly do?" "You'll see in a moment." Qi Jinjin secretly looked around and noticed many people sharing similar expressions to Laya, probably thinking the same as her. Thinking about it, purebred people on this beastman continent have always been labeled as the weak. No matter how much they try, others will see their efforts as pointless fussing. Laya was a bit annoyed by her attitude. She initially thought she could ask something, but Qi Jinjin's words were so guarded that she couldn't get anything out of her. Our purebred tribe members are very honest. You, be careful, Qi Jinjin shouted with wide eyes. Luo Gu, surprisingly unafraid of the heat, tried to move the pottery with his bare hands. It's still very hot now. If you get burned and develop blisters, it'll be hard to treat. Laya's words were abruptly interrupted. Luo Gu's partner completely ignored her and paid no attention. Don't worry, Luo Gu's partner. We have tough skin and don't fear the heat. Several young helpers smiled as they touched the pottery with their bare hands. Qi Jinjin frowned and stepped forward, but before she could stop them, they had already moved the pottery out of the kiln. She covered her forehead, thinking that no matter how tough their skin was, they couldn't withstand such heat. However, it turned out they could really endure it. When all the pottery was taken out of the kiln, their hands, not to mention blisters, had no cuts or burns. Watching each piece of finished pottery, Qi Jinjin tapped one with her index finger. The sound was not very crisp, but it was definitely a successful piece. All right, now I'll tell everyone what these are and what they're for, Qi Jinjin said, looking at the onlookers and beginning her formal explanation of her work. These things are called pottery. Their purpose is to hold water for everyone. To hold water? How is that possible? Yes, this pottery is obviously made of clay. If you put water inside, wouldn't it stick to the clay? Everyone started questioning and doubting, each voicing their doubts. Momo-chi smiled gently and said, "Everyone, don't worry. As long as you clean the pottery well, the water inside will be clean. With this water storage pottery, you won't have to go far to get water anymore. You can have water anytime you need it."
What?
Can this pottery really hold water? Wow, if that's true, then we can have water to drink even in the middle of the night when we're thirsty. Momo-chi casually picked up a piece of pottery and said, "This is the first batch. If you find it convenient, you can make more following my method. Now let's go to the stream and try it out." A group of people, led by Momo-chi and Luo Gu, headed eagerly toward the stream, carrying the remaining pottery. At the stream, Momo-chi became excited. She squatted down and, under everyone's watchful eyes, placed the pottery into the water. Everyone held their breath, watching eagerly but also worried, since in their understanding, clay couldn't be used if it got wet. The clear stream water flowed slowly into the pottery. Momo-chi grabbed the edge of the pottery, poured out half of the water to clean and check it. It was perfect, no cracks after getting wet. Now they just needed to see if it would leak when filled with water. Those with pottery, like I did just now, can rinse them in the water before filling them, Momo-chi said, placing the half-filled pottery on the bank.
See.
That's the purpose of the pottery. Everyone eagerly moved closer to look, but Luo Gu, who had been following Momo-chi, quickly pulled her away to prevent her from being surrounded. "Don't you want to see?" Momo-chi asked, pulled out of the crowd. "This is the moment to witness your hard work paying off. There's nothing interesting to see." "Yeah, right, clearly. He's just showing his stubborn, macho attitude." Momo-chi saw through him, but didn't say anything. She noticed many blackened marks on Luo Gu's body and felt a little worried. While everyone was distracted by the pottery's magic, Momo-chi took Luo Gu to a different spot by the stream. "Although you didn't get burned, you should wash your hands first." Luo Gu looked down at his hands. They were very dark. Seeing him squat down to wash, Momo-chi took out a piece of tissue from her bag and handed it to him. "Is it clean enough? If not, wipe with this." Luo Gu paused, looking up at her. "Why are you so particular?" What is she so particular about? If she really was that particular, would she have come here for so many days without even taking a proper bath? Taking a bath. Qi Jinjin suddenly had a bright idea. Maybe if she made this pottery into a bathtub shape and added hot water inside, she could enjoy a nice bath. Qi Jinjin clapped for her clever idea. When she returned from the valley, she would take action. Luo Gu rubbed his hands several times to clean them. His hands were clean, but some parts of his body were still blackened by smoke. Little one, do you want to take a bath? Luo Gu stood up and dried his hands with toilet paper. Qi Jinjin raised an eyebrow. She was surprised. Of course I want to. How do you usually take baths? Follow me, Luo Gu said with a smile and turned toward the tribe. Qi Jinjin felt happy inside and hurried to follow. Luo Gu first took her back to the cave, where he grabbed 2 animal skins, one of which was a gift from his mother.
Wait.
Qi Jinjin stopped him. I won't wear this. I have clean clothes. She quickly took her clothes out of her backpack. If she wore this animal skin, she would be freezing tonight. Isn't this nice looking? Luo Gu looked at the animal skin in his hand, and then at what she was holding. No, I just prefer to wear my own clothes, she said, not daring to say his mother's animal skin skirt was ugly. Luo Gu didn't insist. He let her take her clothes. Qi Jinjin followed Luo Gu out of the cave, still thinking happily about whether the bathing spot might be a hot spring. If it was a hot spring, that would be amazing. But as beautiful as the thought was, reality was harsh. There couldn't possibly be a comfortable hot spring here. If there were, these people would be bathing there every day, and they wouldn't be so dirty all the time. The only good thing was that the place to bathe was quite clean, even if it was a little far from the tribe. It was a mountain pond, clear and shallow. It wasn't very wide or deep. With her height, she guessed she could just reach her shoulders when she waded in. Do you usually bathe here? Qi Jinjin squatted by the pond, touching the water with her hand. It was very cold. No, Luo Gu replied, placing the animal skin and her clothes on a large rock nearby. As long as I'm here, no one will come close. You can bathe safely. Okay, Qi Jinjin said, shaking the water off her hands. Now she could finally wash off her sweat. But just as she stood up to put on her clothes, she suddenly realized a serious problem. She grabbed her chest and looked at Luo Gu.
You
aren't going to watch me bathe, are you?
No.
Luo Gu walked up to her with a mischievous smile. Let's wash together. Qi Jinjin's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly took 2 steps back, shaking her head to refuse. No, you can't. Can't? Luo Gu stopped smiling, his expression turning serious. You're mine. Washing together is no problem. I said no, and that's final. This is a matter of principle. Even though she was now living in a cave with him, she was always careful to keep her distance. Qi Jinjin turned her face away, feeling disappointed. She had hoped for this moment, but now she wasn't sure how it would end. So, you want to wash alone? Seeing her hesitation, Luo Gu asked kindly. Qi Jinjin nodded, but she thought it was impossible. Even if Luo Gu let her wash by herself, she wouldn't dare to undress in front of a man. Luo Gu pretended to think for a moment and then said, Okay, you wash yourself. I won't touch you. Did he plan to touch her before they even got here? Qi Jinjin felt even more nervous about washing. I won't wash anymore. Let's go back. No, we can't leave empty-handed. Luo Gu refused.
We came all this way.
She regretted losing her temper earlier, not thinking about the consequences. Qi Jinjin felt very sorry. Then you wash. I'll wait for you, she said, turning to walk toward the large rock where her clothes were. Luckily, Luo Gu didn't follow her to force her. She let out a small breath of relief, but didn't relax completely. She sat with her back to the pond, listening carefully. A faint sound of water came from nearby. He must have gone into the water to wash. But after Luo Gu entered the water, no sound came from it. Could he be taking a bath in that cold pond? She couldn't help but imagine. Wouldn't bathing in such cold water make him sick? Plus, he still had many blackened marks from smoke, which he would need to scrub clean, just like when washing his hands before. Something felt off. There shouldn't be no sound at all. She hesitated, looking back, thinking it might be okay. But the silence behind her made her feel uneasy. Luo Gu? She called out, but no echo responded. Luo Gu? Are you still there? She called several times, but still no reply. Now she was sure. Without hesitation, she turned around and looked. Not only was Luo Gu not on the water surface, but she also couldn't see him on the shore. Luogu? Ji Jinjin was anxious. She hurriedly ran toward the pond. By the water pool, only his half-removed beast skin skirt remained. He looked into the water again as if.
Ah.
Suddenly, her ankle was pulled tight, and a strong force dragged her into the water. Ji Jinjin lost her balance and splashed into the pool. Before she could shout, the cold water flooded into her mouth. She instinctively reached upward with her hands, but suddenly, another pair of hands appeared under her armpits, lifting her out of the water. Cough, cough. Ji Jinjin, being lifted out, coughed violently. Her whole body felt as cold as ice. Little one, your swimming skills are so poor? Luogu's hesitant voice sounded in front of her. Hearing Luogu's voice, Ji Jinjin looked carefully and saw that the person who helped her out of the water was him. And his words. He did it on purpose.
Cough.
Let me go. Ji Jinjin endured the cold water and tried to break free from him. Luogu chuckled softly, loosened his grip, and the person in front of him fell back into the pool. Ji Jinjin didn't expect him to let go so suddenly, without any warning. She fell back into the water again, holding her breath and pushing herself to stand on the bottom of the pool. This time, she inhaled a lot of water, and the cold made her lungs ache. Don't worry, this pool isn't deep. You won't drown, Luogu said, raising his hand to help her push back her wet black hair. She really wanted to curse loudly. Go away. Ji Jinjin waved his hand away and stepped on the stones in the pool toward the shore. But after a few steps, Luogu grabbed her wrist. What's wrong? Don't you want to take a bath? Let go. Ji Jinjin turned around and glared at him fiercely. The icy water couldn't extinguish her anger at this moment. Luogu frowned. Why are you angry? He still knew she was angry now. Ji Jinjin stared at his tightly held hand. Let me go. Luogu still didn't understand. He didn't think he had done anything wrong. But considering he had hurt her when grabbing her wrist earlier, he loosened his grip first. Ji Jinjin angrily withdrew her hand and tried to walk to the shore, but Luogu circled around her and blocked her way. Little one, I don't want to bring you here for nothing, Luogu said with narrowed black eyes. I said I wouldn't touch you. You can wash yourself. She didn't feel like taking a bath anymore. I'm not washing. Move aside. Do you want me to help you wash? Luogu didn't move, and his voice grew deeper. This statement made Ji Jinjin, who was standing in the icy pond, freeze up. It was clear he was deliberately pushing her into a difficult situation, not just intentionally, but with a plan. Stay calm, she told herself. She must not argue with him. Fighting back would only make things worse. Ji Jinjin took a deep breath, feeling her lungs ache from the cold. I'll wash myself. Please step aside. Luogu saw her tone finally improve, and a happy smile appeared on his face. Okay. He truly moved back, and Ji Jinjin clenched her fists in the water, not just because she was angry but also because of the bone-chilling cold. This didn't feel like a normal bath. It was more like winter swimming to build strength. After Luogu moved aside, Ji Jinjin continued walking toward the shore, unzipping her jacket as she went. Her wet inner clothes clung uncomfortably to her body, so she quickly wiped herself with her clothes and then covered herself with her jacket to change into dry clothes. Otherwise, she would definitely catch a cold. As soon as her body emerged from the water, she felt even colder, and her skin was covered with goosebumps. Little thing, it looks like you really want me to help you wash. Luogu's voice came again from behind as she stepped onto the shore. Ji Jinjin paused, holding back her temper. I really don't want to wash anymore. It's too uncomfortable. Uncomfortable? Luogu swam to the shore and also emerged from the water. Why does it feel uncomfortable? Is it because his half-beast body is too strong, or because he's insensitive to cold? He didn't think the pond was as cold as ice. Ji Jinjin didn't want to argue more. She just wanted to change into dry clothes quickly. The water is cold, and I feel uncomfortable. Cold? Luogu frowned. The water in the pond wasn't hot, but it definitely wasn't ice cold either. He could handle this temperature. How could this little thing not tolerate it? He wondered if she was truly uncomfortable because of the cold or if she was just making an excuse not to bathe with him. While he was thinking, the little thing was already walking toward the stone where her clothes were placed. Are you really uncomfortable? Luo Gu quickly stepped forward to block her path. You're so annoying. Can't you understand what I'm saying? Those last 3 words were directly cut off by Qi Jinjin's throat, the half-beast man blocking her way. Water droplets shimmered on his body, sliding down his strong abs. Below that was
Qi
Jinjin's eyes widened. Her whole body surged with blood, and her face instantly turned bright red. Are you annoyed by me? Luo Gu's face darkened. He grabbed her chin and forced her to look at him, noticing her face was so red it seemed like it was about to bleed. At this moment, Jinjin's mind was filled with the images she had just seen. It was her first time seeing a man's private part in real life, and it was not quite what she had imagined. It was too big, just like the time she saw him in beast form that morning. Little thing, are you uncomfortable? Is it your face? Now Luo Gu truly believed she was in pain. Hearing his worried voice, Jinjin suddenly snapped out of her thoughts, broke free from his hand, and turned around to cover her face. Oh my gosh, how did she end up in such an awkward situation? Her eyes. Little thing? Why you? Put on your beast skin first. Jinjin tightly covered her face, trembling from the cold earlier, but now her whole body felt like it was on fire. If she could, she would rather faint right now. Luo Gu looked down and immediately understood. He gave a slight smile and teased, "Want to say hello to it?" His words made Jinjin feel both embarrassed and angry. Before he put on his beast skin, she couldn't move at all, afraid that any movement would reveal something she shouldn't see.
Put on the beast skin.
There's only us here. Since we have to be honest with each other eventually, maybe. Please put on the beast skin. Jinjin angrily interrupted him, regretting her impulsiveness. Why didn't she think about the consequences of bathing with a single man? Seeing her reaction so intense and noticing her cheeks flushing abnormally, Luo Gu had no choice but to turn and walk toward the stone where the beast's skin was placed. Jinjin listened carefully for any sounds behind her. Luckily, he went to put on the beast's skin, or she might have fainted from embarrassment. After some rustling, the sound stopped. She didn't dare look back, only asking softly, "Are you done?" Yes, his voice came from behind, probably still near the stone. Jinjin slowly turned around, still covering her face, not daring to remove her hands. Who knew if he was truly finished? Little thing, do you dislike my body that much? Luo Gu saw she was still hiding herself and looked annoyed. Jinjin ignored his words and moved her fingers, squinting her eyes. She faintly saw his bare upper body and quickly glanced downward, her mind uncontrollably recalling the previous scene. Her face turned even redder and hotter. "I've already put it on," Luo Gu said as he walked in front of her, clearly showing his displeasure. He really had put it on. Jinjin nodded and tried to go around him to get her clothes, but once again, he blocked her way. What exactly was he trying to do? Qi Jinjin was both angry and helpless, feeling deep regret inside. "Little one, have you never seen a man before?" Luo Gu asked with a frown. Qi Jinjin froze for a moment, clearly uncomfortable and awkward. If she kept answering his questions, it might never end. So she said, "I'm really not feeling well right now. Can we talk about this later?" Luo Gu looked at her suspiciously, trying to see if she was telling the truth. Qi Jinjin clenched her teeth and came up with a plan. She frowned slightly, started swaying, then suddenly felt weak, closed her eyes, and collapsed to the ground. "Little one?" Luo Gu was surprised. He helped her sit up. "Wake up."
Don't scare me.
"Wake up quickly." Luo Gu grabbed her arm, looking a bit flustered.
Ugh.
His strength was too much. Qi Jinjin felt her arm turn red from his grip. There was no way she could wake up now. Pretending to faint was her only way to avoid embarrassment. Luo Gu quickly picked her up. She was soaked, her clothes cold, but her skin felt warm. He regretted it deeply. He knew he shouldn't have joked with her. He understood how fragile pure-hearted people could be. Qi Jinjin tried to stay relaxed, so he wouldn't notice her hiding something. She had brought some dry clothes with her earlier. Soon, she felt Luo Gu transforming. She was lying flat on the back of a white beast. Qi Jinjin immediately became nervous. She was fainting, so she couldn't use her hands to hold onto his fur for balance. If they started running wildly, she would fall off. Just as she worried, her waist was suddenly pulled tight, his tail wrapped around her, holding her securely on his back. Qi Jinjin let out a small breath of relief. She had finally escaped that awkward moment. She slowly opened her eyes, squinting. Luo Gu quickly turned back into a human. Qi Jinjin hurriedly closed her eyes again. Luo Gu carried her swiftly back to the tribe. His speed was faster than before, almost as if he was rushing. In the blink of an eye, Luo Gu was back in human form. Qi Jinjin quickly opened her eyes. Luo Gu carried her into the tribe. Hurry, call Ma to come here. Everyone in the tribe was still busy making pottery, excited about their work. Seeing Luo Gu rushing back with his spouse, they were all startled. Luo Gu, what happened to your spouse? Is she dead?
Bah.
Don't talk nonsense. Qi Jinjin listened to their chatter and debated whether to wake up now. After all, they were back together, no longer alone. Thinking of this, she let out a soft cry, pretending to wake up slowly. Luo Gu. Luo Gu paused, looked down, and saw that the person in his arms seemed to have regained consciousness. Little one, you're awake? He frowned gently, speaking softly to avoid frightening her. Qi Jinjin looked up and saw his face was worried, which made her feel a little guilty inside. But she quickly pushed down that guilt. This wasn't her fault. If he hadn't played tricks and pulled her into the water, she wouldn't be pretending to be unconscious.
How do you feel now?
Are you uncomfortable anywhere? Luo Gu asked urgently when she didn't answer. Suddenly, outside the cave, his mother's voice came. Luo Gu, your partner is hurt? Qi Jinjin wanted to struggle and jump down, but Luo Gu held her tightly, so she could only watch his mother rush over anxiously. I'm fine, just... She started to say. She's very uncomfortable. What should we do? Luo Gu interrupted her, seeking his mother's help. His mother reached out to touch her head, then lifted the cover over her clothes. How did she fall into the water? Quickly, bring her to the fire. I'll make a fire. Without hesitation, Luo Gu gently placed her on the ground. Qi Jinjin clung tightly to her dry clothes, curled up, shivering from the cold. Luo Gu, you're too careless. Where did you take your partner? His mother scolded as she started the fire. The pond, Luo Gu replied, feeling just as upset. He held her tightly, noticing she was trembling all over. Why is she still shaking? She's cold. His mother quickly lit the fire and then brought over a pile of animal skins. Luo Gu, change her wet clothes. He had never dealt with this kind of situation before. His mother and this girl were both pure people, so he trusted her to help. He hurried to support Qi Jinjin, preparing to take off her clothes. No, don't. Qi Jinjin, trembling from the cold, knew she needed to change out of her wet clothes, but no matter what, he shouldn't be the one to do it. Don't touch me. I'll do it myself. Luo Gu frowned displeased. I can help you take them off faster. Who wanted him to do it faster? She was just pretending to be unconscious to avoid too much physical contact with him. Now, there was no way she would change her clothes in front of him. Can you please go out first? Just leave Andy here, Qi Jinjin said, tightly clutching her clothes. Otherwise, I won't change at all. All right, Luo Gu, you go out first. Now isn't the time to be angry. It seems that Mom knows what Luo Gu is about to do, so she speaks first. Nothing is more important than your partner's health. Her last words hit Luo Gu hard. For the sake of this little one's health, he can only stand up and let go. Qi Jinjin watches his back as he leaves the cave, knowing he's probably upset now. Luo Gu's partner, change your clothes first, Mom says. You're a purebred, and you should know that purebreds are not as strong as beast men. Besides, you're the weakest purebred I've ever seen. Qi Jinjin looks away and silently changes her clothes. She can tell there are other meanings behind Mom's words, but this situation was clearly caused by her son. She's the one suffering the most. She thought changing into dry clothes would make her less cold, but she still shivers and feels her forehead is hot. Luo Gu's partner, warm yourself by the fire. It will help you feel better, Mom says, wrapping her in the thickest beast hide she has. Wear more. It's useless. Qi Jinjin shakes off the beast hide. It belongs to Luo Gu, and she doesn't want to touch anything related to this half-beast anymore. Whether she's angry or stubborn, who can stay calm in such a situation? Sure enough, Mom looks a bit upset. Luo Gu's partner, your body is your own. If you're unwell, Luo Gu will worry about you. She knows her body is her own. Annie, could you please bring my backpack? Mom looks at her, wanting to say something but holding back her words. She gets up and brings over the backpack, placing it in front of her. Luo Gu told me you have healing abilities? Qi Jinjin nods, not wanting to say much. Mom senses her attitude and has some thoughts but doesn't show them. Qi Jinjin takes out a medicine box from her backpack. Most likely, her symptoms are just a cold and fever. Annie, do you have any water to drink? Qi Jinjin asks as she finds some medicine. Mom calls Luo Gu, who is anxiously waiting outside the cave. Luo Gu, go get some water to drink. Luo Gu rushes in and immediately looks at Qi Jinjin. Her clothes are changed, but her face looks unwell. Luo Gu? Mom calls again when he doesn't move. Luo Gu snaps out of it, turns around without saying a word and leaves. It's only after hearing his footsteps fade away that Qi Jinjin looks outside the cave. Mom glances at what she's holding in her palm and asks curiously, what is this? Medicine. The medicine in her palm was a tablet that needed to be mixed with water before she could take it. Medicine? Clearly, both Mom and Luo Gu didn't know what it was. Qi Jinjin nodded and explained briefly, if you're not feeling well, taking it will make you better, but different symptoms require different medicines. Mom listened with a look of partial understanding and didn't ask further about what the medicine was. Then why are you going to the water pond? Mom asked, noticing her tone had softened. Qi Jinjin hesitated. How should she answer? Honestly, she wasn't as thick-skinned as Luo Gu. She chose to stay silent. As long as she didn't speak, Mom couldn't force her. Soon, Luo Gu returned with water, just using the prepared pottery. Here. Luo Gu squatted down and handed her the water. Qi Jinjin took it and swallowed all the medicine mixed with water. Although she wasn't looking at Luo Gu now, she could feel his hot gaze on her. Mom, how is she? Luo Gu asked. She should be fine, Mom replied, though she wasn't entirely sure. After all, the body of a purebred like her was much weaker than theirs. Luo Gu, don't worry too much. Didn't you say she has healing abilities? She'll make herself okay, right, Jinjin? Qi Jinjin, curled up by the fire, stiffened. Why did her mom call her by her name now? Didn't she say before that because of Luo Gu, she could only be called by those 5 words? But she quickly understood, probably guessing that something unpleasant had happened between her and Luo Gu, so she was trying to get closer to her. Qi Jinjin responded with a cold her face showing her mood. Luo Gu's furrowed brow tightened even more. Jinjin, rest well. Luo Gu, stay with her, Mom said as she stood up, ready to leave. Qi Jinjin almost called out to stop her, not wanting to be alone with this half-beast again. But then she thought no matter what her mom said, she would side with Luo Gu. Her words wouldn't change anything. So she could only watch helplessly as her mom left the cave. After Mom left, Luo Gu sat beside her, adding a few more sticks to the fire to make it burn brighter. Suddenly, only the crackling of the fire remained, and the atmosphere grew tense. Luo Gu kept glancing at her now and then, several times swallowing words he seemed to want to say. Qi Jinjin knew his state well. This was very unlike him. It looked like he was pretending to be dizzy very well. Next time she faced something like this, she'd do the same. Little thing, Luo Gu finally couldn't hold back and spoke. Bai Jinjin did not speak, waiting for his next words, but after a long wait, she did not hear him say anything further. She turned her head to look and noticed his expression was very strange. He seemed conflicted, guilty, and annoyed. His reaction was a bit unexpected for Bai Jinjin. She thought for a moment and then spoke. Have you never seen a woman before? Lu Gu was pleased. She finally took the initiative to speak. Little one, have you forgotten that I've never fallen in love? No one wanted to hear answers like that from him. The reason she asked was just to return his previous question exactly as he asked her. Bai Zhenjin tightened her clothes and said more directly, since you've never experienced this, don't you think your earlier behavior was a bit much? Too much? Lu Gu didn't think he did anything wrong, but he quickly realized, are you blaming me for pulling you into this? I didn't expect a pure person to be so fragile. So you think this is my fault? I got involved without meaning to and was pulled into the cold water? And you were just messing around there? Bai Zhenjin's anger flared up. It's not your fault, it's mine, he responded quickly. But what do you mean by messing around? All your actions just now were messing around. Lu Gu looked surprised. So, if I just mess around with you, you'll feel uncomfortable? Yes, Bai Zhenjin said irritably. All right, I won't pull you into the water again. Everything will be voluntary from now on, okay? Bai Zhenjin frowned, feeling that he didn't seem to understand what messing around really meant. Do you even know what voluntary means? She asked back. As long as you say no, I won't do it, Lu Gu answered seriously. Really? Are you willing to follow my wishes in everything? This was a good chance to negotiate. Lu Gu nodded. I will try to respect you. Bai Zhenjin pursed her lips, wanting to explore this topic further, but afraid that going too deep might be hard to back out of. Little one, I want to show you something. Lu Gu stood up and turned to leave. Bai Zhenjin blinked, deciding to take his words as a way to change the subject. She hadn't expected this outcome. Honestly, she was already prepared to be furious, but she didn't expect this half-beast to actually step back voluntarily. With his personality, it was rare for him to genuinely speak about respecting someone. Bai Zhenjin gradually calmed down, feeling this was an unexpected gain. Soon, Lu Gu returned to the cave, holding a small bunch of green roots. Qi Zhenjin looked back and saw a small bundle of green roots that looked familiar. Is this tracking grass? As he approached, Qi Zhenjin recognized that this was the same thing her mother took from the orchard that day. Yes, Lu Gu said unexpectedly. Do you recognize it? Qi Zhenjin nodded, still recognizing it through her bronze mirror. Do you know what it does? Lu Gu asked. I heard it can track the fluff on it, but I'm not very sure about the details, Qi Zhenjin said, deliberately not explaining too clearly. She wanted to hear Lu Gu's opinion. Lu Gu smiled and sat beside her. That's right. This bundle of tracking grass is just the core now. The core can lead you to where the fluff is. This matched her understanding of tracking grass, but are you planning to use this tracking grass to find the wolf? Qi Zhenjin asked with doubt. Isn't the wolf supposed to come to me first? I prefer to take the initiative, he replied. But Qi Zhenjin hesitated, then spoke up. That day in the orchard, I saw your mother use this tracking grass on a wolf. The wolf that broke in that day was all dead, so where are you going to track it? Unless, to confirm her suspicion, Qi Zhenjin hurriedly asked, did that wolf with the tracking fluff run away, and did you deliberately let it go? Lu Gu's lips curled slightly, and his expression already explained everything. But she still didn't understand. Since you deliberately let that wolf go, why didn't you track it right then? Why wait until now? Think about it yourself. Lu Gu played with the core of the grass, looking happy. Qi Zhenjin was speechless. If she could think of it, would she still ask him? But this also made her realize that this half-beast not only had strength but also brains, unlike beasts with simple heads and strong limbs. Maybe he already had a detailed plan in his mind. And that plan was something she couldn't see through now. I can't think of it. You tell me, she said. Too lazy to guess. Guessing might be wrong anyway. Lu Gu glanced at her and saw her reluctance to think. If you can't think of it, then forget it. Forget it? That's not acceptable. Qi Zhenjin glared at him and thought, are you waiting for the right moment? Yes, he replied. What moment? He again asked her to keep thinking. Mizuki Chi squinted and said somewhat unhappily, I'm not a mind reader. Since you've shown me the tracking grass, it means I can understand your plan. So, just tell me already. No more beating around the bush. However, her words still didn't make Luo Gu speak. You'll find out tomorrow. Wow, it turns out he only showed her the core of the tracking grass to change the subject. What should I do? She seems even angrier now. Luo Gu put away the tracking grass and said, "By the way, the pottery you made has already been used by the tribe members. They're very grateful to you. Is that another way to change the subject?" Mizuki Chi said irritably. "Maybe," Luo Gu admitted openly. "I'm going to catch some food. You can warm the fire again." After saying that, Luo Gu got up and left. Now, only she was left in the cave. Mizuki Chi touched her forehead. It was quite hot. She wasn't sure if it was from the fire. Although she had been forced into the water pool, the sticky feeling on her body was gone. Maybe she had taken a bath. She just hoped her body could hold up and the medicine would work in time. She didn't want to delay her trip to Chi Fong Valley tomorrow. Luo Gu not only caught rabbits and chickens, but also brought back several pieces of pottery of different sizes. He even found some children to fill these pots with water. "You're bringing back so many pots just to hold water? That's a bit wasteful," she said. The first batch of pottery she made wasn't many, and the tribe was so large. Wasteful? Luo Gu looked at the pots on the side. "This water is stored for your bath." Bath? Mizuki Chi's face stiffened. She now had a shadow over that word. He nodded. "I asked Mama specifically. You don't have to go to the water pool for a bath. As long as there's enough water, anywhere will do." Could it be that his mother also knew about the awkward incident at the water pool? Mizuki Chi's face blushed again. "Then we don't need so many pots now. If you move these, others won't be able to use them. You can teach them how to make their own if they want to," Luo Gu said. After filling the pottery with water, he sent the children who helped him away with a chicken each. She was too lazy to argue further. There was plenty of water without going to the creek, so why not? The fire was almost out. She was about to get up and wash her wet clothes to dry them, since there was water anyway. "Where are you going?" Luo Gu asked, frowning as she left the fire. "To wash clothes." She picked up her wet clothes and walked to a clay pot filled with water, choosing one about the size of a wash basin. Luo Gu saw her toss the clothes in and quickly took the task from her hands. "Let me do it. You go warm yourself by the fire." "You do it?"
She was surprised.
Could this big man really wash clothes? Have you ever washed clothes before?
No.
He squatted in front of the pot, pressing his hand into the water. After submerging the clothes, he looked up and asked, "How do you wash them?" If it weren't for his serious expression, Qi Jinjin would think he was joking. "I saw my mother wash clothes," she replied. Seeing she didn't answer, Luo Gu recalled how his relatives used to wash animal skins by the creek. He put both hands into the water, grabbed her clothes, and started rubbing them. Surprisingly, he looked quite skilled. A loud, awkward sound suddenly came from the water.
Qi Zhensen frowned.
"Stop. Take your hands out." "What's wrong?" Luo Gu paused, confused, still holding her clothes in the water. She grabbed his wrist and lifted his hand out of the water. To her surprise, her plain t-shirt had a large tear in it. Seeing this, Luo Gu's face showed a hint of embarrassment. "Was I too rough? What do you think?" Qi Jinjin's eyebrows raised, tightening her grip on his wrist. His strength was nothing to him, but he knew he was at fault. He said, "I can give you lots of animal skins. Whatever you want, I'll give it to you."
Who cares about that?
Qi Jinjin snatched her clothes back and shook off his hand. What good are more skins if her clothes aren't comfortable or suitable? Then she asked, "What do you want? I can give you anything." She shot him a sharp look.
"I don't want anything."
"Please don't touch my stuff anymore." As soon as she finished, Luo Gu's expression changed instantly. The angry look on Qi Jinjin's face faded quickly, and she regained her composure. "It's just a piece of clothing. Offending this half-beast over a piece of clothing isn't wise," and he said he would make up for it. Qi Jinjin felt a pang of pain but forced herself to swallow her frustration. "Let me do it myself," she said softly, quickly shooing him away to prevent the rest of her pants from getting damaged. "Go roast the meat." "Are you feeling better now?" he suddenly asked. "Don't forget, we're going to Chi Fong Valley tomorrow." Of course, she hadn't forgotten. She could tell he was genuinely concerned. "I took medicine, so I'm no longer uncomfortable. You should go roast the meat." Seeing this, Luo Gu had no choice but to go over to the fire to roast some meat. Qi Jinjin let out a small sigh of relief, enduring the discomfort of her torn clothes as she washed the remaining fabric. After washing her clothes, she found there was no place inside the cave to hang them, so she made a clothesline from tree branches. Luo Gu watched her busy herself, both roasting meat and doing chores, his gaze fixed on her the whole time. She didn't seem uncomfortable, and the heavy feeling in his heart slowly eased away. By the time Qi Jinjin finished, Luo Gu had already finished roasting the meat, and the cave was filled with a tempting aroma. After eating the roasted meat, it was getting dark outside. Qi Jinjin touched her forehead again. The heat was gone, indicating the medicine had worked. Since they planned to leave for Qifeng Valley tomorrow, she wanted to rest early and regain her energy. Luo Gu laid several layers of animal skins on a pile of dry grass, even considering building a small fire in front of it. There's no need for a fire. Qi Jinjin saw him doing this and wondered if she should take out her sleeping bag to use, so she wouldn't have to turn into an animal form every night. Why not use it? Because it's dangerous, she replied. Qi Jinjin blinked and said, Look, this dry grass is also flammable. What if it catches fire at night?
And
You're right, Luo Gu interrupted her, rubbing his chin. Then tonight you'd better stay warm by my side. Qi Jinjin bit her lip, then reorganized her words. Actually, I have something amazing. Do you want me to tell you about it? What? Luo Gu wasn't very interested in her amazing thing. When she explained that her sleeping bag could keep a constant temperature, warm in winter and cool in summer, he lost even more interest. This thing isn't as thick as these animal skins.
put it away, she said.
If she slept inside that sleeping bag, she'd have even less contact with him, so he wouldn't allow it. Luo Gu listened and, feeling unconvinced, said, Don't underestimate my sleeping bag. It's temperature-controlled. Do you know what that means? Warm in winter, cool in summer. I don't understand, he replied, not wanting to understand. Hurry up and put it away, or don't blame me for doing it myself. He really was, the sleeping bag wasn't even for him, so why was he resisting so much? Put it away now, Luo Gu urged again when she didn't move. Jinjin glared at him unhappily and had to fold the sleeping bag back into her backpack. His expression looked like he could tear her sleeping bag apart at any moment. Even though the sleeping bag might not be useful right now, she believed it would come in handy someday. Now we can rest, Jinjin said as she packed up the sleeping bag and went to test the animal hide laid out on the pile of dry grass. It was thick and warm, comfortable enough. Luo Gu responded with a grunt and went over to add some firewood to the fire, keeping it burning to chase away the cold. Just as Jinjin was about to lie down and rest, there was suddenly a lot of noise outside the cave. Listening carefully, it was clear that people were making a lot of fuss, and the noise was getting closer. What's happening outside? Jinjin quickly pulled her clothes tighter and became alert. Could it be another wolf attack? Luo Gu shook his head, clearly unsure of what was going on.
Stay here.
Jinjin nodded and watched Luo Gu go out. Curious, she stood up. Is your partner here? Please help us. Someone outside the cave called. Help us. Please help us. Someone needed her help? Jinjin walked toward the outside of the cave and saw a group of people gathered there. They looked eager to rush in, but because Luo Gu was standing there, no one dared to actually charge forward. Luo Gu. At this moment, Luo Gu's mother emerged from the crowd, looking very worried. What's going on? Luo Gu asked, frowning and trying to stop her. She looked at him and said, Luo Gu, does she really have healing powers? Please let her come out and help with a few children. Jinjin also heard her mother's words. She hurried over, and the crowd outside the cave became even noisier. They were shouting loudly, begging her for help, but she didn't catch exactly what kind of help they needed. Jinjin, a few children aren't feeling well.
Can you go and check on them?
Her mother asked quickly when she saw Jinjin come out. Not feeling well? Jinjin glanced at Luo Gu, who didn't stop her. What's wrong? Wait a moment, I'll go inside and get something. Jinjin turned around and went into the cave to grab her backpack, then was pushed by the crowd toward another cave. Her mother was explaining what had happened, but everyone around her kept talking, making her head ache from the noise. Finally, they reached the front of the cave. The crowd was still shouting anxiously, looking ready to rush in to see what was going on. Qi Jinjin stopped, took a deep breath, and loudly said, "Don't worry, I will do my best. But I also need your cooperation now. If there's no urgent need, please don't come in yet, okay?" The crowd hesitated and nodded worriedly. Qi Jinjin then relaxed and followed Luo Gu and his mother into the cave. According to her mother, the children had been fine during the day, showing no discomfort. But shortly after night fell, they started to run high fevers and lost consciousness. So, all these children showed symptoms of illness at the same time? Qi Jinjin asked as she approached the 5 children, who were lying on the ground with little awareness. "Yes, I believe so. Their mother came to see me at the same time," her mother replied. Qi Jinjin glanced at the anxious men and women nearby, who were probably the children's parents. She didn't ask more and simply checked the children's foreheads and palms with the back of her hand. The fever was quite high. They needed to cool them down quickly. "Go prepare cold water in clay pots," she said while checking the children's pulses. "Then see if there are any other children in the tribe with fevers." Okay, we'll go right away." The men guarding the children hurried off to fetch water. Luo Gu's spouse. "What does a fever mean?" one child's mother asked. Qi Jinjin swallowed her frustration and explained, "It's like how they are now, feeling very hot and uncomfortable all over." "All right, I understand," the child's mother said, reluctant to leave her child. She ran outside the cave to ask others to help watch over the children. After giving instructions, Qi Jinjin took her first aid kit from her backpack. Since the children had high fevers and were unconscious, taking fever-reducing medicine wouldn't work as quickly as an injection. She thought she still had spare fever injections in her kit. Sure enough, she found a box of fever injections, more than enough for these 5 children. Luo Gu's spouse. "What are you planning to do?" one of the women guarding the children exclaimed when she saw her pull out several sharp tools. Qi Jinjin was startled by the shout and, before she could react, was pushed by a woman, causing her to sit the ground and almost drop the injection. "What are you doing?" Luo Gu shouted angrily, making the women guarding the children tremble. "She wants to hurt my children," another brave mother shouted. "She definitely has something bad in her hand." Mu Xian pushed Luo Gu's hand away, her face serious. "Do you really want your children to survive?" "Of course we do. We asked you to save them, not to hurt them." One woman clutched her child's hand tightly, looking scared and anxious. Mu Xian smiled slightly, her eyes sharp. After giving Luo Gu a calming look, she said, "All right, if you want your children to live, move aside immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for not saving them." "Everyone, step back," Luo Gu's mother ordered. Although these children's mothers were frightened and worried, they all listened to Luo Gu's mother. Mu Xian felt like she might be overwhelmed by their intense gazes, but she usually doesn't care about faces when treating or helping others. She focuses on the results. Calmly and steadily, she prepared a fever-reducing injection. After disinfecting the first child's arm with alcohol, she carefully injected the needle into the arm under the watchful, worried eyes of the mothers. The cave suddenly fell silent. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the children and Mu Xian. After finishing the first injection, Mu Xian moved on to give the second child a fever reducer. But halfway through the second injection, the 5th child on the ground suddenly started convulsing.
"Oh."
The high fever caused a seizure. Mu Xian frowned. She hadn't finished injecting the medicine and couldn't leave to help. "Xiao Hu, don't scare Mom," the child's mother cried out. "What do we do? What should we do?" "Put the child down, don't move him," Mu Xian said urgently, thinking quickly. "Luo Gu, come help me." Luo Gu, standing nearby, was surprised but then nodded. "Help you with what?" "Inject the medicine," Mu Xian said firmly, grabbing his hand. "Just follow my movements, slowly push the medicine in, slowly." After speaking, she quickly withdrew her hand and prepared another syringe, kneeling in front of the child. "Secure his limbs, tilt his head to one side, quickly." Mu Xian ordered. The mothers immediately helped without hesitation. Why is my child like this? Will he be okay? Luo Gu's mother asked, trembling. High fever seizures. If you had told me a little later, I wouldn't be able to save them, Mu Xian said, focusing on the child's arm as she injected the medicine. They couldn't understand what Mu Xian was saying, but they could see that the sharp object in her hand didn't seem harmful. The fever medicine was slowly injected into the children's arms, and the kids gradually became quiet. Water is coming. Water is coming. Suddenly, a shout came from outside the cave. Jiazenhen didn't have time to look and told them to set the water aside first. Only after the children completely stopped moving did Jiazenhen finish injecting the medicine. She quickly prepared to give the remaining 2 children their fever shots. That's enough, Luo Gu. Pull out the needle and press it with a cotton swab, Jiazenhen said, while giving the 4th child the injection. Luo Gu hesitated to pull out the needle. He had seen the small device being removed before, but had never done it himself. What's wrong? Jiazenhen asked when he didn't move, noticing the needle was still in the child's arm. Are you afraid of this sharp thing too? Luo Gu shot her a look, clearly annoyed by her words. Jiazenhen cleared her throat and said seriously, come over and gently push the medicine in like before. I'll take out the needle. The spouse of Luo Gu can do it. The mother nearby offered to take over. Jiazenhen shook her head in refusal and waited for Luo Gu to come. Luo Gu didn't say anything, releasing the syringe and following her instructions. After the exchange, Jiazenhen quickly pulled out the needle, pressed a cotton swab on the spot, and asked the parents to hold it. Soon, with Luo Gu's help, all 5 children received their fever shots. The distressed, high-fever faces finally relaxed a little as they drifted into sleep. Use water to wipe the children's bodies, focusing on these areas, Jiazenhen said, wiping sweat from her forehead and continuing to teach the parents how to cool the children physically with water. They'll wake up soon. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, Luo Gu's spouse. Although the children hadn't regained consciousness yet, everyone felt a bit more at ease hearing her words. Jiazenhen smiled and began packing the medicine box. By the way, are there any other children in the tribe feeling unwell? No, just these 5 children, the person asked replied. Jiazenhen nodded, understanding the situation. Little one, I'll take you back to rest first, Luo Gu said, about to help carry her backpack. Wait a moment, Jiazenhen quickly stopped him. I want to stay here and wait until they wake up. The parents of the children quickly understood Luo Gu's expression. They all knew Luo Gu's temper. Having his partner come here to help watch the children was already a big concession. If the parents couldn't help but shiver and sent someone forward to speak. Luo Gu's partner, thank you so much. Since the children are fine, maybe you should go back and rest? He originally wanted to say that if the children woke up, he would go tell her, but Luo Gu's expression made it hard for him to speak. Qi Jinjin shook her head, politely declining. She stayed for another reason. If she guessed correctly, Luo Gu would definitely come back to check on the situation after sending her to the cave. So, she might as well stay and watch together. After all, the 5 children showing similar symptoms at the same time was not a coincidence. It's okay, they'll wake up soon, Qi Jinjin thought for a moment and said, by the way, did these children go somewhere or eat something unclean? The parents exchanged worried looks but found it hard to answer because they didn't know either. From their expressions, Qi Jinjin guessed that these children played by themselves during the day and only came back when it was mealtime. And now, the adults felt fine, but these 5 children were unwell. To understand the situation, they could only ask the children. At this moment, one of the children slowly regained consciousness. My child is awake, the parents exclaimed excitedly. Qi Jinjin smiled faintly, but her expression remained serious. Fortunately, these children had good resistance, so the fever reducer worked quickly once administered. She didn't speak immediately, but observed carefully. One by one, the children woke up. Suddenly, cheers erupted around, and many looked at Luo Gu's partner with admiration, almost the first time they saw such a pure person. Luo Gu's partner, are these children okay now? Asked the old woman who had been watching nearby. As soon as she spoke, the worried parents looked at her again. Finally, they could ask about the situation. Qi Jinjin gave them a reassuring look and started communicating with the children. Did any of you eat something strange today? Qi Jinjin asked directly, without beating around the bush. Although the children's high fever had just subsided, they had recovered their thoughts and knew how uncomfortable they had been, so they all answered honestly. I don't think I ate anything strange. I don't think I have either. Luo Gu's sister-in-law, what do you mean by strange things? Qi Jinjin asked in a different way. It's probably things you haven't eaten before, and where did you all go today? The children looked at each other and said, we didn't go anywhere special, just played behind. Behind? Qi Jinjin caught the key words. Where is that? Outside the tribe? But just as she finished speaking, there was a loud slap, and one child's bottom was hit hard. The child cried out loudly. Qi Jinjin was surprised to see an adult hitting a child. They had just recovered from a fever, and now were being hit without reason. Did you take them behind there? How many times have I told you? No going near the back without my and your mother's permission. Where are your ears? The adult yelled angrily.
Ugh, ugh.
I was wrong, I was wrong. The child cried tears and looked very upset. At this moment, Luo Gu pulled Qi Jinjin up, seeming worried about hurting her. Qi Jinjin looked at him. She knew she had to ask clearly about this. I know what you're thinking. Let's go back first. I'll handle the rest, Luo Gu said sternly. Go back with your mother first.
But
Jinjin, listen to Luo Gu. Her mother came over and tried to be friendly, calling her by name. Let's go, come with me first. Qi Jinjin frowned, wanting to refuse. But her mother was so strong and straightforward that she took her backpack from Luo Gu and pulled her out forcibly. People outside saw them come out and immediately made way. They didn't dare look at Luo Gu's wife directly. Qi Jinjin's attempt to resist failed, and she had to let her mother-in-law lead her toward the cave. Annie, don't you think this is very strange? Qi Jinjin asked with some anger.
Thank you.
That was a strange answer. It's a bit early to say thank you, Qi Jinjin said carefully. But she didn't expect her mother-in-law to understand her meaning directly. Don't worry, Luo Gu knows what you're thinking. He doesn't want you to be so tired, so he asked me to bring you back first. Really? Qi Jinjin was a bit suspicious. She hadn't clearly expressed any thoughts earlier. With his personality, did he really know? Jinjin, although I appreciate you helping tonight, I think Luo Gu might feel a little uncomfortable. If he said something unpleasant to you, don't take it to heart. At this moment, Lu Gu's mother spoke again. Pai Jinjin felt upset. Lu Gu's personality was really hard to accept. Can't people have basic social skills? Besides, what she did tonight was to save someone.
How could he be angry about that?
Has he been like this since he was a child? Pai Jinjin couldn't help but ask. Her mother smiled and replied, more or less. As long as it's his things, he doesn't allow others to touch them. Plus, you're his only chosen partner. You'll get used to it over time. Oh, that really is a scary habit. Pai Jinjin sneered inwardly. Getting used to it? That's unlikely. At first, she was afraid because she didn't know him well, but now that she was slowly getting to know him, she didn't believe she couldn't change Lu Gu's temper. Her mother, of course, didn't know she was thinking about how to change her son's personality. Aside from that, Lu Gu has changed a lot since he met you. Pai Jinjin responded perfunctorily. Her mother's words mostly came from her son's perspective, just nice words. Soon, they arrived at the cave. Her mother said, do you want me to stay here and wait for Lu Gu to come back? Pai Jinjin wanted to refuse, but once her mother left, she would be alone in the cold, dark cave with no door to close. It was pretty scary. So she nodded and said, thank you, Auntie. Don't be so formal. Come on, let's go warm ourselves by the fire. After putting down her backpack, her mother led her to sit by the fire. Just from this action, Pai Jinjin was sure that Lu Gu's earlier words weren't just to dismiss her. Otherwise, his mother would have simply let her sleep. They sat by the fire. Pai Jinjin glanced at her mother adding wood to the fire and felt strangely awkward. Should she say something? Forget it. She was afraid that bringing up topics might make things more awkward, so she decided to stay quiet and keep warm. Pai Jinjin curled up with her knees to her chest, quietly waiting for Lu Gu to return. She thought about the 5 children she had just saved. They had all gone to the back. She hadn't even asked what kind of place it was back there, but it definitely wasn't a good place. As she thought, her mind unexpectedly flashed with Lu Gu's face. Thinking carefully, it seemed that since she followed her mother to see the children, Lu Gu hardly spoke at all, just quietly staying beside her. Quietly waiting. That was so unlike his usual style. When asking him for help again, he was probably very afraid of needles, but he still helped her. Considering how selfish he is, it's really not easy for him to do this much. So, to change a person, it's actually quite simple if you know the right way. Jinjin, what are you laughing at? Mom's voice suddenly interrupted her thoughts. Jinjin's face stiffened. She didn't realize she was smiling. Nothing really. I see you're smiling happily. Are you thinking of something nice? Mom smiled, wanting to chat more. Jinjin held back her smile and shook her head. Really, it's nothing. As soon as she finished speaking, footsteps sounded outside the cave. Jinjin turned around and saw Luogu. She didn't expect Luogu to come back so quickly. Seeing Luogu return, Mom stood up and went to him. How did it go? I've asked everything. Luogu looked at Jinjin with a serious expression. Mom also looked at Jinjin with his gaze, but quickly withdrew her eyes and gave Luogu a subtle signal. Some things are better not said in front of his spouse. But Luogu ignored her look and said, You go and settle them. Let them rest early. We can talk about anything tomorrow morning. Mom opened her mouth but swallowed her words. All right, let your spouse rest early too. But should we postpone your trip to Qifeng Valley until tomorrow? Let's see. Seeing Luogu losing patience, Mom didn't say more. After greeting Jinjin, she left. Jinjin stood by the campfire, watching Luogu walk toward her. Her heart was pounding. She was very nervous, partly because of the outcome, and partly worried he wouldn't tell her the truth. Little one, are you tired? Luogu approached her, his voice softening considerably. Not too bad. Jinjin frowned slightly, unsure why he asked. Good, come with me. After speaking, he took out a furry animal hide and draped it over her shoulders. Where to? Jinjin's heart skipped a beat. It seemed he planned to tell her the truth. Somewhere behind, Luogu replied simply. Jinjin's heart sank. It looked like he was going to be honest. Where exactly is behind? Is it a dangerous place? Luogu hummed, but didn't say more. Out of habit, Jinjin still carried her flashlight. As soon as they left the cave, Luogu transformed into a beast form. Jinjin rode on his back, clutching his long fur tightly. It seemed that the place called behind was still quite far away. No, this place should be near the Bai Li tribe. The children couldn't have gone so far without the adults knowing. The night wind howled against her skin. Jinjin tried to hide in her thick coat to stay warm, hoping her resistance was good enough not to be blown over again. Sure enough, Luogu quickly stopped, seeming to have reached this back area. Jinjin jumped down from Luogu's back, who had turned into a human form. The surroundings were pitch dark, almost impossible to see anything with her hand in front of her face. Where exactly are we? Jinjin held onto his arm with one hand and turned on her flashlight with the other. As soon as the light shone out, she finally saw what this place looked like. Right now, they should be on a flat grassy field, with no trees around. Looking further, it was so dark that even the flashlight couldn't reach. The 5 children ate a blue fruit here. Luogu listened carefully to the surroundings, his eyes curious about the bright object in her hand. Blue fruit? Jinjin spun her flashlight around. There were no trees nearby, so where did the fruit come from?
And it was blue.
Luogu nodded and took her hand, walking forward. Jinjin moved very carefully, afraid that something scary might jump out in the dark night. But Luogu looked different. He was alert but not scared, as if this was his territory and anyone who entered would be doomed. Because of his confident attitude, Jinjin also gathered her courage. So you brought me here at night to find that blue fruit? Maybe that fruit is the reason the children got sick. she said, shining her flashlight over the grass. In such a dark night, it's not easy to find a fruit with just the eye. But just as she finished thinking this, Luogu suddenly quickened his pace and headed toward a specific spot. Qi Jinjin, worried he might not see clearly, kept shining the flashlight on the path until she saw several fruits. Is this the blue fruit the children mentioned? She broke free from Luogu's hand and held the flashlight close to examine. In the deeper grass, there were a few small, palm-sized fruits. Despite the darkness, she could faintly see that they were blue, and the blue color looked very unusual.
Don't move yet.
Qi Jinjin whispered sharply, slapping away Luogu's hand that was reaching to pick the fruit. What if they're poisonous? Luo Gaiong withdrew his hand and looked at her. What is poison? Something harmful.
Now's not the time to explain.
Let me handle this. Qi Jinjin will more her pocket, trying to see if she has anything to wrap the blue fruit. But before she could find anything, Luo Gu snatched her flashlight and took the fruit from the bushes first. You! Qi Jinjin stared at him in shock. Such a dangerous thing. You're not allowed to touch it, Luo Gu said seriously. If I had known, I wouldn't have brought you here. I shouldn't have spoken up, but since you care, I'll say it. My previous words were just hypothetical. We should be cautious of unknown things. Luo Gu ignored her words and instead aimed the bright flashlight at the fruit in his hand. This is just a normal fruit. Really? Qi Jinjin took out a bronze mirror and shined it at the blue fruit. Species, silver fruit, plant, habitat. The fruit of the silver tree, crunchy and juicy when ripe. It's best to eat it fully ripe, otherwise, it tastes bitter and hard to swallow, but it's not toxic. Period. Ancient times Luo Gu looked at what she held. There was nothing on it, but he studied it carefully. You're right. It's just a normal fruit. Are you sure the 5 children only got sick after eating this silver fruit? Qi Jinjin tightly held the bronze mirror and asked back. I haven't confirmed that, he replied. Qi Jinjin Dolajome suddenly realized that in Luo Gu's mind, she was starting to become useful. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought her here late at night. Her goal was simple: to find out why these children felt unwell. Thanks for trusting me, Qi Jinjin said with a smile, opening her hand. Show me the silver fruit.
Just look at it like this.
Probably, because she was startled by what she said about poison, Luo Gu refused to let her touch the fruit. How can I see it like this? Don't worry, you've already touched it and you're fine now, Qi Jinjin continued, spreading her hands. If he didn't let her see, she might just take it by force. Luo Gu hesitated, unable to refuse. So Qi Jinjin took out another one from the bushes. Fortunately, Luo Gu didn't stop her, but kept his eyes fixed on her. Qi Jinjin carefully examined the silver fruit under the flashlight. Have you eaten this fruit before? Are there silver trees around here? No, not nearby. This fruit wasn't originally blue, Luo Gu said. It wasn't originally blue. Qi Jinjin muttered softly, focusing on the top and bottom ends of the fruit. She finally noticed something unusual. This fruit has actually been dyed. She used a small mirror to check again, but unfortunately, the reflection only showed the silver fruit, with no sign of the blue coloring layer. She then parted the grass, finding only 2 or 3 silver fruits there. Lu Gu, look around and see if there are any other silver fruits that haven't been dyed blue, Qi Jinjin said seriously. Lu Gu nodded and handed her a flashlight.
Wait.
Qi Jinjin grabbed his hand, her serious expression starting to a little. You hold the flashlight and look. I can see, he replied. Then hold it and look, she insisted, trying to force the flashlight into his hand. Just hold it and find. Don't ask so many questions. Hurry up. Lu Gu frowned slightly and started searching with the glowing object she gave him. Qi Jinjin squatted on the ground, watching the beam of light move nearby, feeling much calmer. Although the darkness was a little scary, at least she knew where Lu Gu was because of the flashlight. Lu Gu moved quickly and soon returned, bringing back all the blue-dyed fruits he found. There were about 10 scattered across the lawn, spread out unevenly. I think these dyed fruits were deliberately placed here. Qi Jinjin examined them carefully. All were dyed silver fruits. But the person who put them here. Probably wouldn't target just a few innocent kids, right? Her words made Lu Gu fall silent. She looked at him sideways and saw he was deep in thought, with a surprisingly serious expression. But she still wanted to confirm whether the 5 children had fallen ill because of these dyed fruits. And the most direct way to confirm that was to try it herself. But that was also the stupidest method. Let's go back first. Lu Gu didn't answer her question, but instead gathered all the fruits. Are we really going back like this? Qi Jinjin blinked. What if there's something else here that could make the kids sick, and we haven't found it? Lu Gu shot her a cold glance, and Qi Jinjin obediently shut her mouth. When they returned to the cave, she suddenly remembered she hadn't asked what the place behind the area was. Just now, what exactly is that place behind? She asked again. This is a hill valley behind the Baili tribe. Luo Gu threw the fruit he brought back onto the ground. That is the territory of your tribe. Why do the children get scolded after going to the back? I just saw that it didn't seem dangerous. Qi Jinjin asked confused. However, Luo Gu didn't want to answer her boring questions, and instead focused on studying those blue fruits. Qi Jinjin felt a bit annoyed. Didn't she want him to help? How can he help if he doesn't answer her questions? Why won't you answer me? Qi Jinjin asked as she walked over directly. That place is dangerous, he finally said. Where is dangerous? The terrain? Or that place? Little one, that's not your concern, Luo Gu interrupted her. Is there any way to confirm that these blue fruits are the reason those children feel unwell? Qi Jinjin was annoyed by his interruption but understood the importance. She squatted down and said, There's a simple way, but it's a bit silly and will take some time. What way? He asked. Qi Jinjin hesitated but saw his eager expression, so she picked up a blue fruit and looked at it carefully. Luo Gu frowned as he watched her plan. She directly put the blue fruit into her mouth and bit into it. Little one! Luo Gu shouted angrily, slapping the fruit from her hand. Are you crazy? Spit it out! The bitten fruit rolled on the ground several times. Qi Jinjin was startled by his angry shout, and a piece of fruit got stuck in her throat, making her cough. Cough. Cough, cough. Qi Jinjin suddenly hit her chest hard and finally coughed out the piece of fruit stuck in her throat. I'm fine, I'm fine. Luo Gu looked relieved when he saw her spit out the fruit, but then he became angry again. Is this the way you said? Using your life to find out the cause? This is the simplest way. Qi Jinjin covered her neck, not understanding why he was so angry. Clearly, he was eager to know the answer. All right, I got it. I understand now. In Luo Gu's dark eyes, she saw a surge of anger. She closed her mouth and silently avoided eye contact with him. It's better not to provoke an angry half-beast man. Little one, you don't seem to value yourself much, Luo Gu said calmly, with a completely different attitude from before. Jinjin Qi stared at the blue fruit with a frown. She really wanted to argue back, but felt powerless because everything she did was just to prove her worth. And it turned out she was successful. Since she succeeded, there was no need to argue anymore. Jinjin Qi smiled and didn't want to ruin the relationship over such a small matter. Thanks for your concern. I'll think of another way. No need to think anymore. Lu Gu collected all the blue fruits in front of him and forbade her from touching them. Jinjin Qi pouted and said, You just asked me if I had any ideas, but I've thought of another one now. However, Lu Gu refused to listen to her suggestions. All right, little one, I shouldn't have brought you here tonight. Go rest now. Unhappy about being pushed away, Jinjin Qi said, How can you be so teasing? I really just thought of a way now. Are you sure you don't want to try? Definitely not. He stood up decisively, pulled her toward the dry grass pile, and forced her to rest. Jinjin Qi had no strength to argue with him and could only say, My idea only needs water, just 2 bowls. It's completely safe, no risk at all. Lu Gu ignored her and threw her onto a thick animal hide, his cold gaze threatening her to rest. How could he be like this? Quickly climbing off the animal hide, Jinjin Qi stubbornly said, Are you sure you won't let me try? If you don't let me, I won't sleep all night until I find a way to test the blue fruit. Lu Gu's eyes grew colder. Shivering, Jinjin straightened her back and refused to back down. If she gave in, she knew she wouldn't sleep tonight. In the end, Lu Gu compromised. He saw the same stubbornness and defiance in her eyes that he had himself. Are you sure there's no risk? Lu Gu asked with narrowed eyes. Absolutely sure. I'm not stupid. I value my life, okay? Seeing him relax a little, Jinjin quickly nodded. Lu Gu believed her. It was clear she was very cautious about her safety, especially when she was chased by the wolf pack earlier. Finally, Jinjin got 2 bowls of water and the blue fruits he had collected. Her plan was to see if she could separate the silver fruit and the blue dye on the peel to check if the blue dye caused the children to get sick and feverish. She took out a knife, peeled the silver fruit, and used the copper mirror to examine the peel separately. Sure enough, the bronze mirror can identify that this is the skin of a silver fruit, but it still cannot recognize what the dyed substance is. Then she threw the blue skin into a bowl of clear water to observe the reaction. Lu Gu was puzzled by her actions, but didn't say anything. The clear water showed no change. The blue color on the skin didn't fade at all. Little one, what exactly are you trying to do? Perhaps seeing her staring at the bowl of water, Lu Gu couldn't help but ask. Just wait for the result, she replied lazily, then used a knife to cut another silver fruit. The juice from the silver fruit was plentiful, and it was easy to get it all over her hands. Jinjin carefully separated the silver fruit from the skin, then squeezed the juice into the water bowl where the skin had been soaked. The juice quickly mixed with the water, and then something surprising happened. The previously colorless skin started to gradually change color. Jinjin restrained her surprise and quickly used the bronze mirror to look at the water. A line of faint words appeared on the mirror, with a different format from what she had seen before. What is blue salt water? Lu Gu suddenly asked.
Huh?
Jinjin didn't understand what he was talking about at first, but soon realized he was referring to the words displayed on the bronze mirror. Can you see the words on the mirror again? She asked quickly, because the words she saw now were either faint or blurry, except for blue salt water. He nodded and looked serious and puzzled. Besides seeing the blue salt water, can you see anything else? She asked again. He replied, I can only see the blue salt water.
Jinjin frowned.
Previously, when the weak points appeared, he could see everything clearly, so why couldn't he see them now? Could it be that the bronze mirror was malfunctioning? But that shouldn't be possible. Her bronze mirror was waterproof and shockproof, and even after traveling to the ancient Beastman continent, it still worked fine. Maybe her ancestral bronze mirror had developed a new function that required her to adjust it slowly? Now, can you only see these 3 words? Do you see any other faint or blurry words? She asked, waiting for 2 more seconds. As soon as she finished speaking, the words on the mirror suddenly became clear. No need, I can see now. Jinjin quickly read the small writing. Blue salt water. Mix the juice of salt fruit and silver fruit. It can cause discomfort in people such as high fever. She was stunned and suddenly had an idea about this matter. Lu Gu, do you know salt fruit? Do you have it in your tribe? What does it look like? Jinjin asked eagerly. But she noticed that Lu Gu's expression became more serious, with furrowed brows that made her feel he had discovered some danger. It seems that this blue fruit is what makes children uncomfortable, right? Lu Gu replied vaguely. Yes. She nodded and answered his question first. I want to know what salt fruit looks like. If I'm right, someone probably deliberately put the juice of this salt fruit on the silver fruit. When people eat it, they mix these 2 juices and then get sick. Now it was his turn to answer about the salt fruit, but she waited a long time without hearing his reply. Lu Gu just stared at the blue fruits, lost in thought. Does your tribe have salt fruit? She asked again. Lu Gu finally came back to himself, but didn't plan to answer her. All right, little one, since we found the cause, you can go to sleep now. Was that question really so hard to answer? Unhappy, she kept asking, does your tribe have salt fruit or not?
No.
See, just answer that earlier. Why hide it? Since the Bai Li tribe doesn't have salt fruit, this matter is a bit serious. Someone dyed the silver fruit and apparently knew that mixing these 2 fruits would cause such effects. It probably wasn't the wolf spirit doing this, right? So, this isn't really her problem. The person dyeing the fruit is probably targeting the Bai Li tribe. Little one, if you don't go to sleep now, I will cancel tomorrow's trip to Qifeng Valley, Lu Gu ordered when he saw her lost in thought. Pool Jinjin suddenly snapped out of it. Can you sleep before clarifying the problem? Of course, Lu Gu said, gathering the remaining fruits. As he prepared to pack the water container, he asked, "What's the use of water that hasn't been used?" "It's for washing hands." She quickly picked up another bowl of water and washed the juice off her hands. Lu Gu watched her finish using the water, then continued to pile the items into a corner. But he also thought that these dyed fruits weren't safe, so he decided to burn them all in the fire to make sure they were gone. After finishing these tasks, Luo Gu directly carried her onto a pile of dry grass covered with animal skins, then suddenly changed position, firmly wrapping her around the waist. "Can you really sleep?" Qi Jinjin stared at the beast claw pressing on her waist, leaving her no chance to resist. Luo Gu, in his beast form, hummed softly, his nasal sound heavy. Qi Jinjin scowled in dissatisfaction, trying to shift her position to see if his eyes were closed before she went to sleep. "Don't move." But as she made a slight move, his displeased voice came from his throat, and the beast claw on her waist pressed down a bit harder. Gosh, is his domineering side acting up again? Qi Jinjin stiffened, afraid to move again, worried she might see something she shouldn't. All right, since he doesn't want to talk much, she decided not to interfere. When the first rays of morning sunlight entered the cave, Qi Jinjin woke up. Strangely, she woke up inside a thick pile of animal skins, and the entire cave was empty. Luo Gu had no idea where he had gone. Qi Jinjin sat up and stretched. As the sun rose, the temperature increased significantly. Since she didn't know where Luo Gu had gone or when he left, she could only slowly start tidying up, thinking he might come back soon. But after tidying up, she still didn't hear his footsteps outside the cave. Instead, many Bai Li tribespeople had already begun to work. Qi Jinjin stared at the nearly burned-out fire, pondering whether to check on the 5 children who fell ill last night, hoping to learn more about their condition firsthand. Lost in thought, she wrapped herself in her clothes and stepped out of the cave. Luo Gu's mate. It's Luo Gu's mate. Hello, Luo Gu's mate. How did you rest last night? As soon as she stepped out of the cave, many people looked at her with admiration in their eyes. Admiration? Qi Jinjin blinked, sure she hadn't misread. Although these people greeted her, they kept a safe distance, not crowding around her completely. She awkwardly smiled, feeling somewhat flattered. Are you looking for Luo Gu? He's over there. Yes, over there.
Do you want me to take you there?
Hey, are you crazy? Don't you know Luo Gu's temper? Stay away from his mate. The more Qi Jinjin listened, the more embarrassed she felt. She thought it was best to stay away from these men. Not just because of Luo Gu, but even as an unbred purebred, she should keep a distance from the men here. So, Qi Jinjin hesitantly said, I can go find him myself. Thank you all. You're welcome, you're welcome. Go ahead, spouse of Luo Gu. He's over there. Qi Jinjin looked in the direction indicated by the person's finger. It was another cave. Isn't that the cave where Luo Gu's mother lives? Her instincts told her that Luo Gu probably turned into a human form at dawn, and she was looking for his mother to talk about the blue fruit. She thought for a moment, and then stepped toward the cave. She could tell these people were watching and discussing her. They were probably saying nice things because they knew she saved 5 children last night. When she reached the outside of Luo Gu's mother's cave, Qi Jinjin stopped and listened carefully. She could faintly hear 2 people talking inside, Luo Gu and his mother. She needed to get closer to hear clearly, but eavesdropping didn't seem very polite. Then she remembered Luo Gu's sharp hearing and thought he would definitely come out to stop her if she overheard something she shouldn't. So, she decided to slowly walk inside and look for them. This matter, we don't have solid proof yet, and finding evidence isn't as simple as you think. No sneaking around, understand? Her mother's voice sounded a bit stern and annoyed. Qi Jinjin stopped, but didn't hear Luo Gu respond. Had she already been discovered? Luo Gu, listen to your mother. We'll talk about this when your father comes back, her mother said. You're supposed to take your spouse to Chi Valley today. She should be waking up soon. You should go early and come back quickly. Mom, I'm here to tell you about this, not to discuss it. Luo Gu finally spoke. Luo Gu. Right after, footsteps sounded inside the cave. Qi Jinjin realized from his words and saw Luo Gu come out of the cave. Luo Gu was momentarily stunned, then quickly masked his surprise and said with a smile, "Little one, who told you to run around like that?" Qi Jinjin didn't catch his fleeting surprise. She just felt he had discovered her again, which was why she came out. She felt awkward. "I didn't run around. I just asked others and found out you're here," she honestly said. "How long have you been here?" Luo Gu asked, walking over and looking down at her. "Just arrived," she replied, afraid to meet his eyes, and tried to change the subject. "Is this your mother's cave?" Luo Gu nodded and took her wrist, leading her outside. Maybe he was just brushing it off. Mumu secretly looked up at him. He had no intention of asking further questions. Back in the cave, Luo Gu silently went to start a fire. Mumu walked over to help. "Let me start the fire." Luo Gu moved aside to let her, then went to catch a rabbit near the cage. Mumu frowned, sensing that Luo Gu was feeling a bit upset now. Although he had no expression and didn't say anything harsh, he seemed to emit a cold aura. Maybe he was upset because he and his mother didn't agree on something? "When do we leave?" Mumu asked to change the subject. "After we eat. Should we prepare some things for the trip?" she asked again. "What do you want to prepare?" Luo Gu placed the peeled rabbit on the fire. Some food and drinks?" Mumu blinked and said, "How far is Chi Valley from here? How long will it take us to get there?" 3 days. 3 days? Mumu was surprised. She thought it was close, but with his quick pace, it still takes 3 days.
Yes.
They fell silent again. Mumu decided not to ask more, sensing the atmosphere wasn't right. After eating the rabbit, Mumu checked everything in her backpack. They'd be outdoors for 3 days, so she needed to carry everything. But Luo Gu didn't like that. He looked worried, as if he thought she might run away if she carried the bag. So Mumu said, "Trust me, bringing it is the right choice. If you're worried, you can carry it for me?" Luo Gu frowned. "Come on, open your hand." The bag wasn't light, and she wanted him to carry it. "Put it on just like this. Now you can relax." Luo Gu turned his head to look behind him, not liking feeling so restricted. "What's wrong? Don't like it? If you don't, I'll carry it myself." Mumu bit her lip, really hoping he would carry it. "It's okay." Luo Gu held her hand that was on his shoulder, trying to endure the feeling of being confined. Mumu stiffened and quickly withdrew her hand, holding it behind her back. Her hand still felt warm from his palm, tingling pleasantly. "Well, if we're ready, let's leave quickly. The sooner we go, the sooner we return."
Mumu coughed lightly.
Fortunately, Luo Gu didn't hesitate. After they put out the fire, they left the cave together. As they stepped outside, Mumu saw Luo Gu's mother walking over.
She seemed to have something to say.
Mumu glanced at Luo Gu. His expression was calm, completely different from earlier when he was upset. "Luo Gu, Zhenzhen." Mom came over and smiled. Zhenzhen's heart skipped a beat, thinking she was probably trying to get close again. "Zhenzhen, I thought about it. The journey to the Valley of the Forest is far, and I'd feel better if Luo Gu went alone. But with you, I worry about your safety," Mom said, looking at her with concern. Is Mom worried that she's a burden to her son? Does she want her to stay? Zhenzhen wondered silently. "So I asked Abu and Laya to go with you. That way you'll be safer, right, Luo Gu?" Mom added. Mom knew Luo Gu wouldn't agree to bring others, so she was trying to persuade him through her. It's clear that the trip to the Valley of the Forest might be dangerous. Zhenzhen knew she couldn't say much and had to leave the decision to Luo Gu. Zhenzhen has no fighting ability at all. What if you encounter wolves on the way? Wolves are sneaky and cunning. You also need to think about your partner's safety, Mom said, getting a bit anxious seeing them unmoved. Luo Gu. "Mom, don't worry," Luo Gu replied, clearly refusing her good intentions.
How can I be at ease with that?
Do you know how precious purebred individuals without mates are? Mom was a little angry at his refusal. Don't let your feelings affect Xinjin's safety. It's settled. Abu and Liao will go with you. After saying that, Mom turned to inform others. Xinjin glanced at Luo Gu and saw that his mood seemed even worse. Luo Gu ignored his mom's words and transformed directly, taking Xinjin and leaving the Baili tribe. Xinjin lay on his soft, long-haired back, not daring to make a sound, afraid of provoking his displeasure for some unknown reason. After running for a while, the beast form Luo Gu slowed down gradually. Only then did Xinjin dare to lift her head and observe the surroundings. They had entered a large forest with tall trees reaching the clouds. The thick roots were covered with dark green moss, and the air was a bit damp. This was a forest she had never been to. Many unfamiliar insects hid on the tree trunks and among the leaves. "Can I ask you a question?" Xinjin asked, pulling back her gaze from the scenery as she lay on his back. He responded with a nasal tone. "You don't seem very willing to leave me in your tribe? Shouldn't your tribe be safer than outside?" Xinjin whispered. "Do you want to stay there?" Luo Gu transformed into a human form. Watching the hair he was holding disappear, two large and hot palms supported her hips. Xinjin hurriedly pushed his back, trying to jump down. "Don't move," Luo Gu softly commanded, tightening his grip on her hips. Xinjin widened her eyes, her small face turning slightly red. "I can walk by myself." "Are you sure, little one? What's there to doubt?" Just as Xinjin was about to struggle again, she caught a glimpse out of the corner of her eye and froze. There were many protruding roots on the ground, thick and thin. Plus, the towering trees blocked much of the sunlight, making it hard to tell whether the tangled things on the ground were snakes or branches. Seeing this, Xinjin's toes curled instinctively, and her scalp tingled. "Still want to walk down on your own?" Luo Gu asked with a smirk. No. Xinjin shook her head quickly. He must be very familiar with this forest, so no matter how fast or slow they moved, he wouldn't step on any snakes. But she was different. The poor lighting and the moss everywhere made her nervous, if she accidentally stepped on something. Just thinking about it made her goosebumps rise. "Can I still talk?" Xinjin asked softly, afraid to move. But as soon as she spoke, she felt her hips tighten, and his hand suddenly gripped her more firmly. "Why are you doing that?" Xinjin couldn't shout loudly, so she whispered nervously into his ear. Luo Gu loosened his grip slightly, almost letting her go. "Shut up." Xinjin clenched her teeth and glared at him. She was probably worried her voice would wake the snakes, so she kept quiet. But she quickly noticed why Luo Gu's ears were so red. She stared at his ears, and the redness looked like he was shy. In this big forest, what could make him shy? But since she couldn't speak, she chose to ignore it. Luo Gu carried her for a while and suddenly spoke. "Leaving you in the tribe is safer. But compared to those stinky men and wolves, what would you choose?" Hearing this, Xinjin suddenly understood his meaning. He was just worried about the pig stealing the cabbage. That was fine. After all, she only trusted this half-beast man the most in this place. Suddenly, there were rustling sounds from the leaves not far behind. Xinjin's nerves tensed up immediately, and she turned her head to look back. Behind her, besides the insects and snakes in the forest, there were no large animals or people. But the sound was too strange. "What did you see?" Carrying her on his back, Luo Gu didn't look back and asked casually. "Trees, insects, snakes." Xinjin frowned as she answered, "But there's no wind either." Luo Gu chuckled softly and kept walking forward, appearing calm and untroubled. Xinjin looked away, but kept listening carefully for sounds behind her. Suddenly, she realized her hearing might not be as sharp as Luo Gu's. She had heard strange noises, so he must have heard them too. Since he seemed so relaxed, the noise probably wasn't dangerous. As they moved forward, the trees grew shorter and sparser, and the sunlight became brighter, with fewer snakes around. "Come out." Luo Gu suddenly stopped and called out. Two figures jumped down from the trees and stood a short distance behind them, head bowed. Qi Jinjin looked carefully. Was that Abu and Laya? You're still the one who noticed. Abu awkwardly approached, scratching his head. Luo Gu, the clan leader's mother was worried about your partner's safety, so she sent us here. Luo Gu snorted softly. Though he didn't like his mother's plan, he accepted it. Better not cause me any trouble. Don't worry, Luo Gu. I'm here to help you. Anyway, we're stronger than your pure-blood partner, Laya said as she approached. Hearing this, Qi Jinjin felt uncomfortable. Laya had already looked down on her in the small hunting grove before, and now she was still criticizing her along the way. She had finally managed to change Luo Gu's attitude toward her teasing, but now another person was doing the same. Qi Jinjin felt exhausted. Luo Gu paid her no mind and kept walking with Qi Jinjin on his back. Laya clenched her fists quietly and followed Abu. Seeing that there were no more snakes nearby, Qi Jinjin felt embarrassed to keep being carried and said, "Put me down. I can walk myself." "Little one, stay on my back and conserve your energy," Luo Gu refused. Just a few more steps. How much energy could that really take? You're not going to carry me all the way to Qifeng Valley, are you? What if you run out of energy? Are you worried about my stamina? Luo Gu's dark eyes narrowed, clearly annoyed. Fine. She kept quiet and remained silent. If he wanted to carry her, let him. But she couldn't stand the two gazes behind her. Abu was okay, but since Laya appeared, her eyes had been fixed on her back, as if trying to see right through her. Luo Gu walked out of the forest on his two legs, not even breaking a sweat, showing how strong he really was. Beyond the forest was a wide plain. Little one, hold on tight. Luo Gu transformed into a beast form and started running across the plain. His speed wasn't very fast, but it made Qi Jinjin feel like he was freely galloping and enjoying himself. Suddenly, she thought that beastmen might also be pretty good, being able to switch between human and beast forms at will. Running like this was really exciting. Qi Jinjin looked back and saw Abu and Laya also had turned into beast forms and were following behind. Their beast sizes were about half of Luo Gu's, so it looked like they were following the king of the plains. They didn't know how long they had been running, but there were no forests in sight, only endless plains all around. Luo Gu's speed gradually slowed down to a walk. Luo Gu, there are man-eating flowers ahead. Should we take a different route? Abu asked as he caught up. Taking a detour would waste too much time. These man-eating flowers only attack pure-blooded people. Our goal is to protect Luo Gu's mate, Laya said. With us here, there's no way we can't protect Luo Gu's mate. Qi Jinjin, sitting on Luo Gu's back, glanced at her. She could tell Laya's words carried another meaning behind them. But these man-eating flowers are huge, with many roots and stems. What if? No, what if? Laya interrupted Abu. The path Luo Gu chose is directly toward the man-eating flowers. Otherwise, he wouldn't be running in this direction, right, Luo Gu? Luo Gu paid no attention to their plans and continued walking forward on his own. Hearing this, Qi Jinjin asked, Abu, do these man-eating flowers only attack pure-blooded people? What if a half-beastman in human form approaches? Would they attack? No, Abu shook his head. No matter what form we half-beastmen take, we won't be attacked when approaching. Could it be that you all have some kind of special scent?
Qi Jinjin whispered.
Special scent? What's that? Abu asked with a puzzled look. Qi Jinjin shook her head. This wasn't something she could explain easily. She looked ahead and saw a faint patch of jungle with tall, dried grass outside it. Maybe it was her illusion, but the closer they got, the more she smelled a blood-like, foul stench. Are those man-eating flowers hiding behind the dried grass? Qi Jinjin asked. Abu nodded, though he wasn't very sure. Probably. These man-eating flowers can move freely through their roots and stems.
Momoki responded softly.
Since Luo Gu didn't want to speak, she could only watch where he was heading next. Sure enough, when they reached the withered grass, Luo Gu transformed into a human form and gently set Chi-Chi down. Her feet finally touched the ground, and she moved slightly, but she didn't dare make big moves, afraid that the terrifying man-eating flower might be hiding behind the grass. Luogu, are you going to walk through in your human form? Laya saw him turn into a human and also changed. I think it might be easier for you to carry your partner across. Little one, you know how to deal with these man-eating flowers, right? Luogu looked down at her and asked. Chi-Chi hesitated briefly, then realized, you're still afraid of these flowers? They're not interested in you, half-beast. Laya, ignored once again, clenched her fists tighter. Besides, Abu suggested you take a detour, right? With your speed, it shouldn't take much longer. Chi-Chi looked up at him, trying to read his expression for a plan, but unfortunately, he was too good at hiding it. Luogu smiled and extended his hand to her. Get ready, let's go in. He probably wouldn't really let her face the man-eating flowers alone, right? Chi-Chi's heart pounded. She was unsure. Before she could answer, Luogu pushed aside the grass and took her hand, leading her inside. A strong, foul smell hit her face. Chi-Chi covered her nose, staying alert. Beyond the grass was the jungle. The soil in the jungle wasn't very moist, but it was stained with red and black, as if blood had seeped into it. Looking ahead, there weren't many trees, but there were tall, lush green bushes. Some bushes had only grass that looked like leaves, while others had what looked like flower buds. The buds were closed, all green with a thin layer of soft fuzz on top. These buds were taller than Chi-Chi and quite large. This must be the man-eating flower Abu mentioned, but it hadn't yet revealed its dangerous nature. Seeing the buds hidden among the thick grass, Chi-Chi looked down along the buds. Maybe because of the grass, she didn't notice the roots of the buds. Your partner, Luogu, you must be very careful and not run around, Abu's serious voice whispered behind her.
Kiki nodded silently.
She wouldn't run around unless she was desperate. The ground beneath her was soft. She moved carefully, afraid of stepping into the loose soil. Not far ahead, there was an unopened flower bud. Qi walked while watching it. She wasn't sure if it was just her imagination, but she felt like the flower bud was slowly opening. However, when she looked again, the bud hadn't moved at all. At that moment, Qi heard some faint sounds, which at first seemed like the sound of soil being turned. Lugu. Be quiet, Lugu interrupted Laya, his face expressionless as he continued walking forward. It's okay, Laya. Lugu probably heard it too. These carnivorous flowers won't hurt us. We just need to protect Lugu's mate, Abu said nearby. Laya clenched her fists, nodded silently, and remained quiet. Qi wanted to ask if he heard anything strange, but seeing the situation, she swallowed her words. When passing the first flower bud, Qi felt her heart pounding in her chest. If Lugu hadn't held her hand, she might not have had the courage to walk past these unopened buds. After passing the first bud, the trees and bushes became denser, but a clear path appeared, a seemingly endless road. The flowers didn't change as she passed by.
Gradually, Kizensen relaxed.
Suddenly, she remembered the bronze mirror. Maybe she could use it to check the properties of these carnivorous flowers. She took out the mirror and looked ahead at the nearby flower buds. Species: carnivorous plant, habitat. A plant that loves to eat animals. When in a static bud form, it remains closed. When the bud opens, countless serrated edges chew the prey into pieces. Its roots can extend and move freely, and inside the roots is a sac of sweet, thirst-quenching liquid. Period. Ancient times weakness. Fear of fire. Weakness? Qi paused. The mirror surprisingly showed the weakness again. This time, she could clearly see the words behind the weakness label, probably because it was only 2 characters, so she read it easily. Lugu, walking beside her, paid attention to her actions. She indeed took out that round object again, and he saw the words on it as well. Weakness. Fear of fire. Little thing, are they afraid of fire? Lugu asked. Qi was startled by his sudden voice. She only then realized he could see the weakness on the mirror, but he could only see the weakness. Yes, that's right, she nodded. But these carnivorous flowers don't seem to show any signs of attacking. I think we don't need to act first. They will attack sooner or later. Let's look for some fire nearby, Lugu said. That's true. Being prepared is always better. Zhenjin looked around. She had fire, but finding something to ignite it here seemed difficult. The area was mostly filled with bushes and grass. The leaves and grass looked smooth and didn't seem easy to set on fire. Plus, if she wasn't careful, these man-eating flowers might attack her. Wait, Abu had said before that these flowers only attacked pure humans, but they had been here for a while, and the flowers hadn't moved at all. That was strange. How long do you think it will take us to get out of here?
Zhenjin asked.
Walking straight ahead is quick, Luogu replied. That was the same as saying nothing. Do you know where there's fire nearby? She asked again. You should know, Luogu smiled at her, trusting her completely. She wanted to laugh, but her instinct told her Luogu had a purpose for leading her through these man-eating flowers. Even if there's no fire, these flowers aren't your match, right? Zhenjin snorted, feeling a bit more relaxed. Seeing Luogu's smile, she knew she was right. Stop for a moment, Zhenjin told him, letting go of his hand. She walked behind him and opened her backpack. Inside, she had a lighter. It wasn't big, but it could be useful. Luogu saw her take out something she used to start a fire in the cave and understood immediately. This is fire, Zhenjin said, closing her backpack and showing the lighter. It's not easy to find something to help it burn nearby, so it's best to leave quickly. Okay, I trust you, Luogu said. Abu and Laya, who had been watching carefully, also listened to what they said. But they were confused, only knowing they needed to find fire. As they moved forward, the surroundings were full of unopened flower buds. These buds looked too calm, so calm it made people uneasy. Be careful. Suddenly, Abu shouted in alarm from behind. Zhenjin instinctively turned around. Abu was holding a root that had just broken out of the ground. The root was struggling in Abu's hand. Abu loosened his grip, and the root quickly retracted into the soil, silent, as if nothing had happened. Are you okay, Luogu's partner? Abu asked, worried, shaking his hand. No, I'm fine, Zhenjin said, a little scared but quickly calming down. That root just now, was it from the man-eating flower? Yes, Abu nodded, looking serious. Luogu, we should leave quickly. Luogu's lips curled slightly as he continued to hold Zhenjin's wrist and walk forward. No rush, he said. The calm expression on his face made Zhenjin also settle down. What exactly does he want to do? The four of them passed many flower buds of the man-eating plants. Abu and Leah kept paying attention to the ground, afraid that roots might emerge again. Meanwhile, Zhenjin was quite sure she heard many sounds of digging the soil, all at a distance from them. Abu, have you noticed that these man-eating plants are moving on their own? Leah asked with a frown. You noticed too? I thought it was just my imagination, Abu said in surprise. Leah nodded and looked at Luogu, who was walking ahead. Since the beginning, Luogu had been indifferent toward her. Although he was usually like that, Leah had never seen Luogu be so gentle and kind to any female before. This contrast made her feel that Luogu, who usually kept everyone at a distance, could also be so friendly and gentle. She tried to speak again, saying, Luogu, it seems like these man-eating plants have all awakened. Zhenjin looked at the flower buds hiding among the trees and grass, but none of them showed any signs of opening. Are these man-eating plants really awake? Zhenjin asked with doubt. Yes, their roots are blocking the way we want to go, Luogu replied. It looks like a trap, Zhenjin said with a tight smile. Leah, who still hadn't received a response from Luogu, got more annoyed. She felt Luogu was deliberately ignoring her. Don't worry, little ones. I would never let these disgusting man-eating plants touch you, Luogu said with a smile, looking completely relaxed. Zhenjin rolled her eyes at him and kept walking. Finally, there was no way out. The path ahead was blocked by clusters of man-eating plants, and not far behind, the roots of the plants had broken through the soil, forming a web like vines that cut off their escape route. On both sides there were either plants or roots. Little one, give me the fire source, Luogu said, holding out his hand. Zhenjin handed him the lighter. Can you use it? His cold stare was the only answer. As soon as Luogu grabbed the lighter, the flower buds blocking their way suddenly burst open. The greenish-blue buds all spread out, revealing bloody mouths in Jinjin's eyes. Indeed, they looked like bloody mouths, with flesh that was bright red like blood, and inside the flesh, many long black strips were embedded. At first glance, they looked just like saw blades tearing apart human flesh. A chill ran down Jinjin's spine, and her scalp went numb. These man-eating plants with open mouths were incredibly large, looking like they could swallow 2 people her size in one bite. Luogu noticed his hand was trembling. When he looked down, he saw that the small creature was clearly frightened. "They don't dare come over," Luogu whispered. "Stay here and don't move." "Where are you going?" Jinjin quickly grabbed his hand when she saw him trying to let go. Only he was strong enough here. Letting go would mean losing her sense of safety. "I'm going to clear the way," Luogu said, feeling a bit sorry when he saw her hold on tightly. "Forget it, if you're not afraid, come with me." Leah knew how Luogu would clear the path, so she stepped forward and said, "Luogu, for your partner's safety, it's better for her to stay here. Abu and I will protect her. Right, Abu?" "Yes, I agree with Leah," Abu quickly said. Fearing Luogu might ignore her again, Leah added, "These man-eating plants are meant for pure humans. Luogu, bringing your partner along might make her more at risk." Jinjin turned to glare at Leah after hearing this. She could tell Leah's words had a hidden meaning. On the surface, she was worried about her safety, but in reality, she was warning her not to be a burden to Luogu. She was sensible and understood the situation's seriousness. So, before Luogu could speak, she voluntarily loosened her grip.
"I'm scared."
"I'll wait here for you." Luogu's dark eyes narrowed as he looked coldly at Leah. "Hurry up and go. Leave early to save time," Jinjin urged him. "All right, stay where you are," Luogu said, not wanting to waste time. He let go and walked forward. Watching him approach the bloodthirsty man-eating plants, Jinjin saw that these plants wouldn't attack half-orcs. Some even recoiled slightly when Luogu got close. Luogu strode into the bushes and trees. When his silhouette was swallowed by the leaves, the man-eating plants surrounding Jinjin and the others began to move, waiting for the right moment. Abu was the first to react, quickly transforming into a beast form to block the plants trying to attack. Jinjin suddenly realized she should take out a lighter from her backpack for self-defense. But now, both her lighter and backpack had been taken by Luogu. Leah also turned into a beast form and joined Abu to block the plants rushing toward them. Momochi frowned and looked at the ground. Compared to the man-eating plants that wanted to attack at any moment, she was more worried about a root breaking through the soil. Just as she had this thought, she suddenly felt the earth beneath her loosen. Quick to react, Momochi jumped toward Abu. Sure enough, a root sprouted up right where she had been standing. The root seemed to have eyes and lunged toward her ankle. Abu reacted quickly, stepping on the root with his front paw. The root struggled for a moment, but then retracted into the soil. "Rugo's partner, get on Laya's back," Abu shouted at her. "What?" Momochi wanted to refuse, but Laya said, "Abu, you carry her. I'll stay and defend." "All right." Abu lowered his front limbs, getting closer to the ground. "Rugo's partner, hurry up and get on." Without hesitation, Momochi climbed onto Abu's back. At the same time, she clearly saw many roots moving in the soil, even some forming a web behind them to block their escape, all starting to move toward them. Abu carried Momochi, standing alert with his limbs, while Laya stayed nearby, guarding against the man-eating plants and roots. Momochi quickly realized that with Abu and Laya, 2 half-beasts, these lurking man-eating plants seemed to be much more afraid. Now she only hoped Rugo, who was clearing the way, would come back quickly. Suddenly, Momochi smelled a burning scent coming from Rugo's direction. It was fire. She saw the man-eating plants blocking the way in front of them start to shake, as if they had been hurt. "It looks like Rugo has found the way," Abu said happily. "Laya, let's go quickly." "Wait," Laya stopped them. "Rugo told us to stay where we are. It might not be good to rush forward now." Hearing this, Abu seemed to agree. Momochi remembered Rugo had said the same, but She felt it was too dangerous to just stand still. Be careful, Abu. Lia suddenly shouted and bumped into Abu with her shoulder. Abu wobbled and staggered to the side. The sudden bump caught Momo-chi off guard. She wasn't prepared and was knocked to the ground by Abu's inertia. Before Abu could react, the person on his back fell off. She saw a thick root shoot out from where Lia had bumped Abu, several roots twisted together. Momo-chi landed her arms, but luckily the soil wasn't too hard, so she wasn't hurt.
Whoosh!
Just as she was about to get up and crawl away, a vine shot out of the soil towards her. Its speed was so fast that she had no time to react. In an instant, a burst of fire fell from the sky and landed steadily on the vine attacking her. The vine touched the fire and fell to the ground, writhing and struggling. This actually increased the area of contact with the fire. Within a few seconds, the vine was burned black and stopped moving. Is this how you protect her? Luo Gu's voice sounded cold and distant. Ab only then realized that Luo Gu's partner had fallen to the ground. He quickly turned into a human form and helped her up.
Saw thee.
Are you okay, Luo Gu's partner? I'm fine. Qi Jinjin stood up, still a bit shaken. If it weren't for the burst of fire Luo Gu threw earlier, and the speed of that vine, she might have been dragged into the mouth of the man-eating flower. Sorry, Luo Gu's partner. Ab looked at Lia, feeling guilty and lowering his head. Because she looked at Lia, Qi Jinjin also looked at her. Lia calmly transformed back into a human and stood there, watching the burned vine without saying a word. Was she doing it on purpose? Knowing that the man-eating flower wouldn't attack them, why did she still push it aside? Qi Jinjin withdrew her gaze, hoping she wasn't scheming behind their backs. Did you find a way out? Qi Jinjin didn't want to waste more time. Before Luo Gu completely lost his temper, she said, "This place is too unfriendly to someone like me. Let's get out quickly." Luo Gu's black eyes narrowed. After confirming she was unharmed, he took her hand and led her away. Hurry up, Lia tugged at the still guilt-ridden Ub. Ub nodded, still feeling guilty, and followed behind. Luo Gu cleared the path with fire. Along the way, there were many blackened roots and vines on the ground, and the man-eating flowers that had bloomed all closed their buds and stayed far away. It seemed safe now to leave.
But
Qi Jinjin couldn't help but feel curious. Why did Luo Gu wait until they were surrounded by the man-eating flowers to use fire to clear the way? She couldn't understand it at all. Soon, the four of them safely exited the area of man-eating flowers. Outside was a small grove. This small grove looked much more normal than the previous one, and the air felt fresher. "Little one, are you thirsty?" Luo Gu stopped and spoke in a much gentler tone than before. It was obvious she was thirsty, and she admitted it. "A little. Wait here," he said, then let go of Qi Jinjin's hand. Before she could stop him, he disappeared back into the cluster of carnivorous plant trees. She didn't want to wait because she was afraid of facing the same danger again. She thought the safest place was still near Luo Gu. Fortunately, he didn't take long. Luo Gu quickly came out holding several broken roots, and on these roots, there were several round, swollen objects that looked like coconuts. Could these be the sacks filled with liquid from the carnivorous plant roots? Qi Jinjin asked, staring at the swollen, round objects in surprise. Luo Gu looked at her with some surprise. "Little one, have you seen these before?" Qi Jinjin shook her head and calmly said, "No, I just heard that the sacks inside the roots can be eaten, and they taste sweet and quench thirst." "You seem to know quite a bit." Luo Gu chuckled and handed her the broken roots.
drink up.
Qi Jinjin took them, surprised at how heavy they were.
But
how do you drink the liquid from these sacks? She had never done it before and didn't know where to start. The round objects looked like coconuts, so she wondered if she could drink from them like eating coconuts. Seeing this, Qi Jinjin took out her sharp dagger, ready to cut the round object from the root first. "Little one, what are you doing?" Luo Gu asked, blocking her with a smile. Drinking the sacks, Qi Jinjin blinked, not seeing anything wrong with her plan. It was clear that Luo Gu was sure she had only heard about these but had never actually eaten them. He pulled out a stem and twisted the round object off the root with his hand, leaving a section of the root attached, and handing it to her. Curious, Qi Jinjin took it. This stem seemed to grow from the round object and looked a bit like a straw. Can I the liquid out with this? She asked, holding the stem. Luo Gu nodded, then removed the remaining round objects from the roots, making similar ones for all of them. Qi Jinjin held the round object and put the root in her mouth, trying to. With a gentle pull, the liquid inside was drawn into her mouth through the stem, and a sweet, refreshing juice hit her taste buds. The liquid was clear, not cloudy, and tasted like creek water but much sweeter, sweet but not greasy, definitely quenching her thirst. Delicious, Qi Jinjin said, pursing her lips. You should try it. Good if you like it. Luo Gu smiled and kept all the sacks of liquid for her. The amount of liquid inside the round object wasn't large, but enough to satisfy her thirst for a while. After drinking one, Qi Jinjin looked at Abu and the others and said, "You should try some too. It's very tasty." It was clear that Abu and Laya really wanted to drink, but because Luo Gu hadn't spoken, they didn't dare to ask. Luo Gu, give them a few to try, Qi Jinjin said as she took another pouch of fluid made by Luo Gu. Luo Gu didn't look at them and simply handed them a long root. Thank you, Luo Gu's partner, Abu said happily. I've heard that the fluid from the carnivorous plants is very good, but collecting it is too much trouble. Laya, you should try some too. Collect it? Qi Jinjin paused while drinking the fluid. Isn't this fluid inside the roots of the carnivorous plant? Yes, usually the fluid in the roots is scarce. To collect it, the roots have to move. The more they move, the more fluid they produce. So, as she spoke, Abu looked at Luo Gu, and her voice gradually faded. Not only Abu, but Qi Jinjin also realized why Luo Gu was so calm earlier in the carnivorous plant area. Because he did it on purpose. He wanted the roots of the plants to move, so he could drink more of the fluid. It even made Qi Jinjin feel that his real purpose for crossing this area of carnivorous plants was to collect this fluid to quench his thirst. Drink quickly. Don't forget where we are going, Luo Gu urged. Qi Jinjin lowered her head and continued drinking the fluid. The remaining fluid was carried on Abu's shoulder, so they could drink it later if they got thirsty. The four of them entered a small forest. Qi Jinjin noticed that after leaving the carnivorous plant area, Laya didn't say a word, even though she had been quiet before. But Qi Jinjin didn't think much of it. Their main goal was the green caterpillars, and she didn't want to worry about all these messy things. The small forest was quite large, with animals running around now and then. It seemed they wouldn't have to worry about food for lunch. After walking for a while, Luo Gu stopped in front of a small clearing. When he stopped, Abu immediately knew what to do. She stepped forward and said, Luo Gu, Laya, let's gather some branches and catch some prey. Luo Gu nodded, as if agreeing. Abu and Laya scattered into the small forest. Qi Jinjin looked around and saw many grasses growing under the trees, of all kinds. Seeing this, she took out a mirror to check if any of these grasses were edible. Little one, where are you going? Luo Gu asked with a frown when he saw her walking to one side. I'm just looking at these grasses, she replied as she approached a tree. Qi Jinjin cleared away most of the weeds, among which there were a few plants covered with thick leaves that looked quite like vegetables. Species: wild vegetables, plants, habit, edible plants, with various appearances but all belonging to the same type. They can be cooked or eaten raw. Period. Ancient times. Ian was very happy. These wild vegetables are basically vegetables, so they are edible. She quickly checked the other plants in the pile, and sure enough, they were all called wild vegetables. I found something to eat, Ian said, putting away her mirror and picking about 4 servings of wild vegetables. Luo Gu looked at her grabbing a handful of grass with a disgusted expression. Little thing, I didn't plan to miss out on good meat for your sake. Ian rolled her eyes at him. Of course, they were used to eating meat. Why eat grass when there's tasty meat? She was different. Having eaten a variety of foods, she knew that eating only one kind gets boring eventually. Don't you know these wild vegetables are edible? Ian asked, pinching the bunch of wild vegetables. That's just grass. Ian was speechless. Then don't fight me for eating it later. He wouldn't bother fighting for a handful of grass. Luogu looked down on that. Soon, Abu returned with some dry branches suitable for making fire. Ian saw she was planning to use a fire drill to start a fire, so she quickly took out a lighter from her backpack. Abu, let me do it, Ian said, gathering some dry leaves from the ground and using the lighter to ignite them under the stacked branches. This was the fastest fire-starting method Abu had seen. Earlier, when they were among the carnivorous plants, she was curious about this fire-starting tool. Luogu's mate, this fire starter is amazing. Just press and fire jumps out. Abu looked at the small device in Ian's hand, very curious. Ian smiled. This is called a lighter. It was invented to make starting fires easier and more convenient. Wow, that's impressive. Luogu's mate, can you invent one for us too? That way, making fire will be even simpler. Seeing Abu's eager face, Ian couldn't deny that she might have invented this device. But given the current environment, she wasn't skilled enough to invent a lighter. Maybe later. It's quite complicated to make, Ian said vaguely. After starting the fire, Laya also caught some animals, rabbits and birds, enough for 4 people to eat. Ian rinsed the wild vegetables with water from her cup, planning to eat them raw with the meat later. She didn't mind. Soon, Luogu finished roasting a rabbit and tore off the most meat-laden rabbit leg for her. Thank you. Momo wrapped the rabbit leg with vegetables. The freshly roasted meat was still hot, just enough to soften the vegetable leaves. Luogu frowned and asked, "Are you really going to eat grass?" "It's not grass." Momo rolled her eyes at him. "Let me try it first and see if it tastes good." After saying that, she blew on the food and took a bite with the meat and vegetable leaves. The vegetable leaves were crispy and tasty, with a fresh, leafy flavor. When combined with the hot rabbit meat, it was oily but not greasy. If only there was a slightly spicy barbecue sauce. That would make it perfect. Delicious, so delicious. Momo strongly recommended the vegetable leaves. "Abu, you should try it." Abu was startled when she was suddenly called out. She was in the middle of eating a bird raw. "Come on, Abu, try this." Momo handed her a piece of meat wrapped in a leaf. But Abu didn't dare take it. The meat was personally grilled by Luogu for his partner. "What's wrong? Don't you like eating vegetables?" Momo looked a bit disappointed when she saw Abu didn't take it. "It's not that. I've never eaten this kind of leaf," Abu said, not wanting to embarrass her. She took a leaf herself. "I'll do it myself." Momo smiled again and showed her how to wrap the meat in the leaf, then opened her mouth and took a bite. Abu was very careful. Even when putting it in her mouth, she didn't chew hard, afraid the leaf would hurt her teeth. Momo licked her lips, waiting for her to swallow and share her thoughts. Under the watchful gaze of Luogu's partner, Abu tried to chew hard. A fresh flavor filled her mouth, something she had never experienced before. This fresh taste wasn't unpleasant. When combined with the meat, it made the meat taste even better. "How is it? Is it delicious?" Momo asked eagerly. Abu swallowed the piece of meat and vegetable leaf, but didn't answer right away. She looked at Luogu, who seemed indifferent, then at Laya, who was secretly watching her. Only then did she speak. "It's a texture I've never had before, especially the meat. It tastes different, but it's really good."
See?
Momo clapped excitedly. "Too bad there's no barbecue sauce. If there was, this would be the best piece of meat you've ever had." "What is barbecue sauce?" Abu asked curiously. "It's a kind of sauce you can use as a condiment." Ji Jinjin knew that even if she explained, they wouldn't understand. So she simply busied herself wrapping a piece of wild vegetable leaf around some meat for Luogu. "Luogu, you try this too. I promise you won't regret it." Luogu's dark eyes narrow, and he opens his mouth. "Feed me." Ji Jinjin purses her lips, really wanting to smear his face with the food, but she is eager to prove that these wild vegetables are edible and delicious. So she doesn't think much and feeds him. Until her finger touches his lips, a scene flashes through her mind. The last time she fed him was also because of his request, and she deliberately made a shameful sound with her finger. "It's so hot." "You hold it quickly." Ji Jinjin quickly frowns, pretending her face is hot. Luogu, enjoying her feeding, quickly catches the piece of meat wrapped in grass from her hand when she suddenly yells. He has been teased. Little one. Just eat it quickly. We still need to keep moving, Ji Jinjin says, grabbing a leaf of wild vegetables to wrap some meat for herself. Abu watches their interaction and can't help but smile. She has never seen Luogu like this before, and suddenly feels that Luogu might not be so scary after all. Leah, this leaf is really tasty. Do you want to try a piece? Abu offers a leaf to Leah, but notices Leah's strange expression.
Leah? Huh?
What's wrong? Leah, who had been staring at Ji Jinjin, comes back to herself and looks at Abu. Abu doesn't think much and says, "This leaf is very good.
Try it.
Okay." Leah takes the leaf and chews it directly. Leah, this is for wrapping meat. I'll wrap a piece for you. Okay. Leah's expression is indifferent, but her eyes look a bit darker. After eating and drinking enough, it's time to continue the journey. Ji Jinjin walks while holding a bag of liquid, feeling very relaxed, like going on a fun trip. They cross the forest and reach a vast plain. Luogu transforms into an animal form and carries Ji Jinjin as they gallop across the plain. They ride all afternoon, showing how far this Chifungu Valley really is. When they stop, the sky is gradually darkening, and at the edge of the plain, the outline of mountains can be seen. Do we need to travel overnight tonight? Ji Jinjin leans on Luogu's back. He has carried her all day, so it would be better to find a good place to rest. Are you worried about me? Be serious. Ji Jinjin pulls his fur. There are many mountains ahead. I think we can find a cave to rest tonight. Luogu chuckles softly. Hold on tight. His speed suddenly increased, and within a few seconds, he left the beast-shaped Abu and Laya far behind. Ji Jinjin was lying on his back, glancing at the changing scenery beside her. First, there were some sparse trees, then the forest became denser. Next, he leapt upward as if stepping on rocks protruding from the mountain to climb higher. Ji Jinjin felt that he must have stopped soon after, transforming back into a human form. She sat on his back for a while, and when her feet touched the ground, she almost couldn't walk properly because her legs felt weak. She shook her legs and arms to loosen up and looked around at their current location. In front of them was a cliff, but on the other side of the cliff was another mountain, stretching continuously. Behind them was a large mountain cave. It seemed they were now on the halfway up a mountain in the mountains, and the big cave behind was their resting place for the night. Do you think Abu and the others can catch up since you ran so fast? Ji Jinjin looked down at the foot of the cliff. Just now, Luogu had jumped up from below. Do you want them to follow? Luogu squinted, looking a bit annoyed. Ji Jinjin didn't know what he was upset about again. It's not really about whether I want them to follow or not, but entirely depends on you. Luogu chuckled and turned to walk toward the big mountain cave. Standing on the cliff, the wind was quite strong. Ji Jinjin shrank her neck and hurried to catch up. The cave was large and empty, with only a few sitting stones and some small stones scattered on the ground. There's nothing in the cave to make a fire. Ji Jinjin looked around the entire cave. And what are we eating tonight? Luogu didn't answer her, but picked up a slightly larger stone from the ground, weighing it in his palm. Ji Jinjin felt this wasn't her concern, so she stood silently aside, watching what he was about to do. Luogu weighed the stone in his hand and said, "Little one, find a few stones of similar size."
Okay.
She didn't ask much, just started looking for stones. Fortunately, there were plenty of stones in the cave, and the ground looked much cleaner. Do you want to eat eggs? After gathering the stones, Luogu asked. Eggs? What eggs? She hadn't seen any living creatures in the cave or on the mountain cliff.
Do you want to eat?
If there are eggs, then I'll eat. Ji Jinjin coughed lightly, unwilling to explain further. Luogu's lips curled into a smile, and he carried the stones outside the cave, heading toward the open space. Ji Jinjin hurriedly followed to see what he was doing. He stood in the open space outside the cave, looking upward. Ji Jinjin also looked up along his gaze. When she did, she nearly felt her legs go weak with fear. She hadn't noticed the cave ceiling before, but now she saw that many birds were circling above the mountaintop. Are these birds? They had huge wings, twice as large as their bodies, but their bodies looked small and they had 2 heads. This looked very similar to the 2-headed chicken she had seen in the tribe before. Qi Jinjin took out a bronze mirror and aimed it at one of the birds. Instantly, information appeared on the mirror. Species: 2-headed bird, animal, habits: prefers to nest on steep cliffs, not aggressive, their eggs are edible, and their strong wings can keep them warm. Era: ancient times. It seems these might be the dinner for tonight. Qi Jinjin put away the mirror and looked up at the cliff again. She could see some nests made of thin tree branches, and inside there were probably eggs. Are you planning to hit those eggs with stones? Aren't you afraid of breaking them? Qi Jinjin understood his reason for picking up stones earlier. What's there to be afraid of? Lu Ge glanced at her, swung his hand, and threw a stone directly at a nest. He was very accurate and controlled his strength well. One stone shattered the nest completely. 2 round eggs fell out of the broken nest and dropped rapidly. Qi Jinjin stared, instinctively rushing forward to catch the eggs. It would be a shame if they broke. Seeing her reach out to catch them, Lu Ge not only didn't stop her, but also threw a few more stones at other nests. Qi Jinjin finally caught the 2 eggs, feeling pleased, but then 2 more eggs fell nearby, landing steadily on the ground, followed by several more. Lu Ge, he was wasting too many eggs. These eggs were laid by 2-headed birds. Even if these birds weren't aggressive, they were still young creatures. What's wrong? Lu Ge picked up another stone, ready to continue smashing. You. But Qi Jinjin's words caught in her throat. The eggs that fell to the ground didn't break at all, not even a tiny. Qi Jinjin clenched her fists tightly around 2 eggs much smaller than her palm. No matter how hard she squeezed, they showed no signs of cracking. These eggs were incredibly hard. They wouldn't break even if dropped from a high place. Qi Jinjin awkwardly pressed her lips together and stepped behind him, letting him continue smashing. One after another, the hard eggs fell to the ground. Qi Jinjin counted the eggs while observing the 2-headed birds circling above the mountaintop. These twin-headed birds seem to have noticed them a long time ago and know they are smashing nests to take eggs, but they show no intention of attacking. They even fly higher and do not protect the eggs they hatch. Jinjin is curious. Are these birds truly unable to attack, or are they just unwilling to defend their eggs? That's enough, she said softly when the 20th egg fell to the ground. Luo Gu glanced at her. This egg is tasty. Well, then, just try a bite, she said, kicking aside a nearby stone and walking over to pick up an egg. Luo Gu looked at her and understood. Little one, are you afraid to eat what's inside? He poked at her, and Jinjin, feeling lazy, didn't bother to argue. She carefully collected the eggs and placed them inside the mountain cave, thinking about when Abu and Laya would catch up. Suddenly, outside, there was movement. As she stepped out, Abu and Laya had just transformed into human form. There were many tree branches and a few prey animals that looked a bit like mice, but these were much larger and looked very fat. It seemed they had gone to gather branches and hunt. Honestly, Jinjin now thought Luo Gu's mother's decision might not be a bad idea. With more people, tasks are clearer, and Luo Gu himself feels much more relaxed. After bringing the branches and prey into the cave, Jinjin helped light a fire. Outside, it was already completely dark. Abu and Laya were processing the prey, and Jinjin squatted next to Luo Gu, curious. She wanted to know how to eat these hard eggs, whether raw or cooked. But whether raw or cooked, they would need to the shell to eat them. Luo Gu picked up 2 eggs, placed them in his palms, and then clenched his fists with force. There was a loud clang, like the sound of eggshells breaking. Jinjin watched carefully and saw cracks appear on both eggs in his hands. Are they open? She asked. How do you eat them? Cooked or raw? Luo Gu handed her an egg. I'll teach you. She hurriedly took it, holding it carefully in her hands, afraid that applying too much force might break the shell and make a mess. Press hard from the part with the most lines, Luo Gu instructed, showing her how to do it. If the shell cracks, peel it open and drink the egg liquid. That's it, just like eating a raw egg, but the shell is very hard to break. Following his instructions, Jinjin found the area with the most lines on the shell and pressed firmly inward. But it didn't move at all. She pushed harder, but the result was the same. No way, the eggshell was already cracked in several places, so why was it still so hard? She watched Luo Gu finish drinking the egg liquid from his egg, while hers still hadn't been opened. Luo Gu casually tossed aside his eggshell, ready to open 2 more eggs for the little thing, but noticed she hadn't even opened her first egg. Seeing his gaze, Qi felt quite embarrassed. It wasn't that she was weak, but the eggshell was really tough. "Give it to me," Luo Gu said, setting down the 2 eggs with a loving smile. Qi handed him the egg and explained, "Only someone as strong as you can this eggshell." Hearing this, Luo Gu raised an eyebrow and teased, "Want me to take one home and try it on my mom?" "Sure, if you want to take one, I'll go with you," she replied, still doubting that her purebred mom could open the egg with just her hands and no tools. As he spoke, Luo Gu peeled off a small piece of the eggshell and handed the egg to her. Qi carefully took it, and a faint fishy smell came from inside the egg. She didn't rush to eat but looked inside through the hole. The egg liquid was divided into 2 colors. In the middle was bright red, looking like jelly. The red outer layer was covered by the other parts of the egg liquid, which was light yellow and looked a bit sticky. "Can't bring yourself to eat it?" Luo Gu asked, noticing she hadn't eaten after watching for a while. Qi still examining, shook her head. "No, I've never eaten this before. I just want to see what it looks like inside." After saying that, she put the egg close to her mouth, holding her breath, and poured a mouthful in. The fishy taste immediately spread in her mouth. Disgusting. But that thought only lasted half a second in her mind before being replaced. A sweet, fishy flavor took over, gradually becoming sweeter, like eating a dollop of sweet cream. Qi stopped holding her breath and let her taste buds fully accept this fresh flavor. It proved that the first half second of tasting was the worst, but after that, it became a different, delicious experience. Qi loved this dessert-like taste and quickly ate all the remaining egg liquid inside the shell. Luo Gu handed her another opened egg, and Qi eagerly took it and ate happily. "How do you know so many delicious things?" she asked curiously after eating 3 eggs. "Because Luo Gu has been to many places, and he's been to many places we don't know about," Abu interrupted and said. Hearing Abu's voice, Qi finally realized that Abu and Laya were still in the cave. "Abu, Laya, come try some too." Qi rolled a few eggs to them. These were things brought back by Luo Gu, which belonged to Luo Gu. Without his permission, they didn't dare to take them freely. Qi also noticed that they looked at Luo Gu's face, and only when Luo Gu nodded slightly did they dare to pick up the eggs and eat. Clearly, among the 4, she was the weakest. Abu and Laya easily cracked open the eggs and drank the yolk inside. Luo Gu's partner, "The meat is ready, come eat." Abu was the first to finish roasting the meat and called her over. Qi stood up, sat down and thanked him, saying, "It's good to have you all together." "Little one, what do you mean by that?" Luo Gu also sat down. This was originally meant for Abu and Laya to hear, but she forgot Luo Gu's temper. Qi quickly tried to fix it. "I mean, it's lively with many people. The atmosphere is good." "Atmosphere?" Luo Gu's black eyes narrowed, focusing on her words. "Are you saying the atmosphere was bad when you were with me?" There was really nothing more to say. Qi handed him the roasted meat, trying to change the subject. "Look at what you're saying. Come, eat some meat. You've been running around all afternoon. You need to replenish your strength and rest." Abu chuckled and handed another piece of meat to Qi. "What are you laughing at?" Luo Gu noticed this smile. Abu was stunned, and his smile froze on his face. He became tense. "Yes, sorry, Luo Gu." Seeing Abu's reaction, it was obvious he was afraid of Luo Gu, and not just a little. It showed how intimidating Luo Gu's image was in the tribe. This couldn't do. No matter what, people are social creatures. Living together means helping each other. Being solitary is not good. So Qi said, "Abu, why do you need to apologize? Smiling is a way to show feelings. If you're happy, you smile. There's nothing to apologize for." Abu looked at Qi Jinjin, his head slightly lowered, seeming afraid to say the wrong thing and upset Luogu. Are you all afraid of Luogu? Seeing this, Qi Jinjin asked directly. They didn't dare to answer, especially in front of Luogu. If you don't answer, I'll take it as you agree, Qi Jinjin added. Abu gently shook his head, holding back words he dared not speak. Laya remained calm, eating meat, avoiding looking at Luogu. Actually, she was too afraid to look at him. Little one, you ask such obvious questions knowingly? Luogu smirked, looking a bit proud. Qi Jinjin narrowed her eyes and glared at him, retorting, you make everyone fear you. Are you proud of that? Luogu's smile froze, and his expression changed slightly. This also surprised Abu and Laya. The only person brave enough to speak to Luogu like that in the tribe was probably his mother or father. All of us are members of the same tribe, seeing each other every day. Do you like everyone hiding and gossiping behind your back? Qi Jinjin said seriously. They don't dare. Luogu's voice also grew quieter. Of course, they don't dare in front of you. But what about when you're not around? Qi Jinjin said fearlessly. Making others afraid of you isn't something to be proud of. Being respected and willingly submitting to you, that's what truly matters. As she finished, Qi Jinjin felt the atmosphere in the cave turn tense. Abu and Laya looked at her in shock, as if her words could cost her her life. This tense atmosphere made Qi Jinjin nervous, too. But honest advice is often harsh. Since she currently had the advantage of being a purebred, it was okay to remind him. Otherwise, what if she fell into a trap later? Suddenly, Luogu burst into a laugh, an eerie, chilling laugh. Abu wanted to say something, but was afraid to provoke Luogu further. But it seemed like she had to say something. Even if Luogu's mate was a cherished purebred who hadn't been bred before, Luogu had never shown affection, given his temper. So Abu spoke up, saying, Luogu's mate isn't like that. In the tribe, we all respect Luogu, and everything we do is willingly. Luogu deserves our fear. Hearing Abu's words, Qi Jinjin's brow furrowed again. Could she interpret this as a forced statement out of fear? But from Abu's serious expression, she could tell he wasn't trying to manipulate her. She looked at Luogu again, his deep black eyes still fixed on her, as if a storm was brewing behind calm waters. Do you have anything else to say? Luogu finally spoke. Qi Jinjin instinctively swallowed and quietly straightened her back.
I've said what I wanted to.
You should understand my point. Finish eating and then leave. Not only did Qi Jinjin, but even Abu and Laya were surprised by Luogu's attitude. This was very unlike the Luogu they knew before. Could it be that finding a partner made him more tolerant? Laya's eyes dimmed as she silently ate beside them. Hurry up and eat, Luogu's partner. If you don't, it will get cold, Abu said quickly, worried she might say something to upset Luogu again. At this, Qi Jinjin had nothing more to say and could only lower her head to eat. Hopefully, Luogu heard what she said earlier and would be more careful in the future. After finishing the meat, Abu stood up and said, Luogu, I'll go find some branches. It won't be cold if I burn them all night. Laya, let's go together. Luogu nodded silently in agreement, and Laya reluctantly left the cave with Abu. Now only the two of them remained inside the cave. Maybe because of what was said earlier, Qi Jinjin felt a little awkward being alone with him. Little one, Luogu suddenly called her.
Huh?
Qi Jinjin's heart skipped a beat as she looked at him. I have a secret to tell you, Luogu said mysteriously. A secret? Qi Jinjin was curious, but didn't really want to hear it. Knowing too many secrets might be bad.
Why?
Don't want to hear it? Luogu frowned when she showed no reaction. Qi Jinjin shook her head. If you really want to tell me, just say it. His words made Luogu hesitant to speak. He thought she would eagerly ask about the secret, but her reaction was very different from what he expected. Still, he said, do you want to know why those double-headed birds don't protect their eggs? So that was the secret. But what kind of secret was it? Qi Jinjin nodded perfunctorily, indicating she wanted to know. Because before those eggs hatch, the double-headed birds don't see them as their children, Luogu explained. That's called strength and weakness elimination. Hearing his last words, Qi Jinjin paused. Strength and weakness elimination? Survival of the fittest? It sounded like he was deliberately telling her this secret, and there was another layer of meaning in his words. She tilted her head to look at him, and his half-smile confirmed her suspicion.
So?
She squinted and retorted, "Are you trying to say that making them fear you shows how powerful you are?" "Exactly," he said, pleased that she understood quickly. Qi Jinjin bit her lip and thought, fine. She didn't expect a few words to teach him how to be a kind person. Moreover, she agreed with one point: survival of the fittest. This place was not like the society she used to live in. People here were much more straightforward than those in the 22nd century. Survival was the top priority, and life was built on survival. Suddenly, Qi Jinjin felt a bit guilty. She shouldn't have used modern ideas to judge someone trying to survive in primitive society. Her thinking was too narrow. She covered her face, afraid to meet his eyes. Lu Gu didn't say anything further and handed her a boiled egg. "Thank you." Qi Jinjin took it and thought she should say something. "Just pretend I didn't say anything earlier."
Why?
"Because I'm not from your tribe. I don't really understand your people or your affairs. As an outsider, I have no right to lecture you," she said as sincerely as she could. Hearing this, Lu Gu looked annoyed.
Who said you're an outsider?
"You're my woman, and you're the future tribe leader's mother. Your words are very important." Again, this domineering male chauvinism. Qi Jinjin really wanted to ignore his words and leave, but she suddenly realized something. Future tribe leader's mother? What does that mean? If she remembered correctly, when Abu appeared earlier, he mentioned the words tribe leader's mother, but she didn't pay much attention at the time. "Father is the tribe leader, and mother is the tribe leader's mother," he explained. "Oh my goodness." Qi Jinjin widened her eyes in shock, staring at this half-beast man. He was still the son of the tribe leader? The future tribe leader of Bai Li tribe? No wonder. No wonder the Bai Li tribe treated him like that. His status and abilities were truly impressive. Qi Jinjin forced a couple of laughs, feeling that her earlier words sounded really funny now. "Eat." Perhaps sensing her embarrassment, Lu Gu stopped pressing the issue. "Okay." Qi Jinjin slowly drank the egg mixture, calming her inner shock. They sat quietly like that until Abu and Laya returned. Abu and Laya had collected many branches, enough to light a fire for the night, but they also found some dangerous things in the forest below the cliff. "Lu Gu, I think we just saw traces of the howling wolf." Ab nervously said, "We saw wolf footprints, but there is no smell of wolves nearby." Hearing the word wolf, Qi Jinjin stiffened and asked Luo Gu, "Are the wolves catching up?" Luo Gu looked calm and didn't seem worried at all. "Not necessarily." Seeing his calmness, Ab's tension eased a bit. "I also think it might not be wolves. If they were catching up, we would definitely smell them." "But the footprints are fresh," Laya, who had been silent, spoke up. Yes, Ab nodded, recalling the scene when they found the footprints. "Earlier, I was picking branches and didn't notice any wolf footprints, but just now we found some." Luo Gu hummed, but didn't say much. His quietness made Qi Jinjin a little worried. The new footprints and the lack of any wolf smell meant there was no real proof that wolves were nearby. At this moment, Luo Gu stood up and everyone looked at him. He helped Qi Jinjin up and sat down in a place sheltered from the wind outside. "Little one, are you cold?" "I'm okay." Qi Jinjin looked at him puzzled. Next, Luo Gu pulled her into his arms. "Sleep now, we leave at dawn." Qi Jinjin blinked, wondering if he didn't think the wolf footprints were a big deal. Ub and Laya exchanged glances and decided not to say more. After adding some firewood to the campfire, they sat near the cave entrance to rest. Everyone fell silent. Qi Jinjin also kept quiet, focusing on saving her energy. This was an especially quiet moment. Qi Jinjin thought she wouldn't sleep well because of the wolf footprints, but after falling asleep, she curled up in Luo Gu's long fur and slept very warm. Luo Gu sensed she was awake and turned back into a human form from his furry coat. Without the warm fur, Qi Jinjin felt much colder. She wrapped her clothes tighter and stretched lazily, noticing only the two of them in the cave. "Where are and Laya?" she asked, rinsing her mouth with water. "They went fruit picking." Luo Gu stood up to pick up stones, apparently going to gather eggs again. Qi Jinjin followed him out of the cave. The morning mountains bathed in warm sunlight looked lively and full of life. After cracking some eggs, and Laya returned with fruit and game. After the four of them ate and drank enough, they continued on their way. Luo Gu transformed into a beast form and moved through the mountains and hills. Because there were many trees, his speed was not very fast. Qi Jinjin looked around at the terrain and saw many animals of different sizes. When these animals heard their movement, they either hid or ran away. Suddenly, from a distant forest ahead, a flock of birds took flight. Luo Gu stopped suddenly. Qi Jinjin almost fell because of the inertia, but she held on tightly. Behind them, Abu and Laya also stopped and hunched their backs, showing they were alert. Did something happen up front? Qi Jinjin asked nervously when she saw this. Nothing. Luo Gu's voice sounded very calm. He started running again, but Qi Jinjin quickly noticed he was changing direction, as if deliberately avoiding the forest with the startled birds. Gradually, there were fewer trees around, and Luo Gu stopped again. "There's water." Qi Jinjin saw he was stopped beside a mountain stream. The stream was wide for her, but for half-humans, it was easy to cross. The water in the stream was very clear, probably tasting similar to mountain spring water. Luo Gu stopped to drink water. Seeing her excitement, he immediately turned back into a human form and put her down. Qi Jinjin, with her feet on the ground, walked to the edge of the stream. The water was flowing, splashing small waves on the stones. She put her hand into the water and took a sip. It was very sweet. After drinking a few sips, she filled her water cup again. "Is this thing also able to hold water?" Luo Gu's mate Abu asked curiously, looking at what she held.
Qi Jinjin nodded.
"Yes, and as long as you tighten the lid, the water won't leak out." "You're really amazing. Did you make this yourself?" Abu looked at her with admiration. She wasn't that skilled. "No. Given the conditions here, making such a big water cup is quite difficult," Qi Jinjin said with an awkward smile. "I can only help make pottery to carry water." After drinking, Luo Gu carried Qi Jinjin on his back and followed the stream downhill. They didn't know if they could leave these mountains today. Qi Jinjin was still alert because of the wolf traces from last night and the startled birds just now. "Leah, look ahead." Abu suddenly pointed to a place not far in front. Qi Jinjin was drawn in by her voice. Not far ahead, there was a large rock, and beside it, a body of an animal, perhaps a carcass? She had never seen this kind of animal before, but it was about the size of an adult wild boar, covered in blood, with no healthy skin on its body. Abu was the first to run over, transforming into a human form and circling the animal with a surprised look. "Luo Gu, there are wolf tracks here again." "It's the wolf again." Qi Jinjin's heart skipped a beat, and a bad feeling grew inside her. Luo Gu looked from afar, didn't approach, and even without transforming into a human, he headed in another direction. "Won't you go take a look?" Qi Jinjin quickly asked. "What's there to see?" Luo Gu sneered. "There's nothing interesting to see," but Abu said he found wolf tracks there. "Shouldn't they go check?" Qi Jinjin couldn't understand his thoughts and didn't want to ask more. She saw Abu and Laya also following behind. Abu wanted to ask something, but held back after Laya gave him a warning look. They moved from the edge of the valley into the woods. As they entered, Qi Jinjin faintly smelled a strong blood scent. She couldn't tell where the smell was coming from, but it felt like it was everywhere around her. Even she could smell it, so she didn't believe Luo Gu and the others hadn't. Maybe it was just her imagination, but Qi Jinjin felt the woods had become much quieter. This kind of silence felt very much like death. Suddenly, the sound of startled birds echoed, along with a few fierce screams. Hearing these screams, Qi Jinjin instinctively clutched her long fur tightly. "It's too frightening." "Little one, don't be afraid," Luo Gu said softly. "What's going on?" she asked nervously, feeling unsure and more scared without knowing the truth. This was also what Abu and Laya wanted to ask, but they didn't dare to speak up. Someone is creating a scary atmosphere. The more you're afraid, the more they succeed, Luogu explained. Who is it? The wolf again? She wondered, thinking she must have offended someone else besides the wolf. Maybe. Even Luogu didn't have a clear answer, which made Kaijinjin feel even more anxious. Ahead, not far away, they saw several more animal carcasses, all covered in blood, with no intact skin left on them. This time, Luogu didn't go around but directly walked through the carcasses without stopping to look. While passing by these blood-covered animals, Jinjin looked at their bodies and noticed many bite marks on their skin. Even where the skin was not fully healed, the bite marks were deep into the muscles. These animals were killed by bites, likely by a group of animals that might be wolf-like creatures. Seeing this, Jinjin asked Abu, "Abu, do these bite marks look like they were made by wolves?" Abu also looked around as they walked and quickly replied, "Definitely wolves. There are wolf footprints here too."
So,
"There must be a pack of wolves around," Jinjin whispered with narrowed eyes.
have you smelled their scent?
Abu shook her head, looking puzzled. "That's strange. There are bite marks and footprints, but no smell. Could it be that these wolves have some way to hide their scent?" Suddenly, an idea flashed in Jinjin's mind. She almost forgot an important thing. "Luogu, don't you have some tracking grass? With that, we could find the wolves," she said happily. But Luogu didn't respond. He kept walking ahead. Jinjin frowned, feeling a bit upset. "Luogu's mate, be quiet. Luogu has his own plans. We won't let you get into danger," Laya said to her. Her tone sounded a little reproachful, which made Jinjin feel uncomfortable. In this wild environment, it's clear that the half-beasts are more experienced. They continued walking and saw more animal carcasses. The way they died was the same, but they never heard the wolves' howls. Even after leaving the woods, they didn't see a single wolf. "Go catch some prey. We'll eat later," Luogu said as he found a clearing outside the woods and turned into a human form. "Okay, Laya, let's go." Abu nodded and took Laya, heading back into the woods. Jinjin watched their figures disappear, feeling a bit worried. Is it okay to let them go? What if they run into those wolves in the woods? She asked Luogu, who was gathering twigs nearby to start a fire. "Little one, are you too worried about them?" Luogu looked a little annoyed. He stacked the twigs on the ground. "Come here and help me start the fire." "They're not men." Jinjin rolled her eyes at him, tired of his macho attitude. "Do you know something? Can you tell me?" She was curious all along, but no matter how she thought about it, she couldn't figure it out. Because all of this seemed very different from Qilang's usual behavior, and Luogu's calm and steady reaction also felt strange. "I don't know anything, but I can be sure that Qilang's current target isn't you," Luogu said. Then he handed her a lighter, encouraging her to find something to do so she wouldn't keep asking questions. Jinjin took the lighter and looked for dry leaves to start a fire. She said, "Not me? Could it be that this whole forest is Qilang's hunting ground? But it doesn't look like it." Luogu didn't reply to her and just sat aside, waiting for the meat to be ready. It seemed he really didn't want to talk anymore, so Jinjin didn't press him further. Soon, Abu and Laya returned carrying meat. The animals they brought looked carefully chosen, mostly fat and with few bite marks. After removing the damaged skin, they could be eaten. Jinjin sat by the fire, watching Luogu roast the meat, her eyes fixed on the juicy, sizzling piece. Qilang had been active in this forest, killing many animals, but strangely, he didn't eat them. Instead, he left them for others to find and eat easily. It was too strange, really too strange. But reality didn't allow Jinjin to think too much. After finishing the meat, they continued heading toward Chifangu. 2 days later, they arrived at a large lake. Abu said that crossing this lake, then passing through a small forest and a plain, would lead them to Chifangu. It sounded far, but with their half-beast speed, they could reach it in no more than half a day. The only problem was how to cross such a big lake. Fly, swim, or boat? Jinjin looked at the 3 half-beasts. They didn't have wings, so flying was impossible. Little ones, can you swim? No, Qi Jinjin answered without hesitation. Even if they could, she didn't have the strength to swim that far. Is swimming the only way across? Are there no other options? Do you have any good ideas? Luo Gu asked back. His tone didn't sound like he thought it was impossible. Qi Jinjin was too lazy to think hard, so she shook her head.
No.
Then we have to swim across, Luo Gu said somewhat regretfully. Qi Jinjin rolled her eyes at him. He was deliberately saying that. Since he didn't want to discuss it seriously, she decided to ask Abu and Laya. Sure enough, seeing their relaxed expressions, she knew crossing the lake wouldn't be difficult for them. Abu, do you know how to get across? Qi Jinjin asked directly. Abu looked at Luo Gu and nodded, saying, there is a water monster hidden in this lake. We just need to find one water monster to cross. Water monster? Qi Jinjin frowned slightly and looked at the calm lake. The surface of the lake was like a mirror, reflecting the clouds in the sky. The mirror had no ripples at all, making it look like a dead lake. What surprised her more was that there were water monsters on the Beastman continent too. Qi Jinjin couldn't help but feel curious and really wanted to see what these water monsters looked like. Yes, if I remember correctly, there should be a type of grass nearby that can lure the water monsters out, Abu said. So it means we can use a water monster as a boat, Qi Jinjin nodded, understanding. As long as it's not a pointless trip, everything is fine. What is a boat? Abu asked confused. It seemed there were no boats here at all, a tool that can float on the water and carry people. Abu looked at Luo Gu with admiration. Can you make one for your mate? As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Gu shot a cold glare at him. Abu immediately shut up. He had talked too much. Now was not the time for this. Leah, let's go find some grass. Abu hurriedly pulled Leah to help. Qi Jinjin watched them go to find grass and wanted to help too, but Luo Gu stopped her. Is there anything I need to do? Qi Jinjin asked. No, Luo Gu said, standing by the lake, staring ahead as if he was watching something. Then why don't you let me help look too? If we find it earlier, we can cross sooner and find the green caterpillar faster. Luo Gu looked away and shot her a glance. You don't know this kind of grass. Going to look is just a waste. Fine, his words made sense, but she didn't like hearing it. Qi Jinjin looked toward where Abu and Leah had gone. These two were quite capable and could really help along the way. Otherwise, how could his mother have sent two useless people so far? However, during the past 2 days, they still found many traces of the sneaky wolves, like footprints or animals that had been bitten to death. But they hadn't seen a single sneaky wolf, and the food situation had been very good. They could find animal carcasses everywhere. This was already suspicious, but Luo Gu looked calm and didn't seem to care about these strange things. No one brought it up anymore. Soon, Abu and Leah returned, holding a handful of flowers. Weren't they supposed to be looking for grass? Is this the grass that can lure out the water monster? Mumu looked over curiously, wanting to pick a flower to examine, but was stopped by Luo Gu, who scolded, "Don't touch it." What's wrong? Mumu's hand froze midair, confused. Luo Gu's mate, it's best not to touch that. I heard pure-blooded people get itchy if they do. Abu quickly moved the grass far away. I see. Mumu retracted her hand carefully, but she still looked closely at the grass, recognizing it as familiar. Is this grass called medicine fish grass? Mumu asked. Abu thought for a moment it seems to be called that. Maybe checking her bronze mirror would help, so Mumu took it out to confirm. Sure enough, the grass was called medicine fish grass. In her knowledge, this grass is actually a bunch of light purple flowers, with tiny hairs on the petals and stamens. Its main use is for catching fish, but it must be done carefully because the tiny hairs can cause itching if touched, and salt water is needed to wash it off. And in this place, there probably isn't any salt. No wonder Luo Gu didn't want her to help find the grass earlier, probably for this reason. Abu and Laya started using the grass to attract the water monster. Mumu looked on with curiosity, wanting to see what the water monster looked like, and also intrigued by the grass's fishing role, though it wasn't said to catch water monsters. The medicine fish grass was spread across the lake surface, but the calm water didn't change. Mumu knew she just had to wait, but she didn't know how long. "Here it comes," Abu whispered, staring into the distance. Mumu followed her gaze and saw a slight change in the lake not far away. Ripples appeared on the water, growing larger and moving closer to them. But besides the ripples, no animals or water monsters could be seen. Could it be a big fish? If it's a fish, wouldn't it be completely soaked? Mumu looked down at her clothes. She didn't have any spare clothes. "What's wrong, little one?" Luo Gu's attention wasn't on the water surface. Mumu looked up at him, clutching her clothes and asking, "What does the water monster look like?" "You'll see soon," Luo Gu replied. "Are you afraid of water monsters?" Mumu didn't shake her head or nod. She had never seen one before, so she wasn't sure if she was afraid. Seeing she didn't answer, Luo Gu took it as her being scared and said, "Don't worry. The water monsters in this lake are not aggressive. They are very gentle." Jinjin Chi nodded and decided to wait and see for a while. The ripples on the lake grew larger and closer. Gradually, Jinjin Chi saw a head in the water. It wasn't a whole head, just the top about the size of half a human palm. Soon, the entire head surfaced.
Zensenki watched calmly.
The head had only eyes and nostrils. Were there 3 eyes? As the head got closer to the medicinal fish grass, Jinjin Chi finally saw clearly what this so-called water monster was. It was just a big turtle, but with 3 eyes. While the water monster hadn't yet reached the shore, Jinjin Chi used a bronze mirror to look again. Species: turtle, monster turtle. Animal category: habits, an animal that lives at the bottom of the lake all year round. It can stay underwater for a long time without surfacing. It is not aggressive and has a gentle nature. The shell of a dead turtle, monster turtle, can be used in medicine to detoxify. Period. Ancient times. Even if it looks like a turtle, it's a type she had never seen before. Jinjin Chi put away the bronze mirror. The turtle had moved to a place with more medicinal fish grass. It opened its small mouth and extended a long black tongue to eat the floating medicinal fish grass. It seemed the water monster liked to eat this grass. She asked in confusion, "Is there only this one water monster in such a big lake?" Luo Gu knew what answer she wanted and replied directly, "They have rules. As long as one moves, the others won't." "Really?" She was truly amazed. After the water monster finished eating most of the medicinal fish grass, Abi sprinkled some on the shore, apparently trying to lure the water monster onto land. The water monster gradually crawled onto the shore, following the medicinal fish grass. Only then did Jinjin Chi see clearly what the water monster looked like. It was a big turtle. Although its head was small, the shell on its back was large enough for the 3 of them to stand on easily. Leah took advantage of the water monster eating the grass to leap onto its back and shoved a bunch of medicinal fish grass into its nostrils from behind. The water monster reacted slowly. It shook its head after a while, but couldn't shake off the grass. "Done," Leah said, grabbing the water monster's neck. She did something, and the water monster obediently crawled to the lake's edge and stayed still. Jinjin Chi saw Luo Gu holding her wrist, preparing to climb onto the water monster's back, and she quickly pulled her hand away. "Wait a moment, I need to take off my shoe." She probably figured out how to cross the lake. Just stand steadily and she wouldn't get wet, but her shoes might. So going barefoot was the safest choice. Qin Jinjin took off her shoes and put them in her backpack, then rolled up her pants a bit. Only then did she feel safe standing on the water monster's back to cross the lake. "All right, let's go," she said, stepping forward confidently. But after a few steps, she realized Luo Gu wasn't following, so she turned back and called him, "Come on, Luo Gu." However, when she looked back, she saw Luo Gu standing still, staring at her bare feet. Not only Luo Gu, but even Abu looked at her barefoot with a surprised expression. Qin Jinjin curled her toes, unsure what they were looking at. "Are you guys not coming?"
she asked.
Abu was the first to snap out of it. He nodded and still looked at her feet, saying, "Luo Gu's partner, your feet are so pretty."
"What?"
Qin Jinjin doubted, if she heard correctly. She looked down at her feet, then at Abu and Luo Gu, suddenly understanding. Her small, delicate size 36 feet looked very tiny compared to theirs. She had always worn shoes, so her feet hadn't been hurt by dirt or plants in the wild. Looking at them, they were barefoot, no simple straw sandals, so their feet must have thick calluses to protect them. One pair was small and tender, the other dirty and large, but everyone liked fair, clean feet. Stop staring and hurry up. Qin Jinjin blushed with embarrassment and pulled Luo Gu to help him onto the water monster's back. Luo Gu chuckled softly, then regained his composure. Little one, I just noticed how pretty your feet are. Shut up. Was he serious? Now was not the time to be looking at her feet. Luo Gu didn't tease her anymore. He took her hand, and they both stood on the water monster's back. The shell was very hard, covered with algae, but the textured surface helped prevent slipping, even if it hurt a bit to step on. Once everyone was on, Laya held the monster's neck and applied a little force, causing it to crawl into the lake. Although Luo Gu held her hand, Qin Jinjin still felt a little scared. She subtly changed her grip to hold his arm, feeling safer that way.
But, can you stop looking?
She felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Why can't I look? He asked confidently, not looking away. Qin Jinjin was speechless. She hadn't expected this when she took off her shoes. Don't you have feet yourself? Look at yourself. Jinjin Qi tried to go around behind him, not believing he could turn around and keep watching. But the water monster was already swimming in the lake. She was afraid that any big move might cause her to fall into the water, which would be a big loss. Gu Luo chuckled softly and had to look away so she wouldn't get angry and do something bad. It's okay. Anyway, you're mine. These beautiful feet of yours also belong to me. Jinjin Qi wanted to kick him into the lake so he could swim over. Finally, the embarrassing topic was changed, and Jinjin Qi began to enjoy the scenery around her. The calm lake surface rippled as the water monster moved. It wasn't slow, but it swam steadily. After admiring the scenery, Jinjin Qi looked down at the water nearby. She only looked once and was stunned. Was she seeing things? She rubbed her eyes and stared intently at the water near the water monster. Despite the ripples, she saw underneath them countless heads. The lake was very clear. Standing on the water monster's back, she could see the bottom clearly. At this moment, what she saw were heads similar to the water monster's. Each head had 3 eyes, all wide open, looking directly at the lake's surface. This meant that beneath the lake, there were countless water monsters, enough to fill the lake bottom. Jinjin Qi suddenly felt her legs go weak. Luckily, she was holding Gu Luo's arm. She dared not look at the lake bottom again. Those big eyes staring at her were too terrifying. Fortunately, the water monster was swimming steadily, and soon it reached the middle of the lake. The trees on the opposite shore became clearer. Suddenly, a wolf howl echoed from the trees across the lake. Jinjin Qi's heart tightened. She looked up at Gu Luo's expression. He had always been calm, but now his eyebrows furrowed slightly. He seemed surprised by the wolf howl from the forest. Gu Luo, there are wolves in that forest. Abu shouted. Should we keep going? Laya, who was controlling the water monster, asked. Keep moving. Gu Luo relaxed his eyebrows and returned to his calm expression. Jinjin Qi's heart trembled at the wolf howl. Over the past 2 days, there had been signs of wolves around, but they had never heard a wolf's call before. Now, it was certain that there were wolves in the forest across the lake, and they had made a sound. Did that howl carry some kind of message? Gradually, the water monster moved closer to the forest shore and finally climbed onto land. Abo first jumped down from the water monster's back, preparing to help Luo Gu's partner, but Luo Gu directly carried his partner across his shoulders and jumped down. I can walk by myself. Qi Jinjin struggled a little as he held her. Luo Gu didn't plan to let go. Instead, he sat her on a large rock and took out her shoes from his bag. Wait, Qi Jinjin stopped him, blocking his shoulders. He wanted to put her shoes on her, but she said, my feet are still wet. Please put me down. I can do it myself. Luo Gu paused and looked at her feet, which were wet.
Hey!
To Qi Jinjin's surprise, Luo Gu suddenly grabbed her ankle and wiped it on his animal hide skirt. His hand was very warm, like a hot iron pressed against her ankle. Qi Jinjin's ears turned red. She tried to pull her foot back for leverage, but his rough fingers caught her foot again, and water droplets appeared on the dry animal hide. "Let me do it myself," she said, feeling embarrassed to face Abu and Leia's expressions if she continued like this. "Sit still." Luo Gu finished wiping one foot and tried to put her shoe on her, but it seemed he didn't quite know how. Qi Jinjin rolled her eyes. "I told you to let me do it myself. Just give me the shoes." Luo Gu's face showed a flicker of awkwardness, but he quickly hid it and handed her the shoes. Qi Jinjin took them, bent down, and put on her shoes. She thought Luo Gu would give her the second shoe, but instead, he wanted to do it himself. "Little thing, let me do it," he said. "Don't you think you're wasting time now?" Qi Jinjin said with a sigh. "Your matter can't be considered a waste of time," he said confidently, mimicking her earlier action of putting on the shoes. Qi Jinjin gave up struggling. If he wanted to try, let him. Once she was done, they could leave quickly. He was quick to learn and managed to put on the shoes in just a few seconds. Qi Jinjin stood up, kicked a few times, then looked at Abu and Leia, who were turned away, probably feeling awkward. "All right, let's go." After putting on her shoes, Luo Gu reached out to hold her hand and walk into the woods. But Qi Jinjin dodged him. "First, wash your hands." "Wash his hands?" Luo Gu looked down at his hands. He didn't think they were dirty, but seeing her squat by the lake to wash her hands, he had no choice but to do the same. The crossing took quite a bit of time, and Qi Jinjin was a little worried that by the time they reached the valley, it might already be dark. They're going to the pond valley to catch insects, so it's easier to move around during the day. When they entered the forest, Luo Gu and the others did not turn into beast forms, but moved cautiously forward. Jinjin guesses they're on alert for a pack of howling wolves in this forest. The soil here is a bit damp, and footprints are clearly visible when stepped on, but there are many fallen leaves that cover the ground. "It's too quiet around here," Leia said seriously. "Yes," Abu nodded in agreement. "And we just heard the howling of wolves. Are they hiding and waiting for us?" Hearing this, Jinjin couldn't help but ask, "Why don't you transform into beasts and rush out directly?" Abu was about to answer, but Luo Gu spoke first. "If there's an ambush, making too much noise could be bad for us." "Is that so?" Jinjin still thinks rushing out early might be safer and could save some time. Besides, the wolves can't outrun him. Speed? The words suddenly made Jinjin realize something. He chose to stay cautious because Abu and Leia are fast. With their speed, they could be easily chased by the wolves. It seems he still cares about protecting his friends, and isn't so independent after all. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from behind, not far away, like many feet crushing dry leaves. Abu and Leia immediately turned around to look back, but saw no signs of animals. At the same time, a similar rustling sound came from ahead, but no animal tracks were visible there either. "What's going on?" Jinjin became nervous. There's no wind at all, so the rustling definitely isn't caused by the wind. Luo Gu made a shushing gesture with a serious expression. Jinjin dared not speak and looked around nervously. She hated this spooky atmosphere. The four continued walking forward, but the rustling sounds kept coming, at first from front and back, then from all sides. Jinjin had a terrible feeling that they might be surrounded by some unknown animal. And that animal was very likely the howling wolf. "We're about to get out," Abu said, looking at the fewer trees ahead. "Still, don't let your guard down. Stay alert," Leia warned. However, just as she finished speaking, Qi Jinjin saw an animal blocking their way ahead. And this animal was a snarling wolf. Luo Gu and the others immediately saw the wolf and all stopped. The wolf was blocking their path out of the small forest, its fierce eyes fixed on Qi Jinjin, with its sharp teeth slightly exposed. "Fortunately, it's just one wolf. It's not too dangerous," Abu comforted himself. Leia disagreed. "Don't forget the wolf's habits. It's unlikely there's only one." She's right, and Qi Jinjin agrees. From the sound of rustling just now, They could tell that since entering the small forest, they had already been surrounded by wolves. This was definitely not a good situation. Sure enough, after showing two fierce fangs, the wolf beside it stepped out from behind a tree, and more wolves appeared behind the trees, completely blocking their way forward. "Look behind!" Abu shouted. Qi Jinjin looked back and almost lost her footing. Not only was the front blocked, but their escape route was also cut off by wolves. At first, they saw no animals at all, but now all the wolves had revealed their true forms. More and more wolves emerged from behind the trees nearby, their sharp teeth glinting and making her feel uneasy. There were at least dozens, more than any wolves she had seen before. Abu had never seen so many wolves either, and was also startled by the number. "Little ones, don't be afraid." Luo Gu held her hand tighter, trying to comfort her. But how could she not be afraid? This scene looked like the wolves had launched a full attack. As he said, once a prey was targeted by wolves, running to the ends of the earth wouldn't help.
Leah.
Suddenly, Luo Gu called her name. Leah thought she had misheard, and felt a bit happy. "I'm here. Protect Abu and rush out first," Luo Gu said. Leah's face stiffened. "What about you?" "Yes, Luo Gu, we came to protect your partner. If you want us to run first, what about your partner?" Abu said calmly. "My people will protect themselves." "You too, don't cause me trouble," Luo Gu replied coldly. Abu and Leah looked at each other, unsure of what to say. "Listen to Luo Gu. You should run now," Qi Jinjin said, seeing their hesitation, as the wolves with exposed teeth all prepared to attack. Mumu knows that without Abu and Leah, Luo Gu, with his strength, wouldn't be able to handle these fierce wolves alone. But if Luo Gu has to worry about too many people, he'll get distracted and struggle. Also, the wolves are mainly after her, so Abu and Leah rushing out first will only help Luo Gu. At this moment, a wolf with a hunched back lowers its body and leaps toward them.
Run.
Luo Gu gives the command, transforming into a white wild beast while carrying Mumu on his back. Used to his sudden transformations, Mumu calmly holds on tightly to his fur so he won't fall off. After transforming, Luo Gu raises his front paw and strikes the ground, kicking up a lot of dry leaves with the wind and knocking the rushing wolf into a tree. Seeing their leader hit the tree, the other wolves jump up one after another. Abu and Leah also turn into beast forms and charge forward. These wolves are clearly targeting Mumu, Abu, and Leah. Abu and Leah knock several wolves away, but the wolves that are pushed back roll and get up, then run past them straight toward Luo Gu. Leah sees this and wants to help Luo Gu, but notices Abu rushing into the woods, biting and fighting some wolves as he goes. Helpless, she can only go to help Abu, whose fighting ability is lower than hers. Mumu, riding on Luo Gu's back, sees several wolves trying to jump and bite her, but Luo Gu's huge tail sweeps and knocks them into the trees. There are too many wolves. Even with Luo Gu's tail sweeping away some, many still try to attack his legs and belly when he's not paying attention. Mumu can tell that Luo Gu is also delaying to help Abu and Leah, waiting for them to leave so he can break through the encirclement himself. Suddenly, a wolf in the group raises its long neck and howls loudly. Luo Gu quickly notices this wolf hiding at the back, and with a high leap, he slaps it down to the ground. When his paw moves away, the wolf's body, apart from its head and limbs, is flattened, blood seeping into the dirt. Mumu looks away, feeling a bit scared to watch. But she soon realizes that after being knocked down, the wolf that was howling begins attacking Abu and Leah as well. Gosh, are these wolves really low-level animals? They're clearly trying to distract Luo Gu so he can protect all three of them at once. Sure enough, Luo Gu notices this too. "Little ones, hold on tight," Luo Gu calls out to her and leaps to help Abu and Leah. Mumu knows she can't do much to help, so the only thing she can do is hold on tightly and not cause him trouble. After Luo Gu helped earlier, Leah realized that the group of sneaky wolves wanted to distract Luo Gu. So, she quickly let go and ran ahead to protect Abu. Luo Gu's large body blocked more than 10 sneaky wolves. Although these wolves showed their sharp teeth and tried to tear him apart, Luo Gu either dodged skillfully or used his tail to hit them into trees, knocking them down or injuring them badly. With Luo Gu's help, Abu and Laya quickly broke through the wolves and ran out of the small forest. Outside the woods was a plain. If they crossed the plain, they would reach Qifeng Valley. But unexpectedly, the wolves also charged out, determined not to stop until they caught them. This surprised Luo Gu, who also ran out of the forest quickly. Could they be chased all the way from the plain to Qifeng Valley?
Ow!
At that moment, Laya suddenly groaned and stopped in her tracks. Jinjin looked ahead and felt worried. Laya was bitten on her leg by a wolf that appeared out of nowhere. The bite was deep, and the wolf refused to let go, trying to tear the flesh it had bitten. Abu turned back and was startled, but she reacted quickly. She twisted around Laya and bit the wolf's head, forcing her to break its neck. Seeing this, Luo Gu rushed to their side to help block the wolves, hitting them hard as they jumped at them. But there were too many wolves. This couldn't go on forever. What should they do? Jinjin watched Laya's leg turn bloody and felt very anxious. Suddenly, a loud cry that was not from a wolf echoed across the plain. Jinjin hadn't yet recovered from the sound when she saw a huge creature approaching them from not far away. As it got closer, she saw that it was a beast about the same size as Luo Gu. The beast had shiny golden fur, a strong build, and looked like a lion, but its fur had a layered pattern. The beast charged at the wolves. Its massive golden tail swept through the wolves, knocking many down. The wolves that were hit fell heavily, but quickly got up again. They didn't dare to attack again like before, and just stood there, frozen in place. Everyone was very surprised by this sudden appearance of the beast. Then, the wolf that had been thrown by the beast let out a low yelp. Suddenly, all the wolves lay down and rolled around on the ground as if they had fleas on them. What was going on? Mumu still didn't understand clearly. The wild beast charged at a wolf again. The wolves that had been knocked down by the big tail suddenly rolled on the ground after getting up. Seeing their companions rolling in pain on the ground, the other wolves stopped attacking and became very cautious. With the wolves no longer attacking, Luo Gu stood in front of Abu and Laya, blocking both the wolves and the sudden wild beast. At this moment, Jinjin's eyes were fixed on the wolves rolling on the ground. They looked extremely itchy all over, but it was just because they were hit by a tail. Why did they react like that? Could it be that the tail of this wild beast is what controls these wolves? Seeing this, Jinjin looked at the beast. It roared loudly, lifting its head, making a deafening sound that caused the ground to shake. After the roar, the remaining wolves looked at each other in confusion, then backed away with their tails between their legs and ran off. The wolves that were rolling on the ground also stopped moving. They froze in place, their eyes wide but lifeless. "Leah, Leah!" Abu shouted in surprise. Jinjin turned around and saw Leah had turned back into a human form. Her left leg was bleeding heavily. "Luo Gu, let me down quickly. Leah is hurt," Jinjin hurriedly called out. However, Luo Gu did not change back into a human. Instead, he faced the beast with hostility. Jinjin was eager to go down and check Leah's injury, but Luo Gu was standing there, and she wasn't sure she could jump down safely. "Luo Gu, at least I helped you guys. Is this how you treat your savior?" A clear voice sounded. The beast gradually shrank and transformed into a young man. This beast was actually a half-beast person. Jinjin was too surprised to react or to look at what the half-beast looked like. Most of her attention was on Leah's bleeding left leg. Leah's condition was not good. Her face was pale, and she seemed to be unconscious. "Forget it. The grass is soft. Falling won't hurt much." Jinjin flipped over and jumped down from Luo Gu's back. Seeing this, Luo Gu quickly turned back into a human form. "Little one, what are you doing? Didn't you see Leah was hurt? That half-beast helped us chase away the wolves, so he might not be a bad person," Jinjin said steadily as she landed and crouched in front of Leah. "Abu, don't panic. Let me take a look." Luo Gu narrowed his dark eyes, anger flickering in them, but since Jinjin was focused on Leah, he could only hold back his fury for now. He turned around and looked at the half-orc who had helped earlier. Surprisingly, his gaze was also on Leah. No, not on Leah, on his little one. Qi Jinjin gently felt Leah's main artery. Her heartbeat was still strong. She quickly took out a first aid kit from her backpack, tore a piece of gauze, and wiped the blood from Leah's lower leg, exposing the wound bitten by the wolf. Luo Gu's partner, is there anything I can do to help? Abu asked worriedly. Yes, just like before. Use this gauze to wipe away the excess blood from her leg, Qi Jinjin said, spraying alcohol onto Abu's hand and handing her the gauze. Be careful. Don't touch the wound. Okay. Abu hurriedly took it and carefully began to clean the wound. Qi Jinjin then took out painkillers. If she didn't give Leah pain relief before treating the wound, she would be in terrible pain. Here, Leah, take this. She fed the painkiller into her mouth. Leah instinctively wanted to resist, not knowing what she was being fed, but her pain was so intense that she had no strength left to fight. She could only swallow it.
Good.
My painkillers work quickly. You won't feel the pain soon, Qi Jinjin said, then focused on her lower leg. Abu had already wiped away most of the blood, and the wound was fully exposed. The wolf's sharp fangs had bitten deep, and when it released its grip, it tore off most of a piece of flesh from her calf, just a little more, and that piece would be completely torn away, revealing bloody muscles. I need fire and water. Quickly, help me prepare them. Qi Jinjin thought quickly about how to save Leah, despite the harsh and dirty environment here.
Fire.
Water. Abu mumbled, then immediately got up and ran into the woods. Qi Jinjin found a package of surgical sutures and needles in her first aid kit. Luckily, she had prepared enough supplies. She no longer cared about wasting resources. Saving her was the priority. As long as she could save her, these rare supplies would be worth it. After calmly tending to the wound edges, Abu returned with some branches and started a fire. They hadn't brought any pottery, so the only water source was her water cup. Fortunately, her cup's exterior wasn't affected by fire and could be heated. Luo Gu's partner, is there anything else I need to do? Abu asked, panting as he helped her heat the water.
Not needed for now.
Qi Jinjin tore a needle and heated it over the fire, then began sewing the wound. Abu looked on in surprise, watching that sharp thing pierce through Lia's small leg repeatedly. She didn't dare ask or question. Lu Gu silently stood behind Qi Jinjin, blocking the half-beast's gaze. To prevent his little thing from being distracted, he endured the discomfort of the half-beast standing there. The wound was stitched up little by little, and sweat beads appeared on Qi Jinjin's forehead. Finally, she tied a knot at the end of the thread. Is the wound gone? Abu exclaimed in shock. It's not gone, it's just stitched up. This helps speed healing and reduce infection, Qi Jinjin explained. Abu was still stunned, remembering the bloody wound just moments ago. After sewing the wound, Qi Jinjin took out her special medicine but hesitated. She had only used this medicine on Lu Gu before, and she only had this small bottle. Honestly, she was reluctant to use it on Lia's wound. Even though her current wound was perfect for this medicine, it didn't mean she had to. Thinking of how she had looked down on her before and even said things to mock her, she quietly put the medicine back. She decided to give her some antibiotics first to fight infection. And since the ground was full of grass, with her bronze mirror, she could find useful herbs easily. Abu, feed this to her, Qi Jinjin said, handing over 2 antibiotics. Abu trusted her completely and didn't ask questions. After doing this, Qi Jinjin poured hot water and cleaned the blood from her hands. All this focused effort made her a bit tired. Little one, is everything ready? Lu Gu's voice came from behind. Qi Jinjin turned to see the beast that had turned into a half-beast. He was a young man about Lu Gu's age, tall and strong. But he looked more approachable than Lu Gu, perhaps because he was smiling. His smile made him look like a friendly neighborhood guy, especially with his hair shining in the sunlight, a mix of brown and gold. His brown eyes looked at her, and this stare made her heart tremble. Little one. Suddenly, everything went dark in front of her, as Lu Gu blocked her view. Qi Jinjin snapped back to reality, looking up at Lu Gu's backlit face. Without paying close attention, I could tell he was angry. I really don't understand what he's mad about this time. Qi Jinjin stood up and smiled at him. It's settled. As long as you focus on fighting infection in the next few days, you'll be fine. Lu Gu narrowed his dark eyes, not wanting to hear such words. I didn't expect my luck to be so good, helping a kind stranger, and I ended up saving such a strong purebred female, said the half-orc with brown golden hair as he approached.
And she's not even bred yet.
As soon as he finished speaking, Qi Jinjin clearly felt Lu Gu's anger grow even more. She quickly grabbed Lu Gu, worried they might fight. For Lu Gu, who was very possessive and bossy, hearing that was a big deal. Lu Gu, calm down. At least he helped us just now, Qi Jinjin said, holding his arm. She also told the half-orc, stop, don't come any closer. The half-orc paused, standing there confused. Qi Jinjin hurriedly added, sorry, I can't get close to other men besides him, or I'll be extremely itchy all over. Extremely itchy? The half-orc looked suspicious.
Yes.
Qi Jinjin nodded firmly, pretending to hide behind Lu Gu. After saying that, Lu Gu's anger seemed to lessen a bit. Thanks for helping us earlier, Qi Jinjin said kindly, curious if his beast form's big tail could directly kill a wolf. The half-orc kept some distance from them, a faint hint of amusement flashing in his brown eyes. You're welcome. It was just a small favor and what? Qi Jinjin waited, not hearing the rest of his sentence. She asked curiously. And you're interesting, the half-orc replied. Hearing those words, Qi Jinjin's heart skipped a beat, a bad feeling rising. Looking at this half-orc, he was smiling brightly, seeming harmless. But those 4 words seemed to anger Lu Gu. He immediately swung a fist at the half-orc, who didn't look like he was easy to beat. He simply dodged Lu Gu's punch lightly. Why are you so hostile? I helped you, after all. The half-orc shouted while dodging. Doing good, and getting hit in return. Qi Jinjin covered her face, unable to stop Lu Gu from fighting. She could only call out half-heartedly, stop fighting. She knew Lu Gu wouldn't listen, and at first the half-orc could dodge a few punches, but eventually he took 2 hits. Qi Jinjin's heart tightened at the sight. Hey, you purebred person, control your spouse. I didn't even provoke him. This half-orc couldn't escape, and started calling for help. It's really too sad. Qi Jinjin rushed out, grabbed Luo Gu's arm, and shouted, stop fighting, Luo Gu.
Hold on.
Let go. Luo Gu glared at her, full of anger. Okay, I can let go, but you have to have a good reason for hitting someone. People shouldn't forget kindness, right? Qi Jinjin said. You're right, I shouldn't forget kindness. The half-orc sat on the ground after being beaten. Qi Jinjin looked at him and signaled him silently to stay quiet. Reason? Luo Gu snorted softly, clenched his fists tightly. Is it not enough that he wants to be with you? Qi Jinjin widened her eyes, her face suddenly turning red, and her ears felt hot. How could he say such straightforward words? And in front of others? Moreover, because this half-orc is a male, he ignored the favor of her earlier help and beat him up harshly? Qi Jinjin's anger surged up inside her. She released his arm and shouted angrily, You're so unreasonable. After saying that, she turned around, picked up her backpack, and headed toward the small woods, not noticing she was going the wrong way. Little thing. Luo Gu withdrew his fist and quickly chased after her. Qi Jinjin walked forward angrily. His embarrassing words kept flashing through her mind, making her feel more ashamed and furious. Get out of the way. Seeing him block her path, Qi Jinjin bypassed him and quickened her pace. The half-orc sitting on the ground showed a faint, hard-to-notice smile as he watched the 2 follow behind. But he quickly suppressed this smile and shouted at the 2 walking away, I have no interest in her. It's clearly your idea. Hearing those sensitive words, Qi Jinjin's face turned even redder, and she just wanted to escape this embarrassing place as soon as possible. Luo Gu chased her into the woods, not knowing why she was so angry. Little thing, stop. There are howling wolves ahead. Howling wolves. Qi Jinjin paused, and indeed, she saw many wolf carcasses lying in the woods. Looking around, She wondered how she ended up rushing into the woods in a daze. She was really confused. "Little thing, are you angry with me over a man?" Luo Gu blocked her path when he saw her. Hearing this, Qi Jinjin raised her head and glared at him angrily. "What? Only you are allowed to be angry and I can't? Are you really angry with me over a man?" He repeated the question, his voice deep and frightening. Oh, they are not on the same wavelength at all now. Qi Jinjin constantly reminds herself to stay calm. She knows what kind of temper Luo Gu has in this situation. So she said, "You insulted me." Luo Gu was stunned. His anger disappeared instantly. He didn't expect her anger was because of this. Qi Jinjin pushed him away and kept walking forward, regardless of whether there was a wolf's corpse ahead. Luo Gu felt a bit happy. As long as it wasn't about another male, he could accept any reason. "Little one, I didn't insult you," Luo Gu caught up with her. "Or tell me, where did I insult you? I'll apologize." He even dared to say such words. Qi Jinjin continued walking angrily, planning to go to the lake to refill her water. "Don't be angry, little one. Whether I insulted you or not, I apologize to you, okay?" Luo Gu said as he followed her. Qi Jinjin squinted her eyes, wishing she could shoot daggers out of them. Just now, Luo Gu, who was full of anger, suddenly lost his bravado and even looked apologetic. He carefully thought about what just happened and didn't realize he had done anything to insult her. "Little one, what do you want me to do to make you forgive me?" He was too lazy to think more and just wanted to soothe her first. Was he doing it on purpose or just clueless? Didn't he realize that the problem was his way of speaking? Qi Jinjin clenched her fists while walking and thinking. Maybe she should accept his apology now. After all, for someone as proud as him to chase her and apologize was quite something. But some words still needed to be said to remind him. So Qi Jinjin stopped and looked ahead, organizing her words in her mind. "Little one, are you no longer angry?" Luo Gu saw her stop and felt a bit relieved. "Your apology is not sincere," Qi Jinjin looked up and said. "You don't even know what I'm angry about." "I know. You're angry because I insulted you." "Then do you know how you insulted me?" Qi Jinjin asked back bravely.
See?
He just doesn't know. "In your eyes, do all males have that kind of thought about me?" She really couldn't say such straightforward words without blushing or feeling guilty. What thought? Luo Gu was a bit confused but then understood her meaning. "That's right. Before I mated with you, all males were threats." He still said it confidently. "But even so, how could you say such things in front of others? Don't I deserve face?" Luo Gu squinted and seemed to understand what made her angry. It turns out his little one was shy. Of course, she was a purebred female who had never mated before, so it was normal for her to be shy about things she had never encountered. Thinking of this, Luo Gu's temper softened. "I apologize. Next time, I'll try not to say such things in front of others." God knows if his promise was just a careless excuse, but at least it made him realize his mistake. Qi Jinjin took a deep breath and gradually let go of her anger. "Also, can you stop interfering with my normal conversations?" "Normal conversations?" Luo Gu didn't quite understand. "Yeah, like the half-orc who helped us just now," Qi Jinjin said. "He kindly helped us, and you just beat him without a second thought. Isn't that wrong?" "What's wrong with that?" Never mind, her little one was too shy. It was better not to say certain things. "Little one, don't you care about my feelings at all?" His feelings? Qi Jinjin wanted to roll her eyes. Only he could be so openly jealous. This isn't about caring or not caring, it's about your attitude. "If you get your mind right, you won't have such thoughts," she said patiently. "Anyway, if you truly want to sincerely apologize, don't interfere with my normal conversations."
Can you do that? Can.
He answered immediately, without hesitation.
Kidzensen frowned.
His answer was decisive, but it sounded a bit perfunctory. "Really, Ken?" she asked skeptically. "Of course," he replied confidently, though he seemed less dismissive. Hopefully, he was sincere this time. Qi Jinjin didn't want to dwell on this issue too much. She'd see how he behaved later. "I'm going to the lake to fetch water now." After saying that, Qi Jinjin bypassed him and headed toward the lake. This time, Luo Gu didn't stop her and went with her to the lake. When they crossed the small forest and exited, the half-orc was still there, chatting with Abu. "You're back," the half-orc greeted with a wave as they approached. Qi Jinjin offered a friendly smile in response. As they left the woods, she clearly felt Luogu emanating a frosty aura, but luckily, he was trying to hold back.
What were you talking about?
Qi Jinjin asked as she moved closer, standing behind Luogu and keeping some distance from the half-orc. "We didn't talk much, just asked why you two were chased by so many wolves," the half-orc said, smiling warmly at her. Yes, Lugu, he seems to know how to deal with the snarling wolves." Abu nodded in agreement. However, a single look from Lugu silenced her, so she had to go take care of Laya first. "My name is Yubei," the half-orc introduced himself. "What's your name?" His gaze shifted past Lugu directly to Qi Jinjin. Clearly, he was asking her. Qi Jinjin was about to answer, but Lugu spoke first. "Her name is Lugu's partner."
Kidzensen.
Yubei chuckled and said, "I see. You're Lugu, and she is your partner, but she should have her own name, right? Names don't really matter. It's just a way to call someone." Qi Jinjin quickly tried to smooth things over. She wanted to thank the helpful half-orc and also consider Lugu's temper. It was really tricky. "Thank you so much earlier, but you seem to know how to kill snarling wolves?" "Let's say I know a little." Yubei looked at the bodies of the wolves. "In my opinion, these wolves were targeting you. Did you provoke them?" "Not exactly provoke, but they have been mysteriously chasing me before," Qi Jinjin said with a shy smile. "Can you tell us how to kill snarling wolves?" Of course, Yubei not only agreed but responded very happily. "But I will only tell one person."
Wow.
Hearing this, not only Lugu but even Qi Jinjin could tell there was some hidden meaning behind his words. She cleared her throat and silently grabbed Lugu's arm, saying, "Maybe it's better not to ask." Yubei looked a bit surprised, not expecting her reaction. "These wolves were targeting you. Don't you want to know their weakness?" "Of course I do. But since you don't seem willing to say, I feel embarrassed to ask further," Qi Jinjin smiled. She deliberately spoke with a hesitant tone, and he responded in the same way. Anyway, both she and Lugu knew the wolves' weaknesses. Once they crossed this plain and reached Qi Valley, caught the green-haired caterpillar, they wouldn't fear these wolves anymore. Yubei's eyes sharpened, and his gaze fell on the stiff wolf carcasses not far away. Qi Jinjin followed his gaze. Those wolves were exactly the ones he had swept away with his tail. She had wondered before if it was because of his tail. Now it seemed. He was hinting for her to look for clues on the wolf bodies. So, Qi Jinjin released Lugu's hand and walked toward the wolf corpses. These howling wolves kept rolling on the ground, flailing left and right after being whipped away by that half-beast with a giant tail, until they died with stiff limbs. As I approached, I noticed a greenish substance on one of the wolves. Upon closer inspection, I realized it was insects. All these insects were green, no larger than a fingernail, round and chubby, with 3 tiny black dots on their heads. It seemed that these black dots secreted a clear, hard-to-detect liquid. On the wolf's body, I saw more than one of these green insects. They wriggled on the fur, and some even pushed out from its ears, nose, and mouth. I looked at several wolf corpses and found many of these green insects on each one. A flash of insight crossed my mind, and I made a bold guess. Could these green insects be the green hair worms from Chifangu? I frowned and asked Lugu, who was following me. Lugu also frowned slightly, seeming a bit surprised.
Kifangu.
At this moment, Yubei came over. "Are you heading to Chifangu?" Hearing his voice, I looked up at him. He wore a beast-hide skirt similar to Lugu's, with some weeds and leaves tucked into the waistband. He didn't have anything extra hanging on him, not even green insects. Yes, I nodded and looked at the weeds and leaves in his waistband. "Are these green insects what killed those wolves?" "Exactly." Yubei nodded with a smile. "They're called green hair worms." "So, these really are green hair worms?" I asked again, "Since the worms can kill wolves, are these worms yours?" "Exactly." Yubei nodded and pointed to his waistband. Without a close look, I hadn't noticed that the weeds and leaves had green worms attached. I squinted, feeling curious, but not showing it. I didn't expect you guys to also be heading to Chifangu. We really are destined to meet, Yubei said with a smile. May I ask what you're going to do there? Not convenient to say, Lu Gu cut him off directly. I couldn't help but chuckle. I knew Lu Gu had been holding back, and the half-beast who suddenly appeared to help us fend off the wolves was quite suspicious. If it weren't for his overbearing possessiveness, Lu Gu would probably see right through this half-beast's strange behavior. Actually, it's quite a coincidence. I'm also going to Chifangu. Yubei didn't take her attitude seriously and kept his gaze fixed on Qi Jinjin. I heard that in Chifangu there is a flower called the jewworm grass. Have you heard of it? Qi Jinjin shook her head. No, I haven't. Where did this green fuzzy worm come from? I catch them everywhere. Do you want one? Just tell me your name, and I'll give you a nest, Yubei said with a sly smile. Why do I hear that these green fuzzy worms only exist in Chifangu? Compared to this sudden lifesaver, she trusted Luo Gu more. So if Luo Gu said the worms only exist in Chifangu, then they definitely only exist there. She didn't believe the half-beast's claim that they were found everywhere. But Yubei's reaction surprised her. Where did you hear that? Although Chifangu is full of plants and insects are common, there are definitely no green fuzzy worms there. If you don't believe me, we can go see for ourselves. He was so confident and sure of himself that Qi Jinjin almost believed him. Anyway, her destination was also Chifangu, so she had no reason to doubt. She looked up at Luo Gu and secretly signaled him. Luo Gu understood, but didn't look happy about it. Since he had promised her earlier in the woods, Luo Gu could only endure this overly confident male wandering around. Did you just say that if I tell you my name, you'll give me a nest of green fuzzy worms? Qi Jinjin quietly moved Luo Gu behind her and asked Yubei. Exactly, Yubei nodded, a little excited. Okay, then you better keep your word. Qi Jinjin took out a small bottle from her backpack. Let me see if you really have a whole nest of green fuzzy worms. Yubei looked at what she held and became curious. I've never seen this before. Of course he hadn't. This was a device from the 22nd century, unless he was also from the future. Where are the green fuzzy worms? Yubei snapped back to reality, smiled, and then plucked a leaf from his waist. There were only 2 worms on it. Is this a nest?
Qi Jinjin frowned.
She wondered if he knew how many worms made up a nest.
Yubei nodded.
She rubbed her forehead and said, but there are only 2 worms on this leaf.
Count them.
Yubei understood and explained, don't underestimate these 2 green fuzzy worms. They are a male and a female. After mating, they can produce more than just one nest of baby worms. She suddenly didn't know what to say. Originally, I went to Chifeng Valley to find green caterpillars, mainly to deal with the wolf. Who has the free time to wait for a few small green caterpillars to grow? Don't go back on your word. You should know this female caterpillar is very rare. I wouldn't give it to just anyone, Yubei said when she remained silent. Rare? Qi Jinjin's eyes sharpened as she caught those words. Then she smiled and said, since this female caterpillar is so precious, it wouldn't be right for you to give it to me just for a name. How about you just give me a small group instead? No problem. We are destined to meet, so giving gifts depends on fate, Yubei said, shaking the leaves in his hand, almost knocking the 2 caterpillars off.
Keep them safe.
Although Qi Jinjin hesitated, she still put the 2 caterpillars and the leaves into a bottle. Thank you very much. You're welcome. Now, can you tell me your name?
Yubei asked.
Qi Jinjin placed the bottle down with a smile. My name is Qi Jijia.
Qi Jijia.
Yubei whispered softly, then smiled. That's a beautiful name. Qi Jinjin smiled slightly. Thanks for the 2 caterpillars. We were planning to go to Chifeng Valley, but since I already got the green caterpillars, there's no need to go anymore.
Goodbye.
After speaking, she pulled Luo Gu and turned to where Abu and the others were. Yubei was surprised by her words. He stood there stunned for a while before realizing he had been tricked. That was really interesting. Abu, her left leg should stay still for now, so. Qi Jinjin said, while looking at Lia's bandaged wound. Don't worry about Luo Gu's partner. I can carry her, Abu said. Qi Jinjin nodded and looked at Yubei, the half-beastman who didn't follow. She then asked Luo Gu, should we still go to Qifeng Valley? Of course we should. Luo Gu's dark eyes narrowed, and a cold aura radiated from him. But I just said I wouldn't go. If we go, we'll definitely run into that half-beastman, Qi Jinjin whispered. Luo Gu didn't answer her but looked at Abu and Laya. She followed his gaze and sighed inwardly. Now, not only must she be wary of that half-beastman Yu Bei, but she also had to consider Laya's injuries. Laya now had almost no fighting ability. This was really a tricky situation.
Luo Gu, ai fine.
I can keep going and won't trouble you, Laya said as she gradually regained her consciousness. Don't speak yet, save your strength, she said. Honestly, Qi Jinjin didn't really want Leah to follow her all the time, since Leah had looked down on her before. Leah gave her a weak look and stayed silent. Abu, take her back to the tribe first, Luo Gu said. Okay. Abu was obedient, but she hesitated and looked a bit troubled. What about you guys? Qi Jinjin stroked her chin, hesitating. I don't think Leah should go back now. This made Abu and Leah feel better, but Luo Gu was unhappy. Her leg wound is too big. Even if I sew it up now, I told you earlier that fighting infection is very important these days. If she gets infected and the wound worsens, everything I did will be for nothing, Qi Jinjin explained to him. Are you planning to take her with you? Luo Gu mainly didn't want her hard work to be wasted.
Qi Zhensen nodded.
Crossing this plain leads to Qifeng Valley, and those wolves earlier have already run away, so there shouldn't be too much danger. At this moment, she saw a half-beast man named Yu Bei walking over. She cleared her throat but didn't speak. Qi Jijia, I know a type of herb that can help your companion, Yu Bei said. It's in Qifeng Valley. Qi Jinjin narrowed her eyes. What herb? How can it help her? I forgot the name, but I heard that applying this herb to a wound helps it heal quickly, Yu Bei replied. So it's a medicinal herb after all. Qi Jinjin believed there were plenty of herbs on this beast continent, but she hadn't had time to identify them all. Now that he mentioned it, it seemed like a good reason to go to Qifeng Valley again, even though she suspected he might have other motives. This place isn't far from Qifeng Valley. If we leave now, we can get there before dark, Yu Bei added when he saw her thinking.
Qi Zhensen nodded.
She agreed, but she still needed to convince Luo Gu. To her surprise, Luo Gu actually agreed, allowing the half-beast man who appeared halfway through to go with them to Qifeng Valley. Leah transformed into a human form and rode on Abu's back, while 3 wild beasts galloped across the plain. Qi Jinjin was riding on Luo Gu's back, glancing occasionally at the golden-brown beast. Even in beast form, its eyes were still brown, but faint golden light flickered at the edges. Moreover, those golden-brown beast eyes kept looking at her. For some reason, this made Qi Jinjin feel uneasy. But there's no point in feeling uneasy now. She decided to take it one step at a time. Because of Laya's injury, even running at full speed on the plain was slow. After running for most of the day, they stopped. Behind this mountain is Qifeng Valley, Yu Bei said. Qi Jinjin looked up. The mountain wasn't very tall, but the climb was difficult. It wasn't just about jumping over easily. The mountain surface was covered with vines, all with sharp thorns, leaving no place to grip or step. How can we jump over this mountain? Qi Jinjin looked left and right, but all she saw were vines. Let's go this way. Yu Bei turned into a human form and headed to the other side of the mountain. Luo Gu and Abu also transformed into human forms. If he guessed correctly, the path Yu Bei found might be a cave that goes straight through. Here it is. Yu Bei stopped at the foot of the mountain, pointing to a vine-covered area. Qi Jinjin approached the vines, which were still full of sharp thorns. Be careful. If you get pricked, it could be dangerous, Yu Bei warned. Qi Jinjin froze with her hand halfway to grab the vines, but Luo Gu quickly pulled her back. How do we get across? Luo Gu asked coldly. Yu Bei looked thoughtful and said, I haven't been in there myself. He hasn't been in? Qi Jinjin looked suspicious. Wasn't that a contradiction to what he said earlier? I'll try, Yu Bei said. He carefully reached out, avoiding the sharp thorns, and grabbed the vines. Then he pulled hard, as if trying to force the vines apart with brute strength. Be careful. Qi Jinjin felt an increasing sense of unease. Luo Gu glared at her, annoyed that she was worried about another male. Qi Jinjin awkwardly smiled and gently patted his hand to calm him down. Yubei tugged at one of the vines, but the tangled vines were complex. When he pulled, only one vine moved, and several nearby ones shifted as well. Luo Gu pulled Qi Jinjin back a few steps, worried the moving vines might hurt her. But Qi Jinjin seemed to notice something. She took out a dagger, ready to cut the vines herself, but then thought better of it and handed the dagger to Luo Gu. Try using the sharp edge to see if you can cut through the vines, she said. Okay. Luo Gu took the dagger, stepped forward, and swung it, cutting through the vine in his hand with the sharp edge.
And
the cut was so close to the edge that it nearly sliced off Yubei's finger. Qi Jinjin broke out in a cold sweat, knowing that Lu Gu was doing it on purpose. It really can be cut off. She quickly went over to smooth things over, looking at the broken vine. Strangely, as soon as the vine was cut, its sharp thorns softened and lost all life. It works. Lu Gu, try using your dagger again. Lu Gu nodded without looking at Yubei and cut a few more vines. Yubei stood silently aside, watching until the broken vine revealed a cave. Is this the way back? She guessed correctly. There was a cave that led straight through. Yubei kept her silence and nodded. Yes, if you go through here, you'll reach Qifenggu. Qi Jinjin saw Lu Gu clear all the vines at the cave entrance. Inside the cave was dark, but she could feel the wind, indicating it was passable. Qi Jejia, your injured companion should wait here, Yubei said. The cave is narrow, and the terrain on the other side might be complicated. I can keep going. Laya immediately decided. Go? You've been carried all this way. It's better if you don't follow and cause trouble. Yubei shot her a glance. Qi Jinjin thought he had a point. Going through the cave would lead to Qifenggu, where green caterpillars live, so there was no need to fear wolf threats. She then said, Abu, you and Laya stay here. We'll come back as soon as possible. No, you don't have the right to order me. Laya glared at her, even trying to jump off Abu's back to show she could walk on her own. Qi Jinjin rubbed her forehead. It wasn't that she looked down on injured people, but shouldn't an injured person listen to medical advice and not cause trouble? Who says she doesn't have the right? Lu Gu said coldly. Abu, stay behind. Abu nodded, worried about Laya's injury too. All right, Laya, stop pretending to be tough. I don't have that many painkillers to give you, Qi Jinjin said, not wanting to argue. Lu Gu, let's go. After saying that, she reached out to pull Lu Gu inside, but Yubei took the lead. I'll go first to scout. Watching his back disappear into the cave, Qi Jinjin raised an eyebrow. Sometimes having someone lead the way wasn't a bad thing. Inside the cave, visibility suddenly darkened. Qi Jinjin turned on her flashlight, but the bright beam couldn't the darkness. She didn't know how long this pitch-black cave was. Qi Jejia, there's a big rock blocking the way ahead. Be careful and turn around to go around it. Yubei's voice came from ahead. Qi Jinjin didn't speak. She trusted Luo Gu to handle the navigation. His night vision must be excellent. But after a few steps, Luo Gu stopped. What's wrong? Qi Jinjin asked nervously, holding his arm. Suddenly, Yubei's voice sounded close in front of them, startling her. Why don't you answer, Qi Jejia? I thought you guys weren't following. Keep your eyes on the path, Luo Gu said coldly. Yubei chuckled softly in the dark, and then they heard his footsteps again, scouting ahead. Qi Jinjin touched her chest, feeling that this half-beast was definitely trying to scare her. Both she and Luo Gu had sharp night vision, so they could see him easily, yet he was deliberately waiting in the shadows. Qi Jejia, be careful. Not far ahead, Yubei's voice called out again.
Squeak. Squeak.
At the same time, strange animal sounds echoed around them. Before she could react, Luo Gu had already wrapped her in his arms, shielding her with his tall body. The squeaking grew closer, but Qi Jinjin couldn't see anything. Only the terrifying sounds made her hairs stand on end. Fortunately, the squeaks passed by her side and moved toward the back, gradually fading away until they disappeared completely. Qi Jejia, are you okay? Yubei called from ahead. It seemed he was fine. Qi Jinjin didn't answer. She struggled out of Luo Gu's embrace. Are you all right? She asked. Yes, the little creature replied, showing some conscience. That's good. Qi Jinjin took a deep breath, trying to calm her pounding heart. What was that just now? It looked like there were many of them. Don't be afraid. They're just birds that like to stay in dark places. Luo Gu looked ahead and added, these birds only fly away when they are scared. Scared? Does that mean these dark living birds are the ones Luo Gu and Yubei deliberately set up? She thought she understood correctly. They're probably like bats. What exactly does this half-beast Yubei want to do? The cave fell silent again. Soon, Qi Jinjin realized the passage wasn't straight but winding. She didn't know how much longer they would have to walk to get out. After that strange encounter, Yubei, who was scouting ahead, became much more quiet, only giving necessary warnings, no unnecessary chatter. Qi Jia, we're here. Qi Jinjin was overjoyed. They had finally reached the end.
But
there was no light coming from the front, and everything she saw was still dark. After Lu Gu stopped, Qi Jinjin finally felt that Yubei was just a few steps away from them. Cut it open. Lu Gu threw the dagger to Yubei. Yubei hurriedly caught it, almost cutting his hand on the sharp end. Without hesitation, he tried to cut the vines with the sharp object, and gradually light began to shine through the gaps in the vines. With the light, Qi Jinjin could finally see some shapes in the darkness. Yubei quickly cut through the vines, exposing the exit completely. He held the dagger and stepped out first. Qi Jinjin also wanted to go out and take a look, but Lu Gu stopped her. What's wrong? She asked softly. Let's see first, he said, looking straight ahead with a serious expression. Being cautious is not a bad idea. Qi Jinjin tiptoed and stretched her neck to look outside, vaguely seeing many green plants. Qi Fenggu is here. Why don't they come out? Yubei, who went out first, saw they hadn't come out and called to them from the entrance. Yubei's figure almost blocked most of the cave entrance, making the inside even darker. Lu Gu then stepped out with her. Once outside, Qi Jinjin looked around to observe the terrain. Sure enough, Qi Fenggu's valley was surrounded by mountains on all sides. The mountains had almost no gaps for escape, and the only way in or out was the cave they just came through. All the mountains were covered with thorny vines, leaving no open space. The valley was large, with few trees, but each tree was huge and lush. Between the trees, there were various flowers and plants. There was even a lake in the valley. No, it should be a large water pool. The lake isn't that small, and this water pool only covers about a quarter of the valley. Overall, Qi Fenggu's valley looked like a natural greenhouse, full of flowers and plants, but no animals were seen. This is Qi Fenggu, Yubei said after she finished observing the surroundings. Qi Jia, you can look for whether there are green caterpillars inside. Qi Jinjin withdrew her gaze and didn't respond to him, instead looking up at Lu Gu's expression. He's the one who said there are green caterpillars here, though now it's uncertain if they really exist. If not, then what Yubei said should be true. Lu Gu's expression was calm, and it was hard to tell what he was thinking. Alright, I'm going to find the rare insect grass, and I'll also help you look for the herbs you need. When Yubei saw her ignoring him, he said, Do you want to go together? Qi Jinjin glanced at him and said, Thank you, you go ahead and look for it. Hearing this, Yubei pretended to look disappointed and said, Alright, just call me if you need help. Okay. Qi Jinjin watched him step into the grass and walk farther away. When he was far enough, she spoke, Luo Gu, is there really a green caterpillar here? Let's look for it first, Luo Gu replied. Qi Jinjin nodded, feeling full of doubts, but since they were already here, she wasn't in a rush. She thought for a moment and said, This half-orc named Yubei knows that green caterpillars can be deadly to wolves, and he even deliberately found reasons to bring us to Qifeng Valley. Don't you think he's strange? Luo Gu squinted and looked down at her. Little one, don't mention him again. Qi Jinjin glared at him and refused. I'm talking about serious matters. Are you treating him as a serious matter? He was really being unreasonable. At this moment, Luo Gu, with a face full of anger, suddenly smiled, and Qi Jinjin found his smile strange.
What are you laughing at?
His smile didn't seem angry. It looked more like he was happy. Qi Jijia, that name really sounds bad, he said casually. Little one, it seems I'm important in your heart.
What is he talking about?
Sure enough, you're different from other purebloods. I really don't know if that's good or bad. Can he speak normally? All right, little one, as long as you don't cross the bottom line, do whatever you want. Qi Jinjin was completely confused. What exactly was he trying to say? Let's go find out if there are really green caterpillars here. After saying that, Luo Gu took her hand and headed toward the plants and flowers. Qi Jinjin was still wondering what his words just now meant. She only used a fake name to stay cautious of Yu Bei. Did that mean anything about how important he was in her mind? Also, she was different from the purebloods on this beast-man continent, which was a good thing, right? Her mind could improve their living standards. What exactly is this bottom line? She really couldn't understand it at all. Forget it. She would just look for green caterpillars first. Wait a moment. Qi Jinjin stopped him. This place is quite big, and the green caterpillar is so small. Searching aimlessly would be a waste of time. After saying that, she took out a small bottle used for holding green caterpillars and looked at it. Luo Gu didn't know what she was looking at but believed she probably had a better way. Mumu discovered that these two green-haired caterpillars live on a very special type of leaf. The leaves are bright green with uneven, jagged edges, and small black roots on them look like tiny stems at first glance. Do you recognize this kind of leaf?
Mumu asked. No, iraplia.
Mumu thought for a moment and decided to use a small mirror to investigate further. Soon, the mirror showed the name of the leaf, black tree. Its branches and trunk are completely black, but the leaves are not. The black tree is a favorite place for green-haired caterpillars to live. When they eat the black roots on the leaves, they produce a kind of poison. It seems finding a black tree in this place is important. Then, Mumu pointed the mirror at the green caterpillars inside a bottle to learn about their habits. Species: green caterpillar habits, a small, green insect with 3 tiny black spots on its head. It can secrete an itchy toxin. It is edible and rich in protein, but must be cooked to reduce the toxin. Period. Ancient times weakness. Strangely, the mirror also showed a section labeled weakness. Mumu frowned and stared intently, but the words after weakness were blurry and unclear. Lu Gu, come look. Mumu called him. He could read the weakness section clearly. Tell me everything you see. Lu Gu looked and read aloud. Weakness. Ju Chong Chao. Mumu nodded. She waited for him to continue, but after a while, he said nothing more. Is that all?
She asked.
Yes, Lu Gu replied. The rest is blank. Could it be that the weakness of the green caterpillar is only Ju Chong Chao? And that name sounds so familiar. So, Ju Chong Chao is the nemesis of the green caterpillar.
But
Mumu suddenly had an idea. She looked up at Lu Gu with some disbelief. Lu Gu looked just as surprised as she did. They both looked ahead and saw Yu Bei bending over, moving carefully among the flowers and plants. He looked very focused. I think if Ju Chong Chao really exists here, then the green caterpillar probably doesn't, Mumu whispered. Let's find the black tree first. Lu Gu nodded silently. The black tree is actually quite easy to spot. It's just a tree, and there aren't many leaves in this valley. Mumu headed toward the closest tree. It had lush branches, but it wasn't black. The tree also bore many fruits. She used a bronze mirror to look at the fruit, and it was safe to eat to quench her thirst. Since they set out today, they haven't eaten much, especially after being surrounded and attacked by many wolves earlier. They needed to eat something to regain strength. Luo Gu, pick some fruit to eat, Qi Jinjin said. Are you hungry? Luo Gu finally realized that he hadn't eaten much today. Qi Jinjin shook her head. These fruits are edible and can quench your thirst. How do you know these fruits are safe to eat? Yu Bei suddenly asked. Qi Jinjin looked at him and said, fruits grow so people can pick and eat them. Yu Bei was surprised, then smiled and said, you're right. He quickly climbed the tree and shook some fruits down from the branches. Seeing this, Luo Gu casually picked one, took a bite, and found it tasted pretty good. Is it tasty? Chi Jinjin swallowed and also wanted to pick one to try, but Luogu stopped her. Luogu handed her the bitten fruit, indicating she should eat this one. Chi Jinjin frowned slightly, but didn't dislike it. She was just confused by his behavior. She took the fruit from Luogu and ate a bite from the unbitten side. It was quite sweet, though not very juicy, enough to fill her stomach. Chi Jejia, is this enough? Yubei asked, looking at the scattered fruits on the ground beneath the leaves. Yes, it's enough, Luogu replied first. Chi Jinjin couldn't help but laugh, realizing that Luogu still saw him as a free laborer. That's good, his awareness is quite good, much better than constantly being hostile and annoying. After eating 2 fruits, Chi Jinjin and Luogu headed toward another tree, while Yubei continued searching for grass. On the way to the next tree, Chi Jinjin looked down and examined her bronze mirror, familiarizing herself with the local flowers and plants. To her surprise, these flowers and plants not only looked beautiful, but also mostly had medicinal properties. When combined properly, they could even save lives. Chi Jinjin immediately felt that this place was like a natural medicine valley. She decided that after finishing her main tasks, she would pick some medicinal roots to take home and plant. They walked past 3 trees without finding the black tree they were looking for. Chi Jinjin increasingly believed that there might really be no green caterpillars here. So, Yubei's words might all be true, but she still felt some things were strange. In the end, she and Luogu checked all the trees in the Qifeng Valley. There was no black tree at all. There were some small insects, but no signs of green caterpillars. Are we really going to rely on these 2 green caterpillars to hatch a nest? Chi Jinjin looked discouraged at the 2 worms in the bottle. If she couldn't find more, all her efforts over the past 3 days would have been wasted. It's not impossible, Luogu said more calmly than Chi Jinjin. Better than having none at all. He's right. Chi Jinjin suppressed her disappointment and looked toward Yubei, who was still bending down, carefully searching for grass. Many of these plants have medicinal properties. We can't have come all this way for nothing, Chi Jinjin said as she looked away. I'll pick the most useful ones to take back. Luogu nodded, letting her do as she pleased. Chi Jinjin took some small bags from her backpack and, following the plant descriptions on the bronze mirror, collected their seeds.
Kijajia.
Yubei called from nearby. I found it! I found it for you! Chi Jinjin looked up and saw him holding a bunch of grass, waving it around. Yubei ran over with the grass and handed it to her. This is the grass that can help your companion. Luogu quickly snatched the grass, and Chi Jinjin examined it with the bronze mirror, her face suddenly showing surprise. There really is a grass with this effect, she said, carefully inspecting a piece. This grass is called broken continuity grass. The juice from its roots can be applied to wounds to speed healing, and the leaves can be brewed in water to help fight infection. It's truly amazing. I forgot its name, but it can really help your companion, Yubei said nearby. But this grass isn't easy to find. I searched for a long time and only found this one. This one is enough, Chi Jinjin said happily, because the one she picked had seeds that could be cultivated. That's good, Yubei smiled. Jejia, I helped you again. Thank you, Chi Jinjin said, suppressing her happiness as she packed the broken continuity grass. Did you find the absolute insect grass? Hearing her question, Yubei looked a bit embarrassed. Finding the absolute insect grass isn't that easy. I only heard it was here, so I came to try my luck. Hearing this, Chi Jinjin almost wanted to help him search. But she quickly calmed down because she noticed more and more flaws in his story. She thought for a moment and said, I haven't seen this absolute insect grass either. If even you can't find it, maybe it doesn't exist here? It must be here. I have to find it. Yubei suddenly became stubborn and bent down again to continue searching. Chi Jinjin squinted and said to him, Take your time to look, we are leaving first.
What?
You're leaving already? Yubei sat up straight again. Chi Jinjin nodded and said, After all, our injured companion is still outside. This made Yubei feel sad. All right, I'll look some more. This rare insect grass is the only thing that can save my sister. I must find it.
Sister?
Qi Jinjin's heart skipped a beat, and she stopped in her tracks. His tone and expression didn't seem fake. This is probably a common problem for good-hearted doctors. When they hear about a patient, they can't help but want to help. Moreover, life on this beastman continent is so poor, not to mention medical standards. Just a simple fever, if not treated in time, can be deadly. What's wrong with your sister? Qi Jinjin couldn't help but ask. Hearing her question, Yu Bei sighed. I don't know how to explain. Be honest. Qi Jinjin moved closer to him. And why is this rare insect grass the only thing that can save your sister? How do you know it can help her? Yu Bei's heart lifted. Looks like he's really caught her interest now. But he couldn't show happiness, so he sighed again and said, it's a long story. Anyway, I must find this rare insect grass. Qi Jinjin looked a bit annoyed, feeling like she'd been tricked. Go ahead and look first. I'll search some more. Yu Bei waved his hand, then bent down and muttered to himself, I heard this rare insect grass likes to grow near water. Maybe it's by the pond. I'll keep looking. Whether he was doing it on purpose or not, Qi Jinjin's curiosity was piqued. First, the weak point of the green-haired insect is the rare insect grass. Second, her sister needs it to survive.
So,
she really wanted to know what this plant called rare insect grass looked like and what it could do. Despite her curiosity, she still had to consider Luo Gu. Go ahead and look if you want, she said. Just as she was about to ask his opinion, Luo Gu agreed directly. This surprised her a bit, but thinking about what he had just said, as long as it didn't cross her bottom line, she could do whatever she wanted. He really kept his word. What he said, he did. But for some reason, she felt Luo Gu's sudden agreement was a bit strange. Let's go check out the water pond first, Qi Jinjin decided without overthinking and headed straight toward the pond. She hadn't dared to get too close to the pond before, because every time she saw it, she remembered the last time Luo Gu pulled her into the water. That left a shadow. A few steps away from the water pool, Qi Jinjin stopped. If she wanted to find the rare insect grass, she could just look at the flowers. Using her small bronze mirror, she scanned the area. If the grass was there, she would find it quickly. Watch me, Qi Jinjin said, wiping her nose and slowly sweeping the mirror across the flowers. Yu Bei kept watching them out of the corner of his eye and slowly moved closer, but he kept a safe distance. After scanning the flowers, Qi Jinjin didn't find any sign of the rare insect grass. She paused to think. Since it was hard to find, it probably wouldn't be in a very obvious place. And Yu Bei had just mentioned that he liked plants growing near water. Suddenly, Qi Jinjin had a bright idea. She hurried to the edge of the water pool and saw many stones nearby. The stones varied in size, some as small as a fingernail, others as big as a palm. Jai, do you think the rare insect grass is under these stones? Yu Bei had quietly come closer by then. Hearing this, Qi Jinjin frowned, feeling more certain about her guess.
She didn't say anything.
Instead, she squatted down and picked up a few stones. There was nothing under them but dirt and sand. She picked up a few larger stones and finally found something different. Under one of these stones, there was a small white flower, hidden beneath the dirt and sand. The flower looked plain, but it caught Qi Jinjin's attention. She checked it with her bronze mirror and suddenly understood. Sure enough, this tiny white flower was the rare insect grass. The rare insect grass does have some medicinal properties and can treat certain skin conditions.
But
this flower shouldn't be in Qifeng Valley because the bronze mirror showed that the grass grows in a place called Talon. It said that the soil there is perfect for the grass to grow, and the grass grown in that place has the best medicinal effects. So why is there rare insect grass in Qifeng Valley? Qi Jinjin's suspicion of Yu Bei deepened. Rare insect grass. Yu Bei saw the small white flower in her hand and quickly rushed over, grabbing it from her. His movement was so fast that his fingertips accidentally brushed her hand. Qi Jinjin felt a tingling sensation on the back of her hand, like an electric shock. Even though it was just a gentle brush, this action made Luo Gu angry. Luo Gu. Qi Jinjin quickly rubbed her hand behind her back. Luo Gu threw a punch, hitting Yu Bei into the water pool. Yu Bei splashed a few times in the water pool, soaking wet, and stood up protecting Hua. "What are you doing?" "Cut off your hand," Luo Gu said grimly, also rushing into the water. Yubai looked confused and quickly stepped back. The deeper she went, the more the water pool deepened. "I didn't do anything to you. Why would you cut off my hand?" Qi Jinjin, standing on the shore, covered her forehead. She thought she understood Luo Gu's bottom line now. It's about touching. But just now, being cut on the back of her hand by that half-beast made her feel uncomfortable, whether it was intentional or not. Angrily, Luo Gu moved very fast, grabbing Yubai's neck. But Yubai was not helpless. Even with his neck grabbed, he could use his skill to turn and break free. In that moment, Yubai transformed into a beast form. "No way, really serious now?" Qi Jinjin, watching from the water's edge, felt her heart tighten. These two half-beasts, whether in human or beast form, were about the same size. If they fought, it might be hard to tell who would win. Luo Gu also shifted into beast form. The calm water suddenly stirred up waves. "What should I do? Is there any way to calm Luo Gu down?" Qi Jinjin anxiously called out, "Stop fighting. Calm down. Calm down." But her voice was like a mosquito buzzing, useless. Suddenly, she noticed bubbles rising from the other side of the pool, and they were in chunks. These bubbles had nothing to do with them. "Stop." Qi Jinjin's heart filled with a terrible guess. "Hurry, stop. There's something in the water." But the two beast form half-beasts were too busy fighting to notice her shouts. "Stop. There's something in the water." Qi Jinjin shouted nervously, "Stop, do you hear me?" Just after she yelled, she saw a head emerge from the bubbling water. A howling wolf. It was a wolf. There's a wolf in the water. Now Qi Jinjin was really scared. If these two didn't hear her, they might get bitten by the wolf next. Just like Laya. "Luo Gu. Luo Gu." Fortunately, Luo Gu finally heard her call. Distracted for a moment, he was caught off guard and was struck by Yubai. Qi Jinjin's eyes widened as she watched Luo Gu's beast form fall heavily into the water, creating a big splash. At the same time, she saw several wolf heads emerge from the bubbling water nearby. One of the wolves was swimming toward Luo Gu's back. Jinjin looked around quickly, then bent down to pick up a large stone by the water and threw it at the wolf rushing toward Luo Gu. Because she was in a hurry, her throw was not accurate, which also caught the attention of other wolves. She picked up a few more big stones and started smashing them into the water wildly. Luo Gu reacted quickly when she threw the first stone. He was about to turn over and stand up when a golden-brown beast lunged straight at him, as if trying to push him into the water and drown him. Luo Gu's blue beast eyes narrowed, and he instantly transformed into his human form, swimming underwater toward Jinjin. Yubei's leap missed, causing a big splash that hit the shore. The splash soaked Jinjin from the waist up, but she didn't stop. She kept picking up stones and smashing them at the wolves emerging from the water. Luo Gu quickly swam to the shore. As soon as his head broke the surface, a stone was thrown directly at him. He dodged skillfully and also saw the situation clearly. Seeing that her stones almost hit his head, Jinjin immediately stopped throwing and didn't dare to continue. "Luo Gu, all these wolves are coming out of the water," Jinjin shouted at him. Luo Gu quickly moved to stand in front of her to protect her. "Don't be afraid." With him blocking the front, Jinjin's anxious heart gradually calmed. She looked at the wolves. More than 10 had come out of the water. They bared their fangs, eyes shining with ferocity, but each was slightly tired, their chests rising and falling. "This pond is connected to outside the pool valley," Jinjin said calmly, observing. "These wolves are swimming in through the water. They're quite familiar with water." Luo Gu sneered silently, not taking these wolves seriously.
But
Jinjin narrowed her eyes and looked at Yubei still in the pond, whispering, "This is a good chance to test that half-beast." "How do you want to test him?" Luo Gu asked, already having an idea but still turning to ask. "He has green caterpillars on him," Jinjin said. "And haven't you noticed? The wolves coming out of the water aren't even looking at him." Luo Gu nodded and stepped back with her, keeping a distance from the pond. At this moment, Yubei, who had missed his jump in the pond, leapt up. His huge tail swung toward the nearest wolf. The wolf howled loudly and, before it could struggle, was swept aside by the tail, passing over Luogu and Jinjin's heads, falling behind them. Jinjin turned around in horror. Was Yubei deliberately trying to block their escape? Oh no, sorry, I threw in the wrong direction. Yubei quickly jumped up and apologized, saying, Chi Jejia, even these sneaky wolves can chase us in here. Your target is really interesting. Qi Jinjin frowned but then relaxed, realizing from his tone that he didn't think much of the sneaky wolves. Besides, there are only about 10 wolves here now, and even when there were dozens before, they could handle them. The main thing now is to find out whether Yubei has any connection with these wolves. Don't you have green caterpillars on you? Use them to fight these wolves, Qi Jinjin shouted at him. Yubei transformed into a human form, soaked and with leaves sticking out from his waist, but there was no sign of any green caterpillars. The green caterpillars all fell into the water. Yubei looked down and frowned. Luogu had already figured out the situation and had an answer in his mind. He lowered his gaze, carried Qi Jinjin on his back, and turned into a white beast, then ran toward the cave entrance. Qi Jinjin clung tightly to her fur, hearing the wolves rushing toward them. She looked back and saw the half-beast man's face with a strange smile. Sure enough, he was working with the wolves. Luogu was very fast, reaching the cave entrance before the wolves even caught up halfway. Little one, you go out first. Luogu used his tail to push her to the ground and into the cave. What about you? Qi Jinjin was worried. Without that half-beast man, she believed he could handle the wolves easily. Go find Abu and meet up. I'll be out soon. After saying that, he blocked the cave entrance with his large body. Suddenly, everything turned dark. Qi Jinjin didn't have time to think much. Staying here wouldn't help and might only distract him. Qi Jinjin ran forward in the dark, thinking she only needed to keep running until she reached Abu and the others. Because she was nervous and scared, she accidentally bumped into the stone walls several times. It was too dark inside. She kept moving forward, groping her way through the cave. Her only sound was her rapid breathing. This scene reminded her of when she first crossed over, being chased by a pack of wolves and running everywhere.
Bang!
Qi Jinjin covered her head and cried out in pain after hitting the wall again. The impact made her see stars and her head throb. What was she thinking at this moment? She cursed softly, clutching her aching head, and kept running forward. Finally, she saw a light ahead and knew she was about to reach the exit. After seeing the exit, Qi Jinjin stopped. She tried to slow her breathing and listened carefully for any sounds behind her. There was nothing, which meant Luogu hadn't caught up yet. She leaned against the mountain wall, clenched her fists, and felt a strange sense of irritation. Even though she had been alert when that half-orc appeared, this still happened. It proves that, for someone weak and purebred, no matter how smart, they still need help from half-orcs in such situations. Maybe this is why half-orcs are often paired with purebred humans on this orc continent. Otherwise, with just purebred human strength, they might be wiped out by these half-orcs. Everything in nature seeks balance. She thought she should be grateful that Luogu saved her back then. Qi Jinjin caught her breath and decided to find Abu and the others to regroup first. She covered her head and walked out of the cave, but each step made her eyelids twitch nervously. Could Luogu be in trouble? Thinking this, she stepped out of the cave, but didn't see Abu or Elia. Suddenly alert, Qi Jinjin looked around but still saw no sign of them. Behind some bushes nearby, she saw a figure.
Abu?
Elia? She cautiously approached, thinking they were hiding behind the bushes. But after a few steps, she stopped. There wasn't just one figure behind the bushes, at least 3 or 4. Her heart started pounding faster. She tried to think positively. If they were human, that was better than hiding with a pack of wolves. She forced herself to stay calm and called out, "Who are you?" The bushes moved, and the figures stepped out. 2 men and 1 woman, all tall and wearing animal skin skirts.
Who are you?
Qi Jinjin frowned and took 2 steps back. "We won't hurt you," said the young woman in front, expressionless. Don't be afraid. So, who are you? Why are you hiding here? Qi Jinjin asked cautiously. The young woman replied, We've been waiting for you here. Come with us. Why should I go with you? Since she had just uncovered Yu Bei earlier, she trusted no one except those she knew. Stop wasting time and just carry her away. Someone impatiently called from behind the woman. Qi Jinjin immediately took 2 more steps back and secretly reached behind her to see if she had anything to defend herself with. The woman stopped the 2 men and said to Qi Jinjin, You only need to come with us. We won't hurt you. What if I don't go with you? Qi Jinjin reached for a small knife, gaining some confidence. The woman remained expressionless and signaled with her hand. Not far to the right, some movement came from the bushes and 2 people stepped out, one on each side, pushing aside the branches. Qi Jinjin looked closer, her brow tightening even more. If you don't want them to get hurt, you'd better come with us quietly, the woman said. This group had knocked out Abu and Laya and was using them to threaten her? Qi Jinjin hated being threatened the most. Are they dead? Do you want to threaten me with 2 dead people? She deliberately said. The woman glanced over and replied, They are not dead, but if you don't come with us peacefully, I promise they won't survive. Fine, I will go with you, but I need to see them awake, Qi Jinjin said after some thought. She was probably not in immediate danger now. Regardless of their true intentions, just judging by the woman's attitude, she knew this woman was important and couldn't be harmed. And her real goal was to take her away, so she quickly agreed and had the others wake the 2 women. Qi Jinjin kept her eyes on that direction and saw that the 2 people used a type of grass she didn't recognize, placing it under Abu and Laya's noses. Soon, Abu and Laya woke up. I have a companion who is badly hurt. I need to apply some herbs I picked in Chifungu to her. Once I do, I will come with you, Qi Jinjin said, looking away from the others and toward the woman. The woman's expression finally showed a hint of emotion, her brow furrowing as if she realized Qi Jinjin was stalling. Qi Jinjin stayed calm, waiting to see her reaction. You can give the herbs to them and let them apply it themselves, the woman said. Okay, Qi Jinjin agreed and moved toward Abu and Laya. Abu was still dizzy, but when she saw unfamiliar people on both sides, she immediately tensed and prepared to defend herself.
Who are you?
Abu, Qi Jinjin called her, and seeing that the woman didn't stop her, she quickened her steps to reach Abu and Laya. Are you and Laya okay? Abu paused for a moment, and the injured Laya was the first to respond. We're fine. That's good to hear. Jinjin actually wanted to leave a secret code with Abu, but clearly Laya was more alert. These people are after me, and there's nothing in the valley that we're looking for. But I found some herbs that can heal your wounds. Jinjin took out the broken grass and handed it to Abu, explaining how to use it. Do you understand? After speaking, Jinjin looked at both of them and asked. If Laya hadn't secretly held on to Abu, Abu might have already fought back. Jinjin silently watched, hoping she could just buy some time. Is it ready? After a lot of talking, the woman urged them. Yes. Jinjin stood up with a firm look. Abu, take good care of Laya's injury.
But, don't worry.
I know how to take care of it myself, Laya interrupted Abu. Jinjin smiled at her and nodded. Okay. To make sure these people wouldn't attack Abu and Laya again, Jinjin was the last to leave. The men grumbled about the trouble, but seemed to hold back because of this woman's glare and retreated first. Jinjin guessed these people were half-beasts, so she wasn't surprised when they turned into beast forms. She was riding on the woman's back, always watching the surroundings. They crossed a plain and entered a forest, but it wasn't the same as the big lake forest they had been in before. It was a place she had never been to. They stopped at the edge of the forest, and one man asked, Yushi, should we wait here for him? The woman was named Yushi, and Jinjin mentally remembered her name. Yushi looked hesitant. She glanced back at the endless plain, her claws tapping nervously on the ground. This Luogu is one of the top figures of the Bai Li tribe. It won't be easy to deal with him. Yes, Yushi. Maybe you should take this purebred person and leave. We'll wait here for him. Yushi looked at them again with slightly annoyed beast eyes, but still compromised. Just 2 people should stay. After saying that, Yushi shook her head and ran into the forest. Jin, who had been silent, listened carefully to their conversation. After thinking it over, she suddenly realized, these people are working with Yubei. And Yubei indeed approached them with a purpose. But that purpose, was it just because she was a purebred? This is bad. She is no longer just a purebred person. She is also an unbred female purebred person. On this orc continent where purebreds are rare, someone like her is clearly a hot commodity. Initially calm, Qi Jinjin started to feel nervous. If Luo Gu didn't catch up, what would happen to her? She didn't dare to think further. No, she can't just wait passively. Before she leaves too far away, she must keep thinking of ways to delay time. Yushi was moving quickly through the woods. If she let go and fell, she might lose her senses from the fall. But if she didn't think of a way soon, she might run out of the forest. Stop. Stop for a moment. Qi Jinjin could only pretend to be uncomfortable. Can we stop for a bit? Yushi heard her voice clearly and slowed down her steps. Seeing her slow, Qi Jinjin looked at the terrain. There weren't many stones in the woods, and they were mostly on dirt. Seeing this, Qi Jinjin loosened her grip and tilted her body to fall onto a spot she had previously chosen. Yushi felt a lightness on her back. Before she could react, the person on her back had fallen to the ground and rolled twice. Stop her, Yushi shouted, thinking she was trying to escape. But after everyone surrounded her, she was still lying on the ground, curled up and holding her stomach. Yushi transformed into her human form, frowned, and crouched beside her. What's wrong? It hurts. Qi Jinjin gritted her teeth. The rolling from the fall really hurt, but now it was easing. Where does it hurt? Yushi wanted to help her up, but didn't know how. Did you hurt yourself somewhere? Qi Jinjin pretended to be uncomfortable, shook her head, and continued holding her stomach. My stomach, it hurts. Very badly. Her stomach hurt? Yushi frowned tightly, glanced nearby. It was fine just a moment ago. How could her stomach suddenly hurt?
Can you
help me up? Qi Jinjin reached out with one hand, gripping Yushi tightly. Help me sit up.
Just for a little while. It'll be okay.
Yushi didn't think much, and hurriedly helped her up from the ground. I heard purebreds are very weak. Seems true. We didn't even let her walk, and she's so weak. Listening to their words, Qi Jinjin felt a bit relieved. It seemed her acting was effective. She would continue to delay time like this. How are you now? Does it still hurt? Yushi looked at her, unsure of what to do next. She shook her head and gritted her teeth, saying, Old problem. Whenever I get nervous, my stomach hurts. Is there any way to help you? Yushi asked.
A way.
She secretly glanced around and said, Eat. As long as I have something to eat, it can help relieve the pain. Yushi nodded and asked two people nearby to find some food. Chi was helped to sit in front of a tree. To avoid revealing her condition, she continued to pretend, even holding her breath for a long time to look like she was in real pain. Yushi stayed close by, clearly worried. Perhaps she was afraid Chi might really get hurt and have trouble explaining to Yubei. Soon, the two people returned with some fruit and small animals. Purebred person, what do you want to eat? Chi looked at the fruit and animals they threw in front of her and said, Meat. I can only eat cooked meat. Cooked meat? Why such a high demand? Start a fire, Yushi said coldly. The two had no choice but to start a fire obediently. Their attitude surprised Chi a little. Since they knew purebred people are delicate, why were they complaining about wanting cooked meat? Aren't purebred people supposed to be more protected because they are rare? Thinking of this, Chi increasingly believed Luo Gu was a good half-beast. No matter if your stomach really hurts or you're just pretending, you'd better not play tricks, Yushi whispered while the two were making fire. Chi was momentarily stunned, then pretended to be in more pain. I really hurt. I hope so, Yushi glanced at her. And don't try to delay any longer. Chi's heart skipped a beat. Had she been discovered so quickly? Whether she was caught or not, she had to keep acting tough and not lose her composure. Fortunately, These people hadn't seen the power of a lighter, so they used the most primitive fire-starting method, which naturally took longer. Jin-Chi gradually looked better, making Yushi believe her stomach pain was due to nervousness. Eat a fruit first. Yushi saw her face improve slightly and handed her a small fruit. Jin-Chi looked at it, reached out, and took it.
Thank you.
She wiped the surface of the small fruit and bit into it. Before she could swallow the second bite, she spat out the pulp and threw it aside. This fruit was terrible, sour and bitter, impossible to swallow. Not very tasty? Yushi didn't get angry but picked a similar fruit and took a bite. Her face suddenly changed. That's all the fruit nearby, said the two men who went fruit picking and hunting. There's nothing else we can do about it. Yushi put down the fruit and looked at them. Hurry up and roast it. Jin looked at the woman named Yushi, thinking whether she should learn more about the situation. Knowing a little more wouldn't hurt. And from what she saw now, this woman had a kind heart. Are you Yushi? Jin asked. Yushi nodded without showing any smile on her face. Do you all know Yubei? She continued. This question made Yushi frown. Don't ask around.
Oops.
She was caught. Jin realized Yushi was quite smart but a bit proud. She knew Yushi might be trying to delay, but she still followed her requests. Her actions clearly showed she was trying to buy time, but it was useless no matter what she did. However, Jin didn't think so. Even if delaying was pointless, it left some traces for Luo Gu to follow. The burning firewood was a sign. I also find it strange. How do you control the howling wolves? Jin asked, ignoring Yushi's words. Yushi didn't say a word and only urged the two men to roast the meat quickly. The smell of roasted meat soon reached Jin's nose. She was really hungry. She hadn't eaten well today. Now that there was ready roasted meat, she wouldn't miss the chance. Seeing her enjoy the food, Yushi thought her earlier stomach ache was probably real. Eat quickly, Yushi said briefly before standing up and walking a few steps in the direction they came from. Jin ate while watching her back, noticing she seemed a bit worried. If she guessed right, she was probably worried about Yubei. Worrying was good. The more she worried, the more it showed Luo Gu was strong. Jin finished eating the meat slowly and quietly picked some small, tasteless fruits from the ground as markers, leaving footprints along the way. Though the fruits were tasteless, they could serve as signs. Jin got back on Yushi's back. Yushi's speed was noticeably slower than before, maybe because she was worried about her. This forest is quite large. They have been running for a long time, but haven't left it. However, Jin can clearly feel that they are getting farther away from Chifangu and the Baili tribe. As it gets darker, Yushi decides not to travel overnight, but to stop under a big, leafy tree. Rest until midnight, then continue. Yushi, now in human form, commands the two to find branches for a fire and to hunt. Jin stands still, looking around. Because it's dark, everything around her is pitch black. If Yushi moves further away, she might not even see him. After hesitating, she takes out her flashlight and turns it on. A bright beam of light shines on the ground, startling Yushi. What is this? It's light, Jin calmly explains, holding her flashlight to illuminate the dark area. For lighting. Yushi frowns slightly, then calms down and stares at the strong light shining in the night. Put it away. Jin shakes her head. I'm afraid of the dark, and my eyesight isn't as good as yours, a half-beast. Don't worry, once the fire is lit, I'll turn it off. It's surprising that this purebred person is afraid of the dark. Yushi doesn't say anything more. Jin looks around with her flashlight, getting a sense of the surroundings. The two people come back with branches, start a fire, and hunt a few animals. They seem to notice she doesn't eat raw meat, so they obediently cook the meat and hand it to her. Despite this, Jin always keeps a safe distance from these people, except Yushi. She still suspects they might learn something about her. After eating a leg of meat, she looks at Yushi and asks, "Where are you taking me?" Maybe they've eaten enough and are resting now, so Yushi no longer ignores her. To a place you need to go. Where? Jin frowns and asks. You'll find out when we get there. Although Yushi answered her, his words felt almost the same as no answer at all. Qi Jinjin narrows her eyes, thinking, I guess your actions are directed by Yubei, right?
Could he be?
Shut up. Yushi suddenly whispers sharply. The two nearby quickly stand up, kick out the fire, and extinguish it. Qi Jinjin's heart skips a beat, and she immediately becomes tense.
Did you fail?
One of them listens carefully and looks at Yushi, asking. No way. Don't talk nonsense, Yushi snaps at him. Let's leave this place first. Before she can react, Yushi throws her onto his back. They transform into beasts and dash through the dark forest. She tightly held Yushi, not knowing what was happening, only feeling their tension. Yushi was very fast, and the two people behind kept a certain distance, seeming to protect her. They didn't know how long they had been running, but Yushi finally stopped. Yushi, could we have encountered a blood python? The person catching up asked nervously. Chizhensen, riding on Yushi's back, clearly felt her body stiffen, as if afraid of this creature called blood python. It probably won't happen. Blood pythons usually come out late at night, Yushi said as calmly as possible.
What if it really is a blood python?
We're only 3 people, and one of us is completely inexperienced. Chizhensen pursed her lips and asked directly, what is a blood python? Is it a huge snake? Yushi nodded in response. A huge snake. Chizhensen imagined a snake so large that even half-beasts trembled at the sight of it. Surely very terrifying. We'll leave tonight and rest somewhere safe, Yushi quickly decided, speaking to the two. Okay. Chizhensen felt like giving up. They must know there's a blood python in these woods, but still ran into the forest. Did they think luck would keep them safe? She wondered if she could still save her life. At this moment, even though she felt Luo Gu's personality was quite unusual, she believed staying close to him was the smartest choice. Because he was probably much more powerful than these half-beasts. Chizhensen secretly decided that if she could return to Luo Gu, she would thank him properly and cling tightly to him. SSS. SSS. Suddenly, a sound from behind pulled Chizhensen back to reality. She listened carefully. The sound seemed to come from something passing through the leaves. Could it be the blood python? Oh, it really is a blood python. The half-beast behind exclaimed in alarm, nearly stumbling. Chizhensen's scalp tightened, her heart pounding fiercely.
Run!
Yushi shouted, pushing herself to run at her fastest speed. But no matter how fast she ran, the weight of carrying someone on her back still slowed her down. Chizhensen heard the rustling sound getting closer, as if it would catch up with them at any moment. Just as she thought this, Yushi suddenly stopped, nearly throwing Chizhensen off due to inertia. Chizhensen steadied herself, and the rustling sound surprisingly continued from ahead. Not only ahead, but the leaves on the sides and behind are also rustling loudly. The 2 orcs quickly gather on either side of Yoshi, their bodies stiffening with tension. Yushi, you go first. We'll handle the blood python. They shout. Qi Jinjin looks around. It's too dark to see clearly where the blood python is, or what it looks like. If the blood python finds us, none of us can escape, Yushi says in a deep voice. Let's first see how many there are. If there's only one, maybe we can fight it. Hearing this, Qi Jinjin feels a chill run down her spine. Just one is already hard enough to deal with. If there are more, she fears they might all be swallowed by the snake today. She shivers and says, have you ever heard of the saying, the vital spot of a snake? Maybe attacking its weak point will work. What is the vital spot? Yushi asks, seriously. It seems they don't know this phrase. In this dangerous moment, Qi Jinjin no longer cares about their previous behavior. Only their survival can save her.
Put me down.
I have a way to deal with the blood python, she says. Come on, you're just a purebred human. Just not causing us trouble is enough, they reply dismissively. Qi Jinjin ignores them. She just needs to convince Yushi. Trust me, I really have a plan. I don't want to die either. Yushi quickly makes a decision and puts her on the ground. As her feet touch the ground, Qi Jinjin vaguely sees something moving nearby. Without hesitation, She takes out the bronze mirror and flashlight. Later, I'll shine the light where I see something, and you attack there, she says, turning on the flashlight and aiming the mirror forward. The moment the light appears, Qi Jinjin sees something like a scale. When she looks closer, she realizes it's part of the blood python's body. This part is bright red with black patterns on it, and it's as tall as she is. Just by looking at this part, Qi Jinjin can estimate the size and length of the blood python. Get ready. As soon as the blood python moves, I'll find its weak spot. No matter what, I just need to hit that spot. She quickly checks the words on the mirror. Sure enough, it's just as she thought. The two people doubt her words, but Yushi's command forces them to follow her plan. They can only give it a try together. The rustling sound continues, coming from all directions. Momochi was protected in place by them. She listened carefully and used her flashlight to find the head of the blood python. Once she found the right spot, it would be easier to attack. What are you waiting for? Besides the rustling sounds, there was no other noise. The two people couldn't wait any longer. There's only one blood python. It's surrounding us. Don't worry. She frowned and turned around in place, but only saw the snake's body hidden in the dark. Yoshi, let me go up. Yoshi wrapped her around her back. At the same time, she finally spotted the python's head. It was quite clever, hiding its head behind its body. Chi's eyes sharpened. She whispered 2 words into Yoshi's ear, then shouted to the two people, "Get ready." Before they could react, Yoshi leapt toward another direction. The snake's head, hidden in the dark, finally lifted up, eager to catch any prey that fell into the trap. When the head appeared, Chi quickly found the right spot and shined her flashlight directly at it.
Quick.
It's here. The two reacted fast. As the bright light shone, they ran toward the snake's head. Yoshi landed steadily, noticing the snake's body was quickly moving toward them. Chi tried to keep her balance and kept the flashlight shining on the snake's vulnerable spot. One of them jumped first, aiming to bite the spot, but just as he was about to, a snake's tail wrapped around him. Don't save him. Focus on the vulnerable spot.
He shouted anxiously.
This was the best chance to attack the spot. If they missed it, they would all die. The man was momentarily stunned and almost bitten by the snake's head. He couldn't just leave his teammate.
He cursed silently.
She didn't want to lose her life because of a careless teammate. Attack the vulnerable spot. The vulnerable spot. Yoshi's eyes were fixed on the direction Chi's flashlight was pointing. If she weren't carrying Chi on her back, she would have jumped in immediately and bitten decisively. But she really did it. Chi screamed as she lost her balance and fell to the ground, nearly dropping her flashlight. When she recovered, Yoshi was gone. She quickly got up and shined her flashlight at the spot where Yoshi had been. In the light, she saw Yoshi. Yoshi jumped directly toward the vulnerable spot of the blood python. Since the snake was busy fighting another person, it didn't notice her sudden attack. Yoshi bit the vulnerable spot, and the blood python let out a painful hiss. It loosened its grip on the half-beast's tail, and the half-beast immediately broke free. Yes, that's it. Attack the vulnerable spot. Yushi is truly amazing, a real heroine. When the two people saw the blood python scream in pain, they quickly responded to help Yushi. The blood python, bitten at its vital spot, began to struggle. The previously gentle rustling sound suddenly turned into a loud, thunderous noise. Countless leaves and dust rose in the forest. Qi Jinjin covered her mouth and nose, feeling weak and considering whether to find a safe place to hide. But everywhere was surrounded by the blood python's body. There was no safe place. Moreover, since the blood python was so large, if it accidentally struggled onto her, she was afraid she might be crushed to death. After thinking carefully, she decided staying still was the safest option. All 3 half-beasts then attacked the vital spot of the blood python, but it seemed very thick. After biting for a long time, they couldn't pin down the blood python, which only angered it further. The snake's tail wrapped around another half-beast. Before he could struggle, he let out a painful cry and slumped down, soft and limp. This truly angered the blood python. Qi Jinjin's eyes widened, her hands and feet cold. What should she do? She had no better options. Her only knowledge was to target the vital spot. Was she really going to die in this dark forest today? Yushi didn't give up. In fact, the blood python's attack only strengthened her resolve. She revealed her sharp claws, aiming fiercely at the blood python's vital spot. Then she loosened her grip with her mouth and showed her sharp claws again. With a burst of effort, she slashed her claws into the flesh at the vital spot, creating a long cut. She saw faintly the blood pouring out in thick, foul streams. The blood python stiffened, its head heavy and falling back, and its coiled body gradually went limp.